Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Yixi nodded and said calmly, "Yes, I did it on purpose." Seeing Yixi glaring angrily, his face darkened, and he said hoarsely, "I saw Xia Weiwei walking with that boy several times. Should I have told you this?" Of course, this was not true. He had made an appointment with Gao Yu and Xiang for today's show. Originally, he just wanted Yixi to see what his girlfriend was doing behind his back. He didn't expect that Xia Weiwei would be so cooperative that even Yixi's identity as her boyfriend was denied in front of Gao Yu and Xiang. But in Yixi's view, today it was Yixi who deliberately brought him into that restaurant to let him see his girlfriend dating other boys. And he did it for a very good reason, for his own good. Yixi also knew that Yixi had done it for his own good, as he couldn't bear to see him cheated and kept in the dark, but he still felt very bad. He felt that he was being laughed at, and that he was greatly embarrassed in front of his brothers. You must know that since Yixi and Feng Weiming met Xia Weiwei and didn't express their disapproval, Yixi was always showing off his girlfriend, and often praised Xia Weiwei in front of them. Doing this now was tantamount to slapping him hard. This made him unable to put on a good face, and he felt that he could not face Yixi and Feng Weiming anymore. "It made you sad," eldest brother apologizes. Yixi said comfortably. "You've finished speaking, what else can I say?" Yixi said a little out of control, "Can't you tell me in another way? Since he saw it earlier, why didn't he say it earlier?" "Yixi?" Feng Weiming shouted in a low voice. Although he didn't agree with Yixi being so meddlesome in Yixi's affairs, he couldn't help being a little dissatisfied when he saw Yixi's kindness being ignored by Yixi. If he put it another way, wouldn't Yixi have been sad? Would he believe it if there was no real evidence? Yixi also knew this truth, but he couldn't control his anger. Seeing Feng Weiming standing on Yixi's side, he suddenly felt isolated. Yixi shook his head at Feng Weiming. A broken-hearted person could only understand what he wanted to understand. He knew that Yixi was uncomfortable and didn't mind his attitude. "Brother, always being a good person, aren't you tired?" Against the background of Yixi's generosity and understanding, Yixi's anger seemed unreasonable. If it was normal times, Yixi would have realized that his reaction was not good, and he would have restrained himself first. But common sense could not be used to infer why the teenager in the second phase of the rebellious period, Yixi not only did not accept Yixi's kindness, but also retorted against him. The relationship between the two brothers had always been good. When Yixi became a middle schooler, he dared to shout at Zhurong, but he never spoke rudely to Yixi. When such a sentence came suddenly, Yixi was taken aback for a moment, and the dejection he was pretentiously showing just now suddenly became a bit real. "Yixi, apologize." Feng Weiming lowered his face. "What about Yixi's upbringing? Did he talk to his brother like that? I won't talk to you anymore." Seeing Yixi stunned, Yixi felt a little regretful, but still being stubborn, he turned and walked away with a dark face. Glancing at Yixi straight back walking away, and seeing Yixi's expression, Feng Weiming reached out in a rare gesture of comfort and pressed his shoulder. Yixi sighed and said weakly, "I'm fine." He and Yixi had been together for so many years, there was nothing to say about Yixi's kindness to him. Maybe this was why Yixi dared to go too far when interfering with Yixi's affairs. But this time, Yixi seemed to be really angry. It was the first time that Yixi lost his temper and felt more uncomfortable than expected. For a girl, Yixi was reluctant to be angry with Yixi, but he despised Xia Weiwei even more, and was even more determined not to let Yixi be with her. "Since he broke up with that woman, you should stop," Feng Weiming said lightly. Yixi was not stupid either, he just believed that Yixi could be easily deceived. But what happened this time was obviously a warning. If Yixi was too lenient, Yixi may not be able to appreciate it when he rebounded. Yixi was silent. He couldn't guarantee it. He couldn't just watch Yixi fall into the pit without doing anything. Even if he was hated by Yixi, he had to do it. "You obviously care about me now?" Yixi changed the subject with a smile, and sighed, "I'm going to surpass Zioki." Feng Weiming secretly looked at him as calmly as possible without being affected. "Are you done playing with fire? There is no impermeable wall in the world. Can you guarantee that Yixi will never know what you have done? He has called you elder brother for so many years, I don't want him to be sad." Yixi's smile faded. There was nothing to say about Feng Weiming's concern for Yixi. At the same time, Feng Weiming was also warning him, as he knew the details very well. If one day Feng Weiming became really blind, he may tell Yixi everything. "Well, obviously, I understand what you mean." Yixi had to compromise. It seemed that when he wanted to do something in the future, he must first think of a plan that could bypass Feng Weiming. This was a headache. Feng Weiming couldn't be fooled at all. But soon Yixi would know that he didn't need to do more, because Yixi's middle school was entering the late stage, and there was nothing to talk about with him. At this time, Yixi, who didn't know that he had turned a corner, and although he was unilaterally given a cold shoulder by Yixi, he continued to inquire about Yixi's movements responsibly. Knowing that Yixi went to find Yenyu, half of Yixi's mental calculations were put down. Yenyu was Qin He's half-brother. Qin He's father, Yan Kai, did not fulfill his fatherly responsibilities towards Yenyu before he was 10 years old. Qin He's mother Qin Zhensin couldn't accept Yan Yu and divorced Yan Kai. Yan Kai took Yan Yu back and raised him personally. At first, Qin He hated Yan Yu very much, thinking that he was the culprit that caused his family to fall apart, but Yan Yu helped Qin He over and over again, and one time it was very dangerous, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a life-saving grace. Gradually, Qin He did not reject Yan Yu so much. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The most important thing was that after nearly 10 years of hard work by Yan Kai, Qin Zhensin's attitude had finally softened, and she no longer regarded Yan Yu as a thorn in her eyes and flesh. On the one hand, it came from the influence of Yan Kai and Qin He, and on the other hand, Yan Yu was really a difficult person to hate. He was very quiet and peaceful, with few desires. No matter when or where he was always deliberate and calm. But unlike Feng Weiming's indifference and coldness, Yan Ye's calmness transcended his age, as if he was like an old man who had already experienced the world. He was also an excellent listener. After graduating from junior high school, he did not go to high school, but went to the mountain to practice for 2 years. When he came back, he became fascinated with carving, and his sculptures were beautiful. His father, Yan Kai, saw the business opportunity with the keenness of a businessman and wanted to help him set up a gallery. Yan Yu refused. In the end, he only opened a small shop in the city to sell his sculptures. He invited a clerk to watch the shop, and he hid in the shop all day long sitting in a small cubicle, either carving, or brewing a pot of tea, spending the entire day in a daze. Yan Kai didn't think that the reason for his behavior was autism because if someone came looking for him, Yan Yu would still come out. If the person who came to look for him was an acquaintance like Qin he could stay with him patiently for a long time. Because of Qin He's relationship, the three Mu brothers had met Yan Yu many times. Mu Yixi and Yan Yu did not chat alone, but they both knew each other's origins. They were all people who had started all over again, but obviously Yan Yu had completely let go, while Mu Yixi decided to change. Mu Yixi could still trust Yan Ye's character. It was naturally much better for Mu Yuki to make such friends than to be surrounded by Xia Weiwei. Mu Yuki solved his problem, so Mu Yixi was also freed up to beat Feng Kun. From elementary school to junior high school, Feng Kun had been in the same class as the three Mu family brothers, and according to the current development momentum, it was very likely that through high school and university, they would continue to be in the same class. Since the dormitory theft incident in elementary school, the relationship between Mu Yuki and Feng Kun had completely cooled down. In the past, Mu Yuki would still respond to Feng Kun's provocation, but then under the guidance of Mu Yixi, he started turning a blind eye to Feng Kun. Feng Kun did not dare to do anything, as they had Qin He, who had a lot of force power, to deal with him. Up to now, they and Feng Kun had been in a delicate hostile relationship, such that the river did not violate the well water one. In front of the parents of the two sides who were friendly to each other, all of them pretended to be polite and friendly. When the parents turned their faces, they immediately started ignoring each other. But in the third year of junior high, Feng Kun's attitude began to change. He started shyly approaching them for the sake of Mu Yuxuan. Just as once Mu Yuki reached this age, Mu family started worrying about his marriage, other people had also begun to think about their children's marriage. Feng Kun and Mu Yuki were about the same age, and his mother Zhong Ruijin had also begun to pay attention to her son's marriage. In Zhong Rui's eyes, her son Feng Kun was naturally good everywhere, and deserved a princess. In fact, Feng Kun was also really good, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, tall stature, among the best in academic performance, and from a good family background. If one calculated, he should have a lot of room for choice in marriage. Zhong Ruijin had taken a fancy to Mu Yuxuan very early on. Mu Yuxuan had a first-class family background, and she was a favored person. She was raised by Mu Zhurong and Mrs. Mu in the palm of their hands, and her character and appearance were excellent. Her marriage to Feng Kun would be a help to the Feng family and Feng Kun himself. And thinking about the fact that Mrs. Mu's beloved daughter would have to call her mother and also have to serve her, Zhong Ruijin felt an indescribable pleasure. It was rare that Feng Kun did not object. Feng Kun began to make girlfriends after entering junior high school, and in the second year of junior high school, he had even had a relationship with a senior sister. But don't look at how affectionate he was to those little girlfriends. He was not ambiguous at all when breaking up with them. When it came to the candidates for his future wife, he automatically ignored all the girls who had been chased by him. The one who disliked the others like this was obviously very picky. When it was Mu Yuxuan's turn, Feng Kun was a little relaxed. Mu Yuxuan was charming, cute, gentle, and demure. She was a very famous little goddess in Yan primary school and middle school. At least 8 out of 10 boys were attracted to her. It was a pity that behind the little goddess stood the 3 brothers of the Mu family and the big Buddha of Qin He. If you took any of them out, they could kill 99% of the boys in seconds. No one dared to stand in front of the little goddess and express their feelings. Feng Kun felt excited at the thought of being able to snatch their sister from his 1,000-year-old rivals. And he always remembered that Mu Yuxuan always liked to chase after him, calling him elder brother Kun when they were children. But when Mu Yixi, that illegitimate child, came, she betrayed him and didn't stand by him, which made Feng Kun very angry. The first time he saw her after that, he wanted to coax her back, and then teach her a good lesson to make her listen to him in the future. However, Mu Yuxuan had always been cold to him, no longer as intimate as before, which made Feng Kun feel uncomfortable. Feng Kun had a little bit of unwillingness towards Mu Yuxuan. But when it came to marriage, with the support of both parents, the situation would of course be different. Even if Mu Yuxuan was reluctant, she had to allow Feng Kun to approach. At that time, with Feng Kun's method of picking up girls, he would definitely be able to deal with the young, innocent, and ignorant Mu Yuxuan. But before that, Feng Kun had to pass the level of Mu Yuxuan's brothers. If Mu Yixi and the others forbade Mu Yuxuan to be with him, Feng Kun's thoughts would all be in vain. Mu Yixi could see clearly what Feng Kun was thinking. Mu Yuxuan was young, but her mind was clearer than Mu Yuki. Relying on the fact that her brothers acted as her backers and played a black face, she was gentle and amiable, looking very soft and cute, but others didn't know how sharp the claws that she had hidden were. Mu Yuxi didn't believe that she couldn't see Feng Kun's bad intentions. But somehow, Mu Yuxuan's reaction to Feng Kun was always a bit strange. She neither welcomed nor rejected Feng Kun's approach. If Mu Yuxi hadn't known that Feng Kun was a scumbag, he would have applauded Mu Yuxuan's method of hanging people. This detached, vague attitude was the most seductive. Boys were tempted by it, but still dared not act rashly and were completely played around in the palm of her hand. However, Mu Yuxi was worried that Mu Yuxuan would corner herself in while playing. But he couldn't lock Mu Yuxuan in the room and not let her see anyone for a lifetime or shake her shoulder and tell her that Feng Kun was not a good person. What a belly of fire. Since she was his younger sister, he was also soft towards her and reluctant to scold. So, Mu Yuxi raised a creepy smile and thought about gathering people to beat Feng Kun under a cloth bag to turn him into a pig's head. If Mu Yuxuan often saw Feng Kun's pig-headed face, she probably wouldn't have any chance of falling in love with him. Of course, the above was just Mu Yuxi's fantasy. He could beat Feng Kun once, but not twice or 3 times, otherwise once Zhong Ruijin found out, she would go crazy. At that time, Mu Yuxi would also have to peel off a layer of his skin. His half-sister Hu Ankai had also come to cause trouble at this time. She saw Feng Kun somewhere, took a picture of him and threw it in front of him. And of course, she said, "Brother, is this your classmate? Introduce me to him." Over the years, Mu Yuxi, Hu Qin, and Hu Ankai, this mother and daughter had never seen each other for a long period of time. They had almost cut off all contact. The number of times they met was limited, and Hu Qin's purpose was to remind Mu Yuxi not to forget them, and she even threatened Mu Yuxi that she would bring him back to live with her, so that he wouldn't be able to continue to live a life of fine clothes and food in Mu's house. But Mu Yuxi said yes with joy, saying that the Mu family treated him well on the surface, but in fact they didn't take him seriously at all. He hoped that Hu Qin, his biological mother, would take care of him. He said these few words to fool them in the past. However, Hu Qin didn't doubt the authenticity of Mu Yuxi's words at all. After all, if she was in Mrs. Mu's place, she would really treat Mu Yuxi as if he was a ghost? It was a waste of rice to keep him. Only doing superficial work was completely in line with Hu Qin's impression of the big gold and jade families. But she thought that in this way, Mu Yuxi would think of their goodness more. With the growth of age, Hu Qin finally learned to do a little drama, verbally caring about Mu Yuxi's study, urging him not to lose to Mu Yuki, let him make more friends, secretly forming an alliance against Mu Yuki, and warning him not to be discovered by Mrs. Mu, who was a hidden snake, hate her and resent her. Compared with Hu Qin, who knew how to take a little detour, Hu Ankai unceremoniously asked Mu Yuxi to do this and that for her. What Mu Yuxi could do, she took it for granted, without even saying a word of thanks, and when Mu Yuxi couldn't do something, she immediately swept over him with a useless look, complaining that he wasn't a good brother. Look at who's who brother, what did they give to who and who, completely arousing Mu Yuxi's familiarity from his previous life. At that time, Mu Yuxi would do his best to satisfy Hu Anki's wishes, but now he automatically translated Hu Anki's words into, "In the last life, you were so stupid, so stupid, so stupid." Then he was too lazy to care about her. But Hu Ankai didn't notice Mu Yuxi's impatience at all. Every time they met, she made various demands, no matter if Mu Yuxi could do it or not, or what price it would take to do it. Moreover, she was also his younger sister, so Hu Ankai liked to inquire about Mu Yuxuan's news the most. She wanted to know what Mu Yuxuan ate, what she wore, and where she went to play. As soon as Mu Yuxi said it, she felt all kinds of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Because no matter what Mu Yuxi said, she thought that what Mu Yuxuan got was better than what she was getting. Mu Yuxi was very curious about what Hu Qin had instilled in Hu Ankai in private, so that her thoughts were twisted like this. But Hu Qin and Hu Ankai didn't think there was any problem. Hu Qin's most common sentence was, "You are also a child of the Mu family, why don't you have it?" Mu Yuxi wanted to say, yes, his surname is Mu, so he has the right to decide whether to take it or not. But your surname is Hu, why do you think that the Mu family's things are yours, and my things are yours as well? Mu Yuxi felt that the more time he spent with them, the little bit of affection he had for them in his heart would be consumed by an extra point. In this manner, there were very few of these points left. Keeping in touch with Hu Qin and Hu Ankai, Mu Yuxi's biggest gain was knowing that Hu Qin knew an Uncle Wei, in Hu Anki's words. This Uncle Wei gave Hu Ankai a lot of fun things and delicious food every time he came, and then he was locked in the room with Hu Qin until he left. Mu Yuxi thought about installing a bug in Hu Qin's residence, but was afraid of being discovered, so he finally gave up the idea. because he found that these people had stopped their actions by a lot since Su Qingli left the Mu family. At least after the Mu family's servants were cleaned up, they could no longer get any accurate inside information about the Mu family's private life. In this case, it was better to wait and see what would happen. As for Hu Anqi's request to meet Feng Kun, Mu Yixi pretended not to hear it. However, Hu Anqi started to shout, "He is Mu Yuxuan's boyfriend, right? He is so good, why did you introduce him to Mu Yuxuan and not to me? Don't you think I am your sister?" That's right, Hu Anqi also liked to order Mu Yixi to only treat her as his sister, and to not treat Mu Yuxuan as his sister, because, my brother can only have one sister, that is me. If you recognize Mu Yuxuan as a sister, I won't recognize you as a brother? Mu Yixi, I didn't ask for it, why is your head so swollen? Anyway, Hu Anqi decided that Mu Yixi cherished her as his sister the most. When she said this, she held up the almighty arrow and could order Mu Yixi to do anything. Hu Qin also helped her. Is he the young master of the Feng family? Fangs are a rich family. This young master is an only son and is very valuable. It is also a good thing for Anqi to know him. Maybe they can meet each other? In the future, the young master Feng will also be your helper. If Mu Yuxuan gets along with him, it will be Mu Yuki and not you who will get his help in the future. Mu Yuxi did not refute, nor did he tell them that his relationship with Feng Kun was very bad. He just said, wait. Let's talk when there is a suitable opportunity. He wouldn't push Hu Anqi into the fire pit with his own hands, but if she insisted on jumping into the pit, he wouldn't stop her either. Mu Yuxuan meant something different to him. He owed Mu Yuxuan, so he held her tighter. As for Hu Qin and Hu Anqi, he gave everything he could to them in his previous life, so in this life, they were no longer his responsibility. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. After Mu Yuxi returned from Hu's house, he continued to worry about Mu Yuxuan's affairs. Having seen enough of his restlessness, Feng Weiming said, "Don't worry, Mu Yuxuan doesn't look favorably on Feng Kun." Mu Yuxi looked at him in surprise. Feng Weiming continued, "She is looking at Qinhe." Mu Yuxi knocked on the door of Mu Yuxuan's room. Mu Yuxuan opened the door and when saw that it was him, her eyes lit up, and she smiled sweetly. "Brother." Then she rushed over and hugged Mu Yuxi's arm, very intimately. Mu Yuxi's belly full of anger was poked with a hole, and his dark face suddenly eased a lot. There were many boys in the family, while Mu Yuxuan was the only girl. Thus, as her brother, Mu Yuxi's protection of her had always been especially meticulous. In her brother's eyes, Mu Yuxuan would always be the soft and sweet little girl that she was when they first met, always holding his fingers and calling him teddy brother. But it seemed that in the blink of an eye, Mu Yuxuan had become a slim girl, and she was in love with a stinky boy outside. ##. Mu Yuxi chose to forget his admiration for Qinhe and the deep friendship they had forged while living together in the same dormitory for many years. He wanted to break his neck for wanting to kidnap his sister away. Sitting down in Mu Yuxuan's room, and after being carefully served a cup of scented tea, Mu Yuxi asked in as light a tone as possible, "Xiao Xian, what's the matter with you and Qinhe?" Mu Yuxuan asked, but there was a suspicious blush on her smooth face. "Brother, what are you talking about?" Seeing her 10 white fingers twisted together, Mu Yuxi raised his eyebrows and looked at her with the meaning. "I know it all, no need to pretend. Hurry up and be honest." Mu Yuxuan said embarrassedly, "Brother, it's not what you think. Brother, he and I have nothing between us." "Brother, he? Brother, he?" Mu Yuxi snorted, "You don't like him, brother?" Mu Yuxuan stomped her feet reluctantly and gave Mu Yuxi a shameful look. Mu Yuxi was feeling sour. When did his Xiaoxian stare at him like this? Just like Mu Yuki, after liking someone, they threw him aside as their big brother. "You really don't like him? Well, I'll introduce him to a girlfriend," Mu Yuxi said. "Brother, don't?" Mu Yuxuan finally got a little anxious. Seeing this, Mu Yuxi couldn't hide his sadness as he looked at her. Mu Yuxuan guiltily stretched out a small distance between her index finger and thumb, and said shyly, I like him a little." They really couldn't blame Mu Yuxuan for this. Surrounded by 3 excellent brothers since childhood, Mu Yuxuan's aesthetic level had risen exponentially. The most ideal boyfriend in her mind was actually Mu Yuxi, who was tall, handsome, gentle, and considerate, and also very responsible at critical moments. Mu Yuxuan had never forgotten that car accident which took place when she was 8 years old. She never forgot that moment of unparalleled security when she was protected by Mu Yuxi. Mu Yuxi was her male god, even surpassing her father Mu Zhurong in her heart. Mu Yuxuan didn't show her thoughts, but her first crush was Mu Yuxi, because Mu Yuxi's identity had always been of an adopted son. Since he was an adopted son, he should not be related to her by blood, right? However, Mu Yuxuan did not have a shameful IQ. Although she once wished that this was true, as time passed, some things revealed that Mu Yuxi was her and Mu Yuki's half-brother. And she was sure of this. Mu Yuxuan was heartbroken. But she quickly figured it out. What kind of girlfriends and wives? You may not be able to be with the person you like forever. She had seen it a lot in the upper class, but a blood relationship could not be cut off. Mu Yuxi treated her so well and loved her so much, he would definitely not leave her alone just because he had a girlfriend or wife. When she had a boyfriend or husband, and the other party dared to bully her, she could ask her brother to beat him up. In Mu Yuxuan's opinion, Mu Yuxi was the most reliable of the 3 brothers in the family. Mu Yuki couldn't be counted on. He was a little brother and a weak chicken. Feng Weiming was too slender and cold, with low force value. Even knowing that he had learned taekwondo well did not change Mu Yuxuan's inherent impression of him. In elementary school, Mu Yuxuan was very well behaved. She studied hard and made progress every day. But once in junior high school, everyone seemed to have grown up all of a sudden, and her little girlfriends would bring up boys when they whispered in private. Mu Yuxuan's several outstanding brothers were naturally frequently mentioned male gods, and there were many girls who were filled with shyness and cowardice as they communicated with Mu Yuxuan in order to send love letters to them. But one time, the other party who was to receive the love letter became Qinhe, and Mu Yuxuan was a little stuck. Mu Yuxuan and Qinhe grew up as childhood sweethearts. Before the age of 4, Mu Yuxuan and Qinhe were not familiar with each other, but after the age of 4, Qinhe became the roommate of her 3 brothers, and it had remained so until now, and so Mu Yuxuan and Qinhe had gradually become familiar with each other. Like the 3 older brothers, Qinhe regarded himself as her protector, but it was not so conspicuous under the aura of Mu Yuxi. But when Mu Yuxuan recalled carefully, there were many scenes of Qinhe getting along with her in her memory. He was not as meticulous as Mu Yuxi, and sometimes seemed clumsy and helpless, but he was really good to her, very sincere and simple. Mu Yuxuan couldn't even believe that she kept ignoring him. She didn't feel happy when someone liked him and wanted to ask her to give him a love letter. Mu Yuxuan only had a vague affection for Qinhe, but she couldn't help but start to think about her marriage in a vague way. Yuxuan was sensitive and precocious, and when she understood what her adults were worrying about, she was immediately embarrassed. She wanted to scream. She was only 13. She never even had a boyfriend. She didn't want to become a couple with others. Don't decide to get her married so early. Especially when she learned that one of the candidates for her marriage was Feng Kun, the well-known playboy, the villain who was at odds with her brothers. Mu Yuxuan could not wait to die. However, Zhong Ruijin kept advocating for a marriage between her and Feng Kun, and Mrs. Mu's attitude was non-committal. This made Mu Yuxuan very anxious. Mu Yuxi didn't want to be too happy when he heard Mu Yuxuan talking about Feng Kun with a look of contempt, but then he felt something was wrong. You don't like Feng Kun. Why do you keep him in front of you? Mu Yuxuan looked pure and innocent as she stared at Mu Yuxi. Tell me, I promise not to be angry. Mu Yuxi drank tea calmly. Well, I didn't know if brother he likes me. Mu Yuxuan dragged her voice. She had the restraint of a girl, so she couldn't go directly to Qinhe and ask him if he liked her, right? Feng Kun was chasing after her. Mu Yuxi and the others would definitely get to know, and they would tell Qinhe a word or two at that time. If Qinhe felt the same about her as she did, he would definitely act. Her brother he was not a timid boy. It turned out that Mu Yuxuan was right. After Qinhe found out, he found her as soon as possible, and pulled her to the edge of the woods to confess. Oh, Q after she promised to be his girlfriend, Qinhe was very happy, and said that he would confess to Mu Yuxi and the others. The alarm bell rang in Mu Yuxuan's mind, and she held Qinhe back rationally. Mu Yuxi asked curiously, why stop Qinhe from telling us? Mu Yuxuan blinked at Mu Yuxi cautiously. Mu Yuxi smiled and said, I promise I won't be angry. Mu Yuxuan was so frightened that she immediately blurted out, because you are too concerned about me, brother? Mu Yuxi paused. This is not a good thing. Nov. L.B//JNN. Mu Yuxuan bit her lip and shook Mu Yuxi's arm begging for mercy. It's a good thing. Brother, you care more about me than my father, and stared at her more closely than her father. QAQ Mu Yuxuan had an intuition. If Qinhe really ran in front of Mu Yuxi and said that he was in love with her new boyfriend would definitely die miserably. She didn't doubt Mu Yuxi's determination to protect her at all. So, she took Feng Kun as an experiment and tried Mu Yuxi's reaction. As a result, Feng Kun was beaten into a pig's head. Although the murderer had not been found, it could not be inseparable from Mu Yuxi. Mu Yuxuan didn't want Qinhe to turn into a pig's head. She still liked his good-looking face. So, you'd rather watch me worrying about your affairs. It was estimated that Mu Yuxuan had surely seen Mu Yuxi's recent irritability, and she should also have known that it was because of her. I'm sorry, brother, Mu Yuxuan said guiltily. I know you are doing it for my own good, but I've grown up and I know what I want. Mu Yuxi didn't speak. From childhood to adulthood, you have been very good to me and Mu Yuki, caring about our food and drink, caring about our study, caring about our friends, more than our parents. You are the best brother in the world, Mu Yuxuan said, her eyes turning slightly red. But, what about yourself? Did you do something, not for us, but just for yourself? Mu Yuxi stared at her fiercely. Xiao Xian, what are you trying to say? Mu Yuxuan was very careful as she thought how to express herself. When she found that her feelings for Mu Yuxi were a bit too much, she often pondered a lot by herself. She had seen a lot of people of the same age with different mothers and fathers, but very few of them got along harmoniously, let alone those who loved each other like family. Before Mu Yuxi came to the house, her relationship with Mu Yuki was not very good, because Mu Yuki was always tired of her getting in the way, and she didn't like to be disliked, so she also always made fun of him. Feng Weiming had a cold personality and was difficult to get close to. Mu Yuki was afraid of him, and Mu Yuxuan was not familiar with him, but with Mu Yuxi's continuous efforts and patience, they got closer little by little. At that time, Mu Yuxi was such a small person, and he had done his best for them silently. From childhood to adulthood, he had the sensibleness that a child should not have and bore responsibilities that a child should never have to bear. Why did Mrs. Mew look at him with a hint of distress and guilt occasionally? He was just an adopted son, and since Mrs. Mew adopted him, she would definitely treat him well. If he wanted to repay her kindness, he could repay it when he grew up. There was no need for him to have such a big psychological burden. Unless he always felt that his existence was a mistake, and he was sorry for them. After consciously thinking about it, Mew Yuxuan let go of her feelings for Mew Yixi, and at the same time felt sorry for this brother. She had been waiting for an opportunity to openly confess to him. I know you are our half-brother, Mew Yuxuan said softly, but it's not your fault. You don't need to feel sorry for us. You don't need atonement. Mew Yixi was shocked and looked at Mew Yuxuan in disbelief. Mew Yuxuan leaned on his shoulder and said in a muffled voice, Brother, Mew Yuki and I have grown up and know how to protect ourselves. You should live your own life and have your own life. Mew Yixi couldn't remember how he got out of Mew Yuxuan's room. Mew Yuxuan had however reassured him that she would never mess with Qinhe while she was still young. Since he did not have an excuse to clean up Qinhe, Mew Yixi smiled and nodded reflexively, not knowing where to go. Then Mew Yixi came out and saw Feng Weiming standing outside. Mew Yixi and Mew Yuxuan were a boy and a girl, and it was not good for them to be in the same room alone after closing the door, so they didn't close the door when they were chatting just now. If Feng Weiming had been here all along, he would have heard all the words said between the brother and sister. Mew Yixi looked at Feng Weiming blankly for 2 seconds before barely pulling up the corners of his lips and passed him on his way back to his room. On the way, his left foot stumbled against his right foot, and he stumbled and almost fell. Feng Weiming moved faster than his thoughts, and immediately walked over to support him. Mew Yixi looked up at him, and his blank eyes slammed into Feng Weiming's heart. Feng Weiming sighed secretly, and he said softly, Mew Yixi, hold on. Back in his room, Mew Yixi seemed to have recovered, and said embarrassedly, Hey, I let you see a joke, I'm fine. Thank you, Ming Ming. Feng Weiming held his hand silently. Mew Yixi was stunned for a moment, then the expression on his face faded little by little. Silence spread between the two. After a long while, Feng Weiming said, A Xian cares about you. I know. Mew Yixi smiled bitterly, I didn't expect Mew Yuxuan to see it. In his new life, Mew Yuxi's goal was to be nice to Mrs. Mew, Mew Yuki, and Mew Yuxuan, and to do everything to make them happy and avoid any possible harm towards them. He thought that he was clever, that he did not leave a trace, and that everything was well concealed. Unexpectedly, even a 13-year-old girl could read his mind. Since Mew Yuxuan could see it, what about Mrs. Mew? Mew Yuxi felt that he had been stripped of his face. What was especially frustrating to him was that he couldn't help Mrs. Mew for the time being, but Mew Yuki and Mew Yuxuan already had their own ideas and felt disapproval and resistance to his interference. Mew Yuxuan's words were very pleasant, but they couldn't hide the meaning of brother, don't worry about me, take care of yourself first. He was single-mindedly devoted to their purpose in life and still did not gain their approval. But if he didn't make atonement to them for the mistakes he once made, what was the purpose of his rebirth? The goal set since childhood had failed, and Mew Yuxi was unprecedentedly at a loss. Don't you have anything else you want to do besides surrounding Mrs. Mew, Mew Yuki, and Mew Yuxuan? Even Feng Weiming couldn't help but ask. To be honest, Feng Weiming was also awakened after accidentally listening to what Mew Yuxuan said to Mew Yuxi. Feng Weiming knew Mew Yuxi better than others. All along, he took Mew Yuxi's actions in his eyes and knew that he had deep feelings for Mrs. Mew, Mew Yuki, and Mew Yuxuan. But Mew Yuxi's dedication to them had always given him an indescribable sense of dissonance. What he did was often very meticulous and careful, but the starting point was very strange. Preventing an adolescent younger brother from falling in love was quite unbelievable. Feng Weiming couldn't understand why Mew Yuxi had to be so careful. Mew Yuxuan's words made Feng Weiming suddenly enlightened. Mew Yuxi's feelings for Mrs. Mew, Mew Yuki, and Mew Yuxuan's were not as simple as simply caring, it was almost paranoid, and he imposed what he thought was right on them. Although so far, the facts had proved that he was correct, but what about later? He protected them so tightly, as if he wished to contain them in glass bottles. In the future, when Mew Yuki and Mew Yuxuan grew up, how will they face the complex and treacherous society? How would they take responsibility for their own life? Besides, where did he put himself? Was the meaning of his life all in others? What about his own life? I want them to be happy, Mew Yuxi said babblingly. For the first time, he confided his heartfelt thoughts to someone. Feng Weiming felt that Mew Yuxi was stupid at this moment. Mew Yuxi, they like you, they love you, and they also want you to be happy. Feng Weiming really felt that this was the most disgusting thing he had ever said in his life. Mew Yuxi looked at him and shook his head. You don't understand. Feng Weiming didn't know what he owed Mrs. Mew and to them. Why don't I understand? I know what it's like to like someone. Feng Weiming said lightly, looking deeply into Mew Yuxi's eyes. It's all the same. I hope to see the person I like happy and not suffering any hurt. Un/O/vel/b/n.c//om. Mew Yuxi looked at him in shock, because he saw the shallow but unquestionable affection in his eyes for him. Mew Yuxi, I dare to say that I like you. Do you dare to accept it? Who do you like? Mew Yuxi was so surprised that his voice changed. Feng Weiming lowered his eyelashes, tilted his head to touch his lips, and asked calmly, What do you think? Mew Yuxi was petrified. Ming Ming, are you kidding? It seemed like half a century had passed before Yixi found his voice. He was used to seeing Feng Weiming's face looking choked and annoyed. Just now Feng Weiming was playing tricks on him, right? He put so much effort. At most, it would just have made Feng Weiming not hate him, but like? Or this kind of love. He and Feng Weiming were both men? Do you think I want to like you this much? Feng Weiming raised his eyebrows slightly as if he was very reluctant to say it. Yixi looked at him blankly. What's so good about you? You're not as handsome as me. Yixi's eyes were out of the window. Feng Weiming actually thought he's handsome, not as good as me in studies, do not have as high an IQ as me, are treacherous and cunning, and always think of people as fools. I don't know if I'm a fool too. Feng Weiming's tone contained a touch of resentment. Falling in love with such a person, he was also very depressed. Okay. Originally, he thought that his attention to Yixi was because of Yuki and Yuxuan, but now, he couldn't deceive himself. He was not happy when he looked at other girls, and he didn't want to see him so tired and burdened for Mrs. Yuki and Yuxuan. He allowed him to be close to them, and would even let him run around for them without resisting, but he also wanted him to care more about himself, so he spent his time and energy in giving him helpful suggestions. If this was not liking, Feng Weiming didn't know what liking was. When did this start? Feng Weiming was also puzzled. Yixi never dreamt that his opponent from his previous life would confess to him. Of course, he didn't hate Feng Weiming, but this kind of love? Yixi unconsciously licked the lips that Feng Weiming touched just now. On Feng Weiming's snow-white cheek slowly appeared a touch of red, which made him look unbelievably beautiful. For a moment, Yixi forgot Mrs. Yuki and Yuxuan, and only heard the pounding sound of her heart. He whimpered and hugged his head. Let me think about it. Let me think about it. Yeah. In the dojo, Feng Weiming kicked Yixi to the ground with a spin. Because he didn't wear protective clothing, Yixi's fall was so strong that his face wrinkled in pain. Feng Weiming saluted him, then stretched out his hand. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Yixi grabbed his hand and was pulled up, however this caused his neck and shoulders to twist. No mercy. Mingming he couldn't help but wonder again, did Feng Weiming really like him? Would the person who liked him take the opportunity to beat him completely without letting him go? QAQ seemed to be the sense of Yixi's subtext. Feng Weiming smiled at him sideways, and it was as warm and delicate as melting ice and snow. He took Yixi's arm, leaned into his ear and said, "Of course I like you." While Yixi was lost in thought, a small hook kick brought him down again. Yixi was lying on the ground and looking up at Feng Weiming with a speechless face. Feng Weiming said with a solemn face, "Too careless. If the teacher knew about it, you would be embarrassed to tell others that you are a 3rd Dan black belt, right?" Yixi thought silently, "You just can't see me being promoted to 3rd Dan." As an academic bully, Feng Weiming had a very strong competitive spirit in his studies. His learning progress of Taekwondo was not as good as that of Yixi, and his notice of Yixi's intentional holding back in all aspects also made Feng Weiming feel a sense of anger in his heart. Yixi's performance after his confession was a bit abnormal, and Feng Weiming felt that 1 yardage was 1 yardstick. Such aberration actually disrespected him as an opponent, so he did not hold back his shots. In fact, Feng Weiming never had the consciousness to hold back even when fighting the person he liked, either. The lion fought the rabbit with all his strength, not to mention that there were only opponents in the dojo, and all that mattered was either winning or losing, right? Why would he want to give up everything just because he liked someone? Feng Weiming did not agree with this kind of compromising love. Yixi stood up without arguing with Feng Weiming, and walked out of the dojo, shaking his head, then he went to the locker room. Fortunately, the dojo was not open today. They skipped class because Yixi needed to adjust his mood under the successive strikes. If other familiar students saw the gentle and graceful senior brother they admired showing such a slack head, they would surely be disillusioned. Feng Weiming slowly followed behind him. When he got to the dressing room, Yixi had already brought out his towels and clothes. Feng Weiming's mood improved immediately. He crossed his arms against his chest, and suddenly hooked the corner of his lower lip. "Do you want to take a shower together?" Yixi was about to take his clothes into the dressing room to take a shower and change clothes when he heard the words, so he paused and looked at Feng Weiming. Feng Weiming was wearing a white taekwondo uniform with a black belt around his waist. Because of the vigorous exercise just now, his shirt was open a little, and it was a little messy, revealing a small piece of fair skin, while the rest was belted. His usually expressionless face was sweaty and flushed, such that it kindled a desire for beauty within him. Yixi threw the things in his hand suddenly, narrowed his eyes and approached Feng Weiming. Feng Weiming raised his chin slightly, as he looked at him without smiling. "Have you played enough? I'm 15, not 5, Yixi said viciously. He knew that Feng Weiming was irresistibly beautiful, but he hadn't thought about it yet. Was it necessary to use this advantage to bully him so quickly? He was so sure that he didn't dare to touch him? 15-year-old boys did not have so much they could do together. For example, watching pornographic films together. It was not good for bamboo horses to grow up together, so they still knew the bottom line. Feng Weiming saw through Yixi's sternness at a glance and thought that Yixi did not dare to touch a finger on him. But Feng Weiming's words weren't all joking, he really didn't mind doing something. Feng Weiming grew up in China, but his thinking was more westernized. Since he somehow liked the person, he wouldn't hesitate. He wanted Mu Yixi to give him a happy answer. No one could be sure of the future, so there was no need to consider the entire lifetime. It was normal to fall in love before marriage, and it was normal to have some intimate encounters. It was okay to say when there was no one whom he liked. With someone who he liked, Feng Weiming wouldn't be embarrassed as long as they were both 18 years old. After so many years, Mu Yixi was one of the very few people that he rarely refused to get close to, although he was helpless at first, but later he got used to it. Frustrated face. Thinking of this, Feng Weiming's eyes became more provocative. Don't make me look down on you, Mu Yixi. Don't you like Xiaoqi? Mu Yixi was very puzzled. If Feng Weiming liked men, he thought that the first one should be Mu Yixi. No matter the last life or this life, how much he cared for Mu Yixi almost went against his nature. In the last life, he was an enemy, and in this life, Mu Yixi had brought him one more look. So, Mu Yixi could never believe that Feng Weiming would like him. Feng Weiming said, "Are you rejecting me? If you don't want to, you can say it directly. What are you doing talking about Mu Yixi?" Mu Yixi was his own younger brother. How could he like him? His thoughts were not that messy. Mu Yixi looked at Feng Weiming's face, unable to say a single yes. It was not an ordinary temptation to be able to pluck the high mountain grass from the Yan-affiliated middle school with a nod. Mu Yixi couldn't help but breathe quickly at the thought of having the opportunity to suppress Feng Weiming. Seeing Mu Yixi's eyes light up, Feng Weiming suddenly had a sense of crisis. "Take a shower, then go back," Feng Weiming said, but as soon as he finished speaking, his waist was hugged by Mu Yixi and pressed on the locker to kiss. Mu Yixi and Mu Yixi were in a cold war. So, for a long time, Mu Yuki's attitude towards Mu Yixi was neither salty nor light. At the beginning, Mu Yixi tried to talk and explain, but Mu Yixi couldn't get past it, so he just put on an air and didn't respond with a stern face. Mu Yixi seemed to be hit hard. After all, this was the first time that Mu Yixi has resisted him so much. Just when Mu Yixi felt a little guilty and regretted and wanted to soften up, Feng Weiming couldn't bear to see it first, and said coldly, "Let him make trouble, don't be good to him in the future, he is self-inflicted by liking to be coaxed and deceived." Then he pulled up Mu Yixi and left. Mu Yixi was very sad and lost as he was dragged away, and him looking back made Mu Yixi feel that he had done a big mistake. Mu Yixi wanted to cry without tears. The more he thought about it, the more clearly he realized that he had been making trouble unreasonably. If he hadn't cared about him and feared that he wouldn't believe his one-sided words, Mu Yixi would definitely not have tried so hard to make him face Xiaoyi's true face. But he glared at his brother, who had helped him with everything from childhood to adulthood, and roared. Mu Yixi ran to find Yanyu and took him as a tree-hole one to talk to. He didn't know when this habit started. Yanyu was always calm and patient to him. When he looked at people softly, the people being watched would unknowingly say a lot of things that would usually have remained unspoken. Till Mu Yixi reached 15 years old, his life had been smooth sailing. His family was harmonious, he had his parents' love, his brothers and sister were close and friendly, and he was popular in the school. In addition to the blessings of his family, he was also outstanding, and he was very proud of this capital. The only thing that could be called a setback to him was his injury while playing football, and the lack of a career path in his life. This was not really counted, since Mu Yixi has long known that with his identity, it was impossible for him to really devote himself to football as a career, let alone the international stage. He could not even think about the national level. Because he knew this, he worked so hard in the inter-school competitions so as not to leave regrets. So, although he injured his leg later, Mu Yixi didn't regret it. There was really nothing to complain about in life so far, and no one had done anything to deserve his wrath. But Mu Yixi just screwed up inexplicably. He didn't want to live an obedient life anymore. He learned bad things and went to have a puppy love. He didn't expect his girlfriend to be a person who would step on two boats too and play him like a monkey. Finally, it was his dearest brother who had to reveal the truth. Mu Yixi felt really embarrassed. He still didn't accept his brother's kindness, and he hurt himself as well as hurt his brother. But a boy's self-esteem was such a strange thing. Mu Yixi could express his guilt and repentance in front of Yanyu, but he couldn't bow his head and admit his fault in front of Mu Yixi. At this time, Yanyu told him a story. Nov.L.B//JNN. The protagonist in the story was an unwanted child. Because of the indifference of his biological father and the snobbishness of his biological mother, he had to endure many unimaginable sufferings. Later, his biological father found him, regretted his past actions, and sacrificed a lot to make it up to him. But he couldn't forgive him, and he wanted him to fall into the mud, while he took pleasure in watching his biological father's pain. Later, he had an accident, and his half-brother saved him. Although he was rescued, the younger brother's legs were crippled. This younger brother had hated him all his life, because he was also innocent in this issue, and his sudden appearance as his older brother made his family break down. Further, due to the influence of this, his personality changed greatly, becoming violent and rebellious, and he paid a very painful price to turn it around. So, the younger brother said to his elder brother, "Don't think that you have it the worst in the world. If you really can't live, die far away, and don't make my dad sad." But by then it was too late. His younger brother was disabled, and his younger brother's biological mother couldn't wait to eat him, and his biological father had given up on him. His life had become meaningless again, a mistake that should not exist. There were a lot of ups and downs. Some people tried to love him, but that was also destroyed by his own hands. This story seemed to have nothing to do with Miyuki's troubles. But through Yenya's description, Miyuki was fascinated unconsciously. He grew up in a loving environment and was thus unable to imagine the life of the protagonist of the story. If his parents were replaced by the protagonist's biological parents, and his brother was replaced by the younger brother in the story, Miyuki couldn't help shivering. What about later? Miyuki asked. It was okay not to get it, but to get it and destroy it with one's own hands. He was afraid the days after that would have been difficult. Later? Yenyu took a sip of tea and said leisurely. Afterwards, he ignored everything and sat here telling a story to a young man who wanted to die because he got too much. Miyuki, so the story was made up to give him chicken soup for the soul? It was so moving, as if he had experienced it personally. Of course it was impossible at Yenya's age, although the background of the story and Yenya's situation were somewhat similar. Unable to lose his temper in Yenya's face, Miyuki tried to calm down by drinking tea. He wasn't untouched either. To put it bluntly, it was to cherish these words. Whether family, love, or friendship, many times it could not withstand consumption. If you could rely on people's deep feelings for you, you would have nothing to fear. He dared to yell at Mu Jurong and Mu Yixi. Didn't he just think that they would tolerate him and always love him? Mu Jurong was his father, so he would not give up on him, but Mu Yixi was just his eldest brother. If one day he wasn't able to stand it, the relationship between the two brothers would be over. Miyuki was ashamed to find that he had been enjoying his brother's efforts over the years, and had gradually started taking it for granted, and never thought of returning back. Thinking of this, why would Miyuki continue to be so tough? He had to go back and find his brother obediently. When he returned to the dormitory and saw Miyuki and Feng Weiming, he hadn't figured out how to talk to him. Miyuki smiled when he saw that he had taken the initiative to come over and reached out to wrap his arms around his shoulders without any hesitation, but he suddenly moved. His arm, which was about to go around his shoulders, turned into Pat's. Was this him having scruples after his indifferent attitude before? Miyuki felt guilty and moved, and said in a loud voice, "Brother, before I'm sorry." Miyuki glanced at Feng Weiming. Just now, when he was habitually trying to hug Miyuki's shoulder, the other party's eyes shifted. And when he looked over, the look in his eyes was extremely cold, so Miyuki reflexively switched to patting, thinking sweetly in his heart, "Vinegar jar?" So, when he heard Miyuki's apology, he couldn't react for a while, and said casually, "It's okay." With an impeccable perfect smile. "My brother has always been so kind to me." Miyuki felt that the care was too good to be repaid. Miyuki asked, "Are you free this weekend?" Miyuki immediately said, "I'm free. There must be time, and if there was no time, he would make time for his brother." Miyuki said, "He asked us to go to the hot spring." "Okay." Miyuki agreed first, and then asked strangely, "Why did he suddenly invite us to the hot spring?" Miyuki smiled, and this was the first time Miyuki saw such a fake smile on his brother's face. Miyuki said, "You don't know yet, right? Xiaoxian promised to be Qinhe's girlfriend." His tone was exaggeratedly happy. Miyuki thought he had heard it wrong. Xiaoxian and Qinhe have become a couple. Miyuki repeated it again, and said, "He invited us to go to the hot spring, in order to celebrate the good news together." Good news? His tone was a little dark. He? These two words sounded as if he was eager to eat the other's flesh. Miyuki sighed and said, "What good news?" Qinhe, who was walking by the woods while holding his newly baked girlfriend's hands, suddenly sneezed fiercely. The place where Qinhe had invited Miyuki and the others to go was a hot spring hotel. This hot spring hotel was built on a mountain, with a natural geothermal heat spring which had running water, and the spring was also very clean and clear, which was very rare. The property of the hotel was originally recorded in the name of Qinhe's grandfather Qin Shishang, and it was not open to the public except for the people of Qin's family. However, in order to celebrate Qin Zhensin and Yenkai's reunion, Qin Shishang gave them the hotel with a stroke of his pen. But this was only in name. In fact, it was in the name of their only child Qinhe. Owning a hot spring hotel at the age of 15, Qinhe was the only one in the Qin family. This was not only because of Qinhe's own excellence, but also because he had a father named Yenkai. The Qin family had not been as good as before in recent years. Before Yenkai and Qin Zhengxing separate, Qinhe's second uncle Qin Zhengfeng and Yenkai were fighting against each other, but because it was accidentally revealed that Yenkai had a wife and son before marrying Qin Zhensin. With the divorce of Yenkai and Qin Zhensin, Yenkai's family was defeated, since Qin Zhensin found it difficult to support her position by herself. Qin Zhensin and Qin Zhengfeng were born from different mothers, so Qin Zhengfeng was not polite to this sister, and thus Qin Zhensin was gradually squeezed into the corner. Qin Shishang had already suffered a heart attack. Although he survived the death hurdle, his energy was not as strong as before. In this way, Qin Zhengfeng took over most of the power. Qin Zhengfeng, who had no Yenkai as his opponent, slowly became arrogant and foolish. Even if he used to have some shrewdness, he lost it after that. Several scandals happened one after another, which made the Qin family disgraced and lost. It was so bad that Qin Shishang got so angry that he almost went to the hospital again. The lack of talents in the second generation of the Qin family really made Qin Shishang exhausted. However, the company with poor performance that was handed over to Yinkai before had become more and more prosperous under the operation of Yinkai and had grown at an astonishing speed. In the past 10 years, it had become an extremely profitable medium-sized enterprise, and it had turned to diversification in an orderly manner. Over time, it might not even be impossible for him to build another Qin family. There were many shareholders of the Qin family who had been good friends with Yinkai. Before Qin Zhensin insisted on getting a divorce, some of them persuaded Qin Zhensin against it, citing her age and qualifications, but she pushed them back hard. Now that Yinkai's company had a promising future, it became that Qin Zhensin let a chicken that could lay golden eggs slip away in their mouths, and they couldn't help but criticize her in front of Qin Shishang. Qin Shishang also regretted it. Qin Zhensin was his daughter, born by the original wife, but because of Qin Shishang's bad relationship with the main room one, Qin Shishang had married several people, and everyone was from a rich family. It was no wonder that the relationship with him were not good, so Qin Shishang's love for her was only ordinary, and he also thought that as a woman, she was not a good pampered lady, but wanted to go out to work like a man, so she was a bit embarrassing to him. Because of this, when Qin Zhensin was chasing a poor boy at that time, Qin Shishang ignored it and let her toss about. Unexpectedly, this poor boy had some abilities. Originally, he only held a small position in the Qin family, but he managed to climb up slowly and steadily. Qin Shishang had the heart to use him as a whetstone for his son. Compared with his daughter, of course, it was his son that he valued more. With his support, Yankai immediately rose to the top and directly competed with Qin Zhengfeng, Qin Shishang's only remaining son, who was still worth seeing. Qin Zhengfeng drove Yankai out. Qin Shishang thought that this son had really experienced everything. Given his physical problems, he finally chose to let go of his power. He never expected to let out a big thunder and ruin the company he had worked so hard for. Only then did Qin Shishang realize that Yankai was really not simple. He regarded this son-in-law as his son's whetstone and planned to throw it away when he was finished. It was estimated that Yankai could see through his abacus from early in the game, and while he took advantage of his ideas, he did not forget to support the most capable of Qin Zhengfeng's men. These assistants resigned after Yankai left the Qin family. Later, Qin Shishang checked and found out that they went to Yankai's company. Whether it was poaching or a nail that had been arranged earlier, Qin Shishang would have lived his life in vain if he couldn't see it still. Because Yankai knew very well that when Qin Zhengfeng was well, he would be well. If he really beat Qin Zhengfeng down, Qin Shishang would be the first to let him go. Qin Shishang was stubborn and conceited and could not tolerate people with foreign surnames aiming for the Qin family. If he found that Yankai had such an ability to take care of his plans, not only would he not be reused, but he would be completely blocked, making him unable to get along in Xinan City, and even Qin Zhensin would not be able to save him. So, once Yankai left and established a firm foothold in Xinan City, he allowed Qin Shishang to see the clues. When Qin Shishang really saw his ability, it would be when he will get his wife, son, and even the Qin family. Because Qin Shishang had no choice. If Qin Shishang was 20 years younger, Yankai's tricks would not be taken seriously by him at all. With just one finger, he could easily crush Yankai to death. But Qin Shishang was old, and his body couldn't stand the blow. He urgently needed a competent person to help him stabilize the Qin family's situation, so as to give the Qin family a buffer period for the third generation to grow up. Compared with others, Yankai was indeed the best choice. His ability was enough, his mind was deep and meticulous, but he was also very affectionate and righteous. At the beginning, he was able to divorce Qin Zhensin for a son who was only related by blood but for whom he had no feelings. After that, he was able to get back Qin Zhensin and Qin He, and he did not get involved with things like prostitutes or gambling even after nearly 10 years. Instead, he concentrated on developing the company to make all of the Qin family look up to him. If his son named Yanyu was a worry, Qin Shishang would have to worry that Yankai would train him to compete with Qin He for the inheritance, but Yanyu didn't even go to high school, and he was addicted to so-called art and had opened a small shop. Moreover, he was so pure and with so few worldly desires that he could even become a monk, and Yankai also left him alone. Qin Shishang finally believed that as long as Qin Zhensin and Qin He were there, even if Yankai was in power, the Qin family would not become the Yan family. And if Qin He was capable enough, Qin Shishang would not refuse to let him take over the Qin family. Anyway, his surname was Qin, and he had half the blood of the Qin family. So, while Qin Zhensin was willing to reunite with Yankai, Qin Shishang lowered his noble head and began to show affection to them. Over the years, Qin He had experienced the warmth and affection of human beings too in the Qin family, so he had grown up quickly. He had learned a lot under Yankai's teaching. He thus would not be moved by such a thing as receiving a hotel as a gift. However, after getting a girlfriend, this hotel could be regarded as something to entertain her, so Qin He felt that this gift was useful. Yankai and Qin Zhensin had given their one-sided support for Mu Yuxuan as Qin He's little girlfriend. Yankai was very clear about what the Mu family girl meant to Qin He, and he also knew that Mu Yuxuan's brothers were all good children who should not be underestimated, and they were good friends with Qin He. There couldn't be better resources. Qin Zhensin was on good terms with Mrs. Mu. She had watched Mu Yuxuan grow up and was very satisfied with the teachings of the Mu family and Mu Yuxuan's appearance. So, he gave the green light to Qin He's behavior of pleasing his girlfriend and her brothers. The people who were going to the hot spring were Chin-hee and Mu Yuxuan, the three brothers, Yan-yu and Lin Pei. Mu Yuxuan knew that Mu Yuki was secretly in love, and the reason for not making it public was that the identity of the girl would not be approved by the elders in the family, but she was a younger sister, and she felt that as long as Mu Yuki was happy, she also wanted to meet this sister-in-law, so it was implied that Mu Yuki could bring a girl there, because this time was just to be with each other. This time they had gone to the hot spring hotel to spend the night. Mu Yuxuan was in love, but her reason still existed. It was acceptable to hold hands with her boyfriend, but it was impossible for it to go further. She was still young. Her first love must be pure. And under the eyes of her brothers, Chin-hee also didn't dare to do anything too much unless he didn't want to live, and by the standards of her brothers, he might even be prepared to be beaten when he held her hand. Mu Yuxuan would definitely live in a room alone and would not share her room with any men, including brothers. If there was one more girl, she would have a partner who could stay in the same room with her. Mu Yuxuan didn't know that Mu Yuki and his girlfriend had broken up, and this invitation just hit his freshly healed scar. Mu Yuki covered his traumatized heart and thought about it, so he pestered Yan-yu to accompany him, and asked Mu Yuxi to invite Lin Pei to accompany Mu Yuxuan. Chin-hee and Mu Yuxuan were a couple, and Mu Yuki didn't want to be an annoying light bulb, really. Feng Weiming was still angry because he was rude to Mu Yuxi last time. Besides, Feng Weiming and Mu Yuxi had a better relationship than his relationship with him. They would definitely chat together and leave him alone. So, he called Lin Pei for Mu Yuxuan's sake. Lin Pei was familiar with the others, and she was well-rounded, so it wouldn't be a bad thing. But Mu Yuki didn't want to give her the illusion that he wanted to date her, so he asked Mu Yuxi to call her, and he pulled Yan-yu to accompany him. Yan-yu was Chin-hee's eldest brother. Everyone knew him and would not feel uncomfortable. As for whether Lin Pei would feel isolated when everyone else was in pairs, Mu Yuki, who was a little careless in the relationship between men and women, never thought of this. But Mu Yuxi thought of it and reminded her when he called Lin Pei. Lin Pei happily agreed to go and said that she would not bring other people. Just kidding. If she could get along with Mu Yuki alone at close range, she would obviously not call other competitors. Seeing Lin Pei's expression, Mu Yuxi guessed that Mu Yuki's calculations would not go so smoothly. It was a good idea to go to the hot spring, but the real trip was to be made after the results of the high school entrance examination. Mrs. Mu didn't want them to play wildly before the high school entrance examination, so she only allowed them to go after the senior high school entrance examination. Feng Weiming inexplicably said that he would wait for the results to come out before leaving, and Mu Yuxi agreed that since he didn't know the results, his heart was always hanging, and he would not be happy. Mu Yuki and Chin-hee were speechless. Mu Yuki thought, with their grades, it is certain that they will be successfully promoted to the high school department of Yan High School affiliated, so why worry? But recently, he had the heart to be nice to Mu Yuxi, so he basically agreed with whatever Mu Yuxi said. This time was no exception. He agreed to go after the results come out. He also said that he wanted to know the results, and rest assured, Chin-hee took this trip to the hot spring a little bit as a process of getting the blessing of his girlfriend's brothers and receiving their review and affirmation, but he was still feeling uneasy at this level. However, Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming, who were about the same level of intelligence and ability, delayed the date again and again. Chin-hee wondered if they saw through his mentality and were deliberately embarrassing him. It should and must be. Chin-hee would never forget the look in Mu Yuxi's eyes after Mu Yuxuan confessed their relationship to Mu Yuxi, and Chin-hee, who thought he was strong enough, couldn't help but shiver. Mu Yuki had also been thinking about finding a time to go to the playground with him to talk about life alone. Now it was easy to drag the time like this, and Chin-hee didn't dare to say a word. The results of the senior high school entrance examination came out. Sure enough, everyone was successfully admitted to the high school department of Yan affiliated high school, and the results were good. The only surprise was that Feng Weiming, who had always been at the top of the list, only took the second place this time, and the first one was Mu Yuxi. When he got the results, Mu Yuki saw Feng Weiming's face become as black as the bottom of a pot for a moment, as he suddenly turned back to stare at Mu Yuxi, his eyes cold and fierce, as if he wanted to freeze Mu Yuxi and take a bite. And Mu Yuxi smiled at him like Mona Lisa. Mu Yuki scratched his head in confusion, always feeling that something had happened behind his back. Ah! Lin Pei exclaimed a little, as she staggered and almost fell. Zero. Mu Yuki almost reached out to help her because of his conditional reflex, but then he thought that he should not give support to Lin Pei's unrealistic fantasies anymore, and quickly retracted his hand. Yan-yu was walking near the two of them. Seeing this, he walked up to Lin Pei and asked softly, "Do you need help?" The group had come to the hot spring hotel early in the morning. L.B//JNN. The mountain on which the hotel was built was about 200 meters high, neither too steep nor too high, but it was undeveloped and there was no special mountaineering road, and the path was also quite wild. There were only two girls in the group, Mu Yuxuan and Lin Pei. Mu Yuxuan had Chin-hee as her boyfriend to protect her throughout the whole process. Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming, the two older brothers, followed them step by step. The people remaining were Mu Yuki, Yan-yu, and Lin Pei. Yan-yu was 19 years old, the oldest of all, and he was automatically and consciously pressed last. Mu Yuki and him were only half an inch apart, almost walking side by side. Especially when Lin Pei, who was walking in front, showed signs of slowing down, Miyuki deliberately distanced himself from her and walked behind Yenyu several times. Yenyu could see clearly the dark tide between the boy and the girl, and a faint interest arose in his heart. Lin Pei was a pretty smart girl. She was interested in Miyuki, but at this time, she didn't pretend to be weak. She didn't entangle Miyuki to protect her, but she showed a sharpness and strength different from ordinary ladies. However, at the same time, she showed the fragility of a girl as well. For example, she tried her best, but her physical strength was still not as good as that of boys. She walked in the back position, her breathing was a little short, and she occasionally tripped over small branches and rocks, but she quickly managed to stabilize, creating a soft but hard-working image. Yenyu could see through it because Lin Pei's legs were flexible and strong, and her steps were light. Obviously, she was used to sports, and was not the kind of girl who would be tripped even when she climbed a mountain road. Miyuki was trying to avoid Lin Pei as much as possible and didn't notice this. But under Lin Pei's deliberate calculation, he who was squinting at first, gradually he found it a little unbearable to be led by her, and he almost reached out to help her as she wished. But Miyuki's unbearable heart was out of morality, not the love between a man and a woman. With this kind of character, in the face of such a scheming suitor, it would be worse when Miyuki really had a girlfriend. Yenyu had heard Miyuki talk about what had happened with his brother Yixi and his ex-girlfriend Xia Weiwei. There had been no mention of Lin Pei, but when he saw her today, Yenyu felt that apart from Yuxi's reason, Lin Pei should not be free of credit in getting Miyuki to break up with his ex-girlfriend. Yenyu had never been a nosy person, but Miyuki was so pitiful that he was fooled, so he specially invited him, and Yenyu could not really stand by. As soon as Yenyu spoke, Miyuki breathed a sigh of relief. The person Lin Pei wanted was not Yenyu, so she said with a smile, "I can do it, no need to help, thank you." Yenyu got in the way, so Lin Pei was a little annoyed at first, but when she looked up and saw Yenyu's calm and peaceful face, her annoyance disappeared unexpectedly. Yenyu had a magical power that made people feel calm. Lin Pei suddenly felt that she had worked hard for Miyuki for a long time anyway, and she didn't need to rush it now. Lin Pei's pace slowed down, and Miyuki was not so alert anymore. Lin Pei talked to Yenyu, and as soon as Yenyu's soft and pleasant voice came out, the atmosphere slowly became harmonious. Miyuki listened to it for a while, and then naturally followed along. The atmosphere of several people suddenly became unprecedentedly harmonious. Yixi listened to all the movements behind him and chuckled silently. With Yenyu here, it seemed that he didn't have to worry about Miyuki being duped by Lin Pei. He continued following Qinhe and Miyuxuan, who were walking forward while holding hands. Yixi was now extremely displeased with Qinhe, but he couldn't show it in front of Miyuxuan, so he had to turn his face away and look at Feng Weiming. Feng Weiming walked obliquely in front of him without saying a word, not giving him a single look, even from the corner of his eye. As a new couple, the response was indeed lukewarm. However, Miyuxi's smiling face did not show annoyance. Since the deep kiss at the dojo, their relationship had been settled. However, in this regard, they were both new, and the couples around them are all male and female couples that could not be used for reference. How to get along as a couple was a bit confusing for both of them. Feng Weiming did not offer advice, but Miyuxi followed his own ideas and took him to watch pornographic films. At this time, computers had started to become popular, and each of the child in the Mew family had a high-end computer. The speed of watching videos online could not keep up, but it was no problem to buy a small yellow disc and insert a CD-ROM. So, while everyone was asleep, Miyuxi walked into Feng Weiming's room, locked the door, inserted the disc, and the two of them, each with one earplug, leaned against each other and watched. The film was chosen by Miyuxi, half of which was based on the knowledge of an elder brother, and the other half took into account the acceptance of Feng Weiming, so he chose a domestic film, the kind which was shot on a small scale. But when Feng Weiming saw a naked man on the camera, his face was already tense and he didn't want to look at it, and his little face was very warm in the dark. Miyuxi was so happy that he almost burst into tears, because a certain part of his was very cooperative that night. With Feng Weiming by his side, he already reacted when he watched the film. Miracle? Miyuxi didn't pay attention to the humming sound in his ears. He struck Feng Weiming's hand while the iron was hot and pressed it on his own. First of all, he said brother is not incompetent. If he can't stand up in the future, it's definitely not his problem. Feng Weiming's hand shrank as if it was scalded by the fire, and the whole person was not well. Although Feng Weiming didn't expect to be a virgin at the age of 18, there was a gap between his thinking and actual combat. He was not mentally prepared yet. How could Miyuxi be so bold and start playing hooligan? Seeing Feng Weiming staring at him, Miyuxi didn't stop. Feng Weiming was still young, he didn't really plan to do anything, it was just that he had lived 2 lives, and his body reaction at this time was the most surprising. He couldn't wait to find out whether the reason was watching the movie or Feng Weiming. So, he pressed Feng Weiming's hand and rubbed it and then was kicked out of bed by Feng Weiming. Miyuxi got up and watched the villain Feng Weiming complain first. What's the matter with you? The tone was very disappointing, as if to say, what's the fuss about swelling? This is a normal thing, don't you dare to do it? Who provoked it first? Feng Weiming naturally couldn't say I'm not ready. Besides, he was the one who confessed first, and agreed to watch pornography together. It was unscientific for a couple to watch pornography together and do nothing. Feng Weiming still had this common sense. Now that he had kicked Mu Yixi out of bed, Feng Weiming did not admit that he was shrinking from the battle. Feng Weiming's head turned quickly, and after a while, he said sternly, "We haven't decided on who is the top and who is the bottom on the bed." Now that he had confessed, baby Feng already has some basic knowledge. Mu Yixi was stunned for a moment and looked at him calmly. "I want to be the top. What about you?" Mu Yixi's desire to control was very strong. Of course he wanted to be the leading one. Feng Weiming said without hesitation, "Top." Mu Yixi looked at Feng Weiming. This extremely beautiful child was shorter than him and thinner than him, and his body shape was also not top material. Just after this interaction, his hair was messed up, his eyes were moist, his face was flushed, his breathing was slightly short, the pajama buttons that were buttoned to the neck were half unbuttoned, and his pajama bottoms were also crumpled and crooked in an attractive direction. This made people want to press and rub him. Well, Mu Yixi could bet that Feng Weiming had no concept of the specific operation of top, and he was just arguing with him, because he didn't want to continue doing it at the moment. Mu Yixi felt that this was a great opportunity. He said, "But we have to choose one." Feng Weiming nodded, "Yes." Mu Yixi asked, "How do you want to decide?" Feng Weiming said, "High school entrance examination results." He hadn't finished before Mu Yixi's brows furrowed. Feng Weiming was very clear that this was unfair, because his grades were at the top of the list all the year round, while Mu Yixi's grades could only be considered to be in the middle, and it was very remarkable for him to be occasionally squeezed into the top 10 of the grade. Mu Yixi would definitely disagree if it was decided only by the results of the high school entrance examination. So, Feng Weiming quickly added, "And Taekwondo." Mu Yixi's Taekwondo was quite good, and he was already a third-degree black belt. Although the two won and lost when they were sparring, Feng Weiming knew that Mu Yixi sometimes lost because he was not serious. So, he just took this opportunity to let Mu Yixi compete with him seriously. In this way, whoever won these two at the same time would be the top. "Ming Ming, you are delaying time on purpose. You don't want to do it?" Mu Yixi asked suspiciously. Feng Weiming had an advantage in the high school entrance examination results, and Mu Yixi could be slightly better in Taekwondo if he is serious. If both of them won one and lost one, the problem of top would not be solved. Feng Weiming raised his chin and said coldly, "Are you afraid?" Mu Yixi shrugged and said thoughtfully, "Listening to you, I'm not in a hurry, I'll wait for you to be ready." Feng Weiming knew that Mu Yixi was watching, however Feng Weiming felt a lot better when he said the understanding words, so he took the rare initiative to say soft words, "I don't hate kissing." Mu Yixi smiled. What was he waiting for? He bowed his head and kissed him. But as soon as the high school entrance examination results came out, Feng Weiming thought, "Oh, damn, I'll wait for you to be ready." Mu Yixi, this nasty thing, was acting weak even in the usual exams? No wonder Mu Yixi had beaten him every time in the dojo since watching porn with him, had been waiting for this day. Feng Weiming was so angry that his teeth were itching, and he did not calm down until now, and regarded Mu Yixi as heir. Mu Yixi was so good-natured that he was almost never beaten or scolded. He didn't care when Feng Weiming could be eaten, however it was now certain that he would be eaten since he had won, and everything else was unimportant. Feng Weiming ignored him and walked away on his own. Mu Yixi was bored and still went to tease him. As if nothing had happened, he came to Feng Weiming's side and walked shoulder to shoulder with him. Taking advantage of the gap between his arms, he quickly stretched out his fingers to hook his. Feng Weiming glared at him from the corner of his eye. "Get out." Mu Yixi smiled, "Won't get out." Feng Weiming, "Let others see it." Mu Yixi, "Don't be afraid, no one will think of going there." Feng Weiming hummed, trying to look away from Mu Yixi's rude face. Mu Yixi, "Hey, Ming Ming, don't act like a little girl." Feng Weiming shot a cold look at him. "You are a little girl." Mu Yixi, yes, I'm just a little girl." Feng Weiming, "Why do I like this product?" The group climbed to the top of the mountain, sweating and panting. However, the scenery on the top of the mountain was quite good. Their eyes were full of greenery, the breeze was blowing, and the fragrance of flowers and plants could be smelt. There was a small pool not far away. The pool was covered with moss, but the water was crystal clear. Looking far into the distance, the city had shrunk into a small ball. They could no longer heard the hustle and bustle, and their hearts suddenly felt refreshed. Lunch was barbecue as suggested by Mu Yixi. The oven, utensils, and ingredients had been taken to the designated location by the staff of the Hot Spring Hotel in advance, and they had told them that they would barbecue by themselves when they had climbed up. The young masters and mistresses who were present there had lived a life of pampering. Although they had eaten barbecue, it was the kind of food that was cooked by others, deliberately picked, and then brought to the table for them to eat. It was the first time they would be doing it themselves, and because it felt very novel, everyone was eager to try it. As the proposer, Mu Yixi assigned the work with a well-understood authoritative attitude. The task of igniting and burning charcoal was handed over to Jinhee. Mu Yixi was responsible for cleaning up the weeds and leaves, Yan Yu moved the table and stool, and the two girls washed and set the dishes. Feng Weiming, "Sit down and rest for a while, you're tired," Mu Yixi said gently, taking out a tissue and wiping his smooth forehead like he was a treasure. The cool and sweat-free Feng Weiming, "Brother is partial?" Mu Yuxuan pretended not to obey. Mu Yixi turned back and smiled. "Xiao Xian, please rest for a while, and ask Jinhee to do your share." Mu Yuxuan immediately looked at him with a look of "brother is too bad." Anyone could see that Yixi was deliberately tossing He, as he specially entrusted him with the task of igniting charcoal. And He was trying his best to perform, without saying a word, as he rolled up his sleeves to work. If He even took over Yixuan's job, he would definitely be happy. However, Yixuan felt sorry for He, and she couldn't support her brother's move, so how could she increase her boyfriend's burden? Yixuan obediently held the barbecue fork to clean. She smiled sweetly at He, when passing by him, who was holding the stove with the charcoal pile which had made his hands dark. He's eyes were shining, and he looked more motivated. Yuki came over with a handful of dry leaves and placed them between them. I heard that this one burns faster, Il added in. Then he threw all the leaves into the stove, making a mess. He looked at him. Yuki smiled, but it didn't look like a smile. Sorry, he just broke up and couldn't stand the stimulation of dog abuse. He lowered his head and continued to work silently. Seeing this, Yixuan stomped on Yuki's foot with a sweet smile and walked to He's side to accompany him. The older he grew, the more serious and tough his looks and temperament became, and because he was in the period of voice change, he didn't like to talk much, but he never gave a cold face to Yixuan, and said softly, "It's dirty here, don't come over. Go there and have a rest." He longed for a cute sister when he was a child, but when Yixuan really became his sister, he didn't want her to be just his sister. He understood that his thoughts had changed much earlier than Yixuan's. The girl he had had a crush on for a long time finally became his girlfriend. He was almost floating in the air. He knew that Yixuan admired Yixi, and he had to work hard to do better than Yixi, so that Yixuan would only look at him. "It's not dirty, I will accompany you," Yixuan said. He's eyes softened instantly. The two looked at each other, and their eyes were like silk. It was as if they couldn't see other people. When linger saw it, she was envious and couldn't help but glance at Yuki with some resentment. The hairs on Yuki's whole body stood up, half of which was because he had gone numb from his sister and He's PTA, and half of which was after being looked at by linger. "Idiot." Feng Weiming commented on Yuki in a low voice, giving He a chance to perform in vain. Yixi handed a cup of slightly hot milk to him, and whispered, "It's a pity that He is not stupid." There was some regret in his words. If He was stupid, it would be much smoother for him to throw him out of Yixuan's sight. Feng Weiming looked at him lightly. If He was stupid, Yixi, the elder brother who loved his sister, would have struck him out long ago. Compared with Yixi and Yuki, Feng Weiming considered himself more rational. At least for now, he was barely worthy of Yixuan, except that he was not cunning, gentle, considerate, and stupid. "Hey, who are you taking as a reference?" The fire was lit, and He's face was stained with the color of coal, making him look a little pitiful. Yixuan quickly wiped it for him, while entrusting Yuki to help her barbecue the food. Yuki went happily, just avoiding linger's implicit gesture. However, as a novice at barbecue, he accidentally barbecued all the food into black coke. On the other hand, Yixi and Yenyu were very skilled. The roasted things were fragrant and tender, the meat was golden brown, the corners were slightly burnt, and they were coated with a layer of honey oil. After exercising, everyone was hungry. Looking at the finished product barbecued by the two, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and their stomachs began to growl. It was a pity that all the meat Yixi barbecued went into Feng Weiming's stomach. Over the years, everyone had been accustomed to Yuxi's appearance of taking care of Feng Weiming. At this time, it was not surprising. They just watched Feng Weiming enjoying it gently, their eyes flashing with satisfaction and envy. Probably seeing Yixi sweating and caring about his hard work, Feng Weiming rarely reciprocated. He picked up a knife and cut the food into small pieces and fed Yixi a piece from time to time. The two cooperated tacitly, which made people deeply feel how good their relationship was. In normal times, Yuki and Yixuan were also the objects of Yuxi's care. But Yixuan had a boyfriend, so he should be in charge of her. Yuki held the food that was barbecued with a few forks. At this time, he didn't have the face to ask his brother to barbecue it for him. And somehow, he felt that the atmosphere between Yixi and Feng Weiming was a little weird, which made him feel that it was difficult to intervene. Yixi had no time to care about other people, so Yenyu became his savior. He was not in a hurry to eat, so he kept roasting it. The finished product was placed directly on the table, and anyone could eat it. He also patiently instructed everyone on how to bake a delicious finished product. In the end, everyone ate what they barbecued by themselves, including Feng Weiming, but he only ate 2 bites, while Yixi ate the rest. "You invited me to eat, and I'll invite you too." Yuxi's action of holding Weiming's leftovers to eat was so natural that he suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Yuxi smiled and patronized without explaining. Feng Weiming glared at him and found a far-fetched reason. "Invite your brother to eat the rest of what you eat, hehe." Yuxi was still reliable. "Actually, I want to try Mingming's craftsmanship. Well, not as good as mine, but not bad." Feng Weiming didn't say anything, but he seemed to be a little proud as he took a sip of milk. This concealed the corners of his lips that had risen in a small arc n/o/vel/b/n/c/om. This time, the mountain climb was full of fun. Back to the hotel with sweat and the smell of barbecue, they went back to their rooms to take a bath and rest, and then planned to go to the hot spring together at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He opened a large suite for everyone. Mu Yuxuan and Lin Pei'er were sharing a room, Mu Yixi and Feng Weiming were sharing a room, and Mu Yuki, Yan Yu, and Qin He were sharing a room. The room had a living room and a large bathroom. It was very spacious and luxurious. When Feng Weiming came out of the shower, his cheeks were pink, his body looked tender, and his cold face had become more and more translucent. Mu Yuxi couldn't hold back, so he walked over and grabbed the person and took a bite. At 4 o'clock, they went to the hot spring together, and their whole body felt relaxed as their pressure was relieved. Dinner was an extensive buffet. After dinner, everyone took a walk in 2s and 3s. Mu Yuki came with Lin Pei'er to see the fountain in the hotel courtyard. This was because Mu Yuxuan was really sad to see that Lin Pei'er was always avoided by Mu Yuki, so she couldn't help but say to Mu Yuki, "You know that Sister Pei'er likes you. If you really can't accept her, then you can tell her. She has made it clear, don't keep dragging people around. After you have made it clear, if she pesters you again, you would have a reason to ignore her." In fact, Mu Yuki was also tired of the current state. He originally wanted to save some face for Lin Pei'er. After all, the other party was a girl. But since his ex-girlfriend Xia Weiwei appeared, Lin Pei'er's performance had become more and more obvious, leaving Mu Yuki at a loss. Mu Yuxuan was a girl, and she should understand a girl's mind better. Mu Yuki decided to listen to her and asked her to bring word to Lin Pei'er, so the two of them could have a good talk. Lin Pei'er was shy and surprised when she saw Mu Yuki. Seeing her expression, Mu Yuki knew that Mu Yuxuan didn't tell her that he had come to reject her on purpose, and he couldn't bear to do it, but if it dragged on, everyone would have a hard time. So, with a straight face, he said, "Pei'er, I want to make it clear to you that we are not suitable." Lin Pei'er never expected him to be so direct, and her face immediately turned pale. "Yuki, what are you talking about?" In fact, it was not that Lin Pei'er didn't know that Mu Yuki had no romantic interest in her, but she liked him and always felt that as long as she worked hard, one day she would be able to catch him. Mu Yuki bit his lip and said, "Pei'er, you understand what I mean." Lin Pei'er was silent for a while, and then she said quietly, "Why? You have already broken up with Xia Weiwei, why can't you try to accept me? What's wrong with me? In terms of looks, intelligence, and family background, how am I inferior to Xia Weiwei?" "Pei'er, don't be like this," Mu Yuki said laboriously, "it's different. It's not about appearance, intelligence, or family background. You meet someone and you fall in love, it's that simple. That kind of liking is different. I like you." Lin Pei'er blushed, but she said seriously, "I like you, Mu Yuki." But Mu Yuki looked at her in distress, sighed and said softly and firmly, "But I don't like you, Pei'er, at least not that kind of liking." Lin Pei'er said, "How many people from our family background are together simply because they like each other? We're suitable and don't annoy each other. Based on this, we could live a lifetime." Mu Yuki said, "I want to be together with someone I like." Lin Pei'er pursed her lips stubbornly, "I hope you can get your wish. But what I like, I will strive for it. I will not give up until you are married." Mu Yuki was stunned. Unexpectedly, he picked up his courage and refused, but he still couldn't convince Lin Pei'er to give up. But just because he had said it, Mu Yuki's psychological burden was suddenly not so heavy. He was quite sure that he would not like Lin Pei'er ever. In this case, he would not give her another chance to get close. As if aware of Mu Yuki's thoughts, even Lin Pei'er could not hold back her tears. Her love might not be completely pure, but she was only 15 years old, and her feelings were still quite direct and pure. She was sincere to Mu Yuki. Being rejected by someone she liked made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Mu Yuki stood on the spot, neither advancing nor retreating. He could only stand rigidly to accompany her. Lin Pei'er couldn't wait for his comfort and cried even more sadly. She felt that she had done so much for nothing, and she was ashamed enough to die. "Go away, don't look at me." Lin Pei'er stomped her feet and shouted, no longer pretending to be a strong and weak little girl. She had always been an arrogant and willful lady, and she changed herself in front of him for Mu Yuki's sake. "I can't leave you alone." Mu Yuki shook his head. If he didn't like her, he didn't like her, but he couldn't make a joke about the safety of girls. This area was sparsely populated, and it was nighttime, so it was not safe to leave a girl alone by the fountain. Lin Pei'er thought he was too annoying. She didn't like him being so gentle. She cried and ran to the hotel. She was going back to her room. Mu Yuki followed her from not too far away and watched her go back to the room. After a while, he also went back to his room. Qin He and Mu Yuxuan should not have come back. There was no figure of him in the room, and only Yan Yu was there. He was leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window leading to the balcony and looking out the window with a dull expression. Mu Yuki walked over curiously. Yan Yu glanced back at him, hesitated, but in the end did not stop him from following his gaze. Mu Yuki was stunned when he saw this. Looking from this angle, he could just see the corner of the stairwell at the end of the floor corridor. The light yellow light was slightly dim, but Mu Yuki could still see Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming clearly. Feng Weiming leaned against the wall and his head was raised slightly, while Mu Yuxi pressed him and leaned down to kiss him. After the first year of high school, everything was back on track, but many things had quietly changed. In order to make Mu Yuxi and the others go all out to prepare for the high school entrance examination, the elite education of the Mu family stopped for nearly half a year, and they did not force them to continue their studies immediately after the high school entrance examination. So, everyone had a relaxed and happy vacation. But after the holidays, they officially entered high school, and their homework in family education became increasingly heavier. If they were involved in some very basic affairs before, which would not affect the operation of the Mew Group, then now they needed to get involved, not only to enter the Mew's headquarters on weekends for internships, but also to support the Mew's business at ordinary times and advice on various projects. What they recently received was a marketing plan for a new product. Each of them had to provide a detailed plan. The faces of Mew Yuki and Mew Yurun collapsed at the same time. The children of the Mew family, both male and female, began to receive family education at the age of 6, and then began to be exposed to the practice of family business at the age of 12. However, there was no compulsion to go into business. If you didn't want to work in the family business, you could sign a statement of relinquishment of inheritance rights and get 1,000th of Mew's shares to receive annual dividends. The Mew family's family education advocated that such determination should be made as early as possible. When the child reached the age of 12, the family tacitly accepted that he/she could decide his/her own future direction, and once it is decided, he/she could not go back. Mew Yuxuan was a very assertive girl. She liked shiny jewelry and had decided to study jewelry design. Mew Yayun had no interest in working tirelessly, and just wanted to marry a good man and be a full-time wife to be a rice bug. The two signed the declaration of giving up their inheritance rights early and got the shares. If the Mew family collapsed in the future, and they themselves did not do well, they could still rely on the assistance of the family foundation to meet their basic needs and would never starve to death. Therefore, only 3 boys with uncertain futures, Mew Yixi, Mew Yuki, and Mew Yurun, were left to work hard for the inheritance. In fact, only Mew Yuki was the focus. So far, Mew Yuxi's identity to the outside world was still an adopted son. If he did not officially enter the Mew family's blood genealogy, his inheritance rights would never be recognized. Mew Yurun was born with a lack of business acumen. If he hadn't been forced by his father, Mew Juan, he would have signed a statement to renounce his inheritance rights. Mew Yurun's usual homework for family education had already very difficult, and now asking him to write a marketing plan really tortured him. Mew Yuki neglected his homework because of the previous rebellious period, and now it was a little hard for him to pick it up again. Mew Yuxi said he could help, but Mew Yuki firmly refused. "Brother, I have to rely on myself." Lost love made people grow up. Since breaking up with Xia Weiwei, Mew Yuki's teenage rebellion had been effectively relieved, and he had become more mature. This made Mew Yuxi feel both gratified and distressed. Of course, he hoped that Mew Yuki would become more and more capable and could stand on his own as soon as possible. For this reason, he had been doing a lot of work from the side without a trace, and indeed Mew Yuki had received a lot of recognition. Mew Yuxi admired Mew Yuki's spirit of independence, but his age and experience were there, and it was unlikely that he would be able to show a very dazzling performance. On the other hand, Mew Yuxi didn't know how to hamper his progress, how to be a little inferior without being too outrageous. It was somewhat difficult. And he didn't know if it was Mew Yuxi's illusion, but he felt that Mew Yuki's attitude towards him had become quite weird, as if he was deliberately avoiding something. The younger brother wanted to rise up, and without him to play with, Mew Yuxi was lonely and lost and had to pour his enthusiasm on his little boyfriend Feng Weiming. The two just started falling in love, and it was the period when everything was fresh, and they were sticky with each other. Feng Weiming was cold by nature. It was impossible for him to express his feelings happily and enthusiastically, and the style of painting was seriously inconsistent. If Mew Yuxi wanted to stick with him, he might even be slapped away. Therefore, the way they get along was not much different from before. They were still in the same class, in the same dormitory, and often went in and out together. But they both felt a little different than before. For example, they got along more naturally and casually. When the two of them were alone, their eyes sometimes tangled inadvertently, and they both felt a little blush and hot in their ears. Therefore, there was a touch of warmth and sweetness in their interactions. At this time, they were sitting side by side in the study at home, each holding a copy from Mew's archives, while Mew Yuxi under the desk had grabbed Feng Weiming's nephrite-like hand and was playing with it carefully. Feng Weiming struggled a few times but didn't break free and let him do what he wanted with a solemn blushing face. The study in Yulian's Mew residence was specially designed for children. It had a rich collection of books. There were many original books of different nationalities. There were also all kinds of internal files of the Mew family, which involved the operation and rules of the Mew family. Although Mew Yuxi and Feng Weiming looked at the Mew's files, Mew Yuxi was looking at domestic ones, while Feng Weiming was looking at foreign ones, all in French. At the age of nearly 40, Mew Juking still had no plans to marry and have children. As his only adopted son, Mew Juking intended to let Feng Weiming get involved in the foreign affairs of the Mew family. It was a big problem that Feng Weiming's surname was not Mew, but Mew Juking had become more and more majestic overseas, and nobody could gainsay him. If Feng Weiming could change his surname to Mew and had enough ability, it was not impossible for him to take over the foreign affairs of the Mew family. In this regard, Feng Weiming had nothing to say. Up to now, he had only recognized Mew Juking as his father, and he didn't really care if he changed his surname. Mew Juking didn't mention it at all and let Feng Weiming do whatever he wanted. Feng Weiming hadn't decided on his future direction. Mew Juking asked him to come in contact with Mew's affairs, and he did not refuse. Mew Yuxi had been making small movements under the table, and Feng Weiming's usual efficiency had only 3 points left. After a while, he simply gave up, put down the file and looked at Mu Yixi with a slight helplessness in his eyes. Mu Yixi's eyes did not leave the volume, but he seemed to sense Feng Weiming's gaze. His mouth curled into a smile, and his fingers scratched Feng Weiming's palm. Have you written your marketing plan? Feng Weiming glanced at the file that he hadn't turned over at all and pointed out his inattentiveness. Mu Yixi also simply threw down the file, stretched his back and leaned back in the chair, and said casually, "What's so difficult about that?" Although Mu Zhurong and the teachers had given them warning and repeatedly emphasized the importance of the plan, but how could such a project that was worth hundreds of millions really be left for them to fool around with? There must be a professional team to follow up below. Besides, Mu Yixi didn't want to be a blockbuster and grab Mu Yuki's limelight. The only thing he needed to do was to understand the level of Mu Yuki's plan, and then make a plan that was not as good as his but quite satisfactory. Then you also write one for me? Feng Weiming said. Mu Zhuking's education for him was also based on the family education of the Mu family, and there was also a marketing plan in his recent homework. Mu Yixi took his hand to his mouth and bit it lightly, raising his eyebrows. Really? Feng Weiming pulled his hand back suddenly. He just felt a tingling in my fingertips. Sometimes he really didn't understand why, as a newbie in love, how could Mu Yixi's little intimate actions be done so naturally and smoothly? It was as if it had come easily, making him feel at a loss all of a sudden. Mu Yixi liked to see Feng Weiming's blushing face while he kept pretending to be calm, and the smile on his face suddenly brought out a bit of anger. You always let Mu Yuki win, he will definitely not be grateful to you. Feng Weiming skipped his smile and said plainly. Asking Mu Yixi to write him a plan was fake, he just wanted to find out his real capability. Feng Weiming had always been confident in his IQ and learning ability and was used to crushing his peers. Unexpectedly, a taekwondo and a test result were planted in Mu Yixi's hands one after another, which made Feng Weiming refresh his understanding of him. He originally thought that growing up together, he knew his bottom line, but he surprisingly found that the other party was more hidden than he thought, as if everything came easier for him. Feng Weiming also guessed one or two reasons why Mu Yixi was hiding his capability, because he didn't want to compete with Mu Yuki. Although he was being cautious and considerate, it was also too cautious. If Mrs. Mu and Mu Yuki found out, they would be more uncomfortable than happy. Comparing heart to heart, Feng Weiming knew that Mu Yixi could get better grades than him in the exam. After the shock, he was disappointed and unwilling. He felt untrusted, but he also felt a little distressed after understanding. Since Mu Yixi could be better than him, it was no problem to be better than Mu Yuki. As the two brothers walked all the way, Mu Yixi was always hidden under the light of Mu Yuki. In all aspects of being an older brother, he was weaker than his younger brother, and with his improper identity, he was completely reduced to a foil. Feng Weiming didn't know how Mu Yixi carried it through. He didn't want to see him suffer like this. Sometimes Feng Weiming really felt that Mu Yixi's interactions with Mrs. Mu, Mu Yuki, and Mu Yuxuan were beyond the scope of normal people. And now that everyone was young, it was okay to say that as they grew up, the gap would widen. Could it be that Mu Yixi would really give in to Mu Yuki for a lifetime? Mu Yuki really won't find out one day? With Mu Yuki's pride, it was estimated that he would be the same as him. Not only would he not appreciate this kind of concession, but he would feel underestimated and insulted. Feeling Feng Weiming's advice and worries, Mu Yixi felt warm in his heart and laughed. You think Xiaoqi is too bad, right? In fact, if there was no such person as Mu Yixi who was living his second life and Feng Weiming, a genius and top student, Mu Yuki would not be bad at all. All he lacked was time and experience. Mu Yixi's purpose was to help him grow up quickly enough to make him stand out from their generation and become the next heir. The time Mu Yixi set was when they reached 18 years old. When Mu Yuki became an adult, successfully passed the Mu family's heir test, and could stand on his own, Mu Yixi would no longer touch a single cent of the Mu family. He would live his own life and no longer wrong himself for anyone. Of course, if Mrs. Mu, Mu Yuki, and Mu Yuxuan are in trouble, he would definitely help. They will always be his mom and siblings. It was just that he won't live for them anymore, because that's not what those who love him would want to see. Feng Weiming didn't expect that Mu Yixi had already figured it out. His open-mindedness and confidence were moving. Is it a pity to give up the Mu clan? Feng Weiming asked. Mu Yixi would not be unaware of the meaning of the giant Mu family. His surname was Mu, and he had the blood of the Mu family in his body, but he could actually let the Mu family go? He was not a man without ambition. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Mu Yixi said, my surname is Mu, no matter where I go, where I am, there is the Mu family. He didn't believe that his life could only be successful in the Mu family's intrigue. These words made Feng Weiming feel a sense of pride in his heart. This was the man he liked. Early in the morning, Mu Yixi was dragged by Mu Yuki to Mrs. Mu. Ma'am, the knights are at your command? Mu Yuki put a fist on his chest, bent over and said politely. Mrs. Mu couldn't help laughing, and patted him lightly. You were just playing tricks, didn't you make it clear to your brother? She saw that Mu Yixi was also smiling but was obviously a little dazed. Big brother is definitely fine, Mu Yuki said immediately. In terms of accompanying Mrs. Mu, Mu Yixi must be even more enthusiastic than him. What? Mrs. Mu glared at him and said to Mu Yixi tenderly, does Xiaoxi have any plans today? It was the weekend and there was no need to report to Muse for the elite education, so Mu Yixi and Feng Weiming made an appointment to go together to the library to read books, and then watch a movie. However, Mrs. Mu and Mu Yuki had other arrangements, and Mu Yuki also brought him along. Mu Yuki said seriously, "What arrangement does mom have that you have to bring me with you? I must not be missing." Mrs. Mu laughed even more happily. She was in her 40s, and she already had shallow fine lines at the corners of her eyes, but she was still beautiful and graceful, and her temperament was not as cold as before, so she looked much softer and more amiable. Now that the children were all grown up, Mrs. Mu deliberately relaxed her control over them, and they were not as close to her as they were when they were young, except Mu Yuxuan who was a girl, so she could still hold Mrs. Mu's arm and act cute. The three boys were well behaved to Mrs. Mu, and at most occasionally said some naughty things. Most of Mrs. Mu's life focus was on the children. The mother and the child were no longer so intimate that they could talk about everything. It was false to say that she was not disappointed, but this was a necessary process, and so Mrs. Mu was constantly adjusting her mentality. Mrs. Mu would not force the children to accompany her, but she was quite happy when the children took the initiative to accompany her. Today it was Mrs. Mu who invited someone to go shopping. After Mu Yuki accidentally found out, he volunteered to sign up as a follower, and by the way, he also reported Mu Yuxi's name. Although there was no advance notice, Mu Yuxi did not say no at this time. Taking advantage of the time while Mrs. Mu's appointment had not yet arrived, Mu Yuxi went back to the room and told Feng Weiming. Before going upstairs, Mu Yuki seemed to know what he was going to do, and said, "Let it just be two of us today, don't call Ming Ming." Seeing that Mu Yuxi turned to look at him, Mu Yuki added, "Let him rest well after the holiday." Mu Yuxi nodded, but a trace of suspicion flashed in his heart. Feng Weiming was already dressed and ready to go out with Mu Yuxi. When Mu Yuxi came up and told him the situation, he was stunned. And he couldn't even go out with Mrs. Mu. Feng Weiming rarely stayed separately from Mu Yuxi. Although Feng Weiming's face had no expression, Mu Yuxi could feel his disappointment. Mu Yuxi held his hand a little distressedly, coaxed him gently for a long time, and kissed and rubbed him, until his face relaxed again, and then he reluctantly left. When he walked out of Feng Weiming's room, he saw Mu Yuki standing not far away, looking in a daze in his direction, so with a condensed expression, Mu Yuxi raised his eyebrows, and asked, "Xiaoqi, are you ready? It's time to go." Two tall and handsome young men who looked alike went out with Mrs. Mu. The smile on Mrs. Mu's face was light and full of pride and satisfaction. Mrs. Mu had devoted herself to the children's charity fund in recent years. One of her appointments was Mrs. Luo and the other Mrs. Han. They were both ladies who held positions in the same foundation. Mrs. Luo and Mrs. Han each had a daughter. They were probably a little younger than Mu Yuxi and Mu Yuki. One was named Luo Yina and the other was named Han Yuezi. They were both fair-skinned and beautiful girls. Mu Yuxi and Mu Yuki didn't know them, but they knew them. Before the three mothers could introduce themselves, Luo Yina and Han Yuezi could not hide their excitement and exclaimed, "President! Master Qi!" After Mu Yuxi entered high school, he was no longer the student council president. Although the student union in the high school was interested in recruiting him, the reason why he ran for the student union president in junior high school was to give Mu Yuki's football team sufficient support. After high school, Mu Yuki no longer played football, so his interest had also diminished, therefore he didn't plan to join the student council again. The people who would call him the president should be students from the same junior high school, and they seemed to be the kind who were his fans. Mrs. Luo was cheerful and took the lead in laughing. "It seems that we don't need to introduce you. Mrs. Mu, your two sons are amazing. Mrs. Mu is very lucky." Mrs. Han agreed softly. She glanced at Han Yuezi, faintly resentful. She didn't like Han Yuezi's impatience. Girls should be more reserved and not show all their admiration on their faces. Luo Yina and Han Yuezi's hot heads cooled, and they greeted Mrs. Mu politely with blushing faces. "Hello, Aunt Mu. Oh, they are all good children." Mrs. Mu said with a smile, "You have to take good care of your two younger sisters later." Luo Yina and Han Yuezi's eyes lit up. Mu Yuki said, "Don't worry, Mom, with Big Brother here, I promise to complete the task, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om." Mu Yuxi glanced at him and smiled softly. The three mothers went shopping together and talked happily along the way. Luo Yina and Han Yuezi tried their best to pretend to walk beside Mu Yuxi naturally one by one and chatted cautiously. Mu Yuxi responded mildly, and quickly made them release their restraints, such that they were talking and laughing together soon. Mu Yuki was left out in the cold, but he was not annoyed at all, he just stared closely at Mu Yuxi, both relieved and tangled by his reaction. When Mu Yuxi turned to look at him, Mu Yuki quickly turned his face away and pretended to be looking elsewhere. Mu Yuxi twitched the corners of his lips inexplicably. When they went to the big shopping mall to look at the clothes, the three mothers and two girls were in high spirits, while Mu Yuxi and Mu Yuki were completely reduced to carrying the bags for them. The bolder Luo Yina put on a new set of clothes and summoned up the courage to ask Mu Yuxi's opinion. Before Mu Yuki could speak, Mu Yuxi apologized and said that he had no idea about the matching of women's clothes. Mrs. Han said, "Men are born without the ability to dress and dress up, and this problem will always require wives to worry about in the future. How could a girl ask a boy's opinion in turn?" Before Luo Yina and Han Yuezi understood, Mrs. Luo had already said, women don't dress to please themselves. No matter how beautiful a woman is, what's the use without her husband's appreciation? What if my daughter took the initiative? When you see something good, you should take it first? Mrs. Luo and Mrs. Han were arguing with each other, and they were also arguing in front of Mrs. Mu. Although both of them had care for their images and didn't use dirty words, as daughters, Luo Yina and Han Yuezi felt a little helpless and embarrassed as they peeked at Mu Yixi. Mu Yixi looked like I don't understand what the two aunties are talking about, and said to Mrs. Mu, Mom, I'm a little thirsty, I'll take Zioki and my sisters to the coffee shop opposite to wait for you? I promise we won't drink coffee, he winked mysteriously. Luo Yina and Han Yuezi, who had never seen Mu Yixis this side, couldn't help laughing. Mrs. Mu smiled and said, Go. For the whole day, Mu Yixi took good care of the two girls. Mrs. Luo and Mrs. Han came out carrying many big and small bags, and they had become a pair of good friends again as they stood together holding hands. They gave Mu Yixi and Mu Yuki a small gift each. Mrs. Mu also gave gifts to Luo Yina and Han Yuezi. When they parted, Luo Yina and Han Yuezi were very reluctant to part, and they said in unison, We will definitely be admitted to Yan's high school and continue to support you, President. They were now third-year students in the Yan High School affiliated middle school. Jiayu. Mu Yuxi said simply, but it was enough to inspire the two young girls. Seeing the energetic looks of Luo Yina and Han Yuezi, Mrs. Luo and Mrs. Han were very satisfied with Mu Yuxi. Back at Yulian Garden, Mu Yuki leaned on Mu Yuxi's shoulders and asked with interest, Both are good? Do you like Luo Yina more, or Han Yuezi more? He winked at Mu Yuxi and gave him a look that every boy understood. Mu Yuxi chuckled lightly, and Mu Yuki felt a little weird in his heart. So, today you wanted to introduce a girlfriend to me specially? Mu Yuxi asked. Mu Yuki quibbled, I didn't know Aunt Luo and Aunt Han would bring their daughters. Come on, which one do you like? Mu Yuxi shook his head, I don't like either. Mu Yuki didn't believe it, how could it be? You were so gentle and so kind to them? Mu Yuxi looked at him fixedly, Zioki, what did you see? What? Mu Yuxi asked inexplicably, but all of a sudden, he understood what he meant. His eyes began to wander. Mu Yuxi pondered for a while, and said to himself, We've always been careful, except for that time when we were a little excited. Xiaoqi, was it when we were in the hot spring? That time in the stairwell? He asked tentatively. Mu Yuki's face changed instantly. Mu Yuxi knew that he had guessed right. He lowered his voice in distress and said, Xiaoqi, you saw me and Mingming kissing. He used a declarative sentence, with a positive tone. Mu Yuki's eyes widened, then he looked around nervously to confirm that no one was nearby, and then only he felt relieved. He quickly pushed Mu Yuxi into the utility room next to them, and carefully closed the door. Mu Yuxi was amused by his performance where he was acting as if he was facing a great enemy. However, Mu Yuki turned around and stared at him with a tangled face. Mu Yuxi immediately straightened his face and faced him with the same solemn expression. Brother, tell me that's not true. Mu Yuki was still hopeful, hoping that when he saw Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming kissing, it was just an illusion, or they had just accidentally met mouth to mouth. Mu Yuxi said apologetically, Zioki, Mingming and I are seriously in love. He didn't expect that Mu Yuki would get to know about his relationship with Feng Weiming so quickly. He originally planned to let Mu Yuki accept it step by step, as he knew that this incident would definitely impact Mu Yuki's 3 views. He was really too careless that time in the hot spring. He was a little overwhelmed by Feng Weiming's promise of willing to be the bottom after losing the bet and the cooperation of his body response as expected. Feng Weiming usually refused to make out with him outdoors. It made sense. Mu Yuxi sighed in his heart. A thunderbolt from the blue was not enough to describe Mu Yuki's feelings at the moment. When he hadn't yet gotten Mu Yuxi's personal admission, he could still delude himself, but Mu Yuxi's admission made him instantly stunned. One was his brother, the other was also his brother, and the two boys were dating. Forgive Mu Yuki's limited time abroad for this, but his understanding of this aspect was pitiful. Whenever he had inadvertently heard of it, it was all done by the unworthy people in the circle. It was a new way of playing, the goodness was all in unbearable pickled things. Mu Yuki, who had a correct view, had always held a disdainful attitude towards these messy things. He never dreamed that one day, there would be Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming who would do such a thing, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. This is not a joke? You are both men. Mu Yuki was very broken, how can two boys be together? Actually, yes. There are many examples at home and abroad. We also know some, but you just didn't find them. Mu Yuxi said calmly. Don't you like girls? You obviously get along well with them. Mu Yuki couldn't accept it. In order to test Mu Yuxi, he indirectly promoted today's outing to a date, just to find out whether Mu Yuxi liked boys or girls. Mu Yuxi, Luo Yina, and Han Yuezi got along happily and there was no sense of disobedience. Mu Yuki thought he had misunderstood before. As soon as he put his heart down, Mu Yuxi gave him a big thunder. Getting along well doesn't mean I like them. Mu Yuxi said, the coldness in his eyes clearly showing his attitude. It was entirely for Mrs. Mu's sake that he was friendly with Luo Yina and Han Yuezi, as he would never embarrass Mrs. Mu in front of outsiders. His tenderness and thoughtfulness could be spilled without money, but whether it was true or false, only he knew. Mu Yuki went mad, that even if it is a boy, it's still Mingming? Yixi shrugged and continued to let out thunder in the tone of today's fine weather. It's obviously him who confessed first. I didn't hate him, so I accepted it. He inadvertently revealed a hint of pride. The opponent in the previous life confessed to him in this life, and it did feel too cool. Yuki was completely shocked. For the first time, he didn't believe his brother's words. Impossible. How could it be possible? Feng Weiming was always so indifferent? Yixi said calmly, you can ask him for proof. So confident, it must be true. Yuki's 3 views instantly shattered to the ground. He hugged his head and squatted down, like a monk reciting the scriptures. No, how can you do this? This is not right, men and men. Yixi couldn't hold back. He had thought about the many ways in which Yuki might react, such as screaming in disgust, breaking off with them, threatening them to break up or he would tell the adults, etc. But he didn't expect Yuki's reaction to be so funny. He was acting as if he was half dead. But he didn't say a bad word to his brother. Yixi also squatted down, put his hand on Yuki's shoulder, and said comfortably, it's no big deal, Zioki. I just like one person, and that person happens to be a person who grew up together with us. He also happens to be a man. If this is the case, will you hate me and Mingming, won't recognize me as a brother, and won't recognize Mingming as a younger brother? Yuki's head was still confused, and his 3 views are refreshed, but hearing this, he subconsciously said, how is it possible? Yuki said lightly, then it's over. But have you thought about the consequences? Yuki said worriedly, if you are found out, if it is found out about you falling in love no matter how ignorant he was, he knew that these kind of feelings were not accepted by society at all. Once exposed, it would definitely cause an uproar. With the family style of the Mu family, how could a scandal such as a cousin love be born? I have no blood relationship with Mingming. To be honest, we have nothing to do with the Mu family. Yixi said truthfully. Both were nominally adopted sons and had no blood genealogy into the Mu family. If the Mu family really wanted to restrain them, they had to weigh that fact a bit. Brother, how can you say that? Yuki was injured. What was it? How did they have nothing to do with the Mu family? Yixi patted his head. Mom, you and Xiao Xian will always be the most important people to me. So, I will not hide from you, and I hope to get your support. This road is going to be difficult enough for me and Mingming. I don't want you to be a part of this difficulty. Yuki suddenly felt sorry for his brother. You know it's going to be difficult. He couldn't go on. Because I like it. Yuki said as if it was a matter of course, like you liked Xiao Weiwei before. Did you think she was really suitable for a family like ours? Or did you just want to have fun and never think about the future? I did not just want to play. He really liked Xiao Weiwei. He knew that Xiao Weiwei was incompatible with the circle he was in, but at that time he thought, he just liked her. Because he liked her, he could stand in front of her and solve all difficulties for her. Yuki fell silent. Compared with him and Xiao Weiwei, Yixi and Feng Weiming were a perfect match except for their gender. They were in love with each other. Was it really wrong? After struggling for a while, Yuki insisted weakly, Mom must want to see you get married and have children, just as his marriage had begun to be discussed about. So did Yixi. However, Yixi was an adopted son, and his identity was slightly worse. The families who liked him were not as wealthy and powerful as the Mu family. The Luo family and the Han family were considered to be at the top level. Mrs. Mu got close to Mrs. Luo and Mrs. Han because she wanted to see the girls in their family. That's why today's show came out. Mrs. Mu was of great significance to Yixi. Yixi would basically compromise whenever Mrs. Mu was brought out. Mom will not be short of grandchildren. You and Xiao Xian will work harder, and let your children be filial to her in the future. Yixi patted Yuki on the shoulder and entrusted him with a heavy responsibility. Even his mother couldn't be used. His brother must really like him, and even like him miserably? QAQ. From childhood to adulthood, Yixi took special care of Feng Weiming. Feng Weiming often despised him but would never despise Yixi, so their unusual feelings were accumulated little by little, right? Others were Kingman bamboo horses, and they were bamboo horses 1. Sure enough, growing up together was more dangerous. Either you end up being kidnapped, Qinhe and Yuxuan, or getting together, Yixi and Feng Weiming. Yuki thought he finally understood the truth. Zioki, help me and Mingming keep it a secret. If it is exposed now, Mingming and I will be finished. Yixi asked Yuki earnestly. Yuki nodded weakly, I won't say it. Give us a cover at ordinary times. The 3 of us will not cause suspicion if we act together. Yixi said again. Yuki felt that something was wrong, but his brother asked him for help so solemnly, and Mingming was also involved. He nodded without hesitation, patted his heart and said, don't worry, I will protect you. He would never allow anyone to gossip about his brothers. Yuxi's eyes were red, as he hugged Yuki and said, moved, Zioki, you are really kind. Yuki was a little shy and dizzy. Yes. Yuxi lay on his shoulders and smiled. His cute little brother. Another weekend suitable for dating. Feng Weiming, who was wearing a low-key and straight white sportswear, was carrying a tennis bag, and silently looked at Yuki, who was also wearing a grey sportswear and carrying a tennis bag. Yuxi was also wearing sports clothes, but the color was different, it was black. He went downstairs with a tennis bag on his back and saw Yuki and Feng Weiming standing face to face. He couldn't help laughing. The clothes of the three brothers were all made by the same designer, and the styles were similar, with only slight changes according to people's personalities. If only Mu Yixi and Feng Weiming walked together in the same sportswear, it looked like a couple's outfit, but with an extra Mu Yuki, it became a small team playing together. Mu Yixi walked to Feng Weiming to stand side by side with him, and said briskly, "Let's go." Feng Weiming moved, and Mu Yuki moved with him. Feng Weiming glanced at him and looked at Mu Yixi inquiringly. Add a 100,000-volt light bulb to a date between two people? Mu Yixi smiled and shook his head, then nodded again. What's the meaning? Feng Weiming didn't know why, and curiosity arose in his heart. Mu Yixi patted him and motioned him to leave. Feng Weiming suppressed his doubts and left. The three brothers went all the way to the indoor tennis court in the city. Waiting at the entrance of the tennis court was the ever-soothing and leisurely Yanyu. He was not wearing sports clothes, instead he was wearing a white shirt and jeans, looking casual, and only brought himself without any sports equipment. Everyone greeted each other and walked into the tennis court together. They booked a separate VIP court and closed the door after entering. Mu Yuki immediately dragged Yanyu to the novice training ground and said in a serious manner that he wanted to teach Yanyu to play tennis. Yanyu had a good temper, but there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Only Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming were left in the huge venue. Feng Weiming looked at Mu Yuxi. Mu Yuxi said with a peaceful smile, "Come on, Ming Ming, let's play." It's just the two of us. When it came to the last 5 words, the ending sounded a little ambiguous and he ignorantly provoked the other party. Feng Weiming said lightly, "Comparing the same as usual?" Mu Yuxi's smile expanded. "Yes, as usual." Feng Weiming's eyes flashed with competitiveness. Their latest couple events were competition of sorts. Grades, taekwondo, swimming, football, basketball, tennis, calligraphy, musical instruments, etc. The winner could make a request to the loser. The last time they had a calligraphy competition, Grandpa Mu Jingwei judged their homework. Mu Jingwei circled more characters in Mu Yuxi's calligraphy that he thought was better written than Feng Weiming's, so Mu Yuxi won. As per Mu Yuxi's request, the two were locked in the room, and Feng Weiming had to take off his clothes one by one in front of him. The last time when Feng Weiming won at the piano, he asked Mu Yuxi to serve him for half a day by pretending to be a British butler. However, those who served him were elated, while Feng Weiming, who was served, was physically and mentally tired. The daring butler diligently served the master to the bed, and when Feng Weiming thought of Mu Yuxi lying under him he blushed, and his eyes became bloodshot. Because of the thickness of his face, Feng Weiming was tossed around even if he won, so he became more and more courageous. Feng Weiming was very serious about finding a way to really hit Mu Yuxi.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Mu Yuxi was in pain but also happy. Feng Weiming was a good opponent and had made rapid progress. He had the experience and blessing of the previous life, and he must spend more and more effort to maintain the upper hand. If Feng Weiming was an enemy, Mu Yuxi would only find it difficult to deal with him, but Feng Weiming was also his lover. This difficulty must be prefixed with interesting. Always loving each other and then trying to kill each other. Never get bored seeing all kinds of emotions on Feng Weiming's indifferent face, whether it was joy, anger, shame, or frustration. Mu Yuxi thought it was incredibly beautiful. Here, Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming picked up the racket and fought happily, while their Mu Yuki frowned at Yanyu and sighed. Mu Yuxi opened up to him about his relationship with Feng Weiming, and naturally he did not let Mu Yuki go. He dug out everything he knew, including the specific time and place when he saw Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming kissing. Yanyu was also exposed by him. At that time, Yanyu first saw Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming kissing, and then Mu Yuki followed his gaze. After having known each other for many years, they all knew that Yanyu was not a talkative person, but it was about his brothers. Afterwards, Mu Yuki immediately reminded him and told Yanyu not to mention it to anyone. Yanyu agreed without hesitation. Mu Yuki promised Mu Yuxi to cover for him and Feng Weiming. Although he didn't say how he would cover for Mu Yuxi, he was dating Feng Weiming. Mu Yuki followed after thinking about it. He was afraid that it would be boring if he was a light bulb between them. When they got to the tennis court, Mu Yuki was quite interested, and pulled away Yanyu to let Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming get along alone. But in the face of the vague atmosphere of ambiguity flowing between his brothers, Mu Yuki still felt a little bad. He didn't know if what he was doing now was right or wrong. Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming had embarked on a wrong path that could not be tolerated by society. As one of their closest people, he not only did not stop them, but also helped them. He was full of anger when he was fooled by his brother, but now he calmed down and thought back, and he couldn't wait to scratch his head and hit the wall. There was a regular, gentle snapping sound around him. Mu Yuki looked up and saw Yanyu was practicing serving. Just now him saying that he wanted to teach him to play tennis was just an excuse. When he came to the novice training ground, after he pretended to teach him the serve, his eyes couldn't help but be aimed at the tennis court. He asked Yanyu to practice with his racket, and he sat down and began to fret. Thinking of Yanyu, from seeing Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming kissing to now acting as a cover board at his request, his attitude was as peaceful as ever, as if all he knew was that a pair of kittens were getting along, and it was not a shocking news. The wealthy brothers were bent. So, Mu Yuki couldn't help being curious about his mentality. Raise your arms a little more. Mu Yuki walked to Yanyu's side to guide him. Yanyu followed his words. He suffered hardships in his childhood, and long-term malnutrition hindered the growth of his bones. Even though he was 20 years old, he was only 1.76 meters tall, half a head shorter than Miyuki. He didn't eat much, so his body looked thin and weak, and he was more afraid of the cold than ordinary people. At this time, Miyuki and the others wore short-sleeved clothes, and he had to wear long-sleeved clothes. Playing in a shirt and jeans was as unprofessional as it could be, but he had a special temperament. Miyuki noticed his fingers. Yenya's fingers were thin, white, and long. His hand was one size larger than a woman's hand, but more beautiful, and it was very beautifully buckled on the black racket handle. "I'm sorry, I have troubled you," Miyuki whispered. Yenya's acquaintance with them was entirely because of Qinhe's face. His personality was very similar to Feng Weiming's. Neither was sociable, but Feng Weiming was proud and indifferent, while Yenyu was quiet and indifferent. Apart from being a little warm to his father Yankai and his younger brother Qinhe, Yenyu was friendly and polite to everyone else. But he was very secretive, and Miyuki only discovered it after getting to know him. But at this time, Miyuki was already familiar with him, and deeply felt that he should go out to socialize more instead of acting autistic in a small shop every day. Miyuki, like Feng Weiming, had been invisible since he was a child, but he couldn't control it. Fortunately, Yixi was in charge. When it came to Yenyu, Yenya's temperament was too soft and docile, and he couldn't stand up as the older brother, and could not get him under control. No matter how gentle and polite the mouth was, sometimes his younger brother would be overbearing and drag people away, and it was easy to use. Yenyu never lost his temper and spoiled Miyuki invisibly. Thankfully, Miyuki was not a character who could not measure up. "It's okay," Yenyu said, "you taught me to play tennis." Miyuki sighed, "Xiaoyu, you are so nice." "Yenyu, Xiaoqi is also very good. Don't be like my brother and coax me," Miyuki said depressedly. "I'm telling the truth," Yenyu said softly. Compared with Qinhe and Miyuki was indeed a pure character. "Then tell me the truth, what do you think of my brother and Mingming? Are you not surprised to know they are together?" Miyuki asked in a low voice. Yenyu said, "This is their business." Miyuki, "They are both boys." This was the point. Yenyu smiled and said, "Then you think of one of them as a girl?" Miyuki glared at him. "I'm serious?" Yenyu felt that he was like a little animal with his hackles raised, so he restrained his smile and comforted. "I was wrong." He tilted his head and thought for a while. "However, the Miyuki and Feng Weiming I know are not the kind of people who make decisions without taking responsibility. More importantly, they are not the type of people who would easily change their own decisions. Especially Miyuki, who had a similar background to him. He wouldn't do stupid things just for the sake of a relationship." Miyuki wanted to say that if they, especially their mother, Mrs. Miu, insisted, Miyuki should be obedient and return to the right path. But Miyuki rolled around in his mouth without saying it, and he even thought it was wrong for him to think so. Seeing that Miyuki couldn't turn a corner, Yenyu said slowly, "It's a rare thing to meet someone you like, and the person you like happens to like you too. Don't miss it, don't leave any regrets. Besides, who can say what will happen in a lifetime? How can you just believe that the future will definitely develop in a bad direction? Maybe the two of them will have this episode, and they would separate to marry and have children in the future?" Feelings from a young age were more scattered at the end of the song, and less fruitful. What would happen in the future was hard to say. Miyuki was stunned. As a 16-year-old boy, he was very disgusted when someone preached to him in an adult's tone and said some high-sounding words. But Yenyu gave him the feeling that he had gone through a lot of things. He had even been through 1,000 sales, and his whole person showed a trace of alienation and sadness that came from seeing the world. Although they were close at hand, the distance between the two seemed to be very far away. For a moment, Miyuki felt that he didn't really understand Yenyu. This discovery made him a little uncomfortable. It seemed that everyone had their own secrets that even those closest to them couldn't learn, so they couldn't do anything about their plight. Miyuki and Feng Weiming, who were having a halftime break after a game, noticed the movement on the novice training ground. "What did you do to coax Miyuki again?" Feng Weiming asked. From the moment he went out to meet Miyuki, he had doubts, and concluded that it was the good deeds of Miyuki, who was a bad actor. "What can I do?" Miyuki gently wiped his sweat with a towel, unable to hide his smile. "Xiaoqi found out that we were together, and he said he wanted to protect us and cover for us." After a pause, Feng Weiming said lightly, "Actually, I never thought about covering it up." He didn't think it was a shameful thing to fall in love with Miyuki at all. He believed that his adoptive father, Miyuki, would understand him. The national conditions are like this. The time is not ripe, why bother to make it public? Miyuki said, "I don't want my mother, Xiaoqi, and Xiaoxian to be pointed at." The domestic environment was indeed too closed, and it would be much better abroad. The thought of going back to France to study flashed across Feng Weiming's mind. But it was too early to think about this now. Feng Weiming shook the tennis racket. "One more game?" Miyuki smiled. "Let me win again?" Feng Weiming sneered. "You can try it." If he did not beat him up, he would not be named Feng? "What kind of rubbish have you made?" Mu Zhurong threw two documents on the desk. Miyuki and Miyuki, who were sitting opposite him, both bowed their heads as if admitting their mistakes. Secretary Zhang, who was sitting next to them as a bystander, had a drop of sweat on his forehead as he sighed for the two children. Mu Zhurong had been in the top position for a long time. With the growth of age and experience, which was once gentle and elegant had become majestic and profound. He was enough to make people gasp when he didn't speak, let alone facing such harsh criticism. From Secretary Zhang's point of view, although the plans made by the two young masters Mu Yixi and Mu Yuki lacked some enthusiasm, they were still neat and tidy, and they were better than many people who had been working formally for many years. You must know that they had done less than a year of internship at Muse, and they had to balance their studies and work, so they could only come to work on weekends. According to him, it was pretty good to have such results. But the president as a father was strict. What he asked for was not good, but outstanding. Therefore, as sons, they were forced to be miserable. Mu Yuki was rebellious before, and had some unpleasantness with Mu Zhirong, but fortunately it only lasted for a short period of time before he turned around and continued to receive family education. During that time, Mu Zhirong's mood was also not very good, and those who were his subordinates had to keep their tails tucked. Secretary Zhang knew how much Mu Zhirong expected from Mu Yuki, as the younger generation of the Mu family pointed to Mu Yuki as the future successor of the Mu family. Mu Yuran, the son of Vice President Mu Zhuan, had no business acumen, and Mu Yuki's adopted brother Mu Yixi was purely accompanying the prince to study. Everyone knew that the focus was on Mu Yuki, and the pressure was too great, so it was no wonder that he had a rebellious mentality. Mu Zhirong resisted the urge to press his forehead. Mu Yuki was his and Mrs. Mu's only son, and Mu Zhirong only recognized him as the heir. This son lived up to expectations and looked very good, such that no one could say a bad thing about him. But he didn't know if the elder Mu Jingwei and the men of their generation had used up all their power, so none of the grandsons headed by Mu Yuki could shine. In business, except for Mu Yuki, who had some wisdom roots, the others had not shown any acumen. Mu Yuki was not bad, but it was only not bad. His personality lacked the sinister viciousness unique to businessmen, and he appeared to be too upright and pure. If it was a period of stable development, it would have been enough to keep the success. But today's society was changing with each passing day, and policies were changing overnight. Every family was trying to occupy resources and grow itself. Mu Zhirong used his vision and ability to gain some advantages, but in the future he would have to rely on the younger generation. To meet this challenge, with Mu Yuki's character, Mu Zhirong didn't dare to think. However, Mu Zhirong was a little uncertain when it was said that there was really no one in Mu Yuki's generation who could hold up the situation. His third younger brother, Mu Juking, managed the overseas Mu family's business well, and his adopted son, Feng Weiming, was a genius, and even adults like them could not fathom his mind. If his surname was Mu, he would definitely be the first child to be raised in the family, and even Mu Yuki would have to stand aside. Even if he didn't have the surname Mu, he could have been trained to be the right and left arm of the Mu family, but Mu Juking loved Feng Weiming to the bottom of his bones, even though they did not have a parent-child relationship. And when it came to taking over the Mu family's business, Mu Juking would ask Feng Weiming to consider the business in his hands first. Feng Weiming had become a treasure for the domestic Mu family that could only be seen from a distance. In addition to Feng Weiming, Mu Zhirong's adopted son Mu Yuxi was also a person whose mind was unpredictable even for adults like them. Mu Yuxi seemed to be very simple. He respected and showed filial piety to his elders, loved his brothers and sisters, his academic performance was above average, while his business ability was mediocre, and he seemed to be a typical example of a person with virtue but no talent. Through unremitting efforts, such a person could be qualified for a middle management position in the Mu family, which was not worth mentioning at the level of Mu Zhirong. But both Mu Jingwei and Mu Zhirong agreed that he was not as simple as he appeared to be. It was an intuition characteristic of well-honed people. Mu Yuxi's performance was too much in line with his identity, but it seemed a little distorted. And some of his occasional performances had shown that he could be better, such as the extremely dazzling high school entrance examination results, the almost all-around learning ability of other talents, and so on. It was like the project Mu Zhirong was holding in his hand. In Mu Yuki's plan, Mu Zhirong knew that he had done his best, and Mu Yuxi's plan was obviously inferior to Mu Yuki's, but Mu Zhirong was not sure whether this was the true level of Mu Yuxi's talent. Mu Zhirong has always had mixed feelings about this son. There was no doubt that he greatly disliked his origin. When he saw him, he remembered that unpleasant experience where he had been designed against, which was the stain and shame that the arrogant Mu Zhirong always remembered in his heart. But Mu Yuxi and his favorite son, Mu Yuki, looked too similar, and he didn't care when he couldn't see it with his own eyes. After seeing it with his own eyes, Mu Zhirong, like Mrs. Mu, couldn't accept that any misfortune happening to this boy who looked so much like his son. Therefore, Mu Zhirong acquiesced to the existence of Mu Yuxi, but he didn't plan to invest into him emotionally. This son also never cared about his feelings and was even willing to accept his indifference. Because the less he cared about him, the better his soft-hearted wife would treat him. Mu Yuxi could revolve around Mrs. Mu like a puppy, and take care of and protect Mu Yuki, Mu Yuxuan, and Feng Weiming like a wolf. He didn't even care about his life and felt that even looking at his father was a waste of time. Mu Zhirong gradually had some unpleasant feelings in his heart. Even if Mu Yuxi's attention to him was only 1/10 of what he showed to Mrs. Mu and the others, maybe he and him could have a different father and son relationship. It's a pity that Mu Yuxi didn't take the initiative, and Mu Zhirong, as a father, did not want to lose his face. Mu Zhurong originally thought that since the Mu family recognized this adopted son and regarded him as a member of the Mu family, it was a good ending for Mu Yixi, as long as he didn't have any crooked thoughts about the Mu family. Now it seemed that, don't talk about crooked thoughts, people didn't care about Muse at all, and they didn't try to perform at all, so that after graduation, they wouldn't have to enter Muse and seek a position. Don't think that he didn't know that some of Mu Yuki's previous plans were written by others. This other person, except Mu Yixi, he could not think about anybody else. Mu Jingwei and Mu Zhurong looked at him for a long time, waiting for when he would show his claws and show his true ability, but they didn't expect to wait, and after waiting all they got was still his inaction. Mu Jingwei and Mu Zhurong had to accept a guess that neither of them believed. In the Mu family, Mu Yuxi only cared about Mrs. Mu and a few younger siblings. He even fervently hoped that Mu Yuki could stand on his own and officially become the next heir. Including the adopted son, there were 6 children in the Mu family's direct line, 5 of whom had no interest in the Mu family, and the only one who has received the education of the predetermined heir was not good enough. The situation of the new generation of the Mu family's direct line was worrying. It was very likely that the Qin family, which had made countless jokes and was declining day by day, might end up better than the Mu family. The Qin family now had a good son-in-law, Yan Kai, to stand up, and Yan Kai's son Qin He in the same year as Mu Yuki, already had a reputation for being smart and capable at a young age. Mu Zhurong needed to discuss this issue in detail with Mu Jingwei. Warning 18+ content. When Mu Yuki was struggling with the project under the pressure of his father and brother, Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming were discussing where to study abroad. They were already in their 2nd year of high school and would be in their 3rd year of high school next year. If they wanted to study abroad, they had to start preparing now. For more than a year, the relationship between the two had been stable. Although they often pointed at each other and loved to kill each other, they were never bored with each other. Feng Weiming, who is the husband and who is the wife. So, they started planning for the future. Mu Yuxi was preparing to go into business, and he had his sights set on the country. China was in an era of excellent development, and Mu Yuxi saw business opportunities everywhere. His goal was to create a little Mu family, an existence that could provide protection for Mrs. Mu, Mu Yuki, Mu Yuxuan, and Feng Weiming even if the Mu family fell. For this he would stop at nothing. Because he found that the Mu family had stood up to this day, and it had indeed created a lot of brilliance, but it had also made quite a few enemies. His victory in the last life was enough to show that the Mu family was not monolithic, and it could also decline and fail. And any one of the hostile forces could bring together some people with delicate identities, such as the Su family brother and sister who were closely related to the Mu family, Su Zhao and Su Qingli, or someone such as his biological mother Hu Qin and so on. Su Zhao was implicated because of the stupid things Su Qingli did. 10 years ago, he was transferred from Mu's headquarters, but he was transferred back recently. Su Qingli came back at the same time as him. Su Qingli went to Japan after being expelled from Mu's family. She returned to China 5 years ago to marry Yu Yang and had stayed in the country since then. She and Yu Yang's son was 3 years old this year. The reason why the two brother and sister came back together was because their mother, Tang Yanhua, was seriously ill. Tang Yanhua begged Grandma Mu to let Su Zhao and Su Qingli bring their families back for a reunion. With Su Qingli paranoia towards Mu Zhurong, it was beyond Mu Yuxi's expectations that she would get married and have children. Mu Yuxi met her at the Mu family's old house. At that time, she was holding her 3-year-old son and talking to Grandma Mu. She looked gentle and graceful, as if she had really changed her mind. But when she passed him by, she asked, "Eldest young master didn't have a good time in the Mu family." Then she left a phone number and drifted away. So, Mu Yuxi knew that she had not changed at all. It was estimated that she got married and had children just to dispel everyone's vigilance against her. Because even if she didn't get married and had children, her design on Mu Yuxuan would make it impossible for her to enter Mu's house justifiably her whole life. In that case, she decided to just break the jar. After getting married and having children, Su Qingli obsession must have deepened. Mu Yuxi and Mu Yuki interned at Mu's, and the differential treatment due to their status was not obvious at the middle and lower levels, but it was emphasized at the top. But those who could climb to the top of the Mu family company were all good people. Even if they knew that Mu Yuxi was not the heir to the Mu family, they treated him and Mu Yuki the same on the surface, and they were always polite. If Mu Yuxi hadn't lived another life, he might not have seen the indifference beneath their warm smiles. A teenager would not be so keenly aware of being snubbed. This was the insensitivity because of ignorance. The senior management of the Mu family didn't think he was having a bad time, so naturally they wouldn't tell others that he was having a bad time. So, the news didn't come out from there. It was only from Hu Qin's side. Mu Yuxi entered Mu's internship, and Hu Qin was the happiest one. Every time they met, she always asked him questions, and she was most interested in the internal trends of MUS. Mu Yuxi picked up some irrelevant news and told her. The key point was to express his feelings about his internship at Mu's. They only recognize Mu Yuki as father's son. No matter how good I am, everyone turns a blind eye. Obviously I'm doing better than Mu Yuki. My surname is Mu, and the Mu family also has my share. With his confidence, Hu Qin's face became more and more satisfied. She finally encouraged him like a normal mother. Yes, you are the best. You are better than Mu Yuki. Your surname is Mu, of course the Mu family should have your share. And you are the eldest son of this generation, you deserve the most. Take Mrs. Mew and show it to those who look down on you? Hearing the words of the previous life that Hu Qin had brainwashed him with since he was a child, Mu Yuxi's heart did not fluctuate. He saw Hu Qin's eyes were red with naked greed, and he suddenly wondered what the point was in spending his energy and time on such a person. Did he still expect to get from her the maternal love he already got from Mrs. Mew? Mu Yuxi suddenly lost interest. Now it seemed that Su Qingli had contacted Hu Qin after returning. However, compared to the impatience in his childhood, Mu Yuxi has calmed down a lot. Without him, it was still unknown whether these jumping clowns could take down Mu Zhurong. Even if the Mew family really changed hands one day in the future, Mu Yuxi believed that he would have enough ability to deal with all the variables at that time. Instead of wasting time for some spooky charms, it was better to find a way to strengthen his own strength and drop 10 people at one go. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Therefore, when Feng Weiming proposed to study abroad, Mu Yuxi did not object. Feng Weiming intended to go back to France to study, because Mu Juking was in France, and the overseas headquarters of Muse was also in France. Mu Yuxi preferred the more open America. The two sides were at odds, and they decided to use their vacation time to visit schools in these two countries. Mu Yuki, the shield, consciously followed, along with Yin Yu, who was still somewhat helpless but habitually condoning. Mu Yuxuan also wanted to come, but Qin he had to stay in the country for something. After hesitating between staying with her boyfriend and her brother, Mu Yuxuan cried and waved her little hand to her brothers, wishing them a smooth journey. They had been to the United States when they traveled with their family before, but it was their first time without an adult, and everyone was in high spirits. The group had a great time in the Gulf state. Back at the hotel where they were staying in the evening, Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming, who were a couple, couldn't help but make out. There was excitement and the taste of love in the air, as their rapid breathing gradually returned to the normal frequency. Mu Yuxi carefully pulled the quilt to block Feng Weiming's lower body, while he lay lazily on the quilt without any cover and took possession of his shoulders and pulled him across his chest with one hand. Feng Weiming was still absent-minded, and his body was flushed red, revealing an astonishingly glamorous color. Mu Yuxi looked at him sideways, his fingers lightly stroked his smooth face, and there was a flash of infatuation in his eyes. After a long while, Feng Weiming's sanity finally came back from outside the clouds. He tilted his head to look at Mu Yuxi, and couldn't help asking in a hoarse voice, "Why don't do it to the end?" A genius, like Feng Weiming, only admitted one thing in his life. One thing in which he was not as good as the other, that was in bed. He and Mu Yuxi were both newbies, and they both watched movies together to learn, but Mu Yuxi's entry was 1,000 miles away, and Feng Weiming still hadn't figured anything out. Mu Yuxi interjected, "Won't I be able to go 1,000 miles in a day? In the past life, I was incompetent, so I could only make fun of myself in my mind, imagining things like this countless times." With Feng Weiming, the yellow waste in his mind finally had a place to be dumped, lighting a candle for Ming Ming. In the end, Feng Weiming didn't fight with him for this dominance anymore, just lay down and enjoyed it. Seeing Mu Yuxi lying on top of him and serving him attentively, Feng Weiming felt a strange sense of satisfaction in his heart. However, what Feng Weiming couldn't understand was that he had let Mu Yuxi do what he did, and Mu Yuxi had also tried a lot of games with no lower limit, but he had never done it to him. "Obviously can't wait?" Mu Yuxi asked jokingly. Feng Weiming glanced at him lightly. Mu Yuxi was so attracted that his whole body swayed, and he fondly stroked his silk-like skin. Feng Weiming felt itchy, pulled up the quilt to cover it, turned his back and curled up slightly, his movements a little childish. Mu Yuxi hugged him from behind, and kissed the top of his hair tenderly and cherishingly. "You are still young, let's try again when you are 18 years old." As if he was so old, but a year and a half older than him. While thinking about it, Feng Weiming slowly turned around and put his head in Mu Yuxi's arms expressionlessly. "Yeah," he agreed vaguely. In the end, Feng Weiming did not fail Mu Yuxi, and decided to study abroad in the United States. Of course, as a good boy who did not forget his father as soon as he had a lover, Feng Weiming consulted Mu Juking beforehand. Mu Juking was obedient to his son and always responsive to his needs, so he generously said that he could go to university wherever he wanted. US? There was no problem with the United States. How could the overseas Mu family be so strong but still let go of the American market? Mu Juking also had a company and real estate in the United States, and it was not a problem for him to live there for 10 days to half a month from time to time. Live together? Feng Weiming's heart immediately filled with a very light guilty conscience. Although he didn't plan to hide his relationship with Mu Yuxi, but under his father's nose, he was dating, and also making out in the next room at night. At least there was a buffer in the United States, but in France. Feng Weiming thought, let's still go with the United States. Mu Yuxi wanted to study abroad, and Mrs. Mu was also quite supportive. In fact, Mu Yuxuan had the same plan. As for Mu Yuki, he couldn't mention it for the time being. Mu Zhurong had been staring at him closely recently, and without any further secrecy, he directly ignored Mu Yuxi and locked Mu Yuki in the small dark room. Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming were busy planning to go abroad, while Mu Yuki often worked overtime at the Mu family, and the time for the two brothers to meet drastically reduced. Sometimes when they met, seeing Mu Yuki's tired face, Mu Yuxi couldn't say anything except pat him on the shoulder to cheer him up. Whether it was from Mu Jurong or Mu Yuki, it was obvious that Mu Yixi would not be allowed to help him at this time. Mu Yuki lost 3 kilograms directly. His face became so thin that his cheeks looked slightly sunken, his cheekbones started protruding. His face, which had been similar to Mu Yuxi, became a little more angular, and he was much more silent than the cheerful and lively boy he was before. Mu Yuxuan said that he had lost weight in a flash of lightning, and the weight loss effect was so remarkable that her best friends would be jealous if they knew about it. But behind the joke, everyone was a little worried. Even Mrs. Mu, who had never interfered with Mu Jurong's education of her children, told her husband in private that he had been putting too much pressure on Mu Yuki. Mu Jurong said, "I can't be lenient to him anymore. Yuran has given up the right of inheritance, and Zioki must become the next patriarch. He needs to take on the responsibilities that he should bear. In the future, the Mu family will be handed over to him. You can't go wrong." The children of Mu Yuki's generation were not in any way better than Mu Jurong's generation. Mu Jurong himself was a very capable person. Although he was not as influential as Mu Jingwei, he had a unique vision, was determined to forge ahead, and had taken the Mu family to a higher level. Mu Juan might be a little careful and always trying to compete with Mu Jurong, but his general direction was always good, and he would never lose the chain or hold himself back when he had go all out. Mu Juking was the most flexible and shrewd among the 3 brothers, almost turning the overseas Mu clan into his one-stop shop. They had made the direct branch of the Mu family shine, and completely given them the right to speak. But a large part of their future success depended on the next generation. The new generation of the Mu family at home and abroad gradually grew up and began to compete with each other. When they reached the age of 18, they would be tested by the family to decide the next candidate for the patriarch. If Mu Yuki couldn't become a candidate, their line would lose face, and their decline would be just around the corner. And Mu Yuki didn't even have a reliable helper among his siblings. Like Mu Yurun, Mu Yayun, and others, even if they wanted to help, they were unable to help. The only benefit of this generation of children was that they had enough self-knowledge. Mrs. Mu heard Mu Jurong's words and understood that Mu Yuxi and Mu Yuxuan should help Mu Yuki. Mu Yuxuan was a girl, naturally spoiled, and she couldn't tell right from wrong at a young age, and Mu Jurong won't say anything if she didn't stand up. But Mu Yuxi, his identity should have been cultivated to be Mu Yuki's right hand. The Mu family had nurtured him. What was rare was that Mu Yuxi attached great importance to caring for his younger brother Mu Yuki, and usually took care of him without any ambiguity. Mu Yuki also trusted and respected this brother. But Mrs. Mu never thought of cultivating Mu Yuxi as a subordinate of Mu Yuki. She adopted Mu Yuxi just for her own peace of mind and did not intend to ask for even half a cent in return. This child suffered serious abuse when he was a child, but he did not blame others. He had grown up to be filial to his elders and loved his younger brothers and sisters. Mrs. Mu loved him very much, and her love for him was no less than that for her own children. She hoped that he would live happily and freely. She did not want to let the family bind him. The Mu family did not recognize him as the blood of the Mu family and should not put the responsibility of the Mu family on his head. If Mu Yuxi was interested in the Mu family and wanted to work in the Mu family in the future, Mrs. Mu would leave him alone. But Mu Yuxi obviously didn't want to rely on the Mu family and wanted to develop independently. Not long ago, he happily told her that he wanted to study abroad and see the world. Mrs. Mu didn't catch Mu Jurong's words. Not to mention that she didn't want to use her favor for repayment. She knew that her son, Mu Yuki, would definitely not want to pull Mu Yuxi into the water, otherwise he wouldn't work so hard to make achievements to get his father's approval. Mu Jurong did not force her. Who Mrs. Mu was, he knew better than anyone else. It was precisely because of this clarity that the atmosphere of the Yulianyuan Mu mansion became a little weird. Everyone noticed it, but no one discussed it. Finally one day, Mu Jurong called Mu Yuxi and Mu Yuki into the study together. "I think you both know that Xiaoxian and Qinhe are in a relationship." Mu Jurong looked at his 2 sons and mentioned Mu Yuxuan. "These 2 children have a stable relationship. I talked to Qinhe's father Yankai and decided that we will wait for Xiaoxian to turn 16 and then we will let them get engaged first." When Mu Jurong said the first sentence, Mu Yuxi and Mu Yuki's expressions were still calm, but when they heard the engagement word later, the 2 brothers had the same black expression on their faces. 16 is too early? Mu Yuki couldn't help saying. It was settled at such a young age. What should she do if there was a problem in the future? In a family like theirs, there was no difference between being engaged and getting married. It was definitely not an easy thing to break up the engagement. What's more, the cute and well-behaved younger sister who was brought up with great difficulty would be taken away by a pig so quickly, and she would justly belong to the other person. Which elder brother would be happy with this? Even if the future brother-in-law was a little friend who grew up together with them from childhood, it would not work. Mu Yuxi's mind turned to come to a feasible plan for delaying the engagement. "I can't bear it either." Mu Jurong lifted his lips. Mu Jurong was equally angry when he thought that the baby girl who grew up in the palm of his hand would be given to another stinky boy. But this is not just the matter of Xiaoxian and Qinhe. It was the matter of both Mu family and the Qin family. In the generation of Mu Jingwei and Qin Shishang, the Mu family and the Qin family were evenly matched. Although the Qin family lost its former glory because of unworthy descendants, its background as an aristocratic family was still there, and now there was Yankai who could be called a godly support. The next patriarch of the Qin family would be Qinhe. Mu Yuxuan's marriage to Qin He meant a powerful alliance between two old aristocratic families. This marriage was not only needed by the declining Qin family, but also by the Mu family, which had a slightly frail new generation, so the two families were serious about it. Mu Zhirong and Yankai had also communicated with each other about this matter several times. When Mu Yuxuan and Qin He got married, they would take 5% of Mu's shares as dowry, and the dowry given by the Qin family would be 6% of Qin's shares. This was to open a path for the future cooperation between the Mu family and the Qin family. Having a younger sister who would be the mistress of the Qin family was a plus for Mu Yuki as a candidate for the head of the Mu family. But in addition to cooperation, the Mu family and the Qin family had a lot of overlapping business cooperations, and there was still a very fierce competition. Moreover, once Mu Yuxuan and Qin He were married, the Qin family would have an advantage. How to unite or fight after the exchange of shares had to be determined by means. If Xiaoxian was interested in doing business, she will be no worse than you, Mu Zhirong said. He still knew a lot about his daughter. Mu Yuxuan inherited his shrewdness even more than Mu Yuki. If Mu Yuxuan intended to engage in business, Mu Zhirong was not old-fashioned and would have supported her to the end. Too bad she wasn't interested. In the past, the competition for the heir position was bloody, and everyone in this generation disliked it. Maybe Mu Zhirong had just sighed, but Mu Yuxi, who was used to theorizing conspiracy about him, thought he meant something. Could it be that he wanted Mu Yuxuan to think about the Mu family after marrying into the Qin family, and wanted to even encourage her to fight for power in the Qin family? Mu Yuxi thought that the women of the Qin family were indeed very ambitious in their careers, which did not conform to the trend of men and women in this circle, such as Qin He's mother Qin Zhensin. But he only hoped that Mu Yuxuan would always be pampered and loved, would be able to do whatever she wanted to do, without the need to charge into battle like a man, or to engage in intrigue. She just had to live a life of peace and joy. However, Mu Zhirong did not go into depth on this topic, but talked about another matter. Xiaoxian's marriage has been decided. Xiaoqi, your marriage with Lin's daughter should also be decided. Mu Yuki was shocked. Dad, I do not want to be with Lin Pei'er, Mu Yuki said quickly. Mu Zhirong remained unmoved. Do you have any other suitable candidates? The marriage of Mu Yuxuan and Qin He would cause the Mu family to lose 5% of Mu's shares. They didn't think that the 6% of Qin's shares were an equivalent exchange. The marriage of Mu Yuki and Lin Pei'er could make up for this loss. Lin Pei'er would marry into the Mu family with 20% of the shares of the Lin family, and these shares had no hidden dangers. It was only a price to take care of Lin Pei'er. At this point, the Mu family men could definitely guarantee a serious and responsible marriage. Mu Yuki was slightly lacking in ability. With this marriage, it was equivalent to making a contribution to the Mu family and adding an advantage in his election as the patriarch. Mu Yuki's face was ugly. He could work hard in order to take on the responsibility of being a child of the Mu family, but even his freedom of marriage was gone, which was completely beyond his acceptance. Dad, I don't like Lin Pei'er. Miss Lin likes you very much, Mu Zhirong said. If you don't have a better candidate than Miss Lin, you should learn to like her. You are almost 18 years old, don't be so naive anymore. Your mother and I came together like this back then. Do you think me and your mother have it bad? He thought that he and Mrs. Mu were the best example of a business marriage. Not so good, Mu Yuxi and Mu Yuki said in their hearts. The two brothers were either in love or had been in love before, and they understood the feeling very well. Mu Zhirong and Mrs. Mu had been husband and wife for many years. Their intimacy and friendship were enough, but they always lacked a little affection that was usual between lovers. Mrs. Mu regarded her children as much more than her husband, Mu Zhirong. That's why Mu Zhirong, a man whose life focus was work, was satisfied with this situation. Neither Mu Yuxi nor Mu Yuki wanted just respect like Mu Zhirong and Mrs. Mu had with their lifelong companions. But the unquestionable tone in Mu Zhirong's tone made Mu Yuki a little scared. Running away from home now, was it too late to quit? Could Mu Yuki lose his sense of responsibility? Dad, I don't want this, Mu Yuki tried to convince Mu Zhirong. You need help. Mu Zhirong said, let me change my words. There will be major projects for Mu's and Lin's cooperation in the future. This cooperation will affect the development of Mu's in the next 10 years. If you get married, and we become a family, then many things would be better negotiated. Except for your dislike, everyone, including you, will benefit from this marriage. Do you understand what I mean? In other words, Mu Yuki had to want this marriage, and he had no choice. Totally forced, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I refuse? Mu Yuki slapped the table. If you are not suitable to be the heir, I will have to choose to train Xiaoxian. Mu Zhirong said calmly. Mu Yuxuan had decided to study jewelry design abroad, and cultivating her to take over the Mu family was equivalent to breaking her dream. Dad, you are being unreasonable. Mu Yuki slammed the door angrily. Irritable and willful. Mu Zhirong shook his head, spoiled. Mu Yuxi didn't say a word from beginning to end, but when he heard Mu Zhirong's criticism of Mu Yuki, he said, if Xiaoqi did not even have the courage to resist, and would only obey you, I'm afraid you will be even more disappointed, right? How can he resist? Mu Zhirong said, there are many ways to make a person bow their heads, including threatening one's son with his sister's future, Mu Yuxi said slightly sarcastically. Mu Zhirong said, your grandfather is right, you are all spoiled and need to bear some pressure. Without the backing of the Mu family, what are you children? Don't just enjoy the benefits and not take responsibility. Mu Yixi now understood that today's show had been for him. Mu Zhurong threatened Mu Yuki with Mu Yuxuan, but in fact, he was threatening him with Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan, because he cared about them. Mu Yuxi could pretend not to understand and not accept the move. In Mu's house, as long as Mrs. Mu did not speak, no one could force him to do what he didn't want to do, not even Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan. But if he didn't accept the move, Mu Zhurong would implement everything he had just said to the end, because he didn't think his decision was wrong. To give up a perfect marriage partner for so-called love which had not even appeared, was an extremely stupid and childish idea. And the Mu family had to be taken over by one of them. If Mu Yuki couldn't do it, then Mu Yuxuan would have to be responsible. This was the responsibility of those born with the golden spoon. Could Mu Yuxi watch Mu Yuki lose his freedom of marriage, Mu Yuxuan lose her dream, and then Mrs. Mu being sad about it? After a long silence, Mu Yuxi asked, "What do you want me to do?" At the same time, in the study of Mu's old house, Mu Jingwei was playing chess with Feng Weiming. Although it was strange to be called by Mu Jingwei to play chess with him, Feng Weiming still accompanied him patiently, and didn't release any water at all. "Xiao Weiming, Zioxi is upright and you are transparent, proud, and independent," Mu Jingwei said slowly. Feng Weiming glanced at him, as if to say, "I don't think I'm bad." Mu Jingwei smiled and said, "Grandpa didn't say it's bad. Otherwise, Zioxi, who has eyes at the top, won't like you." Feng Weiming's hand paused slightly, and he fixedly looked at Mu Jingwei. "Don't be nervous. Grandpa is very open-minded. This is a matter for you young people, and it has nothing to do with me, this old man." Mu Jingwei twisted a chess piece. "If you can be together forever and be together until you grow old, it is not a bad thing. But your temper is there, it's not easy to change. Do you believe that Zioxi is the same as you?" Feng Weiming said coldly, "He's very good." Mu Jingwei nodded in agreement, although he has a lot of small thoughts, but his nature is good. It is good for Zhurong's wife, Zioqi, and Xiaoxian. Feng Weiming put down his chess pieces, straightened his back and asked, "Grandpa, what do you want to say?" Mu Jingwei said, "You guess, if he were to choose, would he choose you, or Zhurong's wife, Zioqi, and Xiaoxian?" Mu Zhurong, the marriage between the Mu family and the Lin family is imperative, but it doesn't have to be Zioqi. Mu Yuxi, Lin Pei'er likes Zioqi. Mu Zhurong, liking never matters. Feng Weiming looked at Mu Jingwei and said word by word, "We agreed to go abroad to study together. Mu Yuxi, I will marry in the Lin family instead of Zioqi, if that's the answer you want." Feng Weiming, "I trust him. He won't give up their relationship so easily. You promised to marry the Lin family's daughter?" "Yes." The phone hung up. The next sentence "listen to my explanation" was instantly stuffed in his throat. In the cafe, Lin Pei'er sat opposite Mu Yuxi. Mu Yuxi's face had lost the gentleness and elegance he used to wear, and had become expressionless. Why? He couldn't be careful. As we all know, the Lin family loved their daughters like their lives. Without Lin Pei'er's nod, the Lin family would not have so clearly proposed marriage. Moreover, the Lin family said that the object of the joint marriage did not necessarily have to be the eldest son Mu Yuki, but it could also be the adopted son Mu Yuxi. This was really beyond Mu Yuxi's expectations. Who Lin Pei'er had always liked was Mu Yuki. "President, you are no worse than Mu Yuki. Mu Yuki is unwilling, so I don't mind changing to you," Lin Pei'er said with a smile. "Anyway, I have decided to enter the door of Mu's house." Mu Yuxi's expression became serious. Looking at his former Secretary General's expression, he tapped his slender fingers on the table, and said sharply, "Do you want revenge on Mu Yuki?" Lin Pei'er's expression changed slightly. "He rejected you, you hate him, so you want to get revenge on him," Mu Yuxi said firmly, and then felt a little incredible. "Pei'er, are you only 3 years old this year? So childish?" Lin Pei'er froze and kept staring at Mu Yuxi, before she spoke after a long time, "There is nothing to hide, right?" After laughing at herself, there was some resentment in her eyes. "Why can't I hate Mu Yuki? For so many years, I put aside a girl's restraint and did my best for him. Everyone thought we were a couple, but he rejected me. It seems that a few words can wipe out all my feelings." Mu Yuxi said, "You hate Mu Yuki, so you dragged me into the water too? You're not a good thing either. I thought you were really helping me, but in fact you were just taking advantage of me. Whether it's Xiao Weiwei or me, you don't think we're suitable for Mu Yuki, don't you?" Lin Pei'er said bitterly, "Since I'm not suitable for Mu Yuki, then you can take over." She was not stupid. After Mu Yuki rejected her, she thought a lot. Although Mu Yuki was hateful, she had always been his friend, while the president who had tried her best to assist her had played her as a fool, and the degree of hate she had towards him was not much worse than that towards Mu Yuki. Lin Pei'er's self-esteem was severely damaged, and she hated this pair of brothers to death. Mu Yuxi laughed without mirth. He looked at Lin Pei'er's spirited face and said lightly, "Pei'er, for the sake of us being classmates for many years, I advise you not to do stupid things. Don't gamble your whole life for a momentary impulse." Lin Pei'er said, "President, don't underestimate me. My parents love me, and I am equal to 20% of the shares of the Lin family. The Lin family will definitely choose a suitable man for me. Since the fate of marriage cannot be avoided, why can't I choose someone I like?" Except for your lack of identity, you are stronger than others in other aspects. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Mu Yuxi said, I don't like you. Lin Pei'er said, didn't Uncle Mu say this? She sneered, I like you, how much is it worth? I don't like you, and I don't need you to like me, I only need the identity of Mrs. Mu. Mrs. Mu's identity was enough to guarantee her a life of peace and happiness. Whether he liked it or not, a man in the Mu family could have only one daughter-in-law in his life. Loyal and loving to his wife, loving and caring for his children, wasn't that all a woman could ask of a man? Others couldn't do it, but the Mu family men could. That's why the Mu family made women flock to them. Marrying into the Mu family, Lin Pei'er would have already won half the challenge. Mu Yuxi shook his head, you're too naive. It's not a deal that you want and I want. Using such a semi-compulsive method, any man who was a little temperamental wouldn't be able to stand it. If a husband wanted to challenge his wife after marriage, there were many ways. President, you are better than Mu Yuki and more capable than him, so why are you willing to be subordinate to him because of your identity? Lin Pei'er said bewitchingly, if you accept me, the Lin family will definitely ask the Mu family to improve your identity. You will have enough bargaining chips to compete with Mu Yuki for the Mu family. Mu Yuxi laughed, Lin Pei'er, you have made so many detours, the purpose is always Saoki, my younger brother. Brother Lin Pei'er repeated the title, bent her eyes and gritted her teeth, I can't take this blame. You should know very well that if you and I are engaged, you will never have a chance to get Xiaoqi in your life. Mu Yuxi felt that he had underestimated a woman's brain circuit. For a man they could even cling to such a terrifying level. In the last life, Xia Weiwei attracted all of Lin Pei'er's firepower, so he didn't realize that she had this kind of character. This life really opened his eyes. Lin Pei'er said, I don't want him, I just want him to have a hard time. Mu Yuxi was silent. Lin Pei'er stirred the coffee in the cup, and suddenly said, Feng Weiming is going to drop out of school, it's very sudden, right? I heard that you two were planning to study abroad together. She was different from Mu Yuxi who didn't join the student union after he was promoted to high school. Lin Pei'er was still in the student union, and she was also in her previous position, Secretary General of the student union. So, she was well informed. She was one of the first students to know about Feng Weiming's withdrawal from school. Mu Yuxi raised his eyes and looked at her. Lin Pei'er's heart tightened. Having said so much just now, Mu Yuxi was tepid and showed no sign of anger. But at this glance, he clearly revealed a sense of oppression. Lin Pei'er also worked with Mu Yuxi for a while. This student council president had never been a vegetarian, and sometimes his tactics were so high that people didn't know how they were beaten. She was not tempted by him, precisely because of this fear. For a while, she regretted that her attitude towards him just now was not good enough, and she shouldn't have been so frank. Lin Pei'er said in a vague way, if Ming Xiao doesn't mind, I don't mind that time in the hot spring hotel. Apart from Mu Yuki and Yen Yu, she had also seen Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming kissing. Originally, Lin Pei'er thought she had become dazzled, but after she came back, she unknowingly noticed the relationship between Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming. After more than 2 years, it was basically confirmed. Some things couldn't be hidden from the eyes of the conscientious. Lin Pei'er didn't like Mu Yuxi. If he was willing to cooperate with her and help her out, she didn't mind turning a blind eye to certain things. Anyway, 2 men couldn't have children, it was much safer than him fooling around with other women. Mu Yuxi thought to himself, based on this alone, Lin Pei'er was no longer qualified to enter Mu's house. No matter how cowardly the Mu family's daughter-in-law was, she would never allow her husband to mess around behind her back. In upholding the Mu family's upright family style, in addition to the family education and teaching restraint to the Mu family's men, the maintenance from the Mu family's daughter-in-law was equally important. And, Ming, Feng Weiming is not someone you can talk about. When Feng Weiming was mentioned, Mu Yuxi's voice became an octave colder, and he didn't seem to want to say more. It's good if you don't regret the decision you made yourself. Lin Pei'er's heart suddenly felt a touch of unease. If it were you, what would you do? Mu Yuki looked at Yen Yu blankly. Mu Zhurong asked him to marry a girl he didn't like for the sake of his family. Mu Yuki was taught this since he was a child that he should do everything he could for his family, but at this moment, he only felt angry and wronged. After quarreling with his father, he rushed out angrily, and for some reason, went directly to Yen Ye's store to find him. Over the past 2 years, his friendship with Yen Yu had grown by leaps and bounds. Mu Yuxi had Feng Weiming, his younger brother and lover, to take care of, so Mu Yuki consciously retreated. He transferred some of his small dependence on Mu Yuxi to Yen Yu. And because Yen Yu felt too safe, some things which Mu Yuki couldn't even say to his parents and brother, Mu Yuki could tell Yen Yu, including his relationship with Xia Weiwei and his internship at Mu's. But today he had nowhere to vent the depression and frustration in his heart. Yen Yu had always been quite indulgent towards this uninvited little brother. After Qin He and Mu Yuxuan fell in love, they came to him less often, and Mu Yuki had filled this vacancy. Moreover, Mu Yuki's character was more open and frank than Qin He, like a little sun that shone in the dark. Yen Yu lived a dull life because of his experience from his previous life, and he also became a little happy to see people who lived so vividly. Yen Yu thought that he would live through this life without any disturbances. But at this time, he felt a little frightened. Because he saw a very light affection for him in Mu Yuki's eyes. It appeared abruptly and without warning. Yenyu had no idea when Miyuki started thinking these thoughts. Was it because they were too close, and he came and went here too often? Looking at Miyuki's appearance, it seemed that even he didn't know it. Yenyu avoided his gaze subconsciously and said carefully, getting married and having children is a normal life experience. This should also be in your life plan, right? Of course, I will have my own wife and children. Miyuki nodded. After thinking about it, he added, but, there are also my brother and Mingming. Yenyu said, there are no good results. Yes, it's too difficult. Miyuki was the one who has personally heard Yixi, who was able to do everything with ease, say that it would be very difficult. Actually, that Miss Lin seems to be a good person from all I've heard from you. Yenyu said, why can't you let go of your prejudice and try to accept it? Love and marriage are always different. Miyuki looked at him in surprise. I didn't expect you to be interested in this topic, Xiao. I always thought you were ready to become a monk. He made a joke. Does Xiao have someone he likes? If I meet the right person, I will marry her. Yenyu said softly, it is a very good thing to be able to build a family of your own. Yenyu's eyes were very serious, and Miyuki nodded unconsciously. You're right. I just hope that my future wife is someone I like. This request is not too much. Yenyu lowered his eyes. Talk to your father again. Don't quarrel. Miyuki began to reflect on how rude he was to Mu Zhurong. Mu Zhurong loved him, and if he spoke well, his father should understand him. If he was stubborn, he could ask him if he loved his mother. Father would not dare to say that he did not love. Then he could argue. Thinking of this and ignoring the strangeness in his heart, Miyuki became cheerful again. Okay, I will listen to you. Miyuki hid in Yenye's place for a few days, and finally figured it out. Then he plucked up the courage to have a good talk with his father and fight for what he wanted. He didn't expect to receive a thunderbolt first when he got home. Mingming is gone? What do you mean Mingming is gone? Miyuki was stunned and asked Yixi repeatedly. Yixi pulled the corners of his lips. He went back to France. He didn't know how he got to know that he had promised Mu Zhurong that he would marry in the Lin family, and suddenly called to question him, and as soon as he answered yes and before he could explain, Feng Weiming had hung up the phone and returned to France at a lightning quick speed. Afterwards, Mu Juking immediately sent someone to Yan to go through the formalities for his withdrawal, didn't say goodbye, and stopped all contact completely. This was the lover he has been with for more than 2 years, and he didn't even have the patience to listen to what he had to say. His trust in him was so low. For the first time in this lifetime, Yixi felt angered. He just barely suppressed himself and didn't attack Miyuki. Miyuki, why was it so sudden? When will he come back? Miyuki, he's dropped out of school. How will he come back? Miyuki was shocked. What happened? Are you not together? Miyuki laughed. So what? Are we still not allowed to break up? Brother Miyuki looked at him worriedly. Don't do this. I'll call him and ask what was going on. No. Miyuki's face sank. It was just for fun, so it can end like this. Don't mention me to him, and I don't want you to mention him in front of me again. Why did it feel like his brother had been dumped? Miyuki was not sure whether what Yixi said was the truth. Yixi smiled. Could it be that you think we would have a result? Would the family allow it? Would third uncle allow it? You didn't say that before. Miyuki thought to himself. But at this time, he instinctively didn't want to stimulate Yixi anymore. It was the first time he saw Yixi's mood so unstable, and there was an indescribable gloom all over his body. He would contact Feng Weiming in private. Miyuki silently decided. Has Dad been very angry these days? Miyuki asked anxiously. He didn't go home for a few days after his contradiction with Mu Zhurong, and he didn't know how he was feeling. How come? You are his son, and father and son have no overnight feud. Yixi said. Miyuki frowned and said in a low voice, then what do you think is the possibility of him agreeing if I tell him not to marry? Yixi, seriously, he will listen. Miyuki was a little encouraged and muttered, I don't want to marry someone I don't like. That's right. I hope Xiaoki's wife is someone you like, and she can give you happiness. Yixi said. Miyuki smiled, feeling moved. I know brother, you wish me well. He cheered up, clenched his fists and said, I must fight with my father to the end. With the strength of our Mu family, there is no need to marry for profit. Yixi nodded with a smile and watched him arrogantly go to Mu Zhurong to negotiate. When Miyuki's figure disappeared, the smile on Miyuki's face completely fell, and a haze flashed in his eyes. There was something which Miyuki had said that was completely right. With the strength of the Mu family, there was no need to marry for profit at all. The marriage was just an excuse. To persecute Miyuki in front of him was actually a way to persecute him. All the subtext was that Miyuki lacked ability and needed help. Mu Zhurong asked him to show his real strength to assist Miyuki. If his ability was enough to make up for Miyuki's deficiencies, it didn't matter whether he got married or not. If he was not capable, he would marry Miyuki with a wife who had the right family and could bring help to consolidate his advantage in the battle for becoming the patriarch. Mu Zhurong took Miyuki's freedom of marriage as a bargaining chip to coerce Miyuki's efforts. He saw that he cared about Mrs. Mu, Miyuki, and Miyuxuan and knew that he would not want to make Mrs. Mu sad or embarrass Miyuki and Miyuxuan. Moreover, Mu Zhurong was certain that he would not tell Miyuki and the others what he did as a father, because that would destroy Mu Zhurong's image as a good husband and father and would bring unimaginable harm to Mrs. Mu and the others. So, for Mu Yixi, even if he knew it was a trap, he had to jump. Who said his weakness has been grasped in the hand? To him, Mu Zhurong would never be soft-hearted, and would always be a scum. What a great irony. In the last life, he tried every means to break into the Mu family but was obstructed countless times. In this life, he tried his best to avoid fighting with Mu Yuki, but Mu Zhurong forced him to intervene. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. He miscalculated the situation, so that he was caught off guard by this present. People, if they didn't have enough strength, they would become passive and would be beaten. Since someone couldn't wait so much, Mu Yuki would see that they regret pulling him in. After seeing Mu Zhurong, Mu Yuki came back with a face full of spring breeze. I told my father, he said that the marriage can be postponed, and he asked me to work hard. Mu Yuki said happily, with the appearance of my father is really a real father. Mu Zhurong's understanding gave him a lot of encouragement, and Mu Yuki devoted himself to his work as if he had never been beaten. But knowing that Mu Yuki had changed his mind and wanted to develop in the Muse in the future, strangeness arose in Mu Yuki's heart, because Mu Yuki didn't say that before, and his performance did not reveal any interest in Muse. Brother, why? Didn't you want to develop abroad? Didn't you want to start your own business? Mu Yuki asked. Mu Yuki had been talking about going abroad for so long, and he already had everything ready. How could he suddenly change his mind? Mu Yuki said sadly, I wanted to go abroad to be with Mingming. Now that we have broken up, I don't want to go out. With my mother, you and Xiaoxian here, I don't want to be too far from home. The conversation changed. Don't you welcome me to work at Muse? Mu Yuki was ashamed that he couldn't help Mu Yuki, because Feng Weiming didn't even answer his phone, and his whole presence seemed to have suddenly evaporated. If it wasn't for Mu Juking calling Mu Zhurong and Mrs. Mu to explain and thank them for taking care of Feng Weiming over the years, Mu Yuki would have been worried about what had happened to Feng Weiming. At the same time, Mu Yuki was a little angry with Weiming. Mu Yuki liked him so much. And where had their brotherly affection over the years gone? Although it may not be a bad thing that Mu Yuki and Feng Weiming broke up, but seeing Mu Yuki sad, Mu Yuki still felt unbearable. He will try his best to introduce a girlfriend to his brother. If his brother really didn't like girls but liked boys, in order to make his brother happy, he would accept it too. As for the last sentence, of course Mu Yuki shook his head. How come? Brother, you are much better than me. When you come, Dad won't always stare at me? He said it sincerely. Mu Yuki patted his head. Very good, keep this consciousness. Then for the next project plan, Mu Yuki directly showed Mu Yuki up. It was no longer just a playful way to write a plan, just to let the teacher and Mu Zhurong review it like homework. This time, the plan written by Mu Yuki directly became the content of the Muse high-level meeting. Mu Yuki participated in the meeting as the writer and provided detailed instructions. In the end, Mu Zhurong took the case and let him act as the assistant project manager and directly participate in the whole project. Mu Yuki suddenly comparatively became one level below Mu Yuki. And before he could back to his senses and recover from his astonishment, he was shocked by the news that Mu Yuki and Lin Pei'er had gotten together. 2 years later. Miss Lin, I will help you to go in. Wang Yanqing, now 25 years old, stood in a smart suit, said this with a smile, as if the person who stood in the way half an hour ago had nothing to do with her. Lin Pei'er had grown more and more furious as she waited, but her past experience told her that getting angry would not only be useless but would even put her at a disadvantage. Mu Yuki could deal with her with one hand. The people who he had taught were as annoying as he was. She snorted while holding her face, picked up her bag and walked into Mu Yuxi's office with her head held high. Mu Yuxi's office was spacious and bright. It was located on the 28th floor of the top floor of Mu's headquarters, opposite the president's office and the chairman's office. Being able to monopolize an office here was enough to prove how outstanding Mu Yuxi's performance in the Mu family had been in the past 2 years, as well as the change in his status in the Mu family. This was a treatment that even Mu Yuki, the eldest grandson of the Mu family, did not have. It also had nothing to do with their Lin family. Lin Pei'er gritted her teeth and thought. But her resentment all turned into fear when Mu Yuki looked up from the document he had been focusing on. Why are you standing there stupidly, Pei'er? Sit. Mu Yuki said gently, with a very standard fiancé-like attitude, as if he had just been idle and her being forced to hang out for half an hour was just her illusion. Lin Pei'er's stomach began to ache. She wanted to scream, we're not engaged, and I'm not related to you at all, but her sanity as a smart person overwhelmed her hysteria. Because she knew that her collapse and admit defeat would not gain Mu Yuxi's sympathy and would even lead to his intensified designs against her. She had regretted countless times that she had provoked this evil star because of impulsiveness. Originally, she was still complacent about the marriage, and at the same time taking revenge on the two brothers Mu Yuxi and Mu Yuki. Even Mu Yuxi, who had always been clever, had bowed his head and compromised, and had to agree to the marriage. But before she was happy for too long, when she returned to school, she found that she had lost all her same-sex friends. Mu Yuxi, a scheming man, had many admirers. He had just gotten a little closer to her, and he had already made her lose half of her friends. Everyone still thought she was hypocritical. When she was in junior high school, she was obviously close to the water tower, but she seemed to like Miyuki, and seemed to only spend time with Miyuki as a friend and colleague, and she was even willing to help everyone send love letters to Miyuki at ordinary times, but they didn't know that it was all a false shot. In fact, she liked Miyuki as well. So, they thought that what she did in the past must have been to blur their vision and eliminate her love rivals. But Miyuki was indifferent to her, always abiding by the way of a gentleman, and refusing to become lovers with her. Lin Pei'er held a grudge and used her family background to force Miyuki, who was from a lesser background, to become her fiancé. Poor Miyuki had to compromise for the future of his family. Even if he was extremely embarrassed, he kept a distance from other girls and fulfilled the responsibility of a fiancé to Lin Pei'er. As soon as this story came out, the other half of Lin Pei'er's friends became his fans from passerbys, and they all sympathized with Miyuki and were dissatisfied with Lin Pei'er's domineering nature. The girl leader of Yan Middle School High School had changed from Lin Pei'er to Han Yuezi at a very fast speed. This woman was a loyal fan of Miyuki. She paid equal attention to family background and beauty. She was originally Lin Pei'er's successor after graduation and the next female leader. Lin Pei'er became the first female leader in the history of Yan High School affiliated high school to be ousted from office without graduating, and she lost all face. If there was no Miyuki's help behind this incident, Lin Pei'er would never believe it. But the president was the president after all, and Lin Pei'er didn't find any evidence that he was involved. And no matter how dismissive Miyuki was to her behind the backs of people, he would always be gentle and considerate in front of other people, with meticulous gestures, but occasionally inadvertently revealing a hint of "I can't choose my lover, I can't control my life" type of regrets. He even showed a sad loneliness sometimes, but when he turned his face, he would display his tolerance and love. Lin Pei'er accidentally said something about this a few times and was aroused by him to become a mockery in front of everyone's eyes. Miyuki didn't beat her or fight back, neither did he scold her or retaliate. He just acted resigned, always looking strong with a hint of fragility, such that all passersby felt pity for him and pointed at Lin Pei'er. At this time, Miyuki stood up very responsibly and thanked everyone, while at the same time protecting Lin Pei'er. She is young and ignorant. I will teach her slowly. It's okay, I'm a boy, I should let her have her way. Say it a few more times, and she will know everyone's good intentions. All of a sudden, the labels such as arrogant, willful, and inexperienced were put on Lin Pei'er's head, while Miyuki became known as someone stable and generous. And Lin Pei'er had no way to refute even a single sentence. The same was true in front of others. Miyuki took care of her in all kinds of ways but didn't give her any face in action. Like these people who worked under Miyuki, none of them gave her face because she was Miyuki's girlfriend. On the other hand, others had to admire Miyuki's distinction between public and private matters. Even Lin Pei'er's parents praised him after Miyuki showed his ability, thinking that he was worthy of Lin Pei'er. Lin Pei'er said bad things about Miyuki, and some people listened at first, but when Miyuki was called to confront, he immediately admitted his mistake, gently counted Lin Pei'er's advantages, and said that he would correct it. Then he would chat nonsense with the person who had questioned him, and after a series of combined punches came down, the other party only had appreciation for him. After Lin Pei'er complained again, she would become unreasonable. Lin Pei'er felt aggrieved, very aggrieved, extremely aggrieved. While Miyuki attacked her, he said that the engagement ceremony could be held as soon as possible. Lin Pei'er thought of what he had said before, and when she really became his fiancé, she was afraid that he would embarrass her more, so she resolutely disagreed. When Lin Pei'er came back to her senses, she realized that Miyuki definitely didn't want to get engaged to her. The engagement time was actually her biggest bargaining chip, but before she could do anything, Miyuki threw her a stack of photos. These photos were indecent photos of Lin Pei'er after being beaten by Miyuki and Miyuki one after another. That's not to mention, the most fatal blow was that Miyuki told her that he was impotent. So even if Lin Pei'er married him, she would have to live the life of a widow all her life, and she would die without children, and alone, because Miyuki would ignore her, and he, as a husband, would never allow her to step out on him. She would only bear the title of Mrs. Mew and live a life without taste. No matter how clever and resourceful Lin Pei'er was, she kneeled for him, wishing to stay away from him and that they had never know each other. But Miyuki didn't let her go. The handsome man said to her with a deep expression, "Pei'er is useful, how can I let you go? You have always been the most suitable fiancé candidate in my mind." He did not want to hold an engagement ceremony, but he let her occupy the position of invisible fiancé, so as not to let the Mew family choose another person. At that moment, Lin Pei'er really understood Miyuki's weakness, but she had no power to fight back. After 2 years of being beaten by Miyuki from time to time, Lin Pei'er almost wanted to cry without tears. Except for some occasions where she had to endure goosebumps all over her body to attend as Miyuki's female companion, at other times, Lin Pei'er could not wait to disappear before him. Every time she was summoned by Miyuki, she had to worry about whether the man was thinking of some tricks to deal with her. Which of her nerves had made her think that she could live with Miyuki for the rest of her life? Nov. L.B//JNN. Lin Pei'er sat upright. Seeing this, Miyuki became gentler. "Don't be nervous, I won't eat you." Lin Pei'er, she forced a smile, and her stomach hurt even more. "Cook. How has Eugen's been recently?" Miyuki asked. Eugen's, Lin Pei'er's new underground boyfriend. This was the welfare given by Mu Yixi. As long as Lin Pei'er cooperated with him, he would not interfere with her private life. Because Lin Pei'er didn't want to waste her youth at all, and Mu Yuki and Mu Yixi were bound together endlessly, she was very active and quietly looked for a spare tire. It was a pity that Mu Yixi still got to know. So, Lin Pei'er broke the jar and told him. To this, Mu Yixi said, "You have been very good lately. Eugens will be treated as a reward for you. Don't be polite to continue talking." Lin Pei'er took a small breath. He's fine. Mu Yuxi was very relieved. That's good. Falling in love is a pleasant thing. I hope you will always be happy. Lin Pei'er smiled dryly. Haha, hee. So, the dead man was still holding grudges, as she indirectly caused Feng Weiming to break up with him. There is a banquet on Saturday night. You can accompany me to attend it. Mu Yuxi said, dress better. Lin Pei'er said, you can just notify me of this kind of trivial matter with a text message. I will definitely be there on time. Mu Yuxi said more gently, how can I do it? Pei'er, you are very important to me. I think it's too rude not to tell you in person. He blatantly kept her hanging for half an hour. Lin Pei'er's head began to turn rapidly. She was trying hard to make him think that she was very good and cooperative recently. It had been a while since he had remembered to summon her, and she had forgotten on which tail she had stepped on. Suddenly, the door of the office was pushed open, and Mu Yuki hurried in with a stack of documents and said, Brother, our communication software development project has been. He looked up and saw Lin Pei'er, and his voice stopped. Seeing Mu Yuxi's gentle face and Lin Pei'er's ugly face, Mu Yuki was a little unhappy and said, Lin Pei'er, why are you here? What do you want to do to my brother? Lin Pei'er swallowed a mouthful of blood silently. Mu Yuxi said, it's not about Pei'er, it's because I have a banquet that I need her to accompany me to, so I specially invited her to come here. Mu Yuki frowned. Brother, you are so busy, just ask Wang Yanqing to inform her about such trivial matters. Why let her waste your time? Then, shaking his head, women are trouble. Lin Pei'er swallowed a mouthful of blood again. Since you have something to do, I'll go back first. Lin Pei'er tried her best to maintain her demeanor. She could leave smoothly. She recognized everything Mu Yuki said. Mu Yuxi, Pei'er, walk slowly, I won't send you. Mu Yuki said. Lin Pei'er, goodbye. She walked away quickly with small steps. Keep on pretending. Mu Yuki snorted. Knowing that who Lin Pei'er really liked was actually Mu Yuxi, and she had even used despicable means to force Mu Yuxi to marry her, Mu Yuki's impression of her had become completely bad. For Mu Yuxi's sake, he also hit the table with Mu Zhurong, saying that Mu Yuxi could not marry this kind of woman, and even brought Mrs. Mu as an assist. Mu Zhurong asked Mu Yuxi to speak for himself, but Mu Yuxi was silent for a while, then said I'm willing to marry with a hint of fragility. Mu Yuki was angry, Mrs. Mu frowned, and Mu Zhurong didn't know what to say. Anyway, Mu Yuxi had repeatedly expressed his willingness to marry, but except for Mu Zhurong, Mrs. Mu, and the others were not positive. Even Lin Pei'er, the object of the joint marriage, refused to let it go, and claimed to be Mu Yuxi's girlfriend. Mu Yuki deeply felt that his brother was delayed in finding his happiness by Lin Pei'er. Pei'er is also a last resort. Mu Yuxi sighed. Brother, you are so nice. Mu Yuki complained. Mu Yuxi shrugged. Just now you said. By the way, brother, our project to develop communication software was taken over there again? Mu Yuki said angrily. Mu Yuxi's eyes flashed with light. Oh, is this the first time? As soon as we have a good project, they will grab it there? Aren't they in charge of the overseas business? Why are they always staring at China? This is incompatible with the rules. Mu Yuxi concealed the smile on his lips. In business, no one will look at the rules. Mu Yuki said dissatisfiedly, Brother, why aren't you angry? If only I knew who was behind the scenes, I will not let him go. Mu Yuxi said, don't worry, you will know soon. Mu Yuki looked at Mu Yuxi's confident appearance, and his anger subsided slightly. In the past 2 years, Mu Yuxi had shown his sharp edge, and Mu Yuki had fully understood his power. Since Mu Yuxi knew who the principal person over there was, it would only take minutes for him to deal with him. But he was still a little curious. Who is it? Mu Yuxi smiled but said nothing. Mu Yuki stopped asking. Mu Yuxi didn't care about the master suffering, let alone his indirect beneficiary. 2 years ago, Mu Yuxi changed his mind and wanted to stay at Mu's. The trip to study abroad was also cancelled. He was promoted to Yan University as the #1 scholar in the province's liberal arts in the college entrance examination, majored in international finance, and minored in law and French. This was all while he was working. In fact, he had no university life. He would occasionally go out with Lin Pei'er, but he kept a distance from everybody of the opposite sex except Lin Pei'er, was a gentleman and kept himself clean. The two were acquiesced by the Mu Lin family as a prospective unmarried couple. As if being unshackled, Mu Yuxi's performance in the Mu family could only be described as flying into the sky. In the past 2 years, he had proposed no less than 10 development projects, large and small, but all of them had received attention. 2 of the first proposed projects had been approved and operated by Muse, and he was one of the main project leaders. When it came to the third project, Muse were still conducting feasibility assessments. But a company called Tianxing seemed to have fallen from the sky, cutting everything halfway, and had developed this project first. If it could be called a coincidence once, then the next few times had become malicious competition. There was a certain project that Mu Yixi had just finished and which had not been disclosed even in the Mu family. The other party had already got the news in advance like a hound. Money and relationships that didn't come out quickly build up. Moreover, the other party only robbed Mu Yuxi's projects. If Mu Yixi handed over the project to Mu Yuki and left it alone, the other party would be silent. This incident was only known to the high-level members of the Mu family. It caused a great shock at first. The high-level leaders headed by Mu Zhurong conducted a thorough investigation of the project leak, and really found out the insider. It was a pity that there was no time to catch the person, and the other party had already escaped. Later, knowing that it was aimed at Mu Yuxi, things became more subtle. Mu Yuxi was Mu Zhurong's adopted son, and there was an obvious difference in identity from Mu Yuki, the real prince. Everyone knew that Mu Zhurong wanted his son to become a dragon, but he was just ordinary in comparison to Mu Yuxi. Mu Yuxi had accumulated a lot after being mediocre for several years and had suddenly emerged. The ability he had shown was no less than that of many business veterans, and his status had thus skyrocketed. As a reference, Mu Yuki used to be slightly better, but now he was completely eclipsed, and had no power to fight back in the face of Mu Yuxi's strength. There was something special about Mu which had allowed them to stand for hundreds of years. The replacement of each generation at the helm was not the replacement of one person, but the replacement of a group of people. This increased certain operating risks, but also maintained the vitality of the enterprise. Mu's management was more receptive to new things than many established companies. Nothing impressed them more than a viable idea or performance. Therefore, the gap between Mu Yuxi and Mu Yuki had become less obvious due to Mu Yuxi's strength. Everyone communicated with Mu Yuxi as a peer, but their impression of Mu Yuki was still that of a junior who needed to study hard and practice constantly. Under such circumstances, it was not impossible if Mu Zhurong, the father, who favored his own son, Mu Yuki, might target Mu Yuxi, although everyone thought that Mu Zhurong would not be so stupid and act so blatantly. But this idea of high-level leaders was quite detrimental to Mu Zhurong and Mu Yuki. For a while, Mu Yuki had to distance himself from Mu Yuxi in order to avoid suspicion. And he also got to know an amazing inside story. Mu Yuxi was actually Mu Zhurong's illegitimate son, his half-brother. Although Mu Yuki had long regarded Mu Yuxi as his brother for so many years, a pure emotional relationship was different from a real blood relationship, and it still shocked Mu Yuki. After all, such rumors had always been heard until Mu Yuki had turned numb to them, and he always deeply thought that it was only a rumor. He didn't believe that Mu Zhurong and Mrs. Muse with their shrewdness would not know about this. So, he went to Mu Yuxuan and hesitantly mentioned the matter. Unexpectedly, Mu Yuxuan already knew about it. Mu Yuxuan had long since said that she treated Mu Yixi as if he was born from Mrs. Mu's womb. Mrs. Mu had said it in a glorified manner, but Mu Yuxuan was not a child and had her own judgment. She explained to Mu Yuki like this: no one can choose their parents. The eldest brother is the most innocent. He has been living a very hard life, and his identity has not been recognized by the Mu family. You know what he's like. You know what he's doing for us. Even our mother doesn't mind and has always been good to eldest brother. Whether it's by blood or emotionally, I recognize him as my eldest brother. She stared at Mu Yuki, with a posture of if you dare not recognize the big brother, I will tear you up. But Mu Yuki's 2 lines of tears flowed down without warning. He remembered that when he was a child, he was instigated to think that Mu Yuxi was the child of a third party, and he had justly scolded him and refused to play with him. Thinking of how Mu Yuxi had taken care of him for so many years, he had done everything possible to control him, worrying that he was going down the wrong path, standing by him anytime and anywhere to support him and encourage him. This must have been exhausting for him. Did Mu Yuxi know his identity early, feel sorry for them, and treated them like this as an atonement? So distressed Cook. Mu Yuki was so shocked by this truth that he couldn't tell Mu Yuxi, so as not to cause secondary harm. But Mu Zhurong got it wrong, and thought that Mu Yuxi stealing his limelight had hit him deeply, so he took the opportunity to educate him. Isn't it uncomfortable? No matter how close a brother is, it is impossible to give in the face of interests. Today your status is more than Mu Yuxi, so others will still be polite to you. But tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, if you are still no match, others will ignore you and only see Mu Yuxi. For a long time, you can only live under the light of Mu Yuxi, and look at his face for a lifetime. Mu Yuki subconsciously retorted in his heart, my brother wouldn't do this to me. Before, he had no interest in the Mu family at all, and he deliberately hid his ability so as to not compete with him. Then, Mu Yuki suddenly had a vague understanding. Before, Mu Yuxi had no interest in the Mu family at all, and he deliberately hid himself so as to not to compete with him. Moreover, his and Feng Weiming's love, they were so blatant that Mu Yuki wanted to look away. They were also happily preparing to go abroad. However, not long after Mu Zhurong told him that he had to marry Lin Pei'er, everything changed. Feng Weiming left without warning. Mu Yuxi did not go abroad. Mu Yuxi went back to work in the Mu family. Mu Yuxi became better, and Mu Yuxi and Lin Pei'er got together. Mu Yuxi always treated him in a way which was too good to be true. He didn't want to marry, so did Mu Yuxi replace him? Mu Yuki, who admired, respected, and trusted his father from childhood, had a little doubt about Mu Zhurong for the first time. However, the attitudes of Mu Zhurong and Mu Yuxi seemed to be very normal. There was no tit for tat between the two, and no bow was drawn. Mu Yuxi didn't seem to be forced at all. Mu Yuki was a little uncertain again. However, Mu Yuki started having reservations again when Mu Zhurong tried to wake him up with cruel reality. He knew that Mu Zhurong wanted to motivate him, and Mu Yuxi's ability did put pressure on him, but Mu Yuki was not an intolerant person. He was upright and honest, and seeing Mu Yuxi was so good, he was actually very happy for him. Moreover, when he encountered the strong, he got stronger, and when he encountered the weak, weaker. With Mu Yuxi putting pressure on him, his progress was better than Mu Zhurong closing him in a little black house and opening a small stove for him. It was best for Mu Yuki to just let go, not to avoid suspicion, to learn business with Mu Yuxi, and to retain his independence while learning from him. When Mu Yuxi threw the project to him, he also worked diligently, and rightfully accumulated experience. In the matter of joint marriage, Mu Yuki firmly opposed Mu Yuxi and Lin Peier's engagement. And he had made remarkable progress, so Mu Zhurong's attitude loosened, which made Mu Yuki confirm his thoughts. Marriage or something was not important at all everyone wanted was his self-improvement. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. If he was good, no one would force his brother. So, although Mu Yuxi's achievements in Muse are dazzling, Mu Yuki's progress was also visible to the naked eye. Although the methods were different, Mu Zhurong and Mu Yuxi had obviously achieved their goals, and they could be regarded as having the same goal. Mu Yuxi was especially pleased. Mu Zhurong's persecution made him angry and resentful. Mu Zhurong wanted to use him as Mu Yuki's whetstone, so he approached him step by step, tit for tat. Mu Zhurong wanted the two brothers to form a healthy competitive relationship. Mu Yuxi refused to let him do so. He wanted to be at full power, so with the experience and foresight of the previous life, he knocked Mu Yuki down at once and climbed to a height that he could not climb. He had planned to deliberately provoke Mu Yuki, induce him to be hostile to him, and provoke his relationship with Mu Zhurong when Mu Yuki confronted him. Unexpectedly, Mu Yuki deserved to be brought up by him. Without him doing anything, Mu Yuki seemed to have seen through Mu Zhurong's conspiracy and tricks. Mu Zhurong, although he didn't hate Mu Zhurong because of it, but his trust in Mu Zhurong's words had been compromised, and he was obviously more on his side, seems to be sympathetic and pity, no matter what Mu Yuki was thinking about. Mu Yuxi, who was the best judge of the situation, deepened his impression with kindness. The impression that he never spoke ill of Mu Zhurong, and occasionally forced a smile, which made Mu Yuki feel that he was strong, in business, and at the same time had no difficulty in perceiving his vulnerability. Poor father. Now Mu Yuxi was sure that no matter what he did, Mu Yuki would trust him and think he was doing it for his own good. If someone spoke ill of him, Mu Yuki would definitely be the first to rush to argue for him, and even if he couldn't refute it verbally, for example, to Mu Zhurong, he would refute it in his heart. Mu Yuki also showed a serious demeanor, as he said to him, "Brother, if you want to be the patriarch, I'll help you. Don't force yourself." Mu Yuxi didn't regret protecting him for so many years. When he thought about his own life before, he also felt that Mrs. Mu Yuki, and Mu Yuxuan also thought the same, and they definitely hoped that he would live well. But once he heard Mu Yuxuan say it in person, and once he heard Mu Yuki say it in person, it really warmed his heart. Mu Yuxi thought, if he has a partner, and the other party can't tolerate his love for his mother and siblings, he will give him up. Looking forward to the banquet on Saturday night, Mu Yuxi said gently, "Come on, Zyoki, let me tell you about this communication software project." On Saturday night, Mu Yuxi came to the banquet scene with Lin Peier, who was dressed up, in his arms. The hosts of the banquet, Feng Kun and his fiancée Hu Ankai, no, she should be called Wei Ankai now, greeted them with a smile. "You are here." Feng Kun nodded. Feng Kun, who was over 20 years old, looked like a young talent, but the corners of his eyes were slightly hung, giving a sense of arrogance. He was also a student of Yan University, but he was basically just going through the motions, rarely returning to school, because he had opened a real estate company, in which he speculated on the land and then sold it. After 2 years of doing it, he became prosperous, and now he intended to get involved in the development business. Among his peers in the circle, he was a rare leader, and Mu Yuki and others, who were still steadily working in the family business, seemed to have lost 2 points of determination in front of him. "Brother Shi, Sister Peier." Wei Ankai, a little bird leaning on Feng Kun's side, called out with a sweet smile. Sometimes Mu Yuxi had to admire Hu Qin and Wei Anki's enthusiasm. In the past 6 months, they could be said to have become proud with the spring breeze. Wei Dong, the Uncle Wei that Mu Yuxi had known about before, turned out to be a rich Hong Kong businessman. Hu Qin somehow got together with him, became his mistress for more than 10 years, and gave birth to a daughter for him. A year ago, Wei Dong and his ex-wife divorced. Half a year ago, Hu Qin and his daughter became regulars and settled down in Xinan City. At this time, the identity of Hong Kong businessman was very popular in China, and Hu Qin and Wei Ankai thus became upstarts in Xinan City. When the news of Qin He and Mu Yuxuan becoming a couple spread in Yan, Feng Kun was so angry that he almost wanted to fight Qin He. At this time, Wei Ankai quietly became Feng Kun's little lover. Feng Kun was just playing, but when Wei Ankai's identity changed, Zhong Ruijin made him and Wei Ankai get engaged. Regardless of what people in the circle said, Hu Qin and Wei Ankai gradually gained a firm footing through Wei Dong and the Feng family. Mu Yuxi and Lin Peier greeted them and then Feng Kun said, "Mu Yuxi, let's talk." Lin Pei'er sensibly dragged Wei Ankai, who wanted to stick to Feng Kun to show ownership, away. Angie, is this FNY's new product you are wearing? Come and let me see. Wei Ankai dared to instigate Mu Yixi with her arrogance, but she lacked confidence in dealing with someone else's daughter like Lin Pei'er. Lin Pei'er's praise to her would make her happy for a long time. Hearing this, even though she was reluctant to let go of Feng Kun, she still followed Lin Pei'er away. Feng Kun picked up 2 glasses of red wine from the tray of the passing waiter, handed one to Mu Yixi, and asked in a familiar tone, why didn't Xiaoxian come? The Mu family was not pleasing to his eye, let alone him getting along peacefully with Mu Yixi, the illegitimate child he despised. But Wei Ankai had become his girlfriend, and her relationship with Mu Yixi was not a secret. It was learned from Wei Ankai that Mu Yixi was coveting the Mu family. Usually, those who were gentle and courteous were all illusions, but Feng Kun felt that he was the one who hooked him. One of the reasons why Feng Kun had accepted Wei Ankai was that she and Mu Yuxuan were both blood sisters of Mu Yixi. Feng Kun, who could not get Mu Yuxuan, had an indescribable obsession with her. Wei Ankai's identity gave him a strange satisfaction. Of course, it was impossible to expect Feng Kun, a splendid young master, to stay with his fiancée forever. Although Hu Qin and Wei Ankai's identities had been elevated, just like Wei Dong, Feng Kun still had a lot of romantic debts outside. This was why Wei Ankai stared at him so closely. However, because of the problems she experienced, Wei Ankai was more accepting of Feng Kun's indiscretions than the average daughter, and she tried her best to ensure her status as the principal room. For this reason, Mu Yixi was asked to beat Feng Kun as his brother-in-law. Even though Mu Yixi was entrusted, he just smiled at Feng Kun. Feng Kun wanted to have a little more heart-to-heart with him. She and Qin he went abroad. Mu Yixi said. His plan to study abroad was put on hold, but Mu Yuxuan's wasn't. She and Qin he were going to go abroad together. For this reason, Qin he even waited for her for 2 years to be her classmate in the same grade. Qin he had not been idle for the past 2 years, he had been working in the Qin family, as he coaxed his grandfather Qin Shishang into submission. In the past, Qin Shishang valued him half because of Yenkai's face, but now he regarded Qin he as the hope of the Qin family and believed that he was the only one who had inherited his ability across generations. Feng Kun didn't like to hear this, and his face became a little dark. Mu Yixi took a sip of red wine gracefully, as if he didn't realize it. He originally wanted to add to the injury. Was his family's Xiaoxian someone whom people like Feng Kun could think of? Feng Kun didn't continue to bring it up, he changed the subject, and lowered his voice. The relationship with Nandao has been opened up, and the project will start construction in a month. What do you say? Mu Yixi said lightly, if I don't agree, will you stop? Feng Kun was speechless. He was the legal representative of the Honda real estate company he was running now, but the shares were divided among several people. With a registered capital of 10 million, he only contributed 4 million, Mu Yixi contributed 2 million, Wei Dong, Hu Qin and Wei Ankai contributed 3 million, and Zhong Ruijin contributed the remaining 1 million. Feng Kun and his mother held half of the shares, Wei Dong held 40%, and Mu Yixi held 10%. The 2 million that Mu Yixi took out was all of his savings, and Hu Qin and Wei Ankai persuaded him with such a small share. Moreover, at the beginning of the company's establishment, they used the bank loan that Mu Yixi borrowed the chicken to make the egg, but they still thought of him as an empty-handed white wolf. Feng Kun didn't trust Mu Yixi at first, holding a cold-eyed attitude, until he tasted the sweetness, then he began to value his advice, and then gradually put all his energy into it. According to Mu Yixi's analysis, Hongda earned more and more money, and Feng Kun's greed also increased, thus he was no longer satisfied with just this. It was Feng Kun's decision to switch from land speculation to development. He was extremely optimistic about the prospects of the South Island, a coastal island, where the explosive profit growth was enviable. The money that Mu Yixi invested was his entire net worth, and he preferred a stable operation method, but he couldn't stop Feng Kun's decision, because even Hu Qin and Wei Ankai were on Feng Kun's side. Feng Kun had done all the pre-work by himself, but thinking of Mu Yixi's ability to develop projects, he couldn't help but ask. But he knew that even if Mu Yixi said no, he couldn't stop now, because so much money had been invested in it, including the profits made in the early stage. The company still owed the bank more than 100 million yuan. Besides, Mu Yixi didn't object strongly, all his money was invested, and he wouldn't just watch all the hard-earned money go to waste. Feng Kun comforted himself and lost his interest in continuing to talk with Mu Yixi. At this time, there was a commotion at the door. Indifferent and extravagant, an extremely handsome young man walked in with a beautiful and moving female companion. Wherever he went, he completely attracted everyone's attention. Feng Kun turned his head to look, and immediately recognized the person. Feng Weiming? He looked at Mu Yixi. When did he return to China? Feng Weiming suddenly dropped out of school 2 years ago, and Feng Kun was also one of the people who found it inexplicable. But the two brothers Mu Yixi and Mu Yuki kept it a secret and didn't say a word, and no one knew what happened. Feng Kun remembered that Mu Yixi and Mu Yuki had a pretty good relationship with Feng Weiming. But Mu Yixi, who had a good relationship with Feng Weiming, didn't even look at him, and Lin Pei'er had come back at some point, and was holding his arm intimately. Feng Weiming and his female companion walked to Feng Kun and greeted him, the host of the banquet, as if they did not see Mu Yixi. Feng Kun greeted Feng Weiming and his female companion with the demeanor of a master. Feng Weiming, long time no see, is this your girlfriend? Feng Weiming's voice was cold and sweet, Miss Liang Wanyu. He did not deny it. Feng Kun smiled and said, it seems that you had a good time abroad. I asked Mu Yixi just now, and he didn't even know that you had returned to China. You concealed it well enough? Mu Yixi inevitably confronted Feng Weiming's eyes. Feng Weiming looked at him and Lin Pei are leaning closely together, but his face was calm. I won't know how. Mu Yuxi's eyes fell on Liang Wanyu, with a smile that was not a smile. Well, I see. Feng Kun suddenly felt a little cold. The atmosphere between Mu Yixi and Feng Weiming didn't seem to be right. But this was only a momentary feeling. In the next minute, the two of them took their female companions to shuttle among the guests, and the river water did not violate the well water one. Feng Weiming's arm was accidentally touched by the waiter, and there was a little cake crumb on the cuff of his shirt, so he walked to the bathroom. As soon as he reached the corner, he was violently pulled into a lounge. A man pressed him firmly against the wall, smiled and said, you're taller and thinner. Then he lowered his head. Mu Yuxi lowered his head, very satisfied that he was still half a head taller than Feng Weiming. In the past 2 years, Feng Weiming had grown taller, and he had also grown taller. But when they met again, it felt completely different. This ruthless little thing was very temperamental. He walked away without saying a word back then, and then when he contacted him again and asked him to send a photo back, he ignored it. Mu Yuxi could only imagine his cold face based on his memories, and then lamented at his own self-abuse. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. At that time, he was also very angry, and thought about breaking up. After being brothers for 10 years, they became lovers for more than 2 years, and they were used to each other's existence like air. But just because it was an answer of expediency, Feng Weiming unilaterally cut off all contact without giving him any chance to explain. Could it be that his status in Feng Weiming's mind was so insignificant? Did Feng Weiming's trust in him stop there? Although Mu Yuxi felt that he was indeed at a disadvantage, and he should not be so narrow-minded after living 2 lives, it was clear that the happy childhood in this life had brought him a little fresh breath, which had caused him to be troubled by certain problems and become less sensible. After Feng Weiming had been gone for half a year, Mu Yuxi really resolutely turned a deaf ear to his news. Feng Weiming's side was equally hard-hearted, and he didn't show any signs of making peace. Just when Mu Yuxi began to wonder if the stalemate would continue and if the two were really over, a company called Tianxing intercepted his project without warning, and operated it at an unreasonable speed. It was so well known that the Mu family could no longer operate the same type of projects. After all, a large family business like the Mu family had its own strengths, and it was impossible for them to plagiarize a fledgling junior. The internal thorough investigation of the project leak by Mu Shi did not go well. Suspected candidates were informed earlier and evacuated, but the next project that was just taking shape was still leaked. The situation gradually turned into a farce against him. Mu Zhirong seemed to have an ambiguous attitude because of Mu Yuki's relationship, but Mu Yuxi, who once served as the helm of the Mu family, immediately thought of something: the overseas Mu family. The domestic Mushi and the overseas Mushi had been in a relationship of cooperation and competition for a long time. Both sides would unite against the outside world, but both sides would still do their best to strive for the family resources. Putting nails in each other was a common method in their respective headquarters. Both sides had always turned a blind eye to this kind of behavior, but it was very rare to directly damage each other's interests through these nails. Only these kinds of nails could do things like stealing projects without anyone noticing. If it was really the handiwork of the overseas Mus, it was obviously crossing the line. Mu Zhirong would never let it go. Unless this matter just had the shadow of overseas Mu Shi, but the actual operation had nothing to do with overseas Mu Shi. Now that the overseas Mu clan was completely under the control of Mu Juking, who had such a big face to call on his manpower but completely let him play by himself. Feng Weiming. This guess immediately brightened Mu Yuxi's mood. He tentatively sent an email to Feng Weiming and sent him the follow-up plan for the first intercepted project. Feng Weiming returned the email to him, so Mu Yuxi affirmed that the person behind Tianxing was indeed him. Emma, the person he was looking for, really wasn't a bun who was beaten and wouldn't fight back. This was revenge against him. He wanted to make him the laughingstock of the Mu family while he couldn't do anything. Mu Yuxi seemed to see through Feng Weiming's intentions through the email. He wanted him to stay in the Mu family. He even offered him the freedom of marriage, and he was a lover first and then to pay. But wasn't this a different kind of hero saving beauty? Mu Yuxi wanted to sacrifice himself. Had he asked Feng Weiming? Moreover, Mu Yuxi's project plan was submitted, and Mu senior management had to repeatedly discuss and review it, and it took a long time from affirmation to formal project approval. When it came to Feng Weiming's Tianxing, it was actually a direct decision. It could be seen that Feng Weiming had no doubts about his ability. It turned out that he clearly believed in him, but was just angry and did stupid things before, and he apologized in this way when he couldn't step down. What a little awkward tsundere. Thinking of this, Mu Yuxi was so happy that he almost floated up. Feng Weiming, is completely overdoing it. When the next project plan disappeared, Mu Yuxi sent an email to Feng Weiming again, to the effect: Mingming, I know that the person behind Tianxing is you. Before you deny it, look at the attachment. This is the real plan of the new project. The plan that was taken by your people is fake and will be lost if it is run according to script. The fake plan was originally used by me to punish the thief, but knowing that it was clearly taken by you, I will never let you suffer. Our separation was done by the Mew family. Do you just want to take revenge on dear me and ignore the real culprit? Let's give them some color to see. This time Feng Weiming still didn't reply, but he didn't return the email to him. Mew Yixi sent him the follow-up plan for the first intercepted project that had been withdrawn before, and Feng Weiming accepted it silently. After that, the two of them managed Tianxing prosperously with a tacit understanding that did not require much words at all. Mew Yixi no longer blocked Feng Weiming's news, so knowing that he went to the United States to study alone, according to their original common plan, he suddenly felt a little distressed. He took time out of his busy schedule to write love letters every day and sent them to Feng Weiming by email. His words were changeable, sometimes subtle and tactful, and sometimes enthusiastic. These letters impacted the three views of his sister. Mew Yuxuan deeply felt that she was being looked down upon, so she turned around and pestered Qin He to write her a love letter. Not long ago, Mew Yuxi learned from Mew Yuki that Feng Weiming completed the course in the United States in 2 years. So, Mew Yuxi knew that he was coming back. This day was coming soon. Although it was a bit unpleasant to see Feng Weiming bringing a girl over, his impatient mood still prevailed. Holding the person firmly, Mew Yuxi leaned close to Feng Weiming's flawless face and took a deep breath, as if breathing in the smell of Feng Weiming's body. And his and Feng Weiming's bodies fit together through the clothes. The self-sustaining expressions and faithful body reactions made Feng Weiming's face instantly redden. Ming, I really missed you, Mew Yuxi murmured. Feng Weiming's influence on him was so great that he could suddenly make him hard. The promise that Feng Weiming made when he turned 18 did not come to pass. It was frustrating to think about. This expression of true feelings was just right to make the knee that had been raised to attack a certain part pause, and then Mew Yuxi, as expected, cleverly blocked his unfinished movements and used aggressive taekwondo movements to stall him. Let go of me. Feng Weiming's expression changed slightly, and he stared at him coldly. He shouldn't have been soft-hearted. Mew Yuxi stared at him deeply. This is the second sentence you said to the lover you have met after a long absence? Who is the lover? You and I have not been related for a long time, Mew Yuxi kissed him fiercely. The turbulent emotions such as anger, injury, and longing for the past 2 years finally found an outlet and poured out mercilessly. Feng Weiming was caught off guard and fell into a passive state for a while. But he quickly reacted, with anger flashing in his eyes. Wasn't he too embarrassed to be angry? God knows that when he had asked Mew Yuxi 2 years ago if he agreed to marry the Lin family, and Mew Yuxi answered yes, how he had felt. A moment ago, he had sworn in front of Mew Jingwei that he believed in Mew Yuxi. No matter what Mew Jingwei said, he was stubborn in his opinion. He turned his head and Mew Yuxi gave him a loud slap in the face. That was the biggest humiliation Feng Weiming had suffered in his more than 10 years of life, and that too from his closest brother and lover. Mew Yuxi agreed to marry the Lin family, so what was he? Mistress? Third party? At that time, Feng Weiming really hated Mew Yuxi. Where did he put him? No matter how much helplessness Mew Yuxi had, how many explanations, the moment he agreed to marry the Lin family, he betrayed Feng Weiming and their feelings. When Feng Weiming left, he thought, you wait, Mew Yuxi, I will never let you go. Although Mew Yuxi's unreasonable play of cards when he was smug about revenge was a little messed up, it didn't mean that he had forgiven him. Thinking of this, Feng Weiming was also angry and bit back hard. Mew Yuxi's lips were bitten but he didn't let go. He kissed Feng Weiming's lips swollen, stained with his blood, and touched him several times through his pants before letting go with a grin. The two stared at each other breathlessly, their gazes so intense that they seemed to have fought several times. Don't let that woman approach you again. Mew Yuxi warned in a low voice. Feng Weiming snorted coldly. Why? She is my girl. You dare to say this word, don't even think about going out tonight. Mew Yuxi pointed to a certain part of himself, and said with a smile, I've reached 6th level of Taekwondo, how about you? Feng Weiming closed his mouth. In the United States, he spent all his time studying, and naturally didn't have much time to practice Taekwondo. Just now he noticed that the gap between his and Mew Yuxi's force value had widened. And Mew Yuxi was crazy tonight. The flow level refreshed his cognition, and a smart person would not provoke him knowing that the situation was wrong. Ming, promise me, Mew Yuxi went to hold Weiming's hand with affection again. He only allowed state officials to set fires, not allowing people to light lamps. He and Lin Pei'er still needed to act, but if Feng Weiming did the same thing, even if he was just acting for him, he was not allowed. Apart from him, no one was allowed to approach his Ming. Feng Weiming couldn't help trembling when he saw the strong possessiveness in Mew Yuxi's eyes. After not seeing him for 2 years, Mew Yuxi felt a little strange to him. For a while, he didn't know how to face him. It doesn't matter if you don't agree, I'll let her agree. Feng Weiming didn't speak, and Mew Yuxi quickly thought of other ways. Except for a few specific women, the words tender feelings for women never existed in Mew Yuxi's dictionary. Feng Weiming's face went cold. He had a hunch that if he opened his mouth to protect Liang Wanyu, Mew Yuxi would go crazy, and then he would do what he had said. Silence was the default. Mew Yuxi smiled contentedly, and continued, we will stay at Yulian Garden tonight. Your room has been reserved, I have helped you clean it. This time, Feng Weiming's expression finally softened. But just when he was a little moved, he heard Mew Yuxi say, but it's useless to keep it, come and sleep in my room. If you think Yulian Garden is inconvenient, we will move out. Yixi. Feng Weiming interrupted him before he could say more and more outrageous words. I heard you call my name again. Yixi looked relieved. Ming Ming. Shut up. You promised? Go to this stranger? He's going to beat this bastard to death. The warm sunlight filtered through the window. Feng Weiming's long eyelashes trembled slightly on the luxurious hotel bed, as he slowly opened his eyes. His whole body felt so soft as if it had been run over by a truck. When Feng Weiming moved, he realized that his body had been cleaned up, and there were no dirty things on his body. The stickiness of a liquid caused a tingling pain in an indescribable part. Although the pain was not unbearable, it was enough to make his face flush with embarrassment. Thinking of the madness last night, which was different from the one he had experienced before, he felt a helpless panic that was completely suppressed, and the uncontrollable pleas at the extreme pleasure caused even more excessive treatment. The person who did the bad thing was not even there on the bed, he didn't know where he was, and the pillow next to him was cold. Feng Weiming shrank under the sheets, holding his fists and waiting to throw a punch. Just as Feng Weiming was brewing his emotions, the door of the room opened, and Yixi, who was in high spirits, pushed the dining cart in, and quickly closed the door, as if he didn't want to allow the interior scenery to leak out even a little bit. You're up, dear. Yixi completely ignored Feng Weiming's dangerous expression, leaned over to kiss his forehead, and said softly, I got up and saw that you were still sleeping, so I went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Are you hungry? He turned around and lifted the lid, which was full of Feng Weiming's favorite foods, almond bread, vegetable salad, bacon, and eggs, yogurt, etc. The one thing that stood out was a bowl of soft-boiled red bean porridge. Feng Weiming, who had become accustomed to the Western-style breakfast in the past 2 years, did not know the meaning of red bean porridge, but the anger in Feng Weiming's stomach dissipated unconsciously after seeing a breakfast that was made for him and was tailored to his taste. As always, Yixi was good at coaxing him from anger to tenderness and consideration when stepping on his bottom line. Yixi thoughtfully took a clean bathrobe and put it over Feng Weiming's exposed shoulders, then he asked with a smile, eating in bed or in the living room. The room they had opened was a luxury suite. Feng Weiming looked at the attentive Yixi, and there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Just as he was about to say the living room, he moved a little and felt the soreness of his body, so with a straight face, he said, Here. Yixi immediately arranged everything meticulously for him, with a face like a spring breeze, as if serving his lover was a very pleasant thing. Feng Weiming ate silently. Yixi smiled and looked at him without blinking. Aren't you going to eat? I've eaten, don't worry about me. I can't finish it. Hey, why is your appetite smaller? No wonder you lost so much weight, when I hugged you. Eat, breakfast, meal.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Well, I'll listen to you. After a breakfast in which he almost overturned the table, Feng Weiming ignored Yixi's eager eyes to stay in bed for a long time and dressed up while getting out of bed. On the way to the bathroom, Feng Weiming stumbled a little, and Yixi quickly supported him. One had his head lowered while the other had his head raised. Their eyes were glued together, and the sweetness of long-lost love poured out instantly. At this time, they finally remembered that although the process was a little confusing, mainly Feng Weiming was confused, they did spend a special night together last night and completed their first experience with each other. Before he was almost kissed again, Feng Weiming coughed and looked away. I want to go, and his voice dropped twice. Yixi let go of him reluctantly. Coming out of the bathroom, Feng Weiming had once again become the noble and indifferent young Master Ming. But Yixi didn't restrain his eyes that wanted to swallow him alive again. He just stood outside the bathroom and thought in his mind, you should forgive an incompetent person who had never been exposed to meat in 2 lifetimes. So after finally eating the big candy, he thought it was not sweet at all. And he felt unfulfilled all the time. Feng Weiming handed out a black card. This move was too much like paying the fee after having fun for a night, so Yixi reflexively said, do you want to sleep without admitting it? Feng Weiming's forehead burst with blue veins, and he glared at him. Yixi knew right away that he was wrong, so he took the card with one hand and hugged Feng Weiming's waist with the other. What is this? Feng Weiming said, the project benefits. Feng Weiming suddenly returned to France 2 years ago. Mu Juking was both surprised and delighted, thinking that his son had finally changed his mind and returned home. But once he reached there, Mu Juking quickly saw that he was hurt by someone, and he had left the country to escape. Regardless of who the other party was, in order to make his son happy, Mu Juking was full of tricks. When Feng Weiming revealed that he wanted to take revenge, Mu Juking not only did not stop it, but also encouraged him very much. The team of Tianxing Company could be formed so quickly, in it Mu Juking's support was definitely a great contribution. Later, when he learned that Feng Weiming was targeting the domestic Mu clan, Mu Juking's reaction was just to raise his eyebrows and let him do what he wanted. Yixi was once amazed at Mu Juking's unrestrained pampering of his son, but now he had become numb to it. Moreover, he deeply realized that once his relationship with Feng Weiming was exposed, Mu Juking's attitude would by no means be willing to accept it. He had to be mentally prepared to be cleaned up. Mu Juking was much more hidden than Mu Zhurong. Feng Weiming respected Mu Juking very much. It was estimated that Feng Weiming would not stand on his side, but secretly root for Mu Juking. He might think that if Mu Juking could give him a hard lesson, that would be for the best. Feng Weiming brought people back to China with great fanfare, apparently to retaliate against Mu Yixi. In fact, he had already realized that 2 years ago, Mu Jingwei had played a game against him and Mu Yixi. This game not only separated him and Mu Yixi, but also promoted the competition between Mu Yixi and Mu Yuki. At that time, before he and Mu Yixi could start gathering their strength, they were caught off guard by Mu Jingwei. And Feng Weiming had seen Mu Yuxi's good attitude towards Mrs. Mu and the others for many years, so there was always a shadow in his heart, thinking that if his affairs ever came in conflict with Mrs. Mu and the others, Mu Yixi would choose Mrs. Mu and the others and would sacrifice him. Mu Yixi really agreed to marry the Lin family, which hit the doubts in his heart, so he was convinced at the beginning and couldn't stop being angry. However, after thinking about it, even if Mu Yixi did not agree to marry, their next step might be to tell Mu Juking about his relationship with Mu Yixi. At that time, even if Feng Weiming did not take the initiative, Mu Juking would also recall him. Feng Weiming would not break up with Mu Juking because of this, but it would take time to persuade him. A brief separation between him and Mu Yixi was inevitable. Therefore, for the first time Tianxing and the domestic Mu clan contacted, Mu Yixi immediately threw out an olive branch that coincided with Feng Weiming's intentions in a timely and appropriate manner, and Feng Weiming accepted it after struggling for a while. And a lot of information was revealed to him by Mu Yixi through the love letter style, including the cause and effect of the marriage incident, his plans, etc. Of course, he also made a small apology, but Mu Yixi knew how to irritate people the most. He looked soft, but when he was pressed, he still had hard bones. Feng Weiming had been apologized to, but he had to read through those disgusting love letters, and he could only recognize the important facts with his senses. Another reason why Feng Weiming was not really so angry was that the marriage of Mu Yixi and Lin Pei'er never happened, and even the engagement ceremony was never held, which was enough to prove Mu Yixi's determination to settle the matter to his satisfaction. With Mu Yixi's personality that never suffered, he would never fight an uncertain battle. Therefore, Feng Weiming was more confident than the senior management of Mu's in the project he proposed. Moreover, Feng Weiming was also a unique visionary and he could see the value contained in these projects. Tianxing's profit was far more terrifying than many people imagined. Feng Weiming didn't intend to keep the money, and half of it was given to Mu Juking as repayment of a loan to establish Tianxing at the beginning. The other half was saved and was to be handed over to Mu Yixi. After all, his situation was much more difficult than his. Feng Weiming had an adoptive father who thought about everything for him, but Mu Yixi couldn't even count on his biological father. However, Mu Yixi put the black card into Feng Weiming's hand with his backhand, and said dotingly, "No need, you keep it as pocket money." As pocket money? So generous? Didn't he know how much money Tianxing made? There were 10 million in this card, and there was no problem, it was all real money. Feng Weiming frowned and looked at him lightly. "Are you rich?" Mu Yixi lowered his head in embarrassment and stretched out a finger. "Currently, the assets under my name are about 100 million, US dollars. The children of the Mu family were instilled with the knowledge of financial management since they were young. All the property received from birth was handled by a special person. When they reached a certain age, they would open an account in the bank in their own name and deposit money in it in their own name. Usually, they could also receive pocket money from their parents every month, which they could use freely. Mu Yixi was adopted by Mrs. Mu when he was 6 years old, and his food and clothing expenses were all at the same level as Mu Yuki. The pocket money he got every year and the property he received during festivals such as birthdays and the Spring Festival was also worth a lot of money. Unlike Mu Yuki, who had many hobbies, he spent money very sparingly, so before he found a suitable person to invest and manage money for him, he already had a small amount of savings. When he found the right person to invest and manage money for him, the money on hand doubled and tripled, but just because it was not easy to publicize, and it was not operated by himself, so it was not too outrageous. At the age of 18, Mu Yixi had only a little more than 10 million property under his control. This number seemed to be a lifelong worry for ordinary families, but for a behemoth like the Mu family, it was nothing at all. Mu Zhirong alone had a net worth of more than 1 billion, but he was an invisible rich man. His property had not been disclosed to any institution, and his ambition was not to spend the rest of his life with a huge sum of money. Even if he didn't use the foresight of the previous life, with Mu Yixi's ability to invest steadily, he would be able to catch up with Mu Zhirong's wealth in 20 years. But at the age of 18, the Mu family forced Mu Yixi and Feng Weiming to break up intentionally or unintentionally. Mu Yixi finally realized that he was too stupid and sweet to the Mu family, so he suddenly changed his mind. Although money was not omnipotent, if you had money, it was enough to make people look up, and it could also guarantee your right to speak. At least you could use money to kill people at critical moments. So, in the past 2 years, Mu Yixi started to make money crazily. Domestic and foreign stock index futures were his main source of income, a lottery jackpot was a boost, and the generous rewards and dividends given by Mushi for new project development were added. Capital operation, recycling. Unconsciously, Mu Yixi's property was like a snowball, getting bigger and bigger. He roughly estimated that, even excluding his shareholding in some companies that would be world-renowned in the future, his liquid capital had reached as high as 100 million US dollars, which was almost 1 billion in national currency. Although it was still a bit less than Mu Zhirong, he could definitely smash people with it. At least if he made up his mind to jump out of the Mew clan and go at it alone, it would be impossible for the Mew family to cut off water and food for him, and it would take 30 years of thinking for them to block him. After all, the project he proposed was not the most complete, and it was very likely that Mewshi would need his continued help in the future. Once there was an interest entanglement, the Mew family's behavior could never be so decisive. Attacking the sun's shield with his sun's spear, they would land in the middle of Mew Yuxi's arms. Mew Yuxi didn't know which step he and Feng Weiming could take, but that step should be taken by the two of them themselves. If the people next to them wanted to intervene, he would chop off the other's paw first. Mew Yuxi held Feng Weiming's hand and said affectionately, "Mingming, I have the ability to protect you." Feng Weiming's frowning brows loosened and then tightened slightly. Mew Yuxi's intentions were certainly touching, but this bastard was the best at acting. On the surface, he was always gentle and considerate, and his face was always full of affection and friendship. But when he turned his face, he didn't recognize anyone in an instant, so this emotion needed to be discounted. On the other hand, Feng Weiming also felt that he had obviously fallen behind. He took into account both his studies and the operation of Tianxing, and he thought it was quite good to achieve the current results, but he didn't expect Mew Yuxi to reserve such a large amount of strength without saying a word. You must know that Mew Yuxi had to take care of more things than him in the past 2 years, and he was still under the eyes of Mew Zhurong and others. This was the biggest gap between him and Mew Yuxi so far. In the past, even if there were wins and losses, the gap was only between equals. Mew Yuxi's growth rate was too amazing, and he still relied on himself all the way. No one had supported him. JNN. His relationship with Mew Yuxi, even if they had gone to bed, he still wouldn't take it for granted that Mew Yuxi must protect him. Feng Weiming was a man, and he didn't have the concept of being responsible when you go to bed. Two-way. He didn't like to rely on others. Mew Yuxi was right. If you want to be free, you must first become financially independent and strengthen yourself to the point where others dared not act rashly. Seeing the ambition and fighting spirit in Feng Weiming's eyes, Mew Yuxi felt a burst of numbness hitting his tailbone. The familiar and exciting feeling of being chased by someone came back to his mind. For the first time in a long while, Mew Yuxi's adrenaline surged. When working at Mew's, although he occasionally felt nervous and excited, Mew Yuki was not an opponent at all, and secondly, the high-level leaders headed by Mew Zhurong were always tricked by his 9-sentence and 1-fake calculations. Mew Yuxi felt that it was not right, and sometimes even felt bored and uninterested. If it wasn't for the purpose that he had to accomplish, he didn't want to waste time at Mew's at all. But Feng Weiming gave him a completely different feeling. A genius scholar, he was born with outstanding talent, was clear and precise, and he had realized that every catch-up and progress where Feng Weiming fell behind forced Mew Yuxi to break through the self of his previous life, and it took a lot of effort to open up the distance again and not let the opponent catch up. In the past 2 years, Mew Yuxi had been calculating and planning in a multi-pronged manner, and he was still energetic and able to handle it with ease. When Feng Weiming came back, Mew Yuxi had a hunch that he might taste exhaustion. What a wonderful prospect. Mew Yuxi couldn't help hugging Feng Weiming, and say happily and emotionally, "Mingming, it's really nice of you to come back." Feng Weiming, what kind of madness was this? Thinking about it this way, the snow-white face went slightly red against its master's will. Although he knew that this kind of sweet talk needed to be discounted, the mood inside was at least 5 points true, and it continued to be broadcast. As cold and indifferent as Feng Weiming was, sometimes he had to admit that he was not as cold as he seemed to act. Back at the Mew family, Mew Yuxi was blocked by Mew Yuki. Mew Yuki came in with a cup of hot cappuccino, and the sweet and greasy smell instantly filled the whole office. Mew Yuki didn't like drinking coffee, but his skills in making coffee were top-notch, however very few people could taste it. Mew Yuxi smiled immediately. What kind of wind is blowing today? Is Master Qi willing to make coffee again? Mew Yuki looked at his brother vaguely, seeing his happy expression without any reluctance. Half of the worries in his heart were relieved. If you want to drink it, ask me to make it, Mew Yuki said indifferently. Mew Yuxi took a sip of the coffee, and the rich coffee sweetness exploded in his mouth. He narrowed his eyes and became even happier. His whole body was suddenly filled with vigor. In fact, since falling in love with Feng Weiming, Mew Yuxi had become less keen on sweets. Feng Weiming hated sweetness, and every time Mew Yuxi ate sweet food, he refused to accept his closeness. Although Mew Yuxi would do evil and tease him with a mouthful of sweetness, but not many times, and in order to make out, he had to endure the pain and touch less sweets. Then he got used to it over time. However, Mew Yuxi didn't reject the occasional sweet taste. Sometimes because it was rare, it appeared more precious. Of course, it was impossible for Mew Yuxi to ask Mew Yuki to make coffee often for the sake of his own appetite. But his brother's filial piety was still hardening. Mew Yuxi said, "Zioki, don't go around in circles, what's the matter?" Mew Yuki shook his head reflexively. "No, it's nothing." Mew Yuxi looked at him with a smile while holding the coffee. Mew Yuki whispered, "I've heard it all." "What did you hear?" Mew Yuki hesitantly said, "Obviously, he came back, and he brought someone with him." Mew Yuxi said, "Liang Wanyu is not his girlfriend." Mew Yuki slapped himself, complaining in his heart, "But when we met each other, you even remembered the name of his girlfriend. This is not your usual style of keeping women at a distance?" Sure enough, you still didn't forget Feng Weiming. Mu Yixi knew what he was thinking by looking at his face, and deliberately raised his face. Why didn't you ask how Ming Ming looked like after seeing Lin Pei? He was just worried about him being jealous and sad because of Feng Weiming. He looked down on him a little too much, didn't he? According to the information of the informer, Feng Weiming felt much more indifferent than Mu Yixi, and his style was like a successful returnee, arrogant and noble. Mu Yixi didn't see Feng Weiming in person, but he could imagine his cold face, and he sighed in his heart that he had managed to raise Feng Weiming to be livelier after so many years, but within 2 years, Feng Weiming turned back to the cold young master Ming. Mu Yixi pointed and stared at an inconspicuous scar on his lips. After growing up, he knew that it was a bite mark, and the person who bit his mouth was not light. With Mu Yuki's IQ, he naturally didn't believe Mu Yuxi's statement that he had clenched his teeth too hard. This was definitely evidence of some kind of counterattack that could only be understood and not spoken. Mu Yixi was the one who was bitten and was obviously the violator. Mu Yuki had already made up a big scene of the new love appears, the old love is not willing to be violently rejected, and he really felt sad for his brother. In any case, when Feng Weiming left without saying goodbye, Mu Yuki didn't quite understand his act of dumping people immediately. Mu Yuki touched the scar on his lips, but what he recalled was the passion of the night before. He showed a meaningful smile. Then next time you see Ming Ming, you can ask him. Mu Yuki had exactly this intention. He didn't dare to teach Feng Weiming a lesson, but it was inevitable to ask questions. Feng Weiming owed him a reason. He was also Feng Weiming's brother. As soon as Feng Weiming left, not to mention whether he had thought about Mu Yuxi's feelings, he didn't even care about the feelings of their family who had taken care of him for so many years. It was too much. I'm going to see him, brother, Mu Yuki said solemnly. Mu Yuki nodded encouragingly, without the slightest sense of guilt. Mu Yuki paused and asked carefully, brother, have you ever thought about getting back with Ming Ming? Mu Yuki looked at him, do you want us to get back together? A tangled look flashed across Mu Yuki's face. He also hoped that Mu Yuki would marry and have children like a normal person and would not go against the mainstream of society. But, I hope you are happy, brother. Mu Yuki sighed. Originally, he thought that the separation of Mu Yuki and Feng Weiming was right, but as close as he was to him, how could he not notice Mu Yuxi's unhappiness? As soon as Feng Weiming came back, even though he seemed to reject Mu Yuxi's approach, Mu Yuki was not at all depressed, and his whole person radiated a long-lost interest. This was something that neither Lin Pei nor any other woman could do. Mu Yuki really loved Feng Weiming miserably. In this case, Mu Yuki had no choice but to accept the fact that his brother had fallen in love with a person of the same sex and he had to stand firmly on his side and support him. Nov. L. B//JNN. Thank you, Mu Yuki said sincerely. His younger brother was good. Mu Yuki suddenly said, brother, if one day I fell in love with a man, would you accept it? Have you fallen in love with any man? Mu Yuki suddenly concentrated. Mu Yuki was stunned for a second, then smiled and said, no, I just asked. Who knows, it's hard to tell clearly about fate. Mu Yuxi's mind turned, and smiled, I think you are in the bloom of spring. Now, hurry up and find a girlfriend, don't hold back. Fuck you, Mu Yuki hissed. The two brothers said a few more words, and Mu Yuki went out with confidence when he saw that Mu Yuki was really fine. Mu Yuki waited for him to go out, the smile on his face faded, and he fell into deep thought. Feng Weiming was back, and it was time to visit the elders. The first stop was the old house of the Mu family. He hadn't seen Grandma Mu for 2 years. Grandma Mu was a little old, but she seemed to have become kinder. Her greatest wish was for her family to be safe and happy. She was as affectionate to Feng Weiming as before, and she resented him for leaving in a hurry. Grandma hasn't lived for a few years, no matter where you want to go, let me see you before you go, so that I can rest assured. Ah? Grandma Mu instructed, taking Feng Weiming's hand. Tang Yanhua, who had a servant relationship with her, but was as close as a sister to her, was seriously ill. Now she was just recovering, giving Grandma Mu a great feeling. The return of Su Zhao and Su Qingli was facilitated by her. In any case, she couldn't let her old friend not see her children for the last time. Facing the earnest old lady, Feng Weiming softened his expression slightly. In fact, Mu Jingwei and Grandma Mu really didn't hold much weight in his heart, and the only thing was that Mu Jingwei set up a bureau to provoke the relationship between him and Mu Yuki, so that they had to separate. However, Feng Weiming's grievances were clear. He didn't hold grudges against the simple Grandma Mu. Even if he didn't really regard her as his grandmother, he still had the patience to treat her as an ordinary old woman. In terms of human relationships, Feng Weiming was now much better than before. When it was Mu Jingwei's turn, the atmosphere between the old and the young seemed to be the same as before. Feng Weiming was indifferent and Mu Jingwei always smiled, but if you observed carefully, you would find that Feng Weiming's eyes were indifferent, while Mu Jingwei's eyes were deep, but his meaning was unclear. What Feng Weiming said was a formal greeting, and Mu Jingwei answered him amiably, as if he didn't hear the perfunctoriness in his tone. During the whole visit, Mu Jingwei, in addition to responding to the greetings, only said one more sentence when Feng Weiming was leaving. In the Mu family, it is better to be ambitious than to be indifferent to the world. Grandpa is proud of your ability to come this far. Go ahead, it's your turn to play. As smart and clear as Feng Weiming was, he didn't figure out what he meant for a while. He paused for a moment and looked at Mu Jingwei, but Mu Jingwei waved his hand and walked away humming a pleasant tune. The tall and thin back gave people a certainty of him strategizing. Feng Weiming left the Mu family's old house with a trace of bad feelings. Not far from the door, he saw Mu Yuki leaning against the car door with his arms folded over his chest, waiting for him. Now Mu Yuki's appearance was only 5 points like Mu Yuxi's. Visually, he was a little shorter than Mu Yuxi, and his temperament was also very different from Mu Yuxi. He was Feng Weiming's cousin. In the past, Feng Weiming cared much more for him than Mu Yuxi, but the more he got along with the brothers, the more Feng Weiming felt that he was a little stupid. Mu Yuxi treated him like that, and Mu Yuki was stupid. Occasionally, he couldn't help but feel pity for the stupid one. Ming Ming, long time no see. Mu Yuki turned to face Feng Weiming sideways, posing as if he was looking for guilt. Well, Feng Weiming nodded coldly. Mu Yuki pointed at him dissatisfiedly and said, "This is your attitude after 2 years of absence? Do you still see me as your brother?" The corners of Feng Weiming's lips rose by 0.5 centimeters, and there was no smile in his eyes. He grabbed Mu Yuki's fingers and pulled it back, stretched out his long legs and put him on the ground in the blink of an eye. Mu Yuki cried out in pain, "Feng Weiming, what are you doing?" Feng Weiming took out his handkerchief and wiped his hands slowly. Mu Yuki could only see his slightly raised chin from his vantage point. Feng Weiming's tone seemed as if he was giving away alms. "I'll give you a minute. Your coffee." Mu Yuki put the coffee brewed by himself in front of Feng Weiming. After being beaten by Feng Weiming, Mu Yuki had become much more honest, and he couldn't put on the air of asking for guilt. But anyway, Mu Yuki wanted to talk to Feng Weiming, so the two came to the coffee shop that Mu Yuki often visited. Mu Yuki's coffee-making skills were developed here. The person who brought Mu Yuki here at the beginning was Yen Yu. Yen Yu was always very good at all kinds of elegant things. Mu Yuki felt that there was nothing that he couldn't do, and he was a very strange person. Knowing that Feng Weiming was picky, Mu Yuki brewed a cup of Blue Mountain for him by himself. Feng Weiming smelled the taste and could tell the difference. He picked up the coffee and took a quiet sip. "Yes, my brother likes cappuccino," Mu Yuki said, and Feng Weiming's brows immediately wrinkled. In fact, Feng Weiming hated sweetness. Mu Yuxi, that bastard, once drank a whole cup of cappuccino and immediately came over to kiss him. He didn't pay attention for a while, and indirectly tasted the sweet milky taste. At that time, he almost lost his temper. Now this was still one of the black histories that Feng Weiming didn't want to recall. Mu Yuki misunderstood. Did Feng Weiming not like hearing about Mu Yuxi so much? But it was Feng Weiming who left without a word back then? Mu Yuki thought so, and asked the same. "Ming Ming, don't you like my brother? They were so good back then." Mu Yuki had been made a light bulb for so long, and he was almost blinded by them. Especially Mu Yuxi, as a boyfriend, there was absolutely nothing to say. Mu Yuki felt that if he was a girl, he would definitely be fascinated by Mu Yuxi as well. Feng Weiming was expressionless. How should he answer this question? Saying he liked him seemed to be showing weakness, and there was no need to admit it in front of Mu Yuki. To say he didn't like him? He just rolled in the sheets with Mu Yuxi not long ago. According to the current development situation, it was estimated that he would continue to roll with him in the future as well. He fucked someone he didn't like. Who was this insulting? "You can't control it," Feng Weiming said. "What do you mean I can't control it?" Mu Yuki fought for Mu Yuxi. 2 years ago, you dumped my brother for no reason and left, and when you come back, you have to bring a girlfriend to make him sad. Feng Weiming, aren't you embarrassed? Sad, sad? Feng Weiming repeated it carefully, suspecting that he and Mu Yuki did not know the same person. The one who dragged him to bed as soon as he came back? Would a bitter word like sad have anything to do with him? If Mu Yuxi was really sad, others should be crying bitterly, just after being tossed. Although Feng Weiming had not reached this level, but with such a boyfriend on the stall, he had suffered no less than others. The reason for not really breaking up was that Mu Yuxi's nostalgic tenderness and thoughtfulness were more than his hate. Mu Yuki sighed, "My brother is so cute and miserable for you." When Feng Weiming heard such an indirect confession, for the first time he did not feel moved, but felt pity. What kind of delusional soup had Mu Yuxi poured into his cousin, for him to come to such a deafening conclusion? Although Mu Yuxi's usual behavior was really very confusing, but for Mu Yuki's sake, Feng Weiming had to forcefully control his facial expressions so that his lips wouldn't twitch. "First, I didn't dump Mu Yuxi. Second, Liang Wanyu is not my girlfriend," Feng Weiming said lightly. Even when he was deliberately angry with Mu Yuxi, he only used the term female friend instead of girlfriend. Some misleading words, Mu Yuxi could say without pressure, but Feng Weiming couldn't. His principles were stronger than Mu Yuxi, and the situation at the time did not allow Feng Weiming to continue to provoke. After all, Mu Yuxi had already expressed that he was very concerned, and if he continued to say that, then the person who justified the loss became him, and then Mu Yuxi would have had an excuse to punish him. How was this rhetoric similar to what Mu Yuxi said? "Then don't you care about Lin Pei'er?" Mu Yuki asked tentatively. "Do you really know what Mu Yuxi and Lin Pei'er are about?" Feng Weiming said. "You know everything?" Mu Yuki was shocked. Even if Feng Weiming didn't want to know, Mu Yuxi wrote so many love letters to him, that he knew everything he didn't want to know. Knowing was knowing, not caring was false. Just as Mu Yuxi's reaction to Liang Wanyu was so great, he was also not uninterested in Lin Pei'er. He separated from Mu Yixi 2 years ago, and Lin Pei'er played a certain role for him. Liang Wanyu just accompanied him to a banquet, but Lin Pei'er had passed 2 years as Mu Yixi's semi-public girlfriend. This had nothing to do with the depth of the relationship. Feng Weiming and Mu Yixi had not officially broken up. Why should others stand by his side? Mu Yixi wanted him to be an underground lover, even temporarily. Feng Weiming did not firmly reject Mu Yixi's request for love this time, and half of the reason was this. When it came to bed matters, one wanted to have a second or third time after one started, especially when one was young and impulsive, and it was novel and interesting. But without solving Lin Pei'er's issue, how could Feng Weiming give Mu Yixi another chance to get close? He would let him suffocate. Anyway, Feng Weiming had confidence in his self-control. Always feeling that Feng Weiming's expression was a bit malicious, Mu Yixi asked, "Then what are you going to do? Will you continue to be with my brother? Then why did you leave 2 years ago?" Feng Weiming glanced at him. "Do you really want to know why I left 2 years ago? No regrets? Why should I regret?" Mu Yixi was at a loss. Feng Weiming said, "Because Mu Zhurong forced Mu Yixi with your freedom of marriage, Mu Yixi agreed to marry Lin Pei'er instead of you. Isn't it funny? You must be joking, right?" Mu Yixi hoped, looking at Yanyu. At this moment, his head became a mess, and he couldn't think, so he could only place high hopes on Yanyu, hoping that he would give him a positive answer. It was a pity that Yanyu didn't give him a chance to deceive himself, and said softly, "You know the answer in your heart, so why ask me?" Mu Yixi immediately felt like he was hit with a heavy sap, and was completely stunned. How could it be this? Rather than saying he was asking Yanyu, he was asking himself. 2 years ago, Mu Yixi's attitude changed suddenly on the 2 issues of going abroad and working in Mu's family, and Mu Yixi was not without doubts. But out of trust in Mu Yixi, he believed his words. Later, he got together with Lin Pei'er without any warning, and Mu Yixi's doubts rose to the highest point. He was also someone who had been in a serious relationship. Lin Pei'er really liked him before, and Mu Yixi had been confessed to by her. He had no doubts about it. Such a girl who liked him originally, how could she like his brother again? And they said that they really feel for each other, and had since they worked together day and night in the student council. But everyone said that Lin Pei'er liking him was just a pretense, who she really liked was Mu Yixi. Lin Pei'er said this, and even Mu Yixi said it. Over time, Mu Yixi was shaken. Or he also subconsciously hoped that Lin Pei'er had liked Mu Yixi, so that he would not have to bear such a heavy pressure of marriage. He subconsciously avoided the possibility that someone was manipulating things behind his back, and blamed Lin Pei'er for everything. Because Lin Pei'er liked Mu Yixi and she had a strong family background, Mu Yixi had to follow her in everything. Mu Yixi felt sorry for his brother and did everything he could to obstruct the marriage of Mu Yixi and Lin Pei'er without putting any pressure on him. But just how much he played a role, almost everyone knew. If it wasn't for Lin Pei'er's unspoken engagement, Mu Yixi and her would now have become firm fiancés, and they would be tied together for the rest of their lives. Mu Yixi had always had a feeling of this is wrong. However, there was always a bit of blindness in his heart, until Feng Weiming shattered his blindness and revealed the truth in front of his eyes. It turned out that he was the source of the problem. Mu Yixi and Feng Weiming separated, and he had to be with Lin Pei'er because of him. Because he was not good enough to satisfy Mu Zhurong, and he was unwilling to sacrifice his marriage, because he could not bear the responsibility that belonged to him JNN. So, he was so tired that his brother had to fight every day for him to stay in the Mu family that he did not even like. He tried his best to work for the Mu family, because he broke up with Feng Weiming, and Feng Weiming ran away in anger. In order to let him grow, he took the trouble to teach him. Mu Yixi felt ashamed. Had he really been unaware of everything? Was he really that innocent? If it wasn't for Feng Weiming who finally couldn't stand his sluggishness and broke through everything, would he continue to pretend to be deaf and dumb? Mu Yixi stared blankly at Yanyu. Even facing this person, was he pretending? Mu Yixi couldn't remember when he realized his heart towards Yanyu. It seemed that once he saw Yanyu and a girl laughing together and seeing him use his gentleness and patience on others, Mu Yixi felt a strong sense of discomfort at that moment. Afterwards, he was frightened by his own emotions, because the feeling was very similar to, or even stronger, than when he saw Xia Weiwei approaching other boys. The relationship between Mu Yixi and Feng Weiming opened the door to a new world for him. After Xia Weiwei, Mu Yixi became wary of the relationship between men and women, and got closer and closer to Yanyu, until he became attracted to him. But at the same time as he became aware of his heartbeat, he was also aware of Yanya's evasion and rejection. This person who could see through the world discovered his affection earlier than Mu Yixi himself, and the other party's response was to push him to follow the social mainstream, fall in love with the opposite sex, get married, and have children, and he used Mu Yixi and Feng Weiming's example to remind him of how difficult this road was. And Yanyu did not want to challenge the world. After finding that Mu Yixi didn't understand what he meant, Yanyu gradually and skillfully reduced his contact with him. Mu Yixi used to be able to see Yanyu as long as he came to Yanya's store, but now he could only see Yanyu once a month. Mu Yixi felt bitter in his heart, but he couldn't control his feet. There was a sense of optimism and stubbornness in his character. He was always thinking, will Yanyu change his mind one day and be willing to try it with him? If he had a reason not to give up, he would not allow others to dominate his life. Until today, Yuki finally woke up. It turned out that not only Yu was unwilling to try it, but he couldn't even try it himself. His so-called persistence was in exchange for his brother sacrificing everything for him. Yu, my own responsibility should be borne by me, right? Yuki resisted the heartache and said, I can't be willful anymore, right? Yuki was willing to give up his feelings for him, yes. This was what Yu wanted to see. He always felt that this relationship was very sloppy and abrupt, just a temporary illusion and confusion. But at this moment, Yu found that it was not as easy as he thought. He didn't speak, and Yuki didn't need his answer. Yuki said, goodbye, brother Xiao. Feng Weiming stood in front of the door and hesitated for 10 seconds before taking out the key from his pocket to open the door. As soon as he walked in, he heard Yuxi's laughing voice saying, dear, have you come? The slippers are in the cabinet, and they are new. Feng Weiming opened the shoe cabinet, saw the fluffy slippers, and was speechless for 2 seconds. However, following the proper etiquette for a guest, he changed his shoes before stepping into the room. The dining room was open. Yixi wore an apron with Winnie the Pooh, Feng Weiming's favorite cartoon character when he was a child, and held a large plate of baked lobster with cheese which he placed in the middle of the dining table. At this time, the dining table had been set up in a very warm and romantic way. Dim lights, lit slender candles, beautiful tableware, food such as steak, salad, bread, etc., as well as sobering French red wine. The brightest out of all of it was Yuxi's gentle and affectionate smile. It's just time, Ming Ming, come and sit down. With such care, Feng Weiming's 2 days of avoiding him seemed so heartless. When Feng Weiming received the key from Yuxi, he knew that this person was annoyed and was waiting to settle the account with him. Feng Weiming was not a coward either. He came bravely. After all, did Yuxi dare to use force? Besides, he also had other weights. Unexpectedly, he was blinded by the strong affection he could see as soon as he arrived. Feng Weiming finally had the feeling of in playing tricks. I'm not as good as him in his heart. You must know that there had never been a person who could convince top student Feng to admit defeat. He knew it was a sugar-coated cannonball, but when he saw everything in front of him, his eyes softened slightly. The young man with the gentle expression of lying to the dead came over, leaned over, and kissed his cheek, and said indulgently, what are you doing standing here? Come and taste my craftsmanship. After speaking, he embraced him and helped him to a seat, then very gentlemanly, he pulled the chair for Feng Weiming. Sitting down calmly, Feng Weiming asked, when did you learn this skill? Why wasn't it mentioned in the love letter? In those love letters, Yuxi wrote everything in detail, as if he wanted to report every meal he ate. Yuxi smiled without answering, picked up the red wine, and poured a glass for Feng Weiming with impeccable posture. Then he also poured himself a glass, sat down, took a sip of wine slowly, and spat out 3 words softly, these 2 days. Feng Weiming's movement of picking up the tableware stopped abruptly. Yuxi very thoughtfully divided the cheese-baked lobster onto 2 small plates, pushed one to Feng Weiming, and looked at him with a smile. Feng Weiming glanced at him, slowly forked a piece into the mouth, and chewed it expressionlessly. Yuxi couldn't wait to ask, is it delicious? Feng Weiming nodded silently. Yuxi was immediately suspicious. He said that he had learned the craft in the past 2 days and he really did not deceive Feng Weiming. He was usually very busy with work and had too many things to consider. Learning cooking was really not one of his interests. Feng Weiming refused to see him for the past 2 days, and Yuxi was indeed a little annoyed, because he could finally see him again after a long absence, and he even broke through the last layer. According to him, this was the time for them to be sticky. Yuxi was like a person who had just tasted a bite of food, watched the food slip away and was then refused to even eat a few more bites. That feeling of itching was like heartburn. In this meeting, Yuxi held back and wanted to punish Feng Weiming. On a whim, he prepared a candlelight dinner himself, and also took the opportunity to celebrate the entry into his new house, which he had bought for several months but had not moved into. The dinner was made according to the recipe temporarily, and was worthy of the phrase gold and jade are ruined in the outside. It looked beautiful on the outside, but the taste was very ordinary. Yuxi could enter, but because of Feng Weiming's pickiness, he was definitely not qualified. Yuxi was ready to take advantage of although it's not delicious, but it's my heart when Feng Weiming disliked it. But Feng Weiming said it was delicious. Yuxi saw Feng Weiming eating piece by piece. He quickly ate all the lobster in the small plate, and started cutting his own steak again, without any reluctance. He forked a piece of lobster and ate it. Barely edible, but the taste was really not good. Yuxi asked Feng Weiming again, is it really delicious? Feng Weiming said, yes. He ate the steak quietly, just like he usually ate, and was in fact 2 times more serious than usual. The conspiracy and tricks in Yuxi's head gradually dissipated, and he said, don't force yourself if it doesn't taste good, there is a good Western restaurant downstairs. This was the plan B that was not intended to be used. Feng Weiming said, what you made, I can't waste it. The taste is good. He used his actions to prove that what he said was true. Yuxi watched him eat up the portion of food that belonged to him, and also eat another small plate of lobster. Yuxi was absent-mindedly eating his share, which tasted the same. Tonight Feng Weiming ate more than he usually ate. After eating, Feng Weiming also took the initiative to wash the dishes. His reason was, you cooked, so I'll wash the dishes. Mu Yuxi looked at him strangely, as if he had horns on his head, but he couldn't help but be swayed shamelessly. Ming Ming was so self-conscious, virtuous wife. Mu Yuxi didn't let Feng Weiming wash the dishes alone, instead he washed with him. Two tall, straight-legged youths, who seemed to have nothing to do with housework, stood side by side washing dishes together, while chatting with each other. Why haven't you seen me for the past 2 days? Just came back, things on the Tianxing side need to be sorted out. Meeting Mu Jingwei and Mu Zhirong, did they embarrass you? No, but Mu Jingwei said. Feng Weiming repeated Mu Jingwei's puzzling words. Mu Yuxi sneered, what's the point? He was worried that there will be no successor to the Mu family. At that time, Mu Yurun had no talent and went out early. The two sisters and me were not interested in the Mu family. You had no ambiguity, even if you were interested. There were also arrangements from the third uncle, and it was not their turn. Zhaoqi was the only choice, but he had not been determined yet. He was dispensable for the Mu family, as he was not enthusiastic enough to work hard. The new generation of the direct line was all stagnant water. Could they not worry? They value the Mu clan more than anything else. They used some means to separate us, who won't be angry after that? Look at my performance in the Mu clan, look at the Tianxing you established, and look at the progress of Zhaoqi. Who won't be proud? Their purpose must have been achieved. He didn't react at first, but then he gradually understood. This kind of tortuous situation was definitely Mu Jingwei's idea, and Mu Zhirong couldn't think of it yet. Only Mu Jingwei had this mentality, not afraid that they will be rebellious after they understood it. Because he saw through Mu Yuki's sense of responsibility as a person, Feng Weiming's sense of responsibility to Mu Juking, and Mu Yuxi's sense of responsibility to Mrs. Mu and the others. Now that Mu Yuki had been vetted, even if Mu Yuxi left, he could hold on. Even if Mu Yuki couldn't hold it in the future, with Mu Yuxi's current wealth, could he bear not to help Mu Yuki? Even if he didn't help, Mu Yuxi was still the son of the Mu family from the direct line, and he couldn't get rid of this banner wherever he went. Moreover, there was Feng Weiming. Old fox? Feng Weiming was also speechless. This kind of revenge was really not easy to repay. Mu Yuxi could see it openly. They think we are made of mud, they know that we can't do it. In the past 2 years, they had secretly exploited the Mu family, and they had developed a real skywalk that belonged to them. Mu Yuxi had enough funds to back him up, and after leaving Mu's family he could be like a bird flying high in the sky. Mu Jingwei and the others wanted to bind him with blood and surname, but they absolutely misunderstood their hearts. Not to mention that Mrs. Mu and the others were not people who asked for favors. Even if they were, they would then become the opposite of his previous life. He could help once or twice, but too many times would also exhaust his patience. Moreover, Mu Yuxi changed his mind in the past 2 years. In the past, he always wanted to protect Mrs. Mu, Mu Yuki, and Mu Yuxuan as best he could. But Mrs. Mu and Mu Yuxuan rarely bothered him. They arranged their lives in an orderly manner. Instead, it was Mu Yuki, who he had been helping secretly, who seemed to be hitting the wall and was not aggressive enough. Unexpectedly, in the past 2 years, under the pressure of Mu Yuxi's sudden change in attitude and ability, Mu Yuki's progress was faster than ever. Obviously, frustration education was much more effective on him than love education. Mu Yuxi decided not to run around Mu Yuki like an old hen, and the corners of Feng Weiming's lips rose slightly. Even if it was a real brother, if one's lover attached too much importance to his younger brother, one's heart would be uncomfortable as a partner. I told Mu Yuki the reason why I left 2 years ago. Feng Weiming confessed. This was the main reason why he had not seen Mu Yuxi for 2 days. He couldn't admit that he was guilty, but since he woke up Mu Yuki, who had been kept in the dark, without communicating with Mu Yuxi, he was a little embarrassed. Mu Yuxi almost missed and broke the last bowl. He was stunned, put the bowl away, wiped his hands and asked calmly, how did he react? He went to find Yanyu. Feng Weiming was afraid that he would be overly stimulated, so he asked people to follow him quietly. There was a flash of thought in Mu Yuxi's eyes, and when he raised his eyes, he saw a rare trace of apprehension on Feng Weiming's face. Mu Yuxi smiled, stretched out his hand and hugged the person. Okay, no wonder you were so obedient tonight. So you did something wrong? Feng Weiming said lightly, I just told the truth. How old was Mu Yuki? It was his business that Mu Yuxi was willing to sacrifice for him, and he should not be implicated. How dare he question him? It's so cold, Zhaoqi is going to be heartbroken. Mu Yuxi made a joke, and then said sternly, it's about time. Mu Yuki should stand on his own, and he already had enough ability. When Mu Yuxi encouraged Mu Yuki to talk to Feng Weiming, he also had a hunch that Feng Weiming would talk. He couldn't say those words to Mu Yuki, but Feng Weiming could. Although the hunch came true, he was still a little shocked. What about you? What are you going to do? Feng Weiming asked Mu Yuxi. Why don't you raise me? Mu Yuxi said brazenly, burying his face in his neck. Tianxing uses your project, and you can take over. Feng Weiming said lightly, as if what he was sending was not a company with a market value of nearly 100 million and a good profit, but a piece of cake. How can that be done? Mu Yuxi was shocked. Tianxing is the dowry gift I gave you? Feng Weiming's face darkened, then his eyebrows raised. Dowry. Mu Yuxi replied shyly, also. Feng Weiming choked, and then said slowly, I'm worth a day? Your face is so big. How could it be? I even belong to you, you can do whatever you want to me. Mu Yuxi bit his earlobe, I want my children and grandchildren. Children and grandchildren? Feng Weiming was confused for a while, and then reacted. His snow-white face turned red and angry. Nov, L.B//JNN. But unfortunately, he had entered the wolf's den and met a full and warm and lustful person. I want to, but I can't run even if I want to. Yixi thought that Yixi would talk to him after he got to know the truth, but unexpectedly, Yixi did not. He went abroad to attend a seminar with a professor in the university. He had never heard that Yixi was interested in this seminar before, but he knew that it was a habit he had developed since childhood. When there was something he couldn't figure out and didn't want to tell his relatives and friends, he would choose to disappear for a short time and figure it out by himself. It was of course impossible to really disappear. His whereabouts were still under the control of his family, and the truth was he just wanted to stay in another place. In recent years, because of Yenyu being his close brother, Yuki's habit had basically disappeared. Now that he had reappeared in the arena again, it was sure that something must have gone wrong with Yenyu. Yixi was thinking about talking to Yenyu, but Feng Weiming had come back, and Yuxi's withdrawal from the Mu family was officially put on the agenda. The previous behavior of Tianxing against Yixi had already paved the way for this day. Mu Zhurong's inaction against the incident before had also caused Yuxi's position in the Mu family to change quietly. Yuxi's stunning performance in the Mu family became a flash in the pan. Yixi told Mu Zhurong that he wanted to reduce his working time at Mu's and focus on his studies. Mu Zhurong looked at him, not knowing what to say for a while. Mu Zhurong had always felt complicated about this son. Their relationship was not so much father and son as it was strangers who cooperated invisibly because they were people who shared common concerns. In the past 2 years, Yixi had proved to everyone that he was amazing. Mu Jingwei had even hinted that he should treat both sons equally, but Mu Zhurong couldn't do it. Mu Zhurong didn't trust Yixi. Although he didn't seem to have any malice towards the Mu family, but apart from caring about Mrs. Mu, Yuki, and Yuxuan to a certain extent, he didn't have much affection for the Mu family, and he never tried to win over recognition or goodwill from Mu Jingwei or Mu Zhurong. He also did many small actions in private, such as his meetings with his biological mother Hu Qin, and the grand cooperation with Feng Kun. Mu Zhurong had even realized that he was intentionally letting them discover those clues. Although Hu Qin didn't use Mu Yuxi's identity to interfere in the Mu's family because she married Hong Kong businessman Wei Dong, but if Mu Yuxi really achieved something in Mu's family and became an indispensable person, how that greedy woman and the people who had become the forces behind her would make a fuss, no one knew. Mu Zhurong couldn't allow his family to be the talk of the upper class, and Mu Yuxi was in constant contact with them, and his attitude was ambiguous, so Mu Zhurong had to be on guard. After all, he knew that Mu Yuki had deep feelings for Mu Yuxi. If Mu Yuxi took advantage of this feeling, it would be a blow to the Mu family. On the contrary, at the most deviant point, Mu Yuxi actually got together with Feng Weiming. Mu Zhurong was shocked and relieved. If Mu Yuxi was gay, it was definitely a good thing since he could not choose to use the background of the Mu family to marry someone's daughter, and then use the power of her family to fight against Mu Yuki. This was also the most important reason why Mu Zhurong did not finalize the marriage between Mu Yuxi and Lin Pei'er. Mu Yuxi's ability was too strong, and Mu Zhurong's relationship with his son was weak. Once Mu Yuxi had resentment towards him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Originally, when Mu Yuxi's ability was highlighted, Mu Zhurong wanted to use him to work for the Mu family, and also wanted to suppress him so that he could not threaten Mu Yuki's status. The only person who might force Mu Yuxi to do anything was Mrs. Mu. But the couple had been married for many years, and Mrs. Mu's character was there, and Mu Zhurong was not willing to force her. This son, after all, was of no use to him. Handle the relationship with Miss Lin, and the rest, you can do it yourself. Mu Zhurong said to Mu Yuxi, agreeing. The timing of Mu Yuxi's exit was right, and Mu Zhurong couldn't pick a thorn. Mu Zhurong couldn't control how Mu Yuxi wanted to live in the future. Anyway, even if he failed miserably and returned to Yulian Garden, his wife would not be stingy with an extra bowl of rice, and maybe would even comfort him gently and lovingly. In fact, Mu Yuxi just came to tell him he didn't need Mu Zhurong's agreement. But since Mu Zhurong had nothing to say, he didn't need to spend any more time here. Mu Yuxi said, this time when Su Zhao comes back, will you keep him in the headquarters? When Su Qingli was expelled from Mu's family after the incident happened, Su Zhao suffered from association and automatically requested to be transferred from the headquarters. Mu Zhurong hated Su Qingli, but he had no ill feelings towards Su Zhao, who was like his brother, and he felt that it was a pity that he had lost his right-hand man. Now that both Su Zhao and Su Qingli had been recalled because of the serious illness of their mother, Tang Yanhua, though he would not care about Su Qingli, Mu Zhurong should have a good idea of Su Zhao's future arrangements. Why ask this? Mu Zhurong asked. When the Su family brother and sister left, Mu Yuxi was still young and had no chance to contact them after that. Why did he suddenly pay so much attention to them? Besides, Su Qingli was related to the car accident that injured Mu Yuxi back then. If Mu Yuxi should pay attention to her, he should pay attention to her. How could it be Su Zhao, n/o/vel/b/n.c//om? Mu Yuxi looked calm. I just found out that his wife has something to do with me. Su Zhao's wife Gu Ling was Hu Qin's half-sister. It was estimated that Mu Zhurong did not know this. Something to do with him? What was the meaning? Mu Zhurong looked at him thoughtfully. Why did Mu Yuxi only speak of himself? Mu Zhurong really hadn't checked the background of Su Zhao's wife. However, Mu Yuxi had lowered his eyes and said nothing. If he mentioned this and Mu Zhurong was still indifferent, then he would be betrayed by others in the future. The atmosphere was stagnant for a while. An invisible pressure was released from Mu Zhurong. He didn't like Mu Yuxi's tricks. Mu Yuxi didn't realize it. He didn't want to waste time with Mu Zhurong, and said, if there is nothing else, I'll go out first. Mu Zhurong nodded slowly and said, you all come back for dinner tonight. Mu Yuxi, After college, he spent most of his time boarding at Yan University, and often worked overtime on weekends and didn't go home. Therefore, Mu Yuxi went back to Yulian Garden to eat a lot less often. He and Mu Yuki went back to accompany Mrs. Mu at staggered times, but there was still not much time to meet. Fortunately, there was Mu Yuxuan who often accompanied Mrs. Mu. Mu Zhurong, well, bring Ming Ming. Mu Yuxi hesitated for a moment. Why? Mu Zhurong, Xiaoqi said that he wants to introduce a girl to us. The news that Mu Zhurong dropped was like a bolt from the blue. Here Mu Yuxi had just begun to suspect that Mu Yuki liked Yenyu and was about to talk to Yenyu to find out about the situation. On the other end, Mu Zhurong said that Mu Yuki had a girlfriend, and it was even to the point of him taking her home to meet his parents. Mu Yuxi didn't know when Mu Yuki got a girlfriend. With such a question, Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming, who was also astonished, returned to Yulian Garden early to wait. This was the first time that Mu Yuki had brought a girl home. Mrs. Mu and Mu Yuxuan were very serious and dressed up specially. But he didn't know if it was Mu Yuxi's illusion. However, Mrs. Mu didn't take advantage of the situation to care about his love life, and say things like Xiaoqi has brought her girlfriend home, how are you and Miss Lin now. In fact, even though the outside world had a lot of ideas about him and Lin Pei are getting closer, Mrs. Mu's attitude had never been positive, and she had never urged Mu Yuxi to settle down quickly. She looked at him and Feng Weiming come back together with a very calm expression. On the contrary, Mu Yuxi felt a little guilty. Luckily the focus of tonight wasn't on him. Mu Zhurong also stepped back. He had to check on his son's choice. After a while, there was movement outside. Mu Yuki held a girl's hand and walked in with a smile. The girl was well dressed and had an excellent temperament. She was full of ladylike demeanor every time she raised her hands and feet. Her name was Bai Ying, the young lady of the Bai family in Zhongling. The power of the Bai family was in the south, and it was one of the top families in the south. In terms of family background alone, Lin Pei was inferior to Bai Ying. Mu Zhurong's expression suddenly softened. Shocked by Mu Yuki's behavior of bringing his girlfriend back, and on the premise that their relationship has been exposed, Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming should not be too close. Mu Yuxi sent Feng Weiming back to his room to rest, but Feng Weiming glanced at him before entering. Mu Yuxi ruffled his hair and said, it's none of your business. Xiaoqi is very familiar with that girl, so it probably didn't take a day or two for him to come up with this idea. Feng Weiming probably felt that Mu Yuki was like this and had gotten an extra girlfriend in a short period of time, probably because he was stimulated by the truth that Feng Weiming told him. Feng Weiming was caught off guard by the messed up hair. His usual clean and noble image was broken, a few strands of hair were curled up, and his stunned expression showed a hint of cuteness. Mu Yuxi covered his mouth and couldn't help but smile. Feng Weiming pressed his head angrily and kicked him at the same time. Mu Yuxi was in pain, and with a hiss, Feng Weiming closed the door ruthlessly. Nov, L.B//JNN. Mu Yuki sent Bai Ying back, and when he got home, he was met by Mu Yuxi in the living room. Mu Yuxi had been waiting for him. Mu Yuki would definitely not spend the night outside tonight, otherwise it would be bad for Bai Ying's reputation. After all, it was the first time he brought his girlfriend home to meet people, but he went to send his girlfriend home and never returned. People wouldn't be able to help but think about it. Mu Yuxi didn't expect that Mu Yuki would be gone for so long, and he fell asleep waiting for him. Xiaoqi, are you back? Mu Yuxi said, with a hoarse voice indicating he had just woken up. Mu Yuki's footsteps stopped. He was tangled for a while, then he turned to face Mu Yuxi. Brother, you haven't slept yet? He came back so late on purpose to avoid Mu Yuxi. Are you hungry? Wang Ma made you a late night snack. Should I go and warm it up? Mu Yuxi said softly, as if he didn't see his dodging. Mu Yuki opened his mouth and slumped his shoulders. No need, brother, I'm not hungry. He walked heavily to Mu Yuxi's side and sat down, his face full of bitterness and hatred. A smile flashed in Mu Yuxi's eyes. What's the matter? Is there anything you can't tell your elder brother about? Brother? Mu Yuki glanced at him resentfully. After being brothers for many years, he still had some understanding of Mu Yuxi. He was clearly forcing him to come over to talk, so why ask him knowingly? You still have reason? Mu Yuxi's face sank as he stared at him. Tell me, what's the matter with you and this Miss Bai? What's the matter? That's what happened? She's my girlfriend? Mu Yuki opened his eyes wide and tried his best to be calm. He was not guilty, really. Mu Yuxi sneered. Do you think that I am blind? You? Mu Yuki was surprised. Mu Yuxi snorted coldly, looking at him uneasily, but didn't tell him what it was. Brother Mu Yuki began to use the morning soldier policy. Obviously, what did you do? You tell me. Mu Yuxi put his hands around his chest. Mu Yuki's eyes began to wander, and his lips pursed stubbornly. If you are looking for such a girlfriend because of what you heard, you don't have to. I have already told father that I will focus on my studies recently and will reduce the time I spend working at MUS. Yixi said. You don't have to worry about Lin Payer. I'm breaking up with her, and she can't wait more than this. So, you don't need to find a marriage partner to stop everyone's mouths in order to release the bondage on him. You can be on your own. And I can rest assured. Yixi patted his shoulder and said seriously. Yuki's face changed. This is not fair, brother. You have paid so much for the Mu family in the past 2 years, and you are so capable. Why should you leave? You are also a descendant of the Mu family, born in the direct line, and can compete for the role of patriarch. The location. Yixi was stunned, you know? He didn't expect that Yuki already knew that he was the illegitimate child of this family. Since Yuki was so resistant to child from the third party when he was a child, so Yixi never dared to tell him. Yuki nodded stiffly. I'm sorry for you, brother. Yixi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why was he sorry for him? Yixi thought about it. Probably because Mu Zhirong wanted to provoke Yuki to fight with him, so he inadvertently revealed his identity. However, it was estimated that Mu Zhirong could not have imagined that Yuki would deviate in a different direction. I do, Zioki. I'm very happy to see you grow up and become a man that everyone can trust and rely on. Yixi rubbed his head. No matter what happened in the past 2 years, now I just want to say that you have made me proud. Yuki's eyes were red. He took Yuxi's arm. I'm sorry, brother. I don't know anything. I didn't know they will force you. He felt ashamed. He didn't understand why his grandfather and father were so harsh and cruel to Yuxi. They were also Yuxi's grandfather and father. Just because he didn't have a biological mother, which was not their choice. If his mother wasn't Mrs. Mu, wouldn't his father and grandfather that he always respected and loved do the same to him? Why was Yuxi so stupid? Did he need to work so hard for a younger brother who was not as good as him in everything, but because he had a good mother, he could easily get everything? He was an illegitimate child, shouldn't he hate him, and spare no effort to fight with him for everything? What are you talking about? You are the younger brother, Yuxi said. This was the sin he should atone for. He thanked God for giving him a chance to make up for all his regrets. Brother Yuki choked. I will work hard. I won't let you down. You can do whatever you want. I won't let people force you again. Don't be wronged again for me. Yuxi was a little dazed for a moment. As expected of mother and son, they said almost exactly the same thing. He smiled warmly. Okay, I didn't suffer any grievances. It's you, don't be too hasty. Marriage is not a child's play. Don't be impatient and make hasty decisions. It's interesting to find a life partner you like. I'm not treating it as child's play. Yuki wiped his face. I'm serious about buying. Yuxi frowned. You don't like her at all. Yuki, but I don't hate her either. He looked at a certain point on the floor and murmured, I don't have anyone I like. After Xiaowaiwei, for so many years, I can't be bothered with anyone. Since everyone is the same, and I have to get married and have children, so why can't I settle down earlier? Buying is very good. She doesn't love me, but she thinks I will be a good husband. We can work together as friends to run a marriage. In this circle, which couple is not like this? Interests are more reliable than feelings. Many times, when there is a relationship, the relationship breaks down, which makes the trouble even more ugly and difficult to deal with. Yuxi, but... Yuki interrupted him, and said firmly, Brother, you don't need to say any more. I have decided to get engaged to Bai Ying. This is my marriage, my life, and I have the right to decide. Yuxi shut up. This was the first time that Yuki had told him so decisively what he wanted. Brother, trust me once. I will have a good life, and I will not let you down. Yuki promised solemnly. Yuxi stared at him for a long time, and finally nodded with a sigh. Yuxi leaned over slightly and carefully observed the sculpture on the display shelf. This carving was the size of the palms of an adult, and the carving was of one of the 4 ancient beasts. It was said to be an extremely greedy animal. Its appearance was also strange. It had a human face, the body was like a cow, and its eyes were under the armpit. Based on the book records and his own imagination, the author carved it into a hideous and majestic shape, with extremely complex and delicate lines. Even though Yuxi was used to seeing good things, he was still amazed. When Yenyu walked up to him, Yuxi didn't look at him, he just reached out and stroked Doughty's surface, seemingly loving it. Yenyu had always been quiet and patient, Yuxi also didn't speak, so he just accompanied him silently. However, his previous company always seemed gentle and distant, but this time, for some unknown reason, a silent confrontation seemed to be taking place between him and Yuxi. Speaking of which, Yuxi and Yenyu had known each other for many years, and their younger siblings had even become fiancés. In the end, it was Yuxi who spoke first. Congratulations on the opening of your new store. Although Yenye's carving shop was originally opened in the urban area, there were few small works in the shop, and only one clerk was invited to watch the shop, and the business was half dead. Yenye's father Yenkai wanted to help him expand the scale, but Yenyu refused vehemently. Unexpectedly, the words of the past were still ringing in his ears, but recently Yenyu seemed to have become enlightened. Accepting Yenkai's financial support, he not only changed the storefront, but also carefully renovated it inside and out. His craft was put there, and it quickly attracted a lot of business. Yenyu was not good at this, thus Yenkai hired a competent manager to assist him, so that Yenyu could focus on the creation of his own works. Such a change was quite intriguing. Thank you, Yen Yu said, flattered. Won't you invite me in for a cup of tea? Mu Yixi stood with his hands behind his back, no longer concealing his aura of having been in the top position for a long time. Yen Yu was silent for a while, and said, I have this intention, please come in. The newly built tea room was much more spacious and comfortable than his previous dwelling, but Yen Yu's posture of sitting and brewing tea was no different from before. No matter what environment he was in, it seemed to have little effect on him. Mu Yixi said coldly, next year, Xiaoqi will be engaged to Bai Ying. Yen Yu's hand holding the cup did not move, and he steadily pushed the elegant cup filled with tea towards Mu Yixi. I congratulate him, Yen Yu said calmly. Now Mu Yixi was a little unsure of his mind, and simply glared at him and asked, he likes you, what about you? You don't like him? The end tone rose in surprise. Did he know how likable his Mu Yixi was? How could anyone not like him? Yen Yu was stunned for a moment, as if he had not expected Mu Yixi to be so straightforward. He went silent again, and said softly, I don't hate him. Do you know that Xiaoqi likes you? Does it feel disgusting? Did you reject him? Mu Yixi asked in a different way. Many gay people had an instinct to see through their peers. Although Mu Yixi was probably not a pure homosexual, but with his keen observation, he could also see a difference. But on Yen Yu, Mu Yixi couldn't see anything. Rather than saying that Yen Yu was a heterosexual or homosexual, it was better to say that he seemed to be asexual. He was so pure that he could almost become a monk. Since he wanted the monk to be moved, Mu Yixi felt embarrassed for Mu Yuki. No wonder he forced himself to give up so desperately. No, refused. Yen Yu answered Mu Yuxi's questions one by one. His being so calm and indifferent made Mu Yixi feel uncomfortable. But what could he do? Yen Yu had already made his attitude clear, and he didn't even care about Mu Yuki's engagement. Could he still knock him out and throw him on Mu Yuki's bed? And even if Yen Yu liked Mu Yuki and could accept Mu Yuki, did he really want his most important brother to follow this path? Yen Yu, in these 2 lifetimes, have you ever liked anyone? What are you living for? Mu Yuxi couldn't help asking. In his opinion, Yen Yu simply wasted the opportunity to live another lifetime. Others saw him as gentle and uncontroversial, quiet and far-reaching, but Mu Yuxi saw him as just getting by, mediocre, cold-hearted, like a walking dead, a twilight old man, where his life had no taste at all. To say it nicely, all he wanted was to avoid the world. To say it badly, he was a coward. Yen Yu was stunned again. The 2 lifetimes, it should be the most secretive topic between him and Mu Yuxi. At this moment, when he heard Mu Yuxi mention it, he suddenly felt a depression that could not be vented. I'm not you, Yen Yu said. I'm not like you either. His character was there. He had experienced too many dark and terrifying things, and he had also done a lot of terrifying and resentful things. After getting the opportunity to relive his life, he felt that all his grievances had ended in the previous life. As long as he was not the source of tragedy, everything would be fine, and he could have a long and peaceful life. He had never been a winner, and he had no heart to strive to be a winner. As long as he didn't ask for it, he won't lose it. His goal was to live his life in peace and loneliness. Why don't you fight for yourself? You never thought about making yourself better than the last life? Mu Yuxi looked at him incomprehensibly. I've had a better life than my last life, Yen Yu said. The current life was his dream life, and he didn't want to change it at all. Then what's going on with this store? Why do you, who has never been interested in money, suddenly change your storefront and want to expand your business? Mu Yuxi stared at him closely. Why did you want to participate in the auction? Mu Yuxi came over only after he found out that Yen Yu had put up his work in an auction and sold it for a good price. Yen Yu would never have done such a thing before. This matter was what gave Mu Yuxi the confidence to come to talk to him. Yen Yu did not speak. He didn't know what to say. He was not tempted by Mu Yuki, nor was he ready to challenge the mainstream of society with him. But even if he wanted to guard his comfort zone, he could not forget the desire for freedom of marriage in the eyes of the child who always had energy and enthusiasm emanating from him. He said he wanted to marry someone he liked and have children. A child who came from a big family but still had such a naive ideal was different. And Yen Yu couldn't help him. Even if he sold his most beloved works, it only sold for 1 million, which was not helpful for the freedom Mu Yuki wanted. Afterwards, Yen Yu even thought it was ridiculous that he had such a helpful idea. Mu Yuki is not you, Mu Yuxi. He didn't have his shrewdness and ability, he didn't have his initiative to go his own way, and he didn't have his courage to break the boat completely. The relationship between Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming was acquiesced because they were not Mu Yuki, and they were both strong and tough enough that others couldn't stop them. N/O/Vel/B/N/C/om. While Mu Yuki, the only recognized eldest grandson of the new generation of the Mu family, and the only biological son of Mrs. Mu, the entire Mu family, and even Mu Yuxi who appeared in front of Yen Yu at this time, who would allow him to be with a man. Even in Mu Yuki's heart, he didn't dare to think about it, so how could he? Otherwise, where did Bai Ying come from? Since when did Mu Yuki start staring at this prospective fiancé? While he liked Yen Yu, he chose a future fiancé for himself. Couldn't Yen Yu see all this clearly? No, he saw too clearly. So, he could only continue to be a coward. Couldn't Mu Yuki see clearly? No, he saw it too. So, he took Bai Ying home. Yen Yu and Mu Yuki, from the beginning to the end, none of them could afford the other. I don't understand today's children. Mu Yixi sat in the back row of the private car and said emotionally to Feng Weiming, who had his legs crossed and his chin in one hand. Feng Weiming's expression was a little lazy. Last night, he was served by Mu Yixi. Feng Weiming insisted that he was served, and so he slept late. At this time, he was a little sleepy. He was taking the time to close his eyes and rest. Hearing Mu Yuxi's old-fashioned words, he opened his eyes and did not hide the disapproval in his eyes. Mu Yixi was only 20 years old. In the eyes of many people, he was also a child whose hair had not yet grown. It was strange of him to use such an elder's tone to say when he was only 4 years older than him. However, Feng Weiming knew that he, like himself, was very precocious, had a high eye for people, was decisive in his work, and had common topics only with people who were a bit older than them, so he could not judge his tone. What Feng Weiming disapproved of was Mu Yuxi's superfluous actions, so he stayed in the car even after being pulled along by Mu Yixi and did not go to see Yanyu. Could it be that you really want Mu Yuki to be with him? Feng Weiming asked slightly sarcastically. Unlike them, Mu Yuki was burdened by being an orthodox heir, and even if there was scope for resistance, it was limited. Now the future of the entire Mu family direct line pointed to him. Couldn't he see that since Mu Yuran had given up his right of inheritance, Mu Juan, who fought with Mu Zhurong for half his life, had quieted down? It was precisely because of Mu Yuki's identity change. He had too many connections and could not act arbitrarily. Mu Yixi was very confused. He hoped that Mu Yuki would get everything he wanted and live a happy life. But when what he wanted was a man, a relationship that was not tolerated by the world, and which would definitely bring shame to Mrs. Mu and Mu Yuxuan's faces, so Mu Yixi couldn't quite agree with this path. On the other hand, Mu Yixi, who was also a person who was going to live a new life, looked down at Yanyu from the bottom of his heart. Seeing that he had a new move this time, he thought that he had finally changed his mind because of Mu Yuki and wanted to be strong, but he didn't expect that he would stop even trying, and his slightest concern for Mu Yuki was always inferior to his desire for comfort. Mu Yuxi was also unwilling to hand over his beloved younger brother to such a person. As Yanyu said just now, Mu Yuki was not him, and Yanyu didn't have the same confidence as Feng Weiming. Even if they got together because of a momentary spirit, it was estimated that they would not be able to escape the end in the future. Compared with Mu Yuxi's swaying because he cared, Feng Weiming's position had always been firm. He did not approve. Regardless of his responsibilities, Mu Yuki has had a long-term relationship with him, and it took him 5 years to get out of his so-called first love. Yanya's personality and appearance are okay, and Mu Yuki will remember him for a lifetime, but it's a pity he is the wrong gender. This way it's better to isolate themselves early while the relationship is still shallow. These words of Feng Weiming shocked Mu Yuxi. Was that not right? In the last life, Mu Yuki had wasted his whole life for Xia Weiwei, and he had never even seen Yanyu who could make him empathize. Mu Yuxi witnessed his unhappiness with his own eyes. Feng Weiming didn't know this passage, but he was very thoughtful and often read more deeply and accurately than the average person. Mu Yuxi was also awakened by his words. In this life, Mu Yuki would embark on the path of liking the same sex. Was there no influence from Xia Weiwei's betrayal on him? Secretly stamping Feng Weiming with a virtuous helper tag, the balance in Mu Yuxi's heart tilted towards the opposing side. It was just that he didn't see Yanyu care even once, and he always felt sorry for Mu Yuki. As a result, Mu Yuxi found that he had no room to intervene at all. In fact, Mu Yuki and Yanyu had already made up their minds and chose a path that was good for everyone, without embarrassing anyone. His younger sister Mu Yuxuan was like this before, and then his younger brother Mu Yuki was like this as well. Mu Yuxi was a good young man, and suddenly he had a feeling of being a big child. He pulled Feng Weiming's slender fingers to play, and sighed sadly, Ming, I only have you from now on, I can only take care of you, and my life is as lonely as snow. Feng Weiming closed his eyes, completely ignoring his convulsions. However, Mu Yuxi was still unfinished. Ming, talk to me, don't sleep. He got closer and closer, almost lying on Feng Weiming's body. From this angle, he could see a trace of a bite on Feng Weiming's collarbone, and his voice became softer until he was whispering, Are you tired? We didn't do it many times last night. The last sentence was evil. Feng Weiming moved his head and avoided his breath, but he was not angry. Instead he said slowly, Do you know where we are going now? Mu Yuxi blinked. He just got out of the work of the Mu family, and had a lot of time. It happened that Feng Weiming was also free, so he naturally thought that after seeing Yanyu, the two would go on a date. The driver was Feng Weiming's driver. Mu Yuxi thought that with their years of tacit understanding, Feng Weiming thought the same as him. So, he thought wrong. Wasn't their next trip going to be a date? Hearing some malicious intentions in Feng Weiming's words, Mu Yuxi became curious. You want to pull me to sell it? Are you willing? His mouth was still cheap.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Feng Weiming was not angry at all. He said calmly, My father is here. He wants to see you. Ah? Mu Yuxi petrified instantly. The world was quiet, and Feng Weiming was very satisfied. The car was parked in front of an Art Deco house. It took Mu Yuxi 15 minutes to change his clothes and straighten his hairstyle. He was in high spirits, and he seemed to be rushing to the battlefield. Feng Weiming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is it all necessary? He had seen him so many times. Mu Yuxi's eyes lit up. That's different. In the past, when Mu Juking returned to China, he would go to Yulian Garden to see Feng Weiming. Because Feng Weiming played well with them, Mu Juking was also very kind to their nephews, and when he brought gifts for Feng Weiming, he never missed their share. And although Mu Yixi was an adopted son, the treatment that Mu Juking gave him was no different from that of Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan. Mu Yuxi's impression of Mu Juking was much better than that of Mu Zhurong. But in any case, it used to be an unimportant relative relationship, but now it was a father-in-law meeting son-in-law. Thinking of Mu Juking's love for Feng Weiming, and the murderous reputation of Third Master Mu Yuxi had to cheer up. Just to meet it was not about marriage. Feng Weiming looked at him speechlessly. Did you tell third uncle that you are with me? Mu Yuxi asked. Feng Weiming nodded. Dad knows. When he returned to France 2 years ago, Mu Juking knew that he had someone in his heart. But his mouth was tight and he refused to say anything until he finally confessed to Mu Juking not long after he returned to China this time. Mu Juking's reaction was unexpectedly calm and flat, and he didn't want to fly over to beat him immediately, but just when he was returning to China, he called Feng Weiming and asked him to bring Mu Yuxi over to meet. After listening to Feng Weiming's words, Mu Yuxi didn't feel relieved, but raised his heart even more. Because of Mu Juking's love for Feng Weiming, if he had wanted to kill him, it would have been understood. But he was so calm, and if something went wrong, then Mu Juking must have a plan. You don't have to be nervous. Dad respects my wishes. Feng Weiming couldn't help saying. It was the first time he saw Mu Yuxi so nervous and solemn. He is your father, I hope he can identify me in that capacity, so I have to be serious. Mu Yuxi took his hand and looked at him seriously. Ming, I like you, I will try my best to make you not fall in a dilemma. Feng Weiming was stunned for a moment, and suddenly began to realize that this meeting had different meanings for Mu Yuxi and him. They were managing a relationship as adults, which was not so visible to the world, but they were serious and hardworking. It was not for fun, it was not casual, and a disagreement from his father's side could divide them. What they were blocking was the feeling that they had grown up together for so many years, and they had crossed the line because of their heart. For the sake of more than 10 years of relationship, in fact, from the very beginning, they were very careful and serious. Behind the laughter and scolding, Mu Yuxi's feelings for him were no worse than anyone else's. Feng Weiming once walked away because of a misunderstanding. He had seen Mu Yuxi's kindness to Mrs. Mu and the others with his own eyes, so when someone saw this and provoked it, he said that he believed in Mu Yuxi, but in fact he believed it without hesitation that compared with Mrs. Mu and the others, he would be the one who was abandoned. Now it seemed that he was too arrogant. Even Feng Weiming suddenly felt that Mu Yuxi didn't know that he cared about him more than he thought. This was fun. So, Mu Yuxi was surprised to see a clear and moving smile on Feng Weiming's face amidst his habitual sweet words. He knew that Feng Weiming was very good looking, but he was still shocked to the point of losing his language function, feeling dizzy, and having a dry mouth. Even Feng Weiming's voice suddenly became gentle. Stop what you are thinking about, we are here, let's get off. Mu Yuxi, who had been accustomed to Feng Weiming's cold eyes for more than 10 years, had a feeling of being flattered. Feng Weiming pulled him out of the car, and he was drifting as he walked. Feng Weiming said, Mu Yuxi, if you see my dad with such a silly expression, he will strike you out immediately. Be normal, don't let my dad doubt my vision, Fortunately, Mu Yuxi deserved it. Mu Yuxi, you cannot perform a gaffe at this moment. He clenched Feng Weiming's hand and smiled softly. Ming has grown up. Don't worry, I will definitely perform well, and let the third uncle rest assured to hand you over to me. Feng Weiming's eyes flashed with a smile. I'll wait. Mu Juking did not purchase any other real estate in Xinan City. Every time he came back, he either stayed in a hotel or lived in the Mu family's old house. He had a long-term private room booking in a 5-star hotel in the city. It was this hotel that Feng Weiming had brought Mu Yuxi to. He had a room card in his hand for a long time, so that when Mu Juking returned to China, he could come to find his father at any time. Feng Weiming had been here several times and walked to the VIP customer's special elevator familiarly. When the elevator arrived at the floor where Mu Juking's room was, Mu Yuxi held down the door closing button, took a deep breath, adjusted his expression to handsome, gentle, and calm before letting go of his hand and letting the elevator door open. Feng Weiming saw his actions from the elevator car wall and couldn't help but smile again. When Mu Yuxi saw him smiling, he followed suit. So, when the elevator door opened, and Mu Juking, who had come to greet his son in person, saw Feng Weiming and Mu Yuxi lovingly looking at each other and smiling together. Even with his father, his son, who was always cold, was smiling happily and beautifully at a stinky boy. Mu Juking's good mood immediately flew away, and his face became dark. However, when Feng Weiming saw him, he did not restrain the smile on his face, and called out respectfully, Father. Mu Juking's expression softened immediately. Third uncle. Mu Yuxi said respectfully. Mu Juking glanced at him inexplicably, without the friendly elder's attitude he had shown in the past. Mu Yuxi felt a sudden shock, but Mu Juking didn't look at him anymore. Instead he waved at Feng Weiming, come here. Then he turned around and entered the room. Feng Weiming followed obediently. Mu Yuxi also followed him spontaneously. After entering the room, Feng Weiming took a seat on the sofa. Mu Yuxi reflexively wanted to sit beside him, but Mu Juking's eyes swept towards him. However, Mu Yuxi didn't care, and continued to sit down. Feng Weiming reached out and patted him, his eyes looked at him. Mu Yixi paused, then sat obediently on the sofa next to him. Mu Juking's eyes were first cold, then slightly satisfied. Mu Juking's assistant Zhang Xinyu came over with the drinks they both liked. Zhang Xinyu was still beautiful, fit, and charming at the age of 40. She had been with Mu Juking for many years, had experienced 2 marriages during this time, and was now single again. She didn't have any children, so since she had watched Feng Weiming grow up, she felt he was the same as her own son. Zhang Xinyu put Earl Grey tea in front of Feng Weiming, gave him a loving and slightly worried look, and gave Mu Yixi a cup of milk tea exuding a strong fragrance, while the concerned look from the past had turned into sharp scrutiny. Mu Yixi blinked pitifully and seemed to be begging for mercy, trying to exude a well-behaved and honest atmosphere. Zhang Xinyu snorted almost indiscernibly, walked towards the bar swaying with a tray, folded her hands on the table, and looked at them for a moment. Mu Juking lovingly said to Feng Weiming, "Are you tired? Didn't have a good rest last night? You have only come back for a few days, how did you lose weight? Let's drink something first. Nov. L.B//JNN. Mu Yixi felt a dull pain in his knee. Seeing Feng Weiming pick up Earl Grey tea and drink it slowly, he also took a sip of his own milk tea, and then his whole body froze. The bitter and unbearable taste exploded in his mouth, making him almost uncontrollably spit it out. Keenly aware of Mu Yuxi's abnormality, Feng Weiming glanced at him with concern from the corner of his eyes. Mu Yixi put the milk tea back on the coffee table, twitched his lips and shook his head slightly, then he glanced at Zhang Xinyu. Zhang Xinyu looked back at him with a half-smile which was not a smile. Mu Yixi thought bitterly, well, the child who has finally been raised is abducted by others. As a group of relatives and friends, it is acceptable to express anger and resentment. After all, the person will belong to him in the future. These people however live in no fixed places and travel around the world. No matter how they want to reach them, they won't be able to reach them. Snort. Carrot. Mu Juking turned a blind eye to Mu Yuxi's discomfort. After Feng Weiming finished drinking, he slowly said, "I know about your business." Feng Weiming and Mu Yuxi looked at him together. Mu Juking smiled slightly, stared at Mu Yuxi and said, "As long as you become the head of the Mu clan in China, I will agree." Mu Yuxi was stunned. For a long time, Mu Yuxi was not interested in the Mu family from the bottom of his heart, and just wanted to Mu Yuki to go up so that he could stand on his own as soon as possible. Mu Jingwei and Mu Zhurong knew his attitude was like this. It was precisely because of his attitude that they did not make things difficult for him and Feng Weiming too much. Mu Juking had someone in the Mu clan, and it was impossible for him not to know that he had clearly proposed this because he wanted the abroad Mu family to become independent from the Mu clan. Besides, how could he compete with Mu Yuki, Mrs. Mu's biological son, for the right of inheritance? Why, can't you? In your generation, you and Mu Yuki are the only ones left who have not given up their inheritance rights. You are also Mu Zhurong's own son, so you don't have the confidence to surpass Mu Yuki? Mu Juking asked contemptuously. Third uncle, Xiaoqi is the legitimate heir of the domestic Mu clan. Feng Weiming is obviously also the heir of the overseas Mu clan. Mu Juking said flatly, "What do you have left without the Mu clan? Great. He is obviously the heir to the high-ranking overseas Mu clan. You are a poor man, what will you use to match Mingming?" Mu Yuxi was almost choked to death. How many people in this world could make a billion-dollar fortune by their own efforts before the age of 20? No matter which corner of the world you get this amount, it was not bad, right? The maximum amount of funds that could be used by overseas Mu clan was estimated to have been capped at tens of billions. Before the time of life and death, Mu Juking, the third master Mu, could not use discounts. Moreover, the original investor of Tianxing was Mu Juking. With Feng Weiming's arrogant character, even if he used his plan to get even, he would never take away his credit. Tianxing having developed to now had his share, and Mu Juking must know that he was not an incompetent person. To say that he had left the Mu family was not a literal problem, it was obviously a rhetoric, and he was just bullying him. Mu Yuxi looked pitifully to Feng Weiming for help, but Feng Weiming's expression was cold, and his eyes showed a thoughtful look. Mu Yuxi's mind flashed, and suddenly he understood. Where did Mu Juking make trouble and oppress him unreasonably? Obviously, it had brought back bad memories of Feng Weiming. When he had a falling out with him, wasn't it because he chose to help Mu Yuki and marry the Lin family instead of him, making it difficult for Feng Weiming to live with him, so he walked away in anger. Mu Juking knew about this, so he used his own way to treat others, and he was forcing him to choose again. If he refused to compete for the position of the patriarch for Mu Yuki's sake, wouldn't Mu Juking have reason to accuse him of giving up on Feng Weiming again to repay his kindness? Mu Yuxi's scalp went numb, and he immediately put away his pretense. His expression became stern, and he earnestly assured, "Third uncle, if you give me 3 years, I will not let Mingming suffer with following me." "Why would Mingming go with you?" Mu Juking asked, displeased. "Who is following you?" Feng Weiming said at the same time. Mu Yuxi said, "Third uncle, I have always been curious, with your ability and temperament, you can make a breakthrough without the Mu family. Why do you trap yourself? The Mu family is not bad, it has survived for hundreds of years. The legacy that has been handed down can be shaded by a tree, but it also means a profound conservative tradition and intertwined roots. For so many years, you have been working alone, and you are beyond the reach of grandfather and the others in China, and their help is limited. You must have spent a lot of effort and energy to get to where you are today. If you had to choose again, would you still choose to take over the overseas Mu clan? This question was quite unexpected, and Mu Juking was slightly taken aback by the question. Whether or not to take over the overseas Mu family, the right to choose had not been up to him from the beginning. At the age of 6, he was taken away by the previous head of the overseas Mu clan. His father, Mu Jingwei, was more than happy, because this way, his direct descendants had the opportunity to infect the entire huge Mu clan empire. Mu Jingwei and Mu Zhurong were both enterprising people, and they were eager to satisfy their greater desire for power through him, so the little Mu Juking's wishes were never in their consideration. Originally, there was a tacit understanding between the direct line and the collateral line, one occupying the country and the other occupying the overseas holdings. The existence of Mu Juking broke this tacit understanding, and the difficulties he received could be imagined. When he was not strong enough, all the hardships were carried alone by him, which he swallowed with blood and tears. The previous person in charge of the overseas Mu family had given him a lot of help. For him, that person's image was more like his father. The person in charge valued his qualifications but didn't want him and his direct descendants to unite the domestic Mu clan and the overseas Mu clan. Therefore, he had a feeling of absolute loneliness. Sanctions created absolute corruption, and long-term checks and balances at home and abroad were the real development path. So, when he gained control over the overseas Mu clan, although he would occasionally give Mu Zhurong some convenience, but he did not really open the door to the domestic Mu clan. That's why he didn't have a close relationship with his family. Because of this, some old-fashioned members of the Mu family were not so resistant to him taking over the overseas Mu family. If he asked himself, Mu Juking didn't have much interest in managing the overseas Mu clan when he was a kid. He preferred to focus his energy on new things. The overseas Mu clan was led by him to be more energetic than before, but the reaction speed of this vitality was comparable to that of a snail. Mu Juking had to spend a lot of energy in order to lead a large group of people under him to move forward. But the overseas Mu family had become his responsibility when he was very young. After so many years, that sense of responsibility had been integrated into his bones and blood and was inseparable from him. In this life, Mu Juking could not get rid of this huge burden. Mu Juking had never been married, which also had a very important reason. He didn't want anyone to divert his mind through marriage and kids. Feng Weiming was a beautiful accident, so he was willing to guard this accident and give him all the good things. It was not that easy to steal this treasure from him, Mu Juking said coldly. This has nothing to do with you. You can't change the subject. I didn't change the subject. Mu Yixi said seriously, in your eyes, third uncle, is overseas Mu's a good thing? Do you really hope that Mingming will inherit it and work hard for it as an outsider? He's obviously my son. Mu Juking was stimulated by the word outsider. For us, of course he is not an outsider, but what about other Mu family members? Even, for Grandpa? Mu Yixi was aggressive. This answer did not need Mu Juking to say anything, everyone knew it well. Except for Mu Juking, no one would really regard Feng Weiming as a family member of the MUS. Mu Juking was a child of the direct line, and it was still difficult for him to take over the overseas Mu clan, let alone an adopted son with a different surname. Feng Weiming's road to take over the overseas Mu clan would definitely be much harder than Mu Juking's. Mu Juking loved Feng Weiming so much, that he couldn't wait to give him all the good things. Was he willing to let him suffer like this? Mu Juking frowned and stared at Mu Yixi badly. He had been in the top position for a long time, and the pressure of holding up the sky was naturally extraordinary. Even Mu Yixi intuitively reacted with stress, and his eyes narrowed slightly. However, in Mu Yixi's view, Mu Juking was more like an angry father, the kind that said whatever was on the mind. Feng Weiming drank his Earl Grey tea silently. Obviously, the father and son had already discussed the issue of taking over the overseas Mu family. His taking it out and saying this was just deliberately making things difficult for Mu Yixi. Slippery. Mu Juking commented on Mu Yixi and said to Feng Weiming, why did you pick him? Feng Weiming shrugged slightly. Mu Juking didn't give up. You forgot how he treated you 2 years ago? Feng Weiming said, Dad, what happened 2 years ago was not his fault alone. Don't you believe me? Juking looked at him sadly. I always wanted to see your children, De Mingming and Xiao Mingming. Alas. Feng Weiming said calmly, I was adopted by you when I was 3 years old. Haven't you seen it? You left me and lived in China for more than 10 years. You finally came back 2 years ago and went to the United States. In your mind, where do you place your father? Feng Weiming, do you want to reconcile with me now? Mu Juking, I don't like you telling me now that you want to spend the rest of your life with someone. You are only 19, not 90. Feng Weiming, I never said. That's what you mean. If you don't think so, why did you bring him to see me? In a relationship, as long as you're not sick, what do you like? Mu Juking was heartbroken. Feng Weiming's current attitude was no different from bringing his future daughter-in-law to see his parents-in-law. Mu Juking was afraid that he would be too serious and would be sad in the future. When Mu Yixi was a nephew, Mu Juking didn't think there was anything wrong with him, but seeing him as a daughter-in-law, he seemed too cunning and sophisticated. From the moment he entered the door, Mu Juking felt that he didn't show his true colors anywhere, always pretending to be innocent and honest. With Feng Weiming's current scheming means, he could not be suppressed. Big failure? How could a father encourage his son to mess around irresponsibly? Couldn't they talk about love seriously? He didn't say that he would enter the church with Mu Yixi immediately. Feng Weiming's face was cold and sullen. Third uncle, what's your dissatisfaction with me? I'm willing to correct it. Mu Yixi carefully diverted firepower. How did the father and son quarrel with themselves? He didn't want to see Feng Weiming unhappy. I'm not satisfied with you anywhere. Mu Juking really moved his gun away and aimed at Mu Yixi. Feng Weiming, Dad. He felt that Mu Juking was really making trouble now. Didn't he deny Mu Yixi with his vision? Although Feng Weiming occasionally felt that being with Mu Yixi was his bad vision, but if others thought the same, he became to feel a little unhappy again. Mu Yixi moved, sat next to Feng Weiming, held him down and said, Third uncle, if you can find someone that satisfies you in every way, and that you clearly like, I will try my best to show my gentlemanly demeanor. But before that, please give me a chance. You are Mingming's father, and your approval is very important to us. This passage finally made him get a straight glance from Mu Juking. Speaking is better than doing. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. Mu Yixi nodded. Indeed, there is no basis for words. However, neither I nor Weiming are people who need guarantees to live. When we meet what we really want, we will fight for ourselves instead of yielding to external forces. Obviously, third uncle, the child you raised, don't you have confidence in him? Everyone present felt that Mu Yuxi's words were very reasonable, but as a father, Mu Juking's thoughts still couldn't be changed for a while, and he didn't have a good face towards Mu Yuxi. Mingming, go out with your Aunt Zhang, I have something to tell him alone. Mu Juking said. Feng Weiming glanced at Mu Yuxi, who nodded with a smile. Mu Juking said angrily, I won't eat him. Feng Weiming turned his head and went out with Zhang Xinyu, and Mu Juking became angry. I've spoiled him. Mu Juking shook his head helplessly. This is an obvious blessing. Mu Yuxi was restrained and polite from beginning to end, and his speech and demeanor were hard to find fault with. You can hold your breath. Mu Juking said without clarifying whether it was a compliment or a derogation. I dare not make a fool in front of you. Mu Yuxi said. Mu Juking folded his legs and leaned on the back of the sofa chair. The vexatious air he had just affected faded away from him, and he turned back to the unpredictable third master Mu. Mu Yuxi was not surprised. Mu Juking has been domineering in the complicated and mysterious overseas Mu clan for many years, and naturally he would not really be a man who jumped around with anger because his son had a boyfriend. Even if 10% was true, the remaining 90% would be false. Mu Juking loved Feng Weiming, and Mu Yuxi dared to offend Feng Weiming. Mu Juking could have used many methods to make him die in an ugly manner, especially since Mu Yuxi had nothing to rely on except money. Even if he had the blood of the Mu family on him, the Mu family would never oppose Mu Juking, who was in full swing, because of him. 1 power down 10 sessions. Now that Feng Weiming's idea had been decided, Mu Juking kept him, definitely not to continue to entangle him about his relationship with Feng Weiming. In Mu Zhurong's 3 children, you are the most like him, Mu Juking said. In one sentence, he stepped on Mu Yuxi's sore spot, making his face that he had been holding on to become unpleasant. Mu Yuxi was not happy to be likened with Mu Zhurong. Seeing his discoloration, Mu Zhurong chuckled. It seems that you also have self-knowledge. He touched his chin. The most disgusting illegitimate child is the most like him and has the highest aptitude. Mu Zhurong has been putting up with you, and it is probably not enough. You are not really gentle and respectful. No wonder they played tricks on you in the end. Mu Yuxi admitted his mistake. I was careless for a while, and it affected Mingming. Mu Juking said, Hey, this is you trying to sow discord? My father and Mu Zhurong knew that Mingming was my sweetheart, and I would really be unhappy when they brought things up to him. Saying 1,000 things and 10,000 things, using the excuse of motivating Mingming to work hard as an excuse, still can't hide the fact that they didn't put me in their eyes. Mu Yuxi closed his mouth cautiously. As for him and Feng Weiming being together, it seemed that they had communicated internally. Obviously, Mu Jingwei and the others did not agree with Mu Juking. He couldn't help but give birth to some schadenfreude. Mu Juking hated iron for not becoming steel and looked at him sternly. Look at you being so useless, being played around, worrying about sister-in-law, Zhaoqi, and Xiao Xian. You can't even fight back, and you have to do your best to support Zhaoqi, just like their wishes. Mu Yuxi slandered, they are your father and elder brother? Mu Juking didn't say anything here and looked at him. Then, what do you think should be done? Mu Yuxi had to speak. Mu Juking waited for his sentence, and said in a leisurely manner, Do you want to go overseas? Mu Yuxi left the hotel alone, and Feng Weiming did not go back with him. Because Mu Juking had already expressed his dissatisfaction, Feng Weiming was unhappy. This was his only father, so he stayed with him. Mu Yuxi was right. Feng Weiming always hoped to get the support and blessings of Mu Juking. Mu Yuxi did not try to pull Feng Weiming away. Anyway, Mu Juking was busy with his affairs, and he could only stay for a few days, so it was right for him to spend time with his son. After Mu Yuxi left, Feng Weiming sat silently beside Mu Juking. Mu Juking said, Aren't you curious about what I told him? Feng Weiming, don't embarrass him, it's not easy for him. Mu Juking became melancholy. You are obviously a boy, why are you turning your elbows out? Feng Weiming glared at his unruly father. Mu Juking said, Mu Yuxi is ruthless at a young age, and his vision and means are not ambiguous. It's a pity that your uncle didn't treat him well. Mu Zhurong is mercenary, but he is not used to others being mercenary. That's why Auntie and the others have been stable. Feng Weiming said. Mrs. Mu's heart wouldn't not tolerate Mu Zhurong's kindness to Mu Yixi, but Mu Zhurong held it from beginning to end and refused to let go of his body and face in front of Mu Yixi. Maybe he was sure that Mrs. Mu and the others were there, and Mu Yixi would thus have scruples no matter what, and would not do anything. Hit the nail on the head. Mu Juking nodded with satisfaction, and reminded, you and Mu Yixi are together, I can ignore it, but don't be coaxed into believing him. This person is ruthless, and no one pays attention to him. There is still a bad debt on his biological mother's side. Also your classmate, I don't know how he offended him, and Mu Yixi has dragged him into the pit. You mean, Feng Kun? Feng Weiming asked. He seems to be called this name. You know him? Mu Juking said. Feng Weiming nodded expressionlessly, I know about Nandao. The real estate in Nandao was subjected to malicious speculation, but many people only saw the superficial benefits, but did not see the dangers inside, and rushed in with all their wealth heading towards ruin. The situation was getting worse and worse, and it would inevitably explode after reaching the critical point. Mu Yixi had developed a habit since he was a child. If he could not say anything to others, he would tell Feng Weiming, almost like confessing to God. Feng Weiming was very aware of Mu Yixi's many small actions. Like in the matter of Feng Kun, Mu Yixi had always stood in the right position and expressed his opposition to the Nandao project. He also persuaded Feng Kun not to move his hands, but when he couldn't persuade him to let go, he responded indifferently, as if he was very insistent on his position. In fact, every move he made was pushing Feng Kun in the opposite direction. Feng Kun was greedy and eager to win, and there were people who supported him blindly around him, so it was an inevitable result to fall into the pit dug by Mu Yixi himself. Feng Weiming did not expect Mu Juking to know the inside story so clearly. He basically knew the whole story, and he wouldn't lie in front of Mu Juking to pick Mu Yixi out. Feng Weiming clearly explained the reason in a concise and comprehensive way. The Feng family has always wanted to deal with the Mu family. Feng Kun repeatedly mentioned Mu Yuxuan in front of Mu Yixi and joined with Hu Qin and Wei Ankai to bully and squeeze Mu Yixi. It was strange that Mu Yixi could endure being a coolie for them all the time. Mu Juking couldn't help sneering, Mu Zhurong is really pitiful. Mu Yixi kept in touch with his biological mother and mixed in the grandness of the Feng family's shadow. These actions were not done too secretly. If he had the heart to investigate, with Mu Zhurong's energy, he could have easily found out everything. However, he never checked, and only asked people to watch from a distance. And because he had not figured out the doubts in his heart, he was suspicious of Mu Yixi and wanted him to take the initiative to explain. Mu Yixi didn't satisfy him. On the contrary, Mu Juking had no scruples, and directly asked people to investigate in depth, and came to an intuitive conclusion. If Mu Zhurong knew that Mu Yixi had been protecting the Mu family secretly, and stopped many people who could have made trouble, would he regret it? Mu Juking felt more and more that it was a good idea for him to let Mu Yixi enter the overseas Mu family. Feng Weiming said, Mu Yixi is measured, whether it is the Mu family or others close to him, he has no malicious intentions. At least for Mrs. Mu's sake, no. Moreover, his father's surname was also Mu. Mu Juking shook his head and sighed, Ming, do you really like him that much? How could you help him everywhere? I don't want you to have prejudice against him. If it were me, I might not have achieved what he has achieved today. Feng Weiming thought for a while and said, do you want to train him to be your heir? Mu Juking, you don't agree? If you are interested, of course I don't need him. Feng Weiming hesitated for a moment, is he suitable? Mu Juking, I won't get it wrong, his ambitions are bigger than yours. Mrs. Mu has special meaning to him. Feng Weiming was silent. When Feng Weiming returned to Mu Yixi's house the next day, Mu Yixi was playing with ingredients in the kitchen. After their relationship received Mrs. Mu's green light, the two officially moved in together. Although Mrs. Mu wanted them to live in Yulian Garden, but considering that the family was not enlightened, it would take some time for them to truly accept it. They were at a very young age, and it would be inconvenient for them to be intimate under so many watchful eyes, so they finally decided to move out and live together. Feng Weiming enjoyed the last candlelight dinner, but in Mu Yixi's eyes, it was just unsatisfactory. It just so happened that he was free now, so he decided to try his hand in cooking. The picture of the handsome and slender young man wearing an apron and orderly cooking according to the recipe was very pleasing to the eye. Feng Weiming was used to seeing his face, and his aesthetic vision was much higher than that of ordinary people, but when he looked at Mu Yixi at this time, he couldn't help being stunned. Mu Yixi turned around and saw him and smiled immediately. He walked over and kissed his lips naturally. You're back? Well. Feng Weiming nodded. What are you doing? Making 3-cup chicken 1 and sweet and sour pork 2. Mu Yixi said proudly. He felt that he was challenging a very difficult dish and Feng Weiming must like it. Sweet Feng Weiming frowned. Mu Yixi said fondly, 3-cup chicken is yours, sweet and sour pork is mine. I will put less sugar. Feng Weiming's snow-white face went slightly red, and he said expressionlessly. Mu Yixi continued to cook with satisfaction. Feng Weiming didn't walk away, he just leaned against the door to look at him. Mu Yixi continued chatting with him. You didn't quarrel with the third uncle, did you? Is the third uncle angry with you? Feng Weiming, you know that's not it. Mu Juking never got angry with him. In the past, Feng Weiming always thought that the only reason Mu Juking treated him well was because he had loved his biological mother. But after so many years, Feng Weiming felt relieved because he believed that Mu Juking was sincere to him. Mu Yixi chuckled lightly, "Third uncle loves you very much." Fate was a wonderful thing. He and Feng Weiming were both adopted sons, but they were lucky to meet Mrs. Mu and Mu Juking, who regarded them as their own. Mu Juking was such a strong person, but in front of Feng Weiming, he was just a doting father. "Feng Weiming, don't take my dad's words seriously, he won't object to us." He paused and whispered, "My dad's lover in France is also a man." So hot? Mu Yixi thought that Mu Juking was not interested in love since Feng Weiming's mother died. He couldn't help but ask, "Have you seen him? n/o/vel/b/c/om." Feng Weiming nodded slowly. Feng Weiming had known about Mu Juking's boyfriend for a long time. Edmund Chen, whose Chinese name was Chen Fu, was of French-Chinese descent. He had been Mu Juking's neighbor in France for more than 10 years. However, Chen Fu's lower limbs were paralyzed, he used a wheelchair all year round, and was emotionally withdrawn. When Feng Weiming returned to France 2 years ago, he realized that Chen Fu had become a frequent visitor to his family. His relationship with Mu Juking had not broken the paper veil, but Mu Juking was not ordinarily friendly to him. And just like Mu Juking would not object to his relationship with Mu Yixi, Feng Weiming also had no objection to Mu Juking's choice. Both father and son would die for a relationship. If they dared to do something sorry to them, they were also prepared to be revengeful to the end. Mu Yixi smiled and said, "Grandpa always hoped that third uncle would marry a smart and virtuous wife and have 2 children. In truth, among Mu Jingwei's 3 sons, Mu Juking was the most qualified. Mu Jingwei hoped that Mu Juking could give him some smart grandsons. This generation of grandchildren's not thinking about progress made him feel troubled, and even Mu Jingwei, who was only ready to watch from the sidelines, couldn't sit still. It was a pity that Mu Juking's wings had already hardened, and because he was sent out since he was a child, his relationship with his family was neither salty nor weak. 3. Mu Jingwei could only hint but could not use any means to coerce or induce. Even if Mu Juking brought a crippled boyfriend back to the Mu family's old house to meet people, no one would dare to have any opinion. Feng Weiming, so what? There was arrogance in his tone. His father did not have to answer to the Mu family. Feng Weiming's goodwill towards the Mu family had long been polished off by Mu Jingwei's actions. Apart from Mu Juking and Mu Yixi, he also only had feelings for Mrs. Mu, Mu Yuki, and Mu Yuxuan. Envious Mu Yixi shook his head and said, "Sure enough, people with hard fists had the right to speak." Feng Weiming said, "We can too." He was convinced of this. They were the ones who did nothing 2 years ago. No matter how they leave, they could live well. Mu Yixi said, "I won't let what happened 2 years ago happen again." Feng Weiming affirmed, "I want either." The two smiled at each other. Feng Weiming said softly, "I know my father wants you to take over the overseas Mu family. Mu Yixi, you don't agree?" Mu Juking was reluctant to let Feng Weiming work too hard, and he didn't want to train those who had troubled him to take over. The descendants of the people of the overseas Mu family were not outstanding, so he chose Mu Yixi. But this was not a simple matter. If Mu Yixi was really willing to become Mu Juking's heir, the first thing to solve was Mu Yixi's household registration issue, where he must correct his identity as a child of the Mu family. Just the rectification of the name was enough to make Mu Jingwei, Mu Zhurong, and others embarrassed. The new generation head of overseas Mus was from the direct line. This was something Mu Jingwei and the others would be happy to see. But Mu Yixi, like Mu Juking, didn't have a deep relationship with them, and they had even made some unpleasant troubles, which would surely make them hesitant. The many issues involved after the rectification of Mu Yixi's name were even more difficult to describe, but it was inevitable not to make the domestic Mu family feel better, but even happiness must be accompanied by pain. This was the balance that Mu Juking needed to maintain. And what Mu Yixi would get was an opportunity to be on an equal footing with the entire domestic Mu family, from an illegitimate son ignored by his biological father to the next Mr. Mu, making those who once looked down on him because of his status fill with regret. Mu Juking said that Mu Yixi was very ambitious. An ambitious and capable person would not refuse this opportunity to reach the sky in one step. In particular, this opportunity did not conflict with the interests of Mrs. Mu, the mother and son, who had been kind to Mu Yixi, and it was very beneficial for Mu Yuki in running for the position of the head of the Mu family. And once Mu Yuki took power in the Mu family in China, Mu Yixi could still help him. But what Feng Weiming thought of was what Mu Yixi said to Mu Juking. After hundreds of years, the Mu's internal relations were intertwined and confusing. It was definitely a chore to take over, and it would take a lot of energy and effort. If he could choose, did he really want to choose this path? Mu Yixi had ideas, and making money was not a difficult thing for him. Working as a marginal person in the domestic Mu clan, he still had the energy to make some messes, and he also took care of making money. Mu Yixi's life was more difficult than imagined, and he still had today's achievements. Why bother with the overseas Mu clan? Feng Weiming said in a low voice, "If you don't want to, don't agree for anyone." He didn't want to see Mu Yixi working hard for others again. Mu Yixi was a little surprised. He thought that Feng Weiming and Mu Juking already had a tacit understanding on this matter. Mu Juking would not treat Feng Weiming badly. He would definitely benefit Feng Weiming when he took over the overseas Mu clan. At least half of it would be kept for him. Mu Yixi had nothing to say about that. Since he had a lover, he should be pampered. Anyway, he had become accustomed to Feng Weiming. Mu Yixi washed his hands and hugged the person in front of him. Feng Weiming did not resist, and looked at him meekly and indifferently, his dense eyelashes fluttering slightly. It felt as if a brush had brushed over Mu Yuxi's heart. Mu Yixi said with a smile, "As for me, I haven't agreed to third uncle yet. But there is one condition that I will definitely mention." He looked at Feng Weiming badly. Feng Weiming showed an inquiring expression of "I'm waiting. If I take over the overseas Mu family, I want you to be my deputy." Mu Yuxi said word by word, "Dear, share the blessings and also the difficulties. If you leave me alone to be a cow and a horse, I'm sure I won't be happy." He rubbed the tip of his nose against Feng Weiming's. "You know I'm not a good person. Since you're unlucky enough to like me, be prepared to be dragged into the water by me. Young master she's here." Feng Xiaoyuan whispered to Mu Yuxi. Mu Yuxi nodded gently, "I see, thank you." Feng Xiaoyuan shook his lips and forced a smile. It should be thought, that, if there is nothing else, you go back first." Mu Yuxi said sympathetically. Seeing this, Feng Xiaoyuan was like he had been granted pardon. He hurried away as if a tiger was chasing him, and Feng Weiming, who was dragged by Mu Yuxi to accompany him to class, tapped the page of the original Latin book. "What have you done to him?" Feng Xiaoyuan was their classmate in high school, and before Feng Weiming dropped out, Feng Xiaoyuan was the monitor. He came from grassroots and had entered Yan with excellent grades. He relied on a scholarship to maintain his daily life, and then he was successfully admitted to Yan University. He was Mu Yuxi's classmate. In the past, Feng Xiaoyuan was full of arrogance, and he didn't kowtow before the wealthy children. Why was he like this now? Mu Yuxi said casually, "He was too greedy. He took Hu Qin's money to spy on me. If I get rid of him, there will be a second Feng Xiaoyuan, so I just keep using him." As for what method he used to convince people, there was no need to elaborate. Feng Weiming didn't ask any further questions. Mu Yuxi's use of people could be described as eclectic. In order to show his ability, Mu Yuxi once told Feng Weiming that before he was a minor, the hero who had a car accident with Mu Yuxuan and saved people that year was the one who was instructed by him to help him manage his finances. It turned out that this person was bribed by Su Qingli to hit Mu Yuxuan, but he became a hero who saved people by accident. Because of this relationship, Mu Yuxi used the other party's guilt to successfully play with him. Now he had become one of Mu Yuxi's most loyal subordinates. Feng Weiming asked, "That woman is looking for you?" He didn't like Mu Yuxi's biological mother, Hu Qin. In his opinion, Hu Qin had no right to call herself a mother when it came to her treatment of Mu Yuxi. Yeah, Mu Yuxi thought of the phone call he received this morning. Hu Qin habitually called him over in an imperative tone on the phone. Mu Yuxi made a random excuse to say no and made Hu Qin so angry that he was scolded by her, but he hung up the phone very neatly. Then Hu Qin reluctantly found him at the school. Of course, it was Mu Yuxi who asked Feng Xiaoyuan to reveal his whereabouts. It was time to let Hu Qin know that he was no longer at her mercy, but his obedience over the past few years had given her too many illusions, causing both her and Wei Ankai to think that he was easy to bully, and that he was born to do his best for them. "Are you okay?" Feng Weiming looked at him. Every time Mu Yuxi saw Hu Qin, he was in a bad mood. Hu Qin always had one purpose, to keep sucking his blood like a vampire. "Don't worry, I'll go when I wish to go." Mu Yuxi hooked his finger, "She doesn't deserve my attention." His tone was cold and indifferent. If it wasn't for the use he had for Hu Qin and the others, Mu Yuxi would no longer want to deal with them. However, their use value was almost gone. A coldness flashed in Mu Yuxi's eyes. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Mu Yuxi? Hu Qin, dressed as a lady, stopped Mu Yuxi, who was walking alone, at the side gate of the school. "What's the matter, Mrs. Wei?" Mu Yuxi asked. Hu Qin never let him call her mother. After she married Wei Dong, in order to distance herself from the past, she hated seeing Mu Yuxi even more. It was just that for one reason or another, she had to contact him. "You dare to hang up my phone?" Hu Qin said dissatisfiedly. She didn't notice the change in Mu Yuxi's attitude. She always felt that Mu Yuxi was feeling unsatisfied in the Mu family and could only seek solace in her biological mother. She also used this to control Mu Yuxi and pressed him to be obedient. So, she took Mu Yuxi fulfilling her demands for granted. Mu Yuxi said, "I had something to do." "What else do you have to do?" "Mu Zhurong has kicked you out of the Mu family." Hu Qin scolded him. Hearing the news that Mu Yuxi was no longer working at Mu's, Hu Qin almost fainted. Didn't they all say that Mu Yuxi was very capable and appreciated by the top-tier members of the Mu family? Didn't it mean that Mu Yuxi could beat Mrs. Mu's own son, Mu Yuki? Why was Mu Yuxi kicked out now? But Mu Yuki had begun to show up as the heir. "Are you sure you want to continue shouting here?" Mu Yuxi asked. Hu Qin looked around as if awakened and shouted to Mu Yuxi, "Come with me." Mu Yuxi said coolly, "What can you do if I don't go with you?" Hu Qin finally realized Mu Yuxi's change, and she widened her eyes. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm your mother, you must listen to me." Mu Yuxi said, "Really, Mrs. Wei? Why don't we go together and say this in front of Boss Wei?" Hu Qin's biggest taboo was to mention his past in front of Wei Dong. She finally got what she had today, and she didn't want anything that would affect her current life in the slightest to take place. "What do you want?" Hu Qin asked through gritted teeth. She suddenly realized that the situation seemed out of her control. How could Mu Yuxi not listen to her? Yixi shrugged. It's nothing, let's go. Where do you want to go? He just wanted to see Hu Qin's face change and remove all the righteousness from her face. Yixi fidgeted like there was a needle under his butt and couldn't help but look at the back of Yixi, who was busy in the kitchen again and again. Feng Weiming sat comfortably on the sofa, with a book spread out on his lap. His slender fingertips were pressed against the pages of the book, white and flawless, and his whole person looked clean and beautiful. In contrast, Yixi was simply like the abused little daughter-in-law who was being oppressed, but was still willing. How often had Yixi seen his smart and capable brother wash his hands and make soup for someone? The Mu family's education may include a gentleman who cooked, but Yixi still felt that Feng Weiming had wronged Yixi. Do we really need not go in to help? Yixi asked again. When Yixi asked him to come over for dinner, he never imagined that his brother would cook in person. He was moved but seeing Feng Weiming look like a noble young man waiting to eat, and even forbidding him to help, Yixi was a little unhappy. Feng Weiming saw through his thoughts at a glance but was completely unmoved. He just pushed the fruit bowl towards him and greeted coldly, speak less and eat more fruit. He wanted nothing to do with this brother who was completely brainwashed by Yixi, even though it was not nice to say. Who was Yixi? A bastard who ate everything but suffering? If you want to enjoy his attentive service, you must pay a price, whether you enjoy it first and then pay, or pay first and then enjoy. N/O/vel/b/n/c/om. Feng Weiming's waist was still sore. He couldn't toss Yixi, then at least he could make Yixi uncomfortable. Who let him be Yixi's beloved brother? Anyway, in Yixi's heart, Yixi was good at everything. Feng Weiming showed a cold face, so Yixi had to shut his mouth in anger because of his experience from childhood to adulthood. When Yixi came out, he saw his lover and his younger brother seemingly arguing. One was expressionless, the other was angry, and were ignoring each other, while the atmosphere was stiff. What's the matter? Yixi asked with a smile, walking to Feng Weiming's side and pinching his face. Feng Weiming tilted his head to avoid it, and said coldly, don't touch me, it's all soot. Yixi snorted heavily, it's all soot, who is it for? Brother, ignore him, it'll help you, what else is left to do? Yixi rolled his eyes, guessing that they were making trouble, but he couldn't help but feel funny. Well, it would be false to say that he didn't mislead Yixi and inadvertently fan the flames. However, the beautiful lover and the lovely younger brother were obviously grown up, and they still fought over such a trivial matter. It was really interesting. He ignored Feng Weiming's refusal, and ruffled his hair maliciously. I'm going to touch it. I'm going to touch it? Xiaoqi is right, who is all the soot for? Feng Weiming's face flushed with anger, then he lost his mind for a while, grabbed Yixi's hand and bit hard. Ouch! Yixi exclaimed bitterly. Pft, pft, ha ha ha. Yixi was surprised at first, then laughed. Feng Weiming, who had always been noble and clean like a prince, looked like a puppy with a chicken coop on his head and Yixi's hand in his mouth. It was completely ridiculous. It completely overturned Yixi's usual impression of him. Yixi didn't expect Yixi and Feng Weiming to get along like this in private, which made him feel completely relieved all of a sudden. His brother would not suffer? Feng Weiming's face darkened. Yixi hurriedly surrounded him, coaxing him softly like he was the treasure of his family. The dishes are all ready. We have your favorite diced chicken, cod steak, and Caesar salad. I made it all afternoon and, I'll sleep on the sofa for the next 2 days. He didn't know which sentence made Feng Weiming feel relieved, but his face quickly softened, and there was a faint satisfaction in his eyes. Yixi was amazed, and envy rose in his heart. He began to think that his brothers were openly showing off their affection in front of him. It was really a happy thing to be able to flirt with someone you like. Yixi and Feng Weiming were both talented people. Seeing Yixi show a smile that they hadn't seen for many days because of their interaction, and then him seeing to be lost, just with a little guess, they knew the reason for his emotional change. The engagement ceremony of Yixi and Bai Ying had already been held at the beginning of the year. The wedding date for the two had been decided, and when getting along in front of people, they also had the standard appearance of a loving couple. But precisely because it was too standard, it was distorted. But Yixi had already made up his mind, and Yen Yu had no intention towards him, so he had to figure it out by himself. Yixi gently patted Feng Weiming's hair and said to Yixi, how are you and Bai Ying recently? I thought you would bring her here. That's weird. Bai Ying was also a student of Yan, but her behavior was relatively low-key before. She did not become known until her engagement to Yixi. Apart from the occasions when the couple needed to attend events together, both of them lived their own lives. Although he had guessed that they should have an agreement in private, Yixi was quite critical of his sister-in-law who could not even be a good helper. He couldn't help provoking Yixi, hoping to subtly make him change his mind. Even if he couldn't find someone he liked, he should find someone who liked him and was willing to work hard for their common family, so that it was possible to impress Yixi and give him a chance to change his mind. Yixi still hoped that Yixi could live happily. She had something to do, and we both like to have our own space from each other. Yixi put away his overly exposed emotions away and replied naturally, with an appropriate amount of pampering in his tone. Yixi thought to himself, during this time, Xiaoqi has really grown up very quickly. Seeing how easy this faking of emotion is for him, if it was someone who didn't know him, they would surely be fooled by him. Come over to eat, I have something to tell you after eating, Zioki. After dinner, fruits and desserts were placed on the coffee table. Feng Weiming sat on the sofa to read a book. Mu Yuxi took out a thin blanket to cover his lap, then he put the hot tea in his hand. Mu Yuki looked at the whole picture and was blinded by their love. Unexpectedly, as soon as Mu Yuxi served Feng Weiming, he sat down and said to him, I have always been in contact with my biological mother, Hu Qin. Wei Ankai is Hu Qin's daughter and Feng Kun's fiancé. You know this. Mu Yuki opened his mouth in surprise. In recent years, the relationship between Mu family and Feng family had gradually become estranged. Mu Yuki and Feng Kun no longer had a childhood rivalry with each other, and now they only had a nodding acquaintance. But after all, the Feng family had a position in the circle, so Mu Yuki would inevitably get to know some things, and even participate in it, such as Feng Kun and Wei Anki's engagement banquet. Mu Yuki still knew something about Wei Ankai, because her younger sister Mu Yuxuan once mentioned this woman, saying that she had some inexplicable hostility and sense of comparison towards her, and she once even wanted to seduce Qinhe. However, Qinhe and Mu Yuxuan were only friendly and kind to Mu Yuxi and her brothers, but to outsiders, the couple was a figure in the cloud, and their usual behavior was a bit out of tune with others. In Qinhe's eyes, except Mu Yuxuan who he saw as a woman, everyone else was of another gender, and he didn't even give Wei Ankai a look out of the corner of his eye. Furthermore, the illegitimate daughter of a Hong Kong businessman was too far away from Mu Yuxuan's circle of best friends, so Mu Yuxuan also didn't take her to heart. Speaking of which, when Mu Yuxuan mentioned Wei Ankai, Mu Yuki felt inexplicable. He didn't expect Wei Ankai and Mu Yuxi to have such a relationship, they were actually half-brother and sister. In this way, when Mu Yuxuan mentioned Wei Ankai, it was not for others, but for Mu Yuxi. No wonder Wei Ankai would later get engaged to Feng Kun and put all her attention on Feng Kun. There must be Mu Yuxi's handwriting there. If Mu Yuxi knew what Mu Yuki was thinking, he would definitely lament that Mu Yuki really thought him too omnipotent. Wei Ankai, that woman, had always been surprising. Ever since she knew of Mu Yuxuan's existence, she had hated Mu Yuxuan very much. She knew that Feng Kun liked Mu Yuxuan, so she did her best to hold him back. One of the reasons was that Feng Kun was the most likely candidate to become Mu Yuxuan's fiancé. I don't know where she got to know the news, etc. When the news of Mu Yuxuan and Qinhe's engagement came out, Wei Ankai repeated the old tricks and wanted to lure Qinhe out. Her tricks disgusted Mu Yuxuan. Mu Yuxi sneered after knowing her thoughts. He didn't let her and Qinhe meet at all, but pushed Feng Kun up and let them love and kill each other. When Wei Ankai got to know the amount of wealth Feng Kun would inherit, not to mention herself, even Hu Qin would try her best to keep this son-in-law. Mu Yuxi properly told Mu Yuki the reason why he and Hu Qin entrusted their money to Feng Kun. Because of his existence, Hu Qin and Wei Ankai always had agreed for the Mu family. He didn't want them to annoy Mrs. Mu, so he blocked it first and gave them some small money as beggars. Later, it was found that they were in contact with Su Qingli, Su Zhao's wife and others, and they were intermittently led out towards the line of Hong Kong businessman Wei Dong, as well as the Feng family. What did you think of? Mu Yuxi examined Mu Yuki. Mu Yuki was stunned by these intricate relationships, especially with the Su family. The relationship between the Su family and the Mu family was very close. His grandmother still regarded the Su family brother and sister as her own children. How could they be involved with Mu Yuxi's birth mother? Aside from their relationship with Mu Yuxi, since he knew Hu Qin, he had understood that she was not a good mother. It was precisely because of her disappearance that Mu Yuxi was abused as a child. The same was true for her daughter, and her character was evident. In the eyes of ordinary people, Hu Qin was equated with the words third party and trouble for their family. So how much effort did Mu Yuxi put in to stop them from looking for trouble with the Mu family? Why didn't you tell us? Mu Yuki blurted out. After so many years, that was to say, when Mu Yuxi was a child, Hu Qin had already come to the door. Mu Yuxi must have suffered a lot of grievances from his biological mother. Why didn't he ask an adult to deal with it? He believed that if Mu Yuxi said it, Mrs. Mu would definitely protect him. Even their father, Mu Zhirong, was by no means a timid person. Hu Qin couldn't make waves in the Mu family, but it was different for Mu Yuxi as a child. He had completely digressed from the topic. While Mu Yuxi felt powerless, it also warmed his heart. Don't worry, these are just trivial matters, I can handle them. What was really worth worrying about was who was behind them ending up together. Mu Yuxi once thought that Wei Dong was the figure, but since Mu Yuxi came into contact with him, Wei Dong completely changed from a dark line to a bright line and had even married Hu Qin and recognized Wei Ankai. A person with wealth like Wei Dong could be commanded freely, so the strength of the person behind really made Mu Yuxi vigilant. What was the other party's purpose? Breaking down the Mu family? Is it because I said you were the child of the third party when I was a child? Mu Yuki suddenly thought. There was that quarrel before. If the little Mu Yuxi met his biological mother, got to know his life experience, knew that he was really an illegitimate child, plus the threat of his biological mother, he would definitely not dare to tell the truth to adults, for fear that the matter would be exposed. And the brothers and sisters with whom he had a great relationship would hate him and stop playing with him. Mu Yuki made up his mind that in order to prevent his true identity from being exposed, Mu pitiful Yuxi was servile to his biological mother who bullied him wantonly. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. No wonder Yixi had let them go everywhere when he was a child, taking care of them in everything, as if he owed them. It must be because of Qin. He found that his biological mother was of bad character, and wanted to plot against the Mu family, so he felt sorry for them. The more Yixi thought about it, the more guilty he felt, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. How could any mother do that? His brother was so pathetic. Yixi, in the heart showing Erkang's hand when it's not what you think at this time. He finally tasted the evil result of his usual pretentiousness, making his younger brother feel that he was strong and capable, but also that he was weak and could be bullied. Feng Weiming. Pfft. Yixi turned his head. Feng Weiming covered his lips with the book, slightly tilted his head and looked indifferent, as if he was not the one who had laughed just now. Yuki's eyebrows wrinkled, bringing out a bit of suffocation. Is that what was she forcing you to do? There is a big brother, don't be afraid, I will protect you. Hidden in his words. Yixi, Qin asked me to enter Muse to steal the reserve prize for a project bid on the South Island. Yuki was angry, I knew it. This bid was submitted by your father as bait. Yixi continued. Yuki, huh? Yixi nodded. As soon as Qin said it was a South Island project, he knew there was a problem. From Mu Zhirong's point of view, he would never touch the mess in the South Island. It was more likely to be a bait pit. Thinking that he had reminded Mu Zhirong to pay attention to Suzhou, and soon after the Mu family had a project bid for the South Island, it was not difficult for Yixi to think about it. Yuki looked at his brother. So, what do you mean, brother? Yixi, I'll leave this matter to you, you can handle it. Later, Yixi was very glad that even though Yuki said that he could do it, but secretly people were still keeping an eye on him. Otherwise, when the news of Yuki's disappearance came, he would definitely regret down to his bowels. Yixi and Feng Weiming reached a consensus, intending to work together in the overseas Mu clan. Although Mu Juking was a little surprised and reluctant to learn about Feng Weiming's decision, after all he didn't really want his son to inherit his mantle, but he couldn't help it. Feng Weiming was not a flower in a greenhouse, his ability needed a larger platform to be displayed, and it would be very challenging to maintain a competitive and cooperative relationship with Yixi, which was a very attractive proposition to Feng Weiming. The main battlefield of the overseas Mu clan was abroad, so Yixi and Feng Weiming were bound to go abroad to gain experience. Before going abroad, after careful consideration, Yixi decided to completely hand over the domestic arena to Yuki. Handing over the affairs on Qin's side was an experiment for Yuki. Yuki was not stupid. Yixi had already pointed out the involvement of Qin, Su family, Feng family, and others, so this matter would not just be as simple as Qin wanting to use Yuxi to profit from the Mu family. At the same time, Yuxi had already expressed to Yuki his attitude towards the mother and daughter Qin and Wei Ankai. He did not admit that these two women were his relatives, and his desire for the family affection given by them had completely waned over the years. The exploitation squeeze had thus disappeared. Yuki didn't need to be merciful to them because he was scrupulous about his feelings. As a disciple of the Mu family philosophy, there was only one attitude to be shown towards the enemy. Yuxi's idea, of course, was to take the plan and cooperate with Mu Zhirong in the air to pit Qin to the end. Although Qin had asked him to steal the reserve price of the bid, Feng Kun didn't trust him very much. The insider on Hengda's side had told Yuxi that now Hengda's operation was not just about Feng Kun's petty troubles, but there was also Feng family's shadow behind it. It was estimated that it was precisely because of this that Mu Zhirong decided to personally go into battle. In recent years, the differences between Mrs. Mu and Mrs. Feng had become more and more serious. Mu Zhirong knew exactly what Mrs. Feng felt for Mrs. Mu. Of course, Mu Zhirong would not let go of such a good opportunity to attack his opponent this time. Yuxi had reason to believe that he was only one of Feng Kun's lines, he thought, and Feng Kun would not bet all his resources on him. Feng Kun, or the Feng family behind him, must have other means. The most likely one was that they had installed someone inside the Mu family. This person still had access to the confidential senior management of the Mu family. Yuxi immediately aimed at Suzhou, who had returned to Mu's head office. If there was no reminder from Yuxi, everyone, including Mu Zhirong, would not have doubted him. And if Suzhou was involved, the Mu family would not be forgiving. Yuxi needed to cooperate with Mu Zhirong, not only to find out Mu's inner ghost, but also to ensure that the floor price handed over to Feng Kun was the same. But Yuxi was not willing to contact Mu Zhirong, so he simply handed the matter over to Yuki. With Yuki there, even if Mu Zhirong had other ideas about Yuxi, he had to think twice before taking action. You must know that in recent years, the father-son relationship between Yuki and Mu Zhirong had become colder than before. Mu Zhirong truly loved Yuki and was determined to repair the father-son relationship, so he was more tolerant of him. After hearing all this, Yuki said, "Brother, leave it to me, don't interfere. I will communicate with my father." Yuxi stared at him in surprise. Why? Abandoning him so quickly so he won't interfere? He didn't think Yuki was the type to break the bridge after crossing the river. Yuki stammered and said, "That is after all your biological mother. You are willing to deal with her personally for us. I don't want you to do this, it should be my responsibility." He didn't want Yuxi to take on the infamy of theft and unfilial piety for his sake. Even if it was fake or an act, it won't work. His brother had suffered too much, it was time for him to stop getting his hands dirty. Yixi was silent for a moment, feeling quite touched. Seeing Yixi insist, he finally nodded. Okay, I promise you. Yixi did what he had promised Yixi, and he and Zhurong publicly stated that he would do his part, whether it was for Yixi or for the Mu family. So far, he had been used to seeing the light and the moon in the Mu family, but he had little contact with those swords, lights, swords, and shadows that could not be seen. Yixi was not naive enough to think that the so-called business warfare was all about you and me. Although he did not have the talent that seemed to be innate in Yixi, since he wanted to take over the mantle of the Mu family, he needed to learn it. After listening to his confession, Zhurong could not find a reason to refuse, and readily agreed. But in addition to agreeing, he also felt a hint of depression in his heart. Yixi was his son. According to reason, he should perform the duty of preaching and teaching him. He didn't mind slowly teaching Yixi everything in his hands, but it turned out that his teaching with all his heart was not enough. Compared with the stimulation that they wanted Yixi to give Yixi was more able to accept what Yixi taught him intentionally or unintentionally. Now Zhurong looked at Yixi's way of doing things, and always felt that he had the shadow of Yixi on him. It was clear that Yixi had left the Mu family, but his figure seemed to still be there, making Zhurong inexplicably feel complicated. In May, Zhurong and Yixi went south one after the other, and they were going to Hiken to participate in the bidding meeting for the South Island project. The itinerary of the two father and son was very low-key, and they even set off separately to avoid being too grand, but in the eyes of those who cared, the joint action of President Mu and the heir showed their confidence that they were bound to win this project. Yixi could feel some tension inside Hungda from the phone calls Hu Qin made to him. Compared with the occasional good face that she would occasionally give him before, Hu Qin had showed her true colors after he refused to steal Mu's reserve bidding price, calling him again and again, then calling him a white-eyed wolf, weak and incompetent, all the while ordering him to do something to ensure that Hungda could successfully win the bid. Every time Hu Qin called, Yixi pressed the speakerphone and let her say enough, then he asked her what he should do. But once Feng Weiming was right next to him and heard her, then his face sank, he picked up the phone and threw it against the wall. If Yixi hadn't responded quickly enough, his phone would have been scrapped on the spot. Even Hu Qin, who only ate and did not work, was anxious about this, which showed how much importance Hungda attached to this project. Yixi warned the former subordinates who had gone south with Yixi in advance. Half of the people Yixi used in the Mu family were former subordinates of Yixi. Only Yixi had the heart to continue to use them without any scruples, so as not to let them be excluded because of his departure. Several of these subordinates had a background in martial arts and could act as temporary bodyguards in case of emergencies. Just when Yixi expected Yixi to arrive in Hiken, he received a call. The person who called Yixi was the one he had assigned to pick up Yixi in Hiken. He happened to have some connections in Hiken. The other party said, Shishao, we didn't receive anyone. After checking the boarding records, Shishao and the others did not board the plane. Yixi's heart sank slightly, but he remained calm. Okay, I see, it's been hard on you. Then the other party said, if you need help, just tell the second master. Well, I will. Yixi hung up the phone and looked at Feng Weiming, who looked over with concern when he saw his face change. He shook his head slightly, then several calls were made quickly. Uncle Wang, tell me the license plate number of the car that took second young master to the airport today. Well, I wrote it down. It's fine, don't tell Mrs. Mu, I will tell her in person. Xiaoun, help me find a license plate number, I want the whereabouts of this car. Brother Ling, send a team to me. I'll give you an address later. Someone near you should go to see the scene first. After hanging up the phone, Yixi looked up at Feng Weiming. Feng Weiming held his hand. I'll go with you, don't panic. Yixi laughed. I'm not panicking, Xiaoki will be fine. If they wanted the Nandao project, and had taken away Yixi to cause trouble for Zhurong, Yixi would be fine. The Feng family did not dare to hurt Yixi, otherwise they would face revenge from the entire Mu family. A project worth several billions was not worth the Feng family having to fight against the Mu family like a dog jumping over the wall. Yixi was confident in his prediction, but Yixi, who was confident, didn't see his own frown. His important relative was missing. How could he not worry? n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Feng Weiming didn't pierce his assertions, and quietly accompanied him downstairs. After a while, an unremarkable car and a van stopped at the entrance of the community. The rear window of the car rolled down, revealing half a face, which was also wearing a pair of oversized sunglasses. The man with sunglasses said angrily, "Get in the car." Feng Weiming felt a sharp gaze glance at him through the sunglasses. Yixi took Feng Weiming into the car. Mingming, he is my friend. Brother Ling, Feng Weiming is my person, so put away your occupational disease and don't look at him. I could always gouge out your eyes. Yixi was in a bad mood and thus chatted with people impatiently. Okay, let's go. You bring someone and don't introduce them to me. Why don't you just hide him? Brother Ling was wearing a loose shirt, so nobody could tell his body shape. In addition to wearing sunglasses, the lower half of his face was also surrounded by a high collar, so he couldn't see his face clearly, and his voice was weird. Feng Weiming guessed that he was using a voice changer. Yixi ignored him and explained to Feng Weiming in a low voice, he is a private detective and has some people on his hands. Before confirming the situation, I don't want to disturb the family. Brother Ling is used to taking advantage of others, and his external name is Brother Ling. You can ignore him if you don't like him. Feng Weiming nodded slightly. Brother Ling whistled when he saw their closeness. Linlu entrance of Huancheng Expressway, 23 kilometers north. At this time, Mu Yixi also received a message from Xiaoun. This was the last time Mu Yuki's car could be seen in the traffic cameras. Brother Ling said, "It's not far from here. Let's go straight over without sending another person." The car and van immediately accelerated simultaneously. Half an hour later, the group stopped at a distance of 1 kilometer from the location reported by Mu Yixi. They found a deformed car parked on the side of the road, its door lay open, and the roadside guardrail was smashed. Mu Yixi looked ugly when he saw the license plate number. He didn't move, but Brother Ling got out of the car immediately and walked over to check. After a while, the information he returned with was not optimistic. There are bullet holes, there are bloodstains, and the people in the car are missing. It's tough for them to be alive. Mu Yuxi's face was sinking. He and Feng Weiming got out of the car and walked over to see the wreckage together. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Mu Yuxi was stunned, and immediately connected. "Mom?" His first reaction was that Mrs. Mu knew that Mu Yuki was missing? Who had so many mouths? But Mrs. Mu only said a few words on the phone and Mu Yuxi raised his eyebrows in surprise. Then he said, "Mom, don't worry, I'll be right back." He hung up the phone, pulled Feng Weiming and said in his ear, "Mu Zhurong is missing?" Back at Yulian Garden, Mu Yuxi walked quickly into the house. Mrs. Mu was arranging flowers. Before Mu Yuxi came back, she was feeling restless and had to do something to divert her attention. So, although her hands were trembling slightly, she still patiently and meticulously cut the flower branches from the greenhouse and inserted them back. "Mom." As soon as Mu Yuxi's voice sounded, the flower branch in Mrs. Mu's hand was cut off. She put down the scissors, looked at her son who came to support her, and asked, "Is there something wrong with Xiaoqi?" When had Mu Yuxi seen Mrs. Mu so complacent, his heart ached. Seeing that he couldn't hide it, he avoided the key points and said lightly about the situation he had now, "Xiaoqi will be fine, he will definitely lead someone to find him." Mrs. Mu silently took out a small box and handed it to him. Mu Yuxi's heart was beating wildly. He opened the box and saw a gilt ring with a flawless jade in the center. He knew what the ring represented. Although he took over the Mu family in the last life, he was never recognized by some heavyweights in the clan, precisely because he did not have this ring. N/O/vel/B/n/C/om. He asked Mu Zhurong and searched countless places, but he still couldn't find the ring. He didn't expect to find it so easily in this life. He didn't expect Mu Zhurong, who was so suspicious, to give such an important thing to Mrs. Mu for safekeeping. Mrs. Mu said, "This is the patriarchal ring of the Mu family, which has been passed down in the Mu family. I'll give it to you. You can contact a man named Uncle Chong, let him see the ring, and he will follow your command to dispatch people. Get your father and younger brother back." The patriarch ring of the Mu family could only be possessed by the patriarch of the Mu family in China, and at a critical moment, he could use the resources of the entire Mu family to make all the children of the Mu family obey his orders unconditionally. This ring was the only proof to command the huge forces of the Mu family that were not visible on the surface. When Mrs. Mu handed him the ring, she temporarily surrendered the power to him. Knowing that her husband and son Mu Yuki were missing, Mrs. Mu did not contact Mu Jingwei or Mu Juan and Mu Juking, but called Mu Yuxi back first and gave him the patriarch's precepts. This action made Mu Yuxi's eyes hot. "I'll go to Grandpa immediately," Mu Yuxi said. The news of Mu Zhurong and Mu Yuki's disappearance would not be kept secret for a long time. It was best to find a person with a lot of weight. This candidate was Mu Jingwei. Mu Juan and Mu Juking had their own positions, and it was impossible to determine whether they were involved or not, so it was best to hide it for the time being. Moreover, the patriarch's authority and precepts were of great importance. Mrs. Mu gave it to him out of trust in him, but in the eyes of others, Mu Yuxi was just a child. It would be reckless to hand over such an important thing to him. Afterwards, Mrs. Mu would have to be blamed. Having Mu Jingwei's endorsement would be different. "It's up to you." Mrs. Mu had no objection. She had handed it all to him. "Mom, take care of yourself, I will get Xiaoqi and Dad back." Mu Yuxi gently hugged Mrs. Mu and said firmly. Mrs. Mu patted his arm and nodded slowly. Mu Yuxi helped her to sit on the sofa, put on the ring and went to find Mu Jingwei in person. The Mu family's old house was quiet and peaceful. When Mu Yuxi arrived, Grandma Mu and Tang Yanhua, the mother of the Su siblings, were sitting in the front yard chatting. When Tang Yanhua was seriously ill, no one expected her to survive until now, and her condition had improved because of the return of Su Zhao and Su Qingli. Grandma Mu took pity on this old sister, and asked Mu Zhurong to let Su Zhao and Su Qingli stay, and took the children of Su Zhao and Su Qingli to the old house. The company of her children and grandson made Tang Yanhua happy and invigorated. Grandma Mu saw Mu Yuxi and asked with a smile, "Why is Xiaoxi here at this time? Stay and eat together." Now Grandma Mu was more and more concerned about the outside world. "Come and be happy, they must leave room for sugar." Mu Yuxi smiled calmly and said, "Grandpa called me here and said he wanted to check my handwriting. After I finish that, I will accompany you to dinner." Grandma Mu said, "It will definitely pass." If you can't pass, you come find Grandma. Mu Yixi laughed. Okay, you are the only grandma in the world who can beat Grandpa? Grandma Mu couldn't help but pat him with a smile. Mu Yixi coaxed her a few more words, and finally got out and went into the house to find Mu Jingwei. During the whole process, Tang Yanhua watched with a smile, wondering what he was thinking. Mu Yixi found Mu Jingwei in the study. He didn't beat around the bush, just said the thing directly. After Mu Jingwei listened to him, his expression was extremely calm, his joy and anger were indistinguishable, and the majesty of the patriarch was revealed. It was not until Mu Yixi took out the patriarch's ring of authority that Mu Jingwei's face changed slightly, and he gave him a meaningful look. Mu Yixi understood everything. Mrs. Mu believed him, but it didn't mean that Mu Jingwei also believed in him. After all, Mu Zhurong and Mu Yuki had an accident at the same time. If Mu Yixi could get rid of them, he could get great benefits. At least he was a direct descendant and could be promoted to run for the patriarch. He would be the only one left. From now on, the gigantic Mu family was going to follow the illegitimate son who was once nothing. Could Mu Yixi resist this temptation? Mu Yuxi's mouth evoked a disdainful and cold smile. If it wasn't for Mrs. Mu, Mu Yuki, and Mu Yuxuan, he wouldn't even take a second look at the Mu family's extermination. Mu Jingwei personally took him around to the backyard, opened the rusty door, walked through a long dark and narrow passage, opened another door, and suddenly opened up. A small temple in disrepair stood there quietly, with a kind of independence from the world. Nearly 50 years had passed since Mu Yuxi had come to the Mu family, and he had been to the Mu family's old house countless times, and it was the first time that he got to know that there was this place in the old house. Mrs. Mu had asked him to find Uncle Chong, who turned out to be an old Taoist priest with a bald head. He looked 80 or 90 years old. He was sitting under the grape trellis in front of the small temple, and the rocking chair on which he sat swayed slightly. He was obviously an old man who was about to die, but Mu Yuxi took a closer look, but he didn't dare to give up and take it lightly. There was a terrifying aura about the old man. Mu Jingwei's attitude was quite cautious and polite. Uncle Chong, the patriarch is gone. Then he motioned Mu Yuxi to take out the patriarch's ring. Uncle Chong stared at the patriarch ring for about a minute, and said in a hoarse voice, "It's okay." Mu Jingwei pointed to Mu Yuxi and said, "He is Mu Yuxi, the son of the patriarch. He is responsible for this matter." Mu Yuxi did not expect that the adopted son status he had been wearing for so many years would suddenly change at this time. Mu Jingwei spoke in person and admitted that he was Mu Zhurong's son. Uncle Chong nodded slightly. After that, Mu Jingwei didn't talk nonsense, and took Mu Yuxi back the same way. Mu Yuxi pondered the dialogue between Mu Jingwei and Uncle Chong in his heart, and realized that the patriarch ring was only used at critical moments. Mu Zhurong was the patriarch, and his disappearance was a major event, so he could use the Mu family's dark forces to find someone. That was to say, if only Mu Yuki was missing, not Mu Zhurong, they would not intervene. Thinking of this, Mu Yuxi felt uncomfortable for a while. Back in the study, Mu Jingwei said, "I'll leave it all to you. Don't disturb your grandma. Drive him back." It was not that he had a big heart, but one must use people without doubt. Mu Yuxi knew the whole thing better, and with the support of Mrs. Mu, if Mu Jingwei stepped in and acted as a commander, he was more likely to cause bad things. Before Mu Yuxi left, Grandma Mu held him and nagged her, and he coaxed her a few more words, as if he was not in a hurry at all. After leaving the Mu family's old house and returning to the car, Mu Yuxi seemed to have found nothing. But when he returned to Yulian Garden, he felt a grim atmosphere when he got out of the car. In the house, many people were busy. The one in the lead saw Mu Yuxi walk in, stepped forward and said respectfully, "Master Shi, the patriarch is missing. What should we do next? We will follow your instructions." The disappearance of Mu Yuki did not become public because Mu Yuxi had taken some preventive measures in advance. After the incident, he followed up as soon as possible, so he still had some clues. Mu Yuxi gave Mu Yang, the leader of the people called by Uncle Chong, an object of suspicion, the Feng family. Since Mu Zhurong and Mu Yuki both were absent from the South Island project bidding meeting in Haikan, the Feng family became the biggest winner and won several projects in one go. The biggest one was the one that Mu Zhurong was going to compete with the Feng family. Knowing this news, Mu Yuxi even thought that Mu Yuki's disappearance was on their heads. The Feng family's actions in the South Island were bigger than he had imagined. They were looking at a piece of engineering that was connected together, not just a piece of contention with the Mu family. The amount involved was tens of billions. If they were cut off and they took away the key piece, it was estimated that Mu Zhurong saw through this. On purpose, their plans would all be in vain. No wonder they dared to resort to kidnapping for such a huge benefit. The Feng family wanted to use Mu Yuki to threaten Mu Zhurong to give up the bid, but Mu Zhurong also disappeared, which was obviously more in line with their wishes. However, the possibility that the Feng family kidnapped Mu Yuki and then kidnapped Mu Zhurong was relatively low. The risks and implementation difficulties of the former were much lighter than those of the latter. Because of the direction, Mu Yang and his team quickly gave Mu Yuxi the answer. While investigating the background of the companies participating in the Haikan bidding fair, they hacked into the traffic system to check for suspicious vehicles tracking Mu Yuki's car. After locking on a suspicious vehicle, the information processing expert quickly found out its driving route, and also called up the photos of the driver and co-pilot through monitoring along the road. Based on this information, the target was concentrated on a gang called Snakehead. After a few orders, all the important figures of the gang were controlled. In less than 6 hours, the confession arrived at Yulian Garden. It turned out that the Feng family did not use their people to make a move. They murdered with a borrowed knife and used a real estate company called Hao in the south. This real estate company had a gangster background. The boss, He Chiang, was a ruthless man who started his business by illicit means. The other party was a local snake, and he had some involvement with the Mu family. He knew from the Feng family that the Mu family intended to get involved in the business of the South Island, and even step on his head. He Chiang decided to show the Mu family some color. He was also cautious. Instead of using his own power, he gave a message to the smugglers who had been wanting to rely on him, asking them to kidnap Mu Yuki. The purpose was to act as a warning. The Snakehead gang received photos and messages, and even the time and license plate of Mu Yuki's travel were provided. They didn't need to seek money or kill someone. They just had to tie people up for a period of time, so they thought it was a simple matter. Unexpectedly, the idea was too hard, and the meat ticket group could fight and resist, forcing the people of the Snakehead gang to take out their guns just in case to complete the task. The confrontation between the two gangs suddenly escalated into a shootout. The people of the Snakehead gang were seriously injured, and Mu Yuki's people was also injured, but fortunately it was not Mu Yuki. The people of the Snakehead gang couldn't bear it, so they had to retreat in a hurry. As for what happened to Mu Yuki and the others, the people of the Snakehead gang didn't know. They were busy rescuing the wounded, and this time they definitely lost their wife and lost their soldiers one. When Mu Yang's people came to the door, the Snakehead gang got to know that they had provoked the Mu family, and everyone was stunned. The Mu family was so powerful, how could they be provoked by a small gang like them? They really wanted to go south to join He Chiang, but they were not prepared to risk their lives. This time, they were really killed by He Chiang. They didn't dare to hide it at the moment, and said everything they knew like a leak, without any help from Mu Yang and the others. The confession of the Snakehead gang reassured Mu Yuki a lot. Although there was no news on Mu Yuki yet, they repelled the Snakehead gang. After that, they probably didn't know if there were any reinforcements behind the Snakehead gang, so they left with them. The children of the Mu family had received some professional military training and knew a lot of anti-reconnaissance methods. If Mu Yuki was safe, there should be news of him soon. Mu Yang and the others began to pay attention to the movements of patients in the hospital near the highway, as well as news from the police station. In the evening of the day after Mu Yuki disappeared, the police chief's car drove into Yulian Garden in a low-key manner. Mu Yuki strode out to greet him, and saw that Mu Yuki got out of the car neat and unscathed, still the second young master of the Mu family with high spirits. Mu Yuki choked a lump in his throat and hugged him fiercely. "You're finally willing to come back." Mu Yuki hissed and grinned. "Brother, I'm fine." Mu Yuki let go of him and glanced sharply at his body. "Injured?" Mu Yuki moved his right arm and whispered, "The arm is scratched. It's fine, don't tell mom." He had specially bandaged the wound, washed and changed clothes before coming back. "Xiaoqi?" Mrs. Mu also came out, shouting with red eyes. "Mom." Mu Yuki hurried forward and was hugged by Mrs. Mu excitedly. Mu Yuki, who had rarely gone so close to Mrs. Mu after getting older, turned red all of a sudden. Mu Yuki smiled and looked at them for a moment, then turned his head and extended his hand to the police chief. "Thank you for your hard work, Chief Liang." Police Chief Liangjing was less than 50 years old, but facing Mu Yuki, who was much younger than him, Liangjing had no airs of an elder at all, and held his hand kindly and said, "Eldest young master is serious, it should be like this. If I can help, just tell me." Mu family was not involved in politics but had insisted on doing good deeds for hundreds of years, with special emphasis on supporting orphans and poor children. Liangjing's family was poor when he was a child, and he relied on the Mu family's funds to support himself until he reached adulthood. It was just that the Mu family's kindness was not expected to be repaid, and his behavior was too low-key so his bias was not obvious. However, Liangjing knew who he had benefited from, and was always grateful for it. After he took the position, he always offered convenience to the Mu family, intentionally or not. Over time, the Mu family also reacted and had a layer of friendship with him. "You have helped us a lot," Mu Yuki said politely. The two chatted briefly, and the words were sharp. Mu Yuki was probably instructed to contact Liangjing if something went wrong. He was a trustworthy person. So, after this accident, he took the injured to the hospital without any risk, and immediately called Liangjing. Liangjing immediately sent someone to pick him up and protect him. After Liangjing and Mu Yuki met, they told him the news of Mu Zhurong's disappearance. With the disappearance of the head of the Mu clan, the severity of the incident suddenly rose to a higher level. The Mu family had issued a gag order so nobody could publicize it, otherwise the entire Mu family would be in turmoil and would be deeply involved. Mu Yuki was going to hide it from Mrs. Mu to keep her from worrying about it. He thought he would quietly contact Mu Yuki and take care of everything. But Mu Zhurong disappeared, and the Mu family reacted, so he certainly couldn't hide it. Mu Yuki, who was worried about Mrs. Mu, wanted to rush home as quickly as possible. Liangjing personally sent him back. Because he didn't want to hide it, Liangjing said it one by one. Mu Yuki expressed his gratitude again and again. Liangjing had had little contact with the children of the Mu family. This time, he had a rare chance to meet Miyuki and Yixi one after the other and had the opportunity to observe them closely. Needless to say, Miyuki was the official heir of the Miu family, the true prince, smart, steady, young and courageous. When encountering a shootout, he still did not forget to take care of the wounded in the midst of the crisis. He also led people out of danger in an orderly manner and found the most appropriate person for assistance. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Miyuki was said to be the adopted son of the Miu family, but he looked like Miyuki, more like a real brother. His reputation in the outside world was not very loud, but people who had seen him couldn't help but cryptically say the future is terrible. Liangjing also speculated that Miyuki's almost kidnapping might have had something to do with Miyuki. After all, the wealth of the Miu family was too moving, and Miyuki's true identity had yet to be verified. But when Miyuki appeared just now, Miyuki's every move was full of true feelings, and Miyuki made no secret of his trust and closeness to this brother. Miyuki looked at Mrs. Miu and Miyuki with real feelings in his eyes. Although he had a friendly attitude when he met him, he had seemed to put on a mask immediately. Liangjing felt that he was not dealing with a young man in his early 20s, but an old fox who had been rolling around in the mall for many years. Miu family really lived up to its reputation. The Yulian garden looked loose on the outside but was tight on the inside. Based on Liangjing's experience, some forces within the Miu family should have been mobilized, and there was no place for him for the time being. After chatting with Mrs. Miu, Liangjing quickly left. Miyuki returned safely, and Mrs. Miu became half alive, so she held him and refused to let go. She also found that something was wrong with him, so she forced him to admit that he had injured his arm, and his clothes were lifted up to reveal a circle of gauze, but fortunately it was not serious. Miyuki reported his own experience and downplayed the thrill of it. When Miyuki got the confession from the Snakehead gang, he prevented Mrs. Miu from reading it, and when he repeated it, it was also simplified. Mrs. Miu knew that they didn't want her to worry, and there was nothing she could do about them. But seeing that the people were safe, she was relieved, and she cheered up for the two brothers and brought them in to eat and drink. They had worked hard these 2 days. Miyuki looked calm and steady, but he stayed up all night long, and only stuffed a few pieces of bread in his mouth indiscriminately. Mrs. Miu tried to persuade him but he didn't listen. The process of finding Miyuki was smooth but changing it to Miu Zhurong, it was not so smooth. Miu Zhurong was accompanied by bodyguards, but he still disappeared silently in the hotel. The Miu family's personnel in the south had already controlled the bodyguards for interrogation, and they had also called up the hotel's surveillance video to investigate, but unfortunately there was no progress. Miu Zhurong had been missing for more than 3 days, Miyuki had to return to Miu's to preside over the overall situation, and Miu Jingwei also came forward to suppress the movement of the Miu senior management. Mrs. Miu was distracted, and she stayed in a daze for longer and longer. The joy of Miyuki's safe return had been replaced by worries about her husband's safety. Miyuki felt uncomfortable for a while. He didn't expect Mrs. Miu to care about Miu Zhurong so much. On the 5th day of Miu Zhurong's disappearance, Mrs. Miu said to Miyuki, "Zioxi, can you walk with me?" Miyuki said happily, "Of course." The mother and son walked slowly around the yard, but neither of them spoke. When they reached the greenhouse, where there was no one else but the two of them, Mrs. Miu asked slowly, "Zioxi, your mother never asked you, do you hate your father?" Miyuki was a little sad. "You suspect that I kidnapped Miu Zhurong? What did you say?" Mrs. Miu glanced at him angrily and shook her head. "You wouldn't do such a thing." But compared to his dedicated efforts when looking for Miyuki, when looking for Miu Zhurong, Miyuki acted as if it was just a routine, was not only not fully committed, but also a little indifferent. Mrs. Miu suddenly had a guess. Did Miyuki actually resent Miu Zhurong in his heart? Mrs. Miu didn't know when Miyuki got to know that he was Miu Zhurong's illegitimate son, but she knew very well how smart this son of hers was, and he probably knew a lot of things. And before they knew it, Miyuki and Miyuki also gave Mrs. Miu a feeling, as if they all knew it. It was just that no one brought it up. How they got along before knowing, was how they got along after knowing. The only change was that their relationship was getting better and better. Between Miyuki, and Miyuki, Mrs. Miu was never worried, and was very happy to see them friendly and harmonious. At home, Mrs. Miu tried her best to do what she could. But as Miyuki and Miyuki grew up, became sensible, and entered the Miu company as interns, there were some things that Mrs. Miu could do nothing about. She didn't interfere with the children's future, no matter what they wanted to do, as long as they didn't steal or rob, she would agree, and she would help when needed. But as the patriarch of the Miu family, Miu Zhurong would definitely not agree with her idea, feeling that she was pampering the children. Because he believed that since they had enjoyed the honor, status, and convenience provided by the Miu family, they must undertake corresponding obligations. The Miu family needed its next leader, and Miu Zhurong felt that since he could successfully win the position of the patriarch and let 2 consecutive patriarchs come from the direct line, then Miyuki as his son, should be able to do the same. Miu Zhurong had high hopes for Miyuki. So, in the process of Miyuki's entry into the Miu company, Miu Zhurong wanted to ensure his uniqueness. Thus, Miyuki, who was also eligible, was directly excluded. No matter how good, how hard-working, or how eager he was, Miu Zhurong ignored it. From birth to now, Miyuki had been treated unfairly by Miu Zhurong. Although Mrs. Mew tried her best to decorate typing and tried to ease the relationship between the two father and son, there was little success. Mew Yixi knew that he was Mew Jurong's son. As a son, Mew Jurong held Mew Yuki to the sky, but he was always indifferent to him. Mew Jurong did not admit that he was his son and could not seem to see his excellent efforts. After entering the Mew family, Mew Jurong only guarded against him for Mew Yuki's sake, suppressed him, and used him as Mew Yuki's sharpening stone. Who wouldn't hate him if he was in Mew Yuxi's place? But Mew Yuxi didn't seem to hate him. Among the family, he cared about Mrs. Mew, Mew Yuki, Mew Yuxuan, and even Feng Weiming, who was fostered at home, but he was indifferent to only Mew Jurong. He was born with no expectation of a father's love, and only maintained superficial relationship with Mew Jurong, and never took the initiative to ask for anything from Mew Jurong, which was puzzling. Over time, everyone thought that Mew Yuxi was just like this. He and Mew Jurong were just familiar strangers, not father and son. Nov. L.B//JNN. But Mew Jurong occasionally felt complicated towards Mew Yuxi. Was Mew Yuxi really indifferent to Mew Jurong as his father? Or was his indifference to Mew Jurong just out of a son's embarrassment? Mew Yuxi's stunning performance in the Mew company in the past 2 years seemed to show that the latter was the correct answer. But Mew Yuxi was kicked out of the Mew company by Mew Jurong. He was once again rejected and abandoned by Mew Jurong. Sometimes Mrs. Mew didn't understand why Mew Jurong was so harsh towards Mew Yuxi. Mew Yuxi was a good child, and she and her 2 children had enough heart to accept him. Even when it came to the Mew family, Mew Yuki did not have to be the heir. He was willing to give Mew Yuxi room to play and compete with him. But Mew Jurong did not allow it. He would never show mercy to Mew Yuxi. And Mew Yuxi, was there really no disappointment in his heart? Mrs. Mew felt that the atmosphere between him and Mew Jurong was becoming increasingly rigid. This time Mew Jurong disappeared. If it wasn't for her, Mew Yuxi would just stand by and watch, even if the accident had happened to his biological father. Even Mrs. Mew felt that he knew some information. This information was likely to be the key to finding Mew Jurong. But Mew Yuxi chose not to speak. Seeing that Mrs. Mew was hesitating to speak, Mew Yuxi didn't seem to want to embarrass her but couldn't just reveal it, so he suddenly asked, "Mom, do you love Jurong?" Mrs. Mew was taken aback. "I always thought that you didn't love him," Mew Yuxi continued in a low voice without Mrs. Mew answering. Uninterested in marriage, Mew Jurong was the kind of character that put interests first and was not worthy of Mrs. Mew at all. Mrs. Mew was also indifferent to Mew Jurong, and there was no trace of ardent love on her body. As long as they were married, Mrs. Mew would continue to be a competent wife. Even so, many women harbored jealousy and resentment towards Mrs. Mew because of Mew Jurong, secretly troubled Mrs. Mew, and even brought along their children to do the same. Mew Yuxi always felt that Mrs. Mew should be matched with a better man who truly loved and protected her. In the last life, Mew Yuxi owed Mrs. Mew, Mew Yuki, and Mew Yuxuan, so in this life, he was willing to make up for it. But for Mew Jurong, Mew Yuxi didn't feel any guilt at all. He was also just a normal person with regular joys and sorrows. In the last life, if someone had loved him at first, he would not have been deceived by Huqin's hypocrisy. Mrs. Mew made him have a correct understanding of his feelings, and his resentment and distortion, in addition to Huqin's misleading, was owed in great part to Mew Jurong's partiality. Mew Jurong didn't treat him as a son, and he was guarded against, used, and ignored, which made him deeply aware of his identity that could not be put on the stage, and the difference between him and Mew Yuki. So, he got revenge. Mew Jurong would be paralyzed in this life. It was not by his own hands, but he deliberately let Su Qingli go. Mew Jurong was gone, and with Mrs. Mew's appearance and personality, how could it be impossible for her to find someone better? Mew Yuki was free and would no longer be forced to take so many responsibilities. Mew Yuxuan could also relax, and she wouldn't need to be hinted by the family about the benefits they wanted to gain through her marriage, forcing her to follow her path in his last life for a while. In this life, Mew Yuxi did not show any interest in Mew Jurong. So, he never moved his hand against Mew Jurong. Mrs. Mew, Mew Yuki, and Mew Yuxuan had a better life than in his previous life. But it turned out that Mew Jurong's existence was a disadvantage. His character, his power, his identity, his rotten peach blossoms. This time Mew Jurong disappeared. Mew Yuxi couldn't help thinking, if Mew Jurong was not there, would everyone he cares about live well? Maybe even better? Mew Yuxi had to admit that he had actually hated this father for a long time. Zioxi? Mrs. Mew noticed the strange expression on Mew Yuxi's face and squeezed his arm tightly. Don't do something you will regret. Mew Yuxi blinked. Mom, I really don't care about anything. I didn't do it. He just didn't say the direction he suspected and let Mew Yang and the others continue to search like blind flies. Xiaoxi, don't stand idly by. Even if it's a stranger, don't stand idly by. Mrs. Mew said heavily, the bottom line of a person is lost bit by bit like this. Today if you can kill a stranger, then tomorrow it was possible to cause the death of an acquaintance, and gradually, he would become an indifferent person, or even a perpetrator. Mew Yuxi was a little shocked. Don't let mom down. The child she raised herself must never become such a person? Mew Yuxi sighed and said unwillingly, sure enough, my mother still loves him. It was a pity. Mew Jurong was awakened by a touch on his face. He opened his eyes were only confused for a second, then they immediately turned clear and sharp. Then he saw Su Qingli. This woman was touching his face just now, looking obsessed, but as soon as he opened his eyes and looked at her, she withdrew her hand like it was being burned, and looked at him cautiously and nervously. Mu Zhurong felt disgusted in his heart, ignored her, and began to check his own condition and the surrounding environment. He was lying on a bed, his hands and feet were tied to the bedposts, making it difficult to move. The room he was in was clean and spacious, and it looked like a detached house in a mid-range community. Mu Zhurong was taken captive when he had gone to the bathroom. When he walked out of the cubicle, he saw Su Qingli, who shouldn't be in the men's toilet, and just because of this distraction, he was restrained from behind and an ether towel was used to cover his mouth and nose, then he lost consciousness after a moment. Mu Zhurong was the patriarch of the Mu family. He had been born with a golden spoon since he was a child. His status was noble, so the security measures surrounding him had always been meticulous. His own skills were also quite good. Unexpectedly, at this age, the boat capsized in the gutter and he was caught by a woman he had always looked down on. Mu Zhurong's face was very gloomy. Having experienced Hu Qin's designs many years ago, he was extremely disgusted with people who went beyond his control, especially women who did bad things in the name of liking him. Back then when he got to know that Su Qingli was interested in him and almost killed his son and daughter because of that, Mu Zhurong only felt disgusted by her. If he hadn't been pleaded by his mother, he wouldn't have just expelled her from the Mu family. Later, she got married and had children, and when she came back, she seemed to have become peaceful. Mu Zhurong thought she had put away her wishful thinking. Unexpectedly, her mind was always there, and she was still waiting for the opportunity to deal with him. Thinking of which Mu Yixi once reminded him to pay attention to Su Zhao, Mu Zhurong didn't believe it at first, but he suspected that something was wrong, so he dug a hole quietly, waiting for the inner ghost of the Feng family and the Mu family to jump in. Now the result was unknown, but the question was how much did Su Zhao, her brother, know about Su Qingli behavior? Mu Zhurong was in a bad mood, but even if he was tied up and unable to move on the bed, his aura was very compelling. Su Qingli adored him, but she felt instinctively timid in front of the eldest young master of the Mu family and her former boss. And honestly speaking, they had never spent much time together in private. Su Qingli always wanted him to see her well and really like her. Mu Zhurong didn't speak, but Su Qingli couldn't stand it anymore, so she said softly, "Brother Zhurong, are you hungry? I've prepared a meal." Mu Zhurong's eyes became sharp, because Su Qingli's attitude and tone were all like Mrs. Mu. She was deliberately imitating Mrs. Mu. Su Qingli didn't have Mrs. Mu's beauty or bearing, so imitating her was tantamount to embarrassing herself. Although Mu Zhurong always felt that Mrs. Mu was a little too kind and gullible, her character was unquestionable, and Mu Zhurong never tried to change her. Now Su Qingli imitating Mrs. Mu, thinking that she could impress him, made Mu Zhurong furious. "Shut up! Put away your pretence." Su Qingli flinched, and looked at him with her head tilted, somewhat happy and somewhat puzzled. "What's the matter? You don't like me learning from Fang Zhen, right?" She breathed a sigh of relief. "I knew you didn't like her, she just took advantage of the opportunity to marry you. If I could marry you, and become your wife, you would have surely liked me." Mu Zhurong smiled coldly. Fang Zhen was his wife, how could he not like her? If he didn't like her, wouldn't he have gotten tired of facing her after more than 20 years? If it was changed to Su Qingli, she had no such qualifications. Su Qingli was poked by Mu Zhurong's attitude, so she raised her voice. "Brother Zhurong, do you think so too? That if I marry you, you will like me?" Mu Zhurong glanced at her contemptuously, but didn't bother to talk to her. She was just spewing crap. Needless to say, Mu Zhurong's expression represented everything. With a slap, Su Qingli threw the lamp on the bedside table to the ground and screamed, "You talk?" Mu Zhurong simply closed his eyes. He didn't plan to trust Su Qingli, this virtual snake at all. He was the head of the Mu family, and his disappearance was a major event. Even if the Mu family had to dig 3 feet into the ground, he would be found. It was just a matter of time. He gave the patriarch's ring to Mrs. Mu for safekeeping, just to prevent any emergency from happening. Mrs. Mu and Mu Yuki would definitely try their best to find him and call on the secret forces of the Mu family, which would make it even more effective. Besides, it could be inferred from Mu Yuxi's actions of reminding him to pay attention to Su Zhao that he had long been prepared for the Su family. It would only take him minutes to find out Su Qingli's side. Unless Mu Yuxi didn't plan to contribute, it was not impossible. There had always been a knot between him and Mu Yuxi, and neither of them intended to be the one to bow his head and make concessions. If Mu Yuxi really dared to stand by and watch, unless he couldn't get out this time, if he returned to Mu's house and Mu Yuxi's knowledge was still unreported, he would not be a vegetarian. At least then Mu Yuki would understand him. With Mu Yuxi's brains, thinking of this level, he would not delay for too long. At most he would only make him suffer for 2 or 3 more days. As for Su Qingli, unless she really didn't want to live anymore and didn't care about the lives of everyone related to her, she would not dare to hurt him. After all, she grew up in Mu's family, and she was more aware and fearful of the methods of the Mu family than outsiders. Sure enough, Mu Zhurong put on a stance of refusing to talk, and Su Qingli was so angry that her chest heaved a few times before she could bear it. She turned around and left the room without a word and returned shortly after with a tray of food. "Brother Zhurong, let's eat." Mu Zhurong's current posture was not convenient for eating, so Su Qingli happily picked up the bowl and chopsticks to feed him. "Untie my hands," Mu Zhurong ordered. Su Qingli shook her head vigorously. Brother Zhurong, let me feed you. Untie it. Mu Zhurong said displeasedly. I want to sit up. Su Qingli hesitated for a moment, then said softly, Brother Zhurong, I'll listen to you. You can sit up. You don't know. Zioki, he is also missing. Mu Zhurong's eyes instantly became extremely terrifying. Su Qingli bit her head and said, I'll change to plastic handcuffs. Don't move. I'll tell you what's going on instead. Su Qingli carefully untied the ties that tied Mu Zhurong to the bedpost and replaced them with plastic handcuffs. Mu Zhurong sat up silently, then Su Qingli picked up the bowl and chopsticks to feed him. Mu Zhurong only paused for a while, then he slowly opened his mouth. Su Qingli was overjoyed and served him with infinite tenderness. She remembered seeing Mrs. Mu serving a drunk Mu Zhurong many years ago. Look, she could do it too. Su Qingli couldn't cook, and the house needed to be concealed, so no one could be invited to cook, thus the food had been bought from outside. Mu Zhurong had been in the south for many years, and he was very familiar with the taste of southern food. He recognized the taste of a restaurant he visited regularly in Haikan. Obviously, Su Qingli did not take him away from Haikan. And he didn't refuse to eat because if he didn't eat, he wouldn't even have the strength to escape. At no point could he achieve his goals by weakening himself. After eating, Su Qingli, like a gentle and considerate little wife, wiped his mouth for Mu Zhurong, and took out the dishes. Mu Zhurong glanced at her. Su Qingli was very happy, and said with a smile, Zioki disappeared. I didn't do it. Don't worry, his safety should be no problem. Mu Zhurong caught her words. She was not attached to any force and was acting on her own, but she seemed confident that she could trap Mu Zhurong for a long time. Mu Zhurong saw her confident expression. His face remained calm, but his heart sank slightly. Mu Yuki's disappearance was something he didn't expect. But just after thinking about it, he had already guessed that it might be done in the hands of the Feng family, in order to get the project of Nandao. If Mu Yuki had an accident, then Mu Yixi would do his best to save him. Mu Zhurong wasn't worried about this. He didn't expect that at such a time, he would find that he was actually at ease with Mu Yixi being in charge. But in this way, the rescue on his side may be blocked. He didn't know what method Su Qingli might have used to hide him, such that she was so sure that they would not be found. Su Qingli went out, and when she came back, she had changed into a set of sexy gauze see-through nightie. Su Qingli took off her nightie, revealing her body. She climbed into bed and said shyly and eagerly, Brother Zhurong, give me a child. Mu Zhurong suddenly realized that this was the idea. No wonder Su Qingli kidnapped him, not afraid of death. If she was pregnant with his child, wouldn't it be a gold token for avoiding death? With the contribution of the Su family to the Mu family over the years, or by Tang Yanhua's death, with her contribution before her death, he would never be able to get rid of Su Qingli in his life. Besides, there was a living example of Mu Yixi. Didn't he also grow up safely? The Mu family never shortchanged him, and Mu Jingwei and Grandma Mu had always loved him a lot. Mrs. Mu was generous enough to raise one, then she could always raise another. With Su Qingli scheming means, could she still not use the child to intervene in his family? Of course, what would be even better was if Mrs. Mu couldn't stand it, and she took the initiative to abdicate and let her be. Su Qingli's status could be raised because of her son, so she might even have the opportunity to enter the house and become the new Mrs. Mu. It was absurd. Mu Zhurong's face was full of sarcasm. Su Qingli's body was displayed in front of him without reservation, but he was not even half moved. Su Qingli felt a sense of embarrassment facing such humiliation. Brother Zhurong, I'm still a virgin. I've never slept with anyone. I've always wanted to give you the best of myself, Su Qingli murmured. She explained softly that her and Yu Yang's marriage was fake, and their son was only Yu Yang's, obtained through surrogacy. In order to convince Mu Zhurong that she had given up, she did not hesitate to use money to support Yu Yang and let him spend his days drinking, while she lived alone with her child, which evoked Tang Yanhua and Grandma Mu's pity for her. Tang Yanhua had been persuaded by her that only Mu Zhurong could give her happiness and support. She supported her daughter to use all her means to become Mu Zhurong's second room one. Su Qingli was very happy that after so many years, her mother finally understood her and no longer believed that her status was always inferior and unworthy of the young master of the Mu family. She didn't know if it was because of shame or because she finally had the opportunity to express her feelings to Mu Zhurong, but Su Qingli said a lot incoherently, including her love for Mu Zhurong since childhood, her jealousy towards Mrs. Mu, the hard work she did, and how much time and blood and sweat it took for a woman in her 30s to maintain her appearance to how she looked in her 20s. In the end, even she was moved by herself. Her eyes were red. Then she looked at Mu Zhurong and asked, "Why do you always look down on me, Brother Zhurong? In this world, I am the woman who loves you the most? Feng Zhen, that bitch's feelings for you are less than 1/10,000th of what I have for you? I can die for you, can she?" Mu Zhurong was expressionless. Su Qingli was in tears when she confessed. His feeling was no feeling. If a cleaner confessed to a group president and kept telling the other party that she had paid a lot for him, would the group president feel honored and ecstatic? Not at all. He would only think that the cleaner had a problem with her brain and would clean her out as quickly as possible to avoid future troubles. But he realized now that a trivial figure could also cause untold damage. Mu Zhurong was facing this situation. If he had completely disposed of Su Qingli, he would not have ended up in this predicament. "You talk?" Su Qingli screamed. She couldn't stand Mu Zhurong's repeated indifference. Mu Zhurong said coldly, "You don't have to waste your energy. I won't have another child in this life." "What do you mean?" Su Qingli heart tightened. "Mu Zhurong, I'm ligated." When Mu Yang and the other Mu family members slammed into the door to rescue Mu Zhurong, his stomach was cut open and a pool of blood was flowing down. Su Qingli held a scalpel, her expression was frantic, and she kept mumbling, child, give me a child." Everyone immediately restrained Su Qingli, and the medical staff hurriedly surrounded Mu Zhurong to treat his wound. Mu Zhurong was conscious, but because of the severe pain and blood loss, his face was sweating profusely, and his face was pale. He saw Mu Yixi standing calmly behind the crowd. Mu Zhurong struggled to spit out 2 words, Zioki. His voice was a little vague, and others couldn't hear him clearly. Mu Yixi was also looking at him, watching his father, who had always been aloof, become so helpless because of weak woman, where he was almost slaughtered by the other. He understood his mouthing, and thought that even after this fate, he still missed Mu Yuki immediately after being rescued, and an indescribable feeling suddenly rose in his heart. Zioki is fine. Mu Yuki approached and said to him without emotion. Mu Zhurong relaxed and closed his eyes slightly. Mu Zhurong, I hate you. Su Qingli still showed her teeth and claws while being restrained. She had Mu Zhurong's blood on her body, and she looked crazy and ferocious. She let out a final scream and was knocked out. Mu Zhurong was sent to the best hospital in Haikan for emergency treatment. Mu Yuki kept up and called Mrs. Mu and Mu Yuki to report that they were safe. After being reprimanded by Mrs. Mu, Mu Yuki told Mu Yang and the others the person he suspected, Su Qingli. In Mu Yuxi's memory, only Su Qingli was so obsessed with Mu Zhurong from beginning to end. Even if she got married and had children, and she repeatedly showed her self-discipline, it was still an illusion in Mu Yuxi's view. She was like a snake waiting for an opportunity, coveting Mu Zhurong as a prey all the time, looking for an opportunity to hit him down with a single blow. The Feng family took action against Mu Yuki, which just gave her a chance to fish in troubled waters. Mu Yuki didn't think she would let it go. It was a name no one thought of. No one thought that such a weak girl with a husband and son was capable of kidnapping Mu Zhurong under the heavy protection of bodyguards. Su Qingli wasn't even on Mu Yang's list of suspects. But Mrs. Mu and Mu Yuki supported Mu Yuxi. After they consulted Mu Jingwei's opinion and Mu Jingwei asked everyone to listen to Mu Yuxi's command, the direction of the investigation quickly turned a corner. Su Qingli was very smart. She didn't alarm anyone. She had joined Yu Yang to ambush Mu Zhurong in the bathroom, and then used the secret door of the hospital to leave. After that, she rented a medium-priced detached house in the suburbs of Haikan. Moreover, she usually used the delivery service of a well-known restaurant for meals and paid in cash. Yu Yang was also poisoned by her, so he had to obey her orders. After catching Mu Zhurong, Su Qingli locked him in the basement and gave him some food every day. Mu Yang and others found out that the last trace of her and Yu Yang was the plane ticket to Haikan, and then the two disappeared as if they had evaporated from the world. The breakthrough was a Weibo post. Someone posted a photo of a house above, with a woman half opening the door, taking food delivery, which had the postscript, "Strange women who doesn't go out every day and only gets takeaways, rich people are really self-willed." The person in charge of information processing found this Weibo and recognized that the woman in the photo was Su Qingli. Then it took less than 2 hours to find out the specific address. Then they led a team to Haikan within 6 hours, broke through the door, and rescued Mu Zhurong, who was about to be dismembered by Su Qingli, at the last minute. It was indeed beyond Mu Yuxi's expectation that Su Qingli would want to kill Mu Zhurong. Su Qingli's obsession with Mu Zhurong was even at the expense of guarding the paralyzed Mu Zhurong, as long as Mu Zhurong belonged to her. Could it be that Su Qingli changed her mind in this life and wanted to kill Mu Zhurong to keep his body alive? Or did she want to live with his ashes? However, after Su Qingli woke up, she quickly started attacking herself. She was severely stimulated. She had no family background and beauty to impress Mu Zhurong, so she only believed in her infatuation and her clean, healthy body that could bear children. She always thought that a mother was precious to her child, and when she had found a chance to conceive Mu Zhurong's child and would have given birth safely, for the sake of the child, everyone would have to give in to her 3 points. Unexpectedly, Mu Zhurong was actually legated. This was a move beyond the comprehension of all contemporaries. In the concept of people of that era, a man running get sterilized was abolishing his own family line. This kind of thing was almost equivalent to swinging a knife and turning himself into a eunuch from the palace. But Mu Zhurong, the dignified head of the Mu family, the patriarch of the Mu family, a proud man who could call out the wind and rain, how could he do such an unreasonable thing? But Mu Zhurong had done it? The design of Hu Qin and the birth of Mu Yuxi made Mu Zhurong realize that some things would inevitably be beyond his control. He hated the feeling of losing control, especially in matters of women and children, which made him feel deeply insulted. Mrs. Mu was an impeccable wife. She gave birth to Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan for him. No matter what perspective he considered from, he should guarantee the interests and status of her and the children. But there were too many confusing lures around him, and it was impossible to guard against everything. Mu Zhurong did not want another woman to jump out one day and say that she was pregnant with his child, asking him and Mrs. Mu to take care of her with their money and status, which would disturb his family forever. So, he decided to do it once and for all and tie things up. Su Qingli suddenly collapsed after knowing that he was ligated. The belief that she had been holding all this time had been shattered into pieces, and all her efforts had been in vain. And she also understood this as Mu Zhurong's love for Mrs. Mu. If a man loved a woman more, wouldn't he rather be sterilized by himself than let his wife bear the pain of pregnancy? Su Qingli had always lied to herself that Mu Zhurong didn't love his wife, and there were only interests and responsibilities between the couple. Mu Zhurong had never fallen in love with anyone, so she had a chance, and she had hope. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Unexpectedly, reality gave her a slap in the face. It turned out that Mu Zhurong loved Mrs. Mu, and he still loved her deeply. Su Qingli had gone crazy with jealousy. She cut Mu Zhurong with a knife not to kill him, but because she refused to give up. It was said that ligation was reversible, as long as a recanalization operation was performed, so she decided to do it herself. In any case, she wanted Mu Zhurong to give her a child, but everything she said was irrelevant. Her kidnapping and hurting the head of the Mu family was a fact, and the Mu family didn't even plan to take the proper legal route. They directly took her back to the Mu family, and then decided to deal with it privately once Mu Zhurong's situation stabilized. Mu Zhurong's injury was not serious, the wound was sutured, and he woke up as soon as the anesthetic passed. When he woke up, Mrs. Mu and Mu Yuki were already by his bedside. Mrs. Mu held his hand with red eyes. The worry for the past few days made her face look not very good. She was slightly haggard and pale, but in Mu Zhurong's eyes she was still beautiful and moving. His eyes softened, and he whispered, "I'm fine." Mrs. Mu's tears fell. Mu Zhurong was very accustomed to her calm and self-restraint. Seeing her crying, he couldn't hold it any longer, and he ordered his son, Mu Yuki, "Take care of your mother." Mu Yuki deliberately said mischievously, "You scared us this time. Mother is worried about you, and you should coax your own woman." Mu Zhurong glared at him, but he was lying down and Mu Yuki was standing, so he couldn't reach him for the time being. Moreover, something had happened to Mu Yuki before. Mu Yuki didn't feel any pain or itching from his glare. He just took out the food prepared by Mrs. Mu and set it up, a faint warm smell wafting in the ward. After crying, Mrs. Mu turned her back to tidy up her appearance, and when she turned around again, except for the redness of her eyes, her mood had stabilized. She picked up the porridge and fed it to Mu Zhurong. Mu Zhurong looked at her, opened his mouth and swallowed it slowly. Mu Yuki suddenly felt that he was superfluous. He snuck to the adjoining compartment with another thermos in his hand and no one noticed. In the compartment, Mu Yuki was resting with his eyes closed. After looking for Mu Yuki and Mu Zhurong one after another, he was too tired, until his eyes were bloodshot. Now he could finally rest for a while. But he hadn't fallen asleep, and was vaguely watching the movement next door. As soon as Mu Yuki came in, he half opened his eyes. "Brother, do you want something to eat? Mom prepared it for you." Mu Yuki opened the thermos involuntarily, the aroma of the food wafted out, and then Mu Yuki felt that his stomach was empty and shrunk into a ball. He took the thermos and opened it silently. Mu Yuki looked at him quietly, and was suddenly grateful, very grateful that he had such a big brother. When something went wrong, then only you got to know who was really reliable, who would spare no effort to save you, support you, and protect your important people for you. At the same time, you will also discover who you truly believe in. When Mu Yuki had an accident, he left a message because he believed that Mu Yuki would come to save him as soon as possible, that he would understand what he meant and help him take care of Mrs. Mu. If he and his father disappeared at the same time, without Mu Yuki didn't know what would happen, how Mrs. Mu would be isolated and helpless. Fortunately, Mu Yuki was there. This time, he and his father were close to each other, and they managed to save the day, thanks to Mu Yuki's best efforts. "Brother, thank you," Mu Yuki whispered. Mu Yuki naturally knew what he was thankful for, so he wiped his mouth calmly. "Say it again." Mu Yuki stuck out his tongue. Okay, there is no need to talk about thanks in family matters. I'll treat you to dinner when I go back." Mu Yuki snorted, his face gloomy. "You think it's over? If you don't find someone to settle the account, you wouldn't be too ashamed to ask me." Mu Yuki hooked his lips, and his always kind face flashed a ruthless look. "Brother, you don't worry. You don't have to work hard this time. I'll handle it. If I don't take off a layer of their skin, my name will be written upside down from now." Maybe his image of being kind to others was so deeply rooted in people's hearts that some people thought he was easy to bully. But the incident this time stepped on his bottom line and completely evoked his hidden ferocity. Did they forget that he was also Mu Zhurong's son? Mu Yuki nodded secretly. Mu Yuki was too gentle before, but now he finally showed some ruthlessness, which was a pleasant surprise. Sure enough, after experiencing danger, people grew up fast. The two brothers were chatting, when Mrs. Mu on the other side called out, Zioxi, come out for a while." Mu Yuki and Mu Yuki looked at each other and went out. "Mom?" Mrs. Mu waved to Mu Yuki. Mu Yuki paused, walked to her side obediently, and met Mu Zhurong's face. Mrs. Mu took Mu Yuxi's hand and said softly, "This time, it is all thanks to this child Zioxi. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be able to find you so quickly." Mu Zhurong looked at Mu Yuki and said lightly, "That's right." But in fact, both he and Mu Yuki knew what was going on. Even if Mu Yuki tried his best, he was probably forced by Mrs. Mu. "Unfilial son." Mu Yuki said, "It's as it should be." He and Mu Zhurong were still disgusted with each other. Smelly old man. Mrs. Mu looked at them with some relief and decided to tell them later that the old man Mu Jingwei had nodded and let Mu Yixi officially enter the Mu family tree on another day. This father and son, it was time to give them an official name. After Mu Zhurong's injury stabilized, the family returned to Xinan City by private plane. Mu Zhurong directly went to recuperate in Yulian Garden, and the company's affairs were temporarily handed over to Mu Yuki. Mu Yuki actually wanted to drag Mu Yixi over to help, but he had already boasted that he would do it himself, and he couldn't go back on his word. Mu Yixi pretended not to see his pitiful gaze. He was tired and didn't want to touch these things at all, and he also felt that he had to be ruthless to force Mu Yuki to continue to thrive. After Mu Yuxuan received the news, she and Qin He rushed back from the United States. She first went to Mu Zhurong to cry, coquettishly coaxed Mu Zhurong to be happy, and then after she came out of the master bedroom, she immediately scolded Mu Yuxi and Mu Yuki with a straight face, even though Mu Yuxi was her favorite brother, but she didn't spare him either. You bastards, you are hiding it even from me? I am my father's daughter, and I have the right to know? Mu Yuxuan cried while cursing, raising her fist to beat people politely. It's too much to hide it from me. I hate you guys. Mu Yuxuan was far away in the United States when Mu Zhurong had an accident, so everyone had a tacit understanding not to alarm her. After Mu Zhurong was rescued and everything settled down, she was notified of the news. Mu Yuxuan was so angry that she gritted her teeth and vowed not to let her two brothers go. Mu Yuxi and Mu Yuki knew that she was very worried, and they bowed their heads in remorse and did not fight back. It was Mrs. Mu and Qin He who joined forces to persuade Mu Yuxuan, so she stopped humming, and then surrounded Mu Zhurong as a filial daughter for several days. Mu Zhurong didn't say anything, but you could tell by looking at his face that he was extremely satisfied. Compared to the two difficult sons, Mrs. Mu and Mu Yuxuan, the mother and daughter were Mu Zhurong's treasures. Mu Yuxi thought to himself, well, this stinky old man Mu Zhurong is still a bit important to Mrs. Mu and the others. At this moment, Mu Yuxi finally completely let go of some small thoughts about Mu Zhurong, pushing him into the pit of fire, referred to as Plan Pit Father, in his heart. Brother, where are you going? To Mingming? After escaping from Mu Yuxuan's hands, Mu Yuxi wanted to leave, but while sending him out, Mu Yuki couldn't help asking. After Mu Yuki came back safely, he didn't see Feng Weiming. What Mu Yuxi said before was that Feng Weiming brought a group of people to find him from another channel. But after he returned safely, Mu Zhurong had disappeared for a long time, so why did Feng Weiming never show up? Mu Zhurong was his uncle after all and had even taken care of him for more than 10 years. He had something urgent, so he had to go back to France. Mu Yuxi said. He had no problem at all. When Mu Yuki disappeared, Feng Weiming was as anxious as he was, and accompanied him to look for him without saying a word. With Feng Weiming taking Brother Ling and the others to look for Yuki, Mu Yuxi could go back to Yulian Garden to accompany Mrs. Mu with peace of mind. As for Mu Zhurong's disappearance, even Mu Yuxi, who was his own son, didn't want to pay attention to it, let alone Feng Weiming. Not to mention that Mu Zhurong raised him in order to gain benefits from Mu Juking, but later he and Mu Jingwei joined forces, forcing them to separate for 2 years, and that basically eroded the little affection they had with each other. Even Mu Juking, as Mu Zhurong's younger brother, did not return to China because of his disappearance. So, Feng Weiming having to go abroad because of other important matters when Mu Zhurong disappeared, was perfectly normal. Did he tell you personally? Mu Yuki asked. After all, Mu Zhurong was his father, and Feng Weiming was his brother, but he didn't care about his father, which made Mu Yuki feel a little uncomfortable. On the other hand, the experience during this period had made him a little frightened. Yes. Mu Yuxi nodded. 5 days ago, Feng Weiming called him personally, saying that he had something urgent because of which he had to go back to France. At that time, Mu Yuxi was busy looking for Mu Zhurong, and didn't ask him what was urgent, but told him to be careful on the way. Mu Yuxi suddenly paused. 5 days ago. Mu Yuki breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. He couldn't help muttering, if he comes back, ask him to come and see Dad. How to say, the etiquette still dictated that he should visit. Mu Yuki didn't expect that Feng Weiming would leave. They had grown up together and he knew that although Feng Weiming looked cold, but he was always polite. Mu Yuxi suddenly picked up the phone and dialed Feng Weiming's number. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Hello, the phone number you called has been turned off. A mechanical voice came from the other end of the phone. Mu Yuki's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Mu Yuxi without speaking. Mu Yuxi frowned and dialed another number. After a while, the other party picked up. Speak. It was Mu Juking's voice. What Mu Yuxi had dialed was Mu Juking's private number, and there were less than 10 people who knew this number. Mu Yuxi said directly, 5 days ago, Mingming called me and told me that there was an urgent matter in France and he needed to go back. He didn't come to my side. Mu Juking said. Mu Yuxi heard the slight and quick sound of the keyboard clicking over there. He boarded the plane 5 days ago? You haven't contacted him for 5 days? Mu Juking's tone was very rude. Mu Yuxi, are you sure he's in France? What's the use of you? Mu Juking cursed, and suddenly, his voice turned sharp. It's not him who boarded the plane? Then, check the young master's whereabouts immediately. Damn it! Mu Yuxi was shocked when he heard his words, and when he was about to speak again, Mu Juking had already hung up the phone with a snap. Mu Yixi, you know that I've always been conceited, but this time, I have to admit that I'm not capable enough. In the small room, Brother Ling took off his disguise, revealing a delicate, pale, and immature face. Despite being a man in his late 40s, having a tender face as if he was in his teens was an eternal pain in Brother Ling's heart. He was used to disguising himself for his own safety, but another reason was that he didn't want others to see his tender face. He felt that customers would definitely not do business with him once they saw his face. Brother Ling couldn't tell when the relationship between him and Mu Yixi started to get better, but when Mu Yixi even invested in his company, he had a special sense of awakening. It's a pity that Mu Yixi was not the kind of person who could easily be gotten rid of. Brother Ling could only helplessly accept the fact that he had become a special detective for Mu Yixi. Mu Yixi's lover, Feng Weiming, was missing. He tried his best to find him as soon as he found out. But this time was obviously different from the previous 2 disappearance cases. The previous 2 cases of disappearance could be said to be traceable, but not this time. Feng Weiming seemed to have disappeared in thin air. He did buy a ticket to France, but he wasn't on board. According to the person who boarded the plane with Feng Weiming's boarding pass, it was Feng Weiming who personally gave him the boarding pass, saying that there was an urgent need because of which he had to cancel the trip. That person urgently needed to return to France because of some family affairs, and Feng Weiming's generosity helped him a lot. This person's statement had been verified and there was nothing suspicious about it. The only useful information he provided was that when Feng Weiming gave him the boarding pass, he was accompanied by a young man. Standing together, the two didn't feel like friends.n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. This could not rule out the possibility that Feng Weiming was held hostage. Brother Ling's people were hacking into the surveillance system of the airport, trying to call up the video at that time. But Mu Yixi had a hunch that it would be useless even to find the young man who accompanied Feng Weiming when he handed over the boarding pass. Mu Yixi's head was in a mess, and it was the first time he tasted the feeling of being anxious. When Mu Yixi disappeared, because he knew everything would be well, he didn't realize this mood at that moment. Brother Ling's results disappointed him. At present, the most useful thing in his hands was Brother Ling's team. Calm down first, we must find out why your lover was kidnapped. Does he have any enemies? Or, if he is caught, who can he be used to threaten? Mu Yixi's fingers were deeply clenched. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he didn't know enough about Feng Weiming. Except for him and the Mu family, he didn't know what kind of friends or enemies Feng Weiming had had. He always thought that they would be spending a lot of time together in the future, so they could take their time getting to know each other. He didn't expect that Feng Weiming would suddenly disappear. This kind of thing had never happened in his last life, and Feng Weiming had always been good. You can check this. The one who can catch him can threaten Mu Juking and me, Mu Yixi said in a deep voice. The two of them were probably the only ones who would be willing to pay a big price for Feng Weiming. He would rather the other party had kidnapped Feng Weiming for money, so that at least his chances of surviving would be much higher. Brother Ling said, Mu Juking's side, you'd better keep in touch with him. The people on Mu Juking's side were not easy to use. It stood to reason that people on both sides should work together to avoid useless efforts. But looking at Mu Yixi's performance, it didn't seem easy to talk over there. I know. Mu Yixi continued to call Mu Juking, but Mu Juking never answered. Damn it. Mu Yixi recalled the last words Feng Weiming said to him over and over again. Feng Weiming was so smart. What he said when he was held hostage by someone should not be as simple as it appeared on the surface. Feng Weiming said, Mu Yixi, I have something urgent and I need to go back to France. I have something urgent and I need to go back to France. I need to go back to France. France. France? Mu Yixi called Mu Juking fiercely, over and over again. Mu Juking was finally overwhelmed and connected the phone. His voice was very gloomy. You'd better say something useful. France? Mu Yixi said, the person who took Ming Ming away was someone he knew, and he had met in France. But the other party is not in France now. Feng Weiming had not lived in France for a long time. He lived in France when he was a child, which was a relatively long time ago. At that time, out of safety considerations, Mu Juking kept tabs on his whereabouts and his friends, and it was impossible for Feng Weiming to have had a bad relationship with someone to the point where he needed to be kidnapped. Later, even if Feng Weiming returned to France, his stay was very short. He had then studied in the United States. Then, it could only be because of Mu Juking's side. In this way, the scope of the investigation was greatly reduced. Okay, I'll check in this direction. Mu Juking said decisively, let me know immediately if you think of anything. Mu Yixi took a deep breath, yes. At the same time, Feng Weiming was eating lunch in silence. The person opposite him looked at him with some distress. From the moment he brought Feng Weiming to this mountain villa, Feng Weiming kept his mouth shut and didn't speak, neither curious nor shocked. In the face of this kind of cold violence, there was no way to fight or scold. But in fact, Feng Weiming was already full of anger. The first object of his anger was Mu Yixi. He called himself his boyfriend. He was threatened and made such a stiff phone call, but Mu Yixi didn't react at all. He didn't even ask anything, but he said, well, he told him to be careful on the road. After 5 full days, he did not even call to say hello. What kind of boyfriend was this? The second object of his anger was the person behind the scenes who brought him to this remote place, the ambiguous object of his adoptive father's feelings, his neighbor uncle from France, the paralyzed Edmund who he had known for more than 10 years. Turned out, his Chinese name was Chen Fu. This man actually said to him straight to the point, "Hi, Ming Ming, let me introduce myself. I am your father, your biological father, Chen Fu." Feng Weiming really wanted to grab the desk lamp beside him and throw it over. Perhaps his eyes were too bloody, but on the first day, after Chen Fu introduced himself, he left Feng Weiming's sight leaving behind a thick stack of documents. Feng Weiming didn't read them, and the documents remained intact. Chen Fu had no choice but to tell him stories from the next day. Once upon a time there was a happy family of 3. The husband and wife were loving and had 1 son. The husband was born a poor boy, and after struggling for half his life, he finally made some achievements and set up his own company. But when her husband was at his happiest, the Mu family came. In order to compete for market share, Mu's used some methods. The husband's company had no backing or background, and the funds were not enough, so it was quickly overthrown like quicksand. The family went from being rich to having millions in debt. The husband couldn't stand the excitement, so he drove his wife and son down the cliff together. The couple died on the spot, leaving behind a son who became disabled. The disabled son was taken to live in France by his grandfather whom he had never met. It turned out that his grandfather was a French Chinese, with rich family resources and old-fashioned manner. He had a son and a daughter. The daughter chose to go back to China to study as she wanted to see her father's hometown. Unexpectedly, she fell in love with a poor boy in China. The father strongly opposed it, but the daughter insisted on going her own way, and the father and daughter broke up. For so many years, the daughter had been stubbornly resisting going home and had continued living with her husband and son. It wasn't until the news of his daughter's death reached him that the father returned home heartbroken and brought his only grandson back. The grandson was greatly stimulated by this incident, and suffered from severe PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, and the only thing he insisted on was revenge. The son and grandson in this story was Chen Fu. His original name was actually Feng Jinbei. After being taken back by his grandfather, he changed to his mother's surname of Chen, with a single name and a double word. His remaining family members only wished him a speedy recovery, both physically and psychologically. Chen Fu's personality changed drastically after he became disabled, and he became gloomy and reticent. The situation had only improved in recent years. Not very good at telling stories, he stuttered when speaking to Feng Weiming, and under Feng Weiming's unmoved gaze, he gradually couldn't continue speaking. Feng Weiming said, "The ancestors of the Mu family have taught that we must keep a bottom line in everything. No matter what the true character of the Mu family was, they had been educated since they were young that there was no mortal hatred, and they must stay on the line when doing things." In order to achieve this goal, the Mu family both at home and abroad had special regulatory departments responsible for dealing with the aftermath. Mu's business had never been for the purpose of killing all competitors. If the bankruptcy of Chen Fu's father's company was directly caused by the Mu family, as long as it was brought it up, the Mu family would have definitely helped them out. Even if they couldn't restore them to their former glory, at least they could have paid their debt. As long as he had the ability, he could find another job with the support of the Mu family, and he could have even made a comeback. The Mu family's behavioral style had always been mixed, but the fact was that the Mu family had stood for hundreds of years and had always had more friends than enemies. Feng Weiming had been in touch with many confidential matters of the Mu family, so of course he believed in the Mu family's style more than a man who kidnapped him and claimed to be his biological father. Moreover, regardless of whether Chen Fu was his biological father or not, Feng Weiming only recognized Mu Juking as his father. Feelings were not all that could be represented by blood alone. Chen Fu's face changed, and his expression became gloomy. The way he looked at Feng Weiming was not at all like looking at his own son, and he was even more indifferent than a stranger. But after a while, as if thinking of something through him, Chen Fu's face softened a little bit. His emotional change in the blink of an eye made Feng Weiming even more vigilant. He felt that there was something wrong with this person. Although he claimed to be his father, he actually didn't have much affection for him. He kidnapped him not to make him recognize his relatives, otherwise, he had countless opportunities to confess the truth to him in the past 10 years or so. Why wait until now, and still use such an unfriendly way? Feng Weiming even believed that Chen Fu would not hesitate to hurt him in order to achieve his goal. Feng Weiming's expressionless face turned into a pool of calm water. He had been trained that when under the sway of others, if he could not escape, and the captor was mentally unstable, he had better remain calm and submissive. But Chen Fu no longer cared about his face and continued to tell his story. In fact, as Feng Weiming said, the Mu family was such a group of hypocrites, who slapped people down, but if the beaten person asked for help, they would indeed lend a helping hand. It was a pity that Chen Fu's father couldn't bear the blow for a while, and directly dragged his family to die. After all, the tragedy of Chen Fu's family was related to his father's weakness of heart. So, Chen Fu's grandfather didn't think about taking revenge on the Mu family but hated Chen Fu's father deeply. But Chen Fu was not that rational at the time. He was just a child who lost his parents overnight and had become physically disabled and mentally traumatized. Revenge was his obsession and the reason for living. After decades, the hatred for the Mu family was engraved in his bones. Although Chen Fu's grandfather was rich, he couldn't shake the Mu family, and they couldn't afford to offend the Mu family, so they neither opposed nor supported Chen Fu's revenge for his health. They let Chen Fu have no worries about food and clothing, but he could only deal with the Mu family himself. However, Chen Fu's high IQ and the achievements he made with his own IQ exceeded the imagination of the Chen family. It took more than 10 years for a disabled person with no foundation to have enough status to live next to the person in charge of the overseas Mu family. Mu Juking was the first person Chen Fu wanted to take revenge on. The ridiculous thing was that Chen Fu fell in love with Mu Juking at first sight. He still remembered the first time he saw Mu Juking. The car drove into the front yard, and Mu Juking walked out of the car in a grey sweater and trousers, looking handsome, clean and dignified. His face was slightly turned to the direction where Chen Fu was peeping, and for some reason, he showed a faint smile, which was unbelievably beautiful. Chen Fu's heart sank with a thud, completely sinking into the abyss. He didn't dare to appear in front of Mu Juking, because he was too perfect, and he was gloomy and incomplete. Not even a single finger of him could compare to him. He couldn't make up his mind to move against Mu Juking, so he could only vent his anger on his dates. He used all his ingenuity to drive away Mu Juking's suitors because he didn't want Mu Juking to belong to anyone. Mu Juking never noticed it, because he didn't take those contacts with him seriously. He thought those on and off contacts were normal, until Feng Weiming's biological mother Feng Yan appeared. Feng Yan had a stunning appearance. She was the illegitimate daughter of the Fang family and Fang Zhen's half-sister. At that time, Father Fang abandoned his wife in order to pursue Feng Yan's mother. The other party resolutely left after knowing that he was married, which made Father Fang almost unable to survive. Mrs. Fang was a formidable woman, and because of Feng Yan's mother's understanding of current affairs, she deported Feng Yan to France to be raised. Feng Yan never went back to the country, but she had a good relationship with Father Fang and the pair of siblings born to Mrs. Fang who occasionally come to see her. Mu Juking met Feng Yan, fell in love with her, and pursued her passionately. But before they had time to develop, Feng Yan left a letter and left, saying that she loved someone else. When Mu Juking read the letter, he was extremely sad and disappointed. What he didn't know was that when Feng Yan wrote this letter, a gun was aimed at him from the next door. If Feng Yan would have been disobedient, the trigger of the gun would be pulled off. Hey, she didn't know that I didn't want to hurt Mu Juking at all. Chen Fu couldn't help but smile when he said this, with a strange condescending contempt. She was just a slut who wanted to change his mind, but he deserves to be admired. Falling in love with her. Afterwards, Chen Fu imprisoned Feng Yan. Mu Juking didn't know that his beloved woman was just next door to him. Chen Fu also wanted to know what was so special about Feng Yan that Mu Juking really fell in love with her. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Later Feng Yan realized that Chen Fu loved Mu Juking, but he could never get what he wanted, so he could only hide in the dark and peep, never seeing the light of day. Feng Yan said, I can let Mu Juking know you, and at the same time make him give up on me. She said that she could write to Mu Juking from time to time, telling him about her life now. She said that she had an excellent husband, who was gentle and caring, very capable, and treated her well even though he was disabled. Chen Fu was fascinated by this way. He also started treating Feng Yan better. Because words were the voice of the heart, he asked Feng Yan to write a letter to Mu Juking, and there was a beautiful Chen Fu between the lines. He wanted Mu Juking to remember such a Chen Fu. Mu Juking wrote back and said, it seems that your husband is a good man. I am very happy that you are living happily. When you have children, I'll be their godfather. Chen Fu was so happy that he almost danced, and he said to Feng Yan, let's have a baby, huh? During this time, they had formed an inseparable bond. So, Feng Yan said, okay. Feng Yan underwent the IVF operation and gave birth to Feng Weiming. Feng Yan attached a photo of Feng Weiming in her letter to Mu Juking. Mu Juking was very happy. When Feng Weiming was 2 years old, Mu Juking proposed to meet his godson. Chen Fu was never willing to reject him, so he let Feng Yan go out. Unexpectedly, Feng Yan escaped with Feng Weiming, and there was a car accident in the process of escaping. Feng Weiming was protected by her, but she could not be saved. When Chen Fu arrived, he only had time to see her one last time. Feng Yan only said one sentence, Chen Fu, do you know, I love you. Chen Fu was so disgusted that he didn't even want Feng Weiming anymore. He notified Mu Juking in the name of Feng Yan, asking Mu Juking to adopt Feng Weiming. Chen Fu murmured, at first, I thought that Mu Juking and I could only do this at best. He raised his child, and he hid next door, always watching him secretly. He didn't expect a turning point later. Although he was reluctant to touch Mu Juking, Chen Fu did not give up his revenge on Mu's family. He decided to deal with Mu Juking's 2 elder brothers at a distance, especially Mu Zhirong, the head of the Mu family. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Chen Fu did not use his own strength to shake the giant of the Mu family with great fanfare. Instead, he used the method of leveraging his strength to unite with those forces who had opinions on the Mu family, such as the Su family who were deeply trusted by the Mu family, and after Mu Zhirong gave birth to an illegitimate son, through the son he even roped in the houses of Hu Qin and others. Chen Fu was extremely patient. He believed that these people could deal a fatal blow to the Mu family at a critical moment. This matter had gone smoothly, and those who were used by him had no idea of his existence. Even if Su Qingli accidentally miscalculated and was expelled, Chen Fu didn't feel frustrated, because this made the situation more real, and no one would suspect him. Chen Fu didn't expect that he would have a chance to get in touch with Mu Juking. When Feng Weiming was 5 years old, he had a falling out with Mu Juking, and after that he lived in the country for a long time. Mu Juking hadn't seen his beloved adopted son for a long time, so when he returned home, his excitement of the past was gone, and he was in a bad mood, thus he would occasionally sit in the garden alone in a daze. Chen Fu hid in the dark, watching him carefully. But by a very sudden chance, Mu Juking saw Chen Fu who was pushing his wheelchair, and casually greeted him, "Hello," with a polite smile. It was just an ordinary greeting, but Chen Fu's complexion changed drastically, and he fell to the ground because he pushed the wheelchair so quickly that he overbalanced the wheelchair. Mu Juking was taken aback. He didn't discriminate against the disabled, and would even have rare occasional outbursts of kindness, so immediately focusing on Chen Fu, he asked him if he was okay. The two had had an intersection ever since. From being silent and unable to speak at the beginning, to speaking as if in pain, jumping out word by word, to stuttering, to being able to communicate with Mu Juking normally, it took Chen Fu a full 5 years' time. Mu Juking had never met such a weird person. Except for the amputation of both his legs from below the knee and his need to sit in a wheelchair for life, Chen Fu's appearance and temperament were not bad. The gloom all over his body disappeared when facing Mu Juking, but he was extremely bad at communication, and sometimes was in so much of a hurry that he couldn't make a sound even with his mouth open, so he simply wrote it or typed it on a computer for him to read. However, his thoughts and concepts were very compatible with Mu Juking. There was basically no obstacle in the communication between Mu Juking and him on the spiritual level, and he often felt suddenly enlightened, which made the proud Mu Juking a little surprised and admiring. He also saw that Chen Fu was a capable person, so he had enough patience to be friends with him. Moreover, he had to say that he was pleased by Chen Fu's attitude. In the relationship between the two, Mu Juking felt it was dispensable, but Chen Fu was extremely serious and tried very hard to show his best side in front of Mu Juking, as if he had been waiting for this opportunity for many years. Sometimes he struggled to speak and couldn't keep up with Mu Juking's rhythm. When this happened, the anxiety in his eyes was real, and his pitiful fear was so heart-melting. Originally, Mu Juking only thought that Chen Fu had a withdrawn personality and longed for friendship, so he looked at him differently, but Chen Fu was always restrained, and the acquaintance with him for many years was just the friendship of gentlemen, and if Mu Juking did not take the initiative, Chen Fu would never take even half a step ahead. But later Mu Juking discovered that Chen Fu's attention to him was much more than that. Once Mu Juking asked about his legs and asked him why he didn't wear prosthetics now that the medical sciences were advanced, and let the trouser legs dangle empty, which made him feel uncomfortable. Chen Fu felt that Mu Juking disliked him, his expression changed on the spot, and his eyes turned red. Mu Juking had just asked casually, but seeing Chen Fu's expression change, he thought that he didn't want him to mention it, so he stopped immediately. Unexpectedly, the next time they met, Chen Fu had already had prosthetics installed, and he stood up with great difficulty to show Mu Juking, sweating profusely from the pain, but still smiling happily, with a look, "I listened to you and put on the prosthetics." His appearance was as if wanting his praise. Such a big man with that expression looked pitiful and ridiculous. Mu Juking suppressed the sudden surprise in his heart, re-examined Chen Fu, and came to the conclusion, Chen Fu liked him. The problem was that Mu Juking only regarded him as an ordinary friend. With Mu Juking's arrogance, it was okay to be an ordinary friend with a disabled person, but it was almost impossible for him to be a lover. Chen Fu didn't move him enough to make him make an exception for him. Mu Juking distanced himself from him, but Chen Fu didn't respond at all. After not dealing with each other for half a year, when Chen Fu saw him, his eyes lit up, his expression was so happy that he couldn't control his expression, and he didn't question or complain. When he left, he was like a big dog that had been kicked, silently nestling in the wheelchair, watching him with a forced smile. Chen Fu never expected to be with Mu Juking at all. Being able to approach him and talk to him had far exceeded his expectations and put him in a state of winning the jackpot every time. Mu Juking, who realized this, didn't know what he felt in his heart. Chen Fu had followed Mu Juking silently for more than 10 years and had been with him like a friend for more than 10 years. So, more than 2 years ago, Mu Juking suddenly said to him, "Why don't we try?" in a compromised and helpless tone. Chen Fu was dumbfounded. What to try? Them? Mu Juking sighed and held his hand. Chen Fu froze, his whole body was stunned. The great surprise and panic almost drove him crazy. He dared not agree at all, fearing that he was dreaming. How could Mu Juking, who knew his faults, begin to regard himself as a lover? After maintaining this state for more than 2 years, Chen Fu began to slowly accept the reality, and felt that his life finally had a ray of hope. His mind filled with Mu Juking distracted his energy from revenge. As a result of his lack of control over the domestic situation, he found that someone almost found him. Something happened to Mu Yuki, something happened to Mu Zhurong. If Mu Juking knew what he did to Fang Yan and the Mu family, what would he think? It was like a bucket of cold water being poured over his head. Chen Fu was terrified. He was very worried that Mu Juking would not want him anymore. So, he took advantage of the chaos in Mu's family and brought Feng Weiming here. If you want to say that the person Mu Juking valued the most in his life was Feng Weiming, it was really true. Chen Fu was both happy and resentful, happy because there was still someone who could deeply influence Mu Juking, and resentful because this deep father-son relationship originated from the woman Mu Juking once loved the most. So Chen Fu's feelings towards Feng Weiming were very complicated. He couldn't like him, but he couldn't touch him as well. Chen Fu looked at Feng Weiming's cold face and said in a conferring tone, I can stop the revenge on Mu's family. You can see my sincerity. Mu Zhurong and his son escaped from danger. I secretly helped them. I will always love Mu Juking, and you also want your adoptive father to be happy, don't you? So, you keep everything secret, and let your little lover, Mu Yixi, stop checking. Chen Fu said helplessly, I have never killed anyone, and I don't want Mu Yixi to be the first. What do you think? Obviously, you know that I am serious. Serious about what? Mu Juking led others to rush in, and hearing the last sentence, he stared at Chen Fu and asked angrily. Chen Fu opened his mouth, and under Mu Juking's gaze, he felt that he was about to be wiped out. Ming? Mu Yuxi only saw Feng Weiming in his eyes. He stepped in front of him in a few strides, and looked at him carefully to see if he had suffered. Mu Juking also took a look at Feng Weiming. After seeing that he was safe and sound, he turned his attention to Chen Fu, pinning him in place, while he did not even dare to move. Boss Chen Fu's people were embarrassed and helpless. They had worked under Chen Fu for many years, and they knew that Mu Juking was Chen Fu's life, so when Mu Juking led people to rush in, they tied their hands and feet, and did not dare to stop them vigorously, but Mu Juking and others came here with anger, and it was terrible to welcome them in. However, their boss was clearly in danger. He had lowered his head and looked deeply remorseful. He sat in a wheelchair with a thin and pitiful figure, expressing the desolation of the disabled in a three-point manner. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. You all go out. Mu Juking instructed arrogantly. It was obviously not the first time he had commanded Chen Fu's subordinates like this. The people who had been commanded looked at each other, and the one with the highest position secretly looked at Chen Fu. Chen Fu didn't dare to hum when he looked towards him, but he immediately understood what the employer meant and led the people out. Mu Juking's people went out as soon as Mu Juking opened his mouth, as they had a lot of training. Soon, there were only Mu Juking, Chen Fu, Mu Yuxi, and Feng Weiming left in the room. What do you want to do by kidnapping my son? Mu Juking asked straight to the point. His deep voice was full of anger. Through the clues given by Mu Yuxi, Mu Juking quickly found out Chen Fu's entry records. He didn't want to regard Chen Fu as a suspect. He usually wanted to let him know even if he took a step, but he seemed extremely anxious that the people who grew up at home went to a country thousands of miles away in silence, so Mu Juking couldn't doubt it. Chen Fu didn't expect Mu Juking to come to him so quickly. He originally planned to seal Weiming for a few days, send him back to France after a few days of coercion and inducement to compromise, and then return to France without anyone noticing. He never expected to be caught by Mu Juking at this critical moment. When he was talking to Mu Juking, even if he was usually eloquent, he would have stuttered in front of him, not to mention that he had never been eloquent. Mu Juking was shrewd. How could he ever cheat him? He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely, and his face was full of fear. Mu Juking wanted to beat him up. His boyfriend kidnapped his son. He really had all kinds of ideas. The moment the evidence was conclusive, he felt really angry and sad. If Feng Weiming didn't seem to be in good shape, Mu Juking would have wanted to tear him apart, asking him if he had a conscience. Chen Fu was speechless and looked at Feng Weiming pleadingly. Feng Weiming was expressionless. In the past few days, Chen Fu had intermittently confessed to him all the bad things he has done. The death of his biological mother Feng Yan, and all the big and small turmoil that the Mu family had experienced over the years were all related to Chen Fu. He also threatened him to hurt Mu Yuxi, and deceived Mu Juking, hiding his purpose of approaching him at the beginning, and even imprisoned his beloved woman without telling him. Chen Fu's admiration for Juking was so morbid that he was completely insane. Weiming, tell me. Mu Juking looked at his son. Feng Weiming didn't want his father to be with such a person at all. Feng Weiming said coldly, if I said he just wanted to get along with me and let me accept your relationship with him, will you believe it? He stood up, you two can handle your own affairs. I'm leaving. Saying this, he walked out of the place where he has been trapped for many days on his own. Mu Yuxi hurried to catch up. Mu Juking was dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, Chen Fu relaxed, only to find that his back was wet with sweat. He hurriedly pushed the wheelchair to Mu Juking's side, took his hand and said honestly, I will never dare again, I promise. Mu Juking almost choked to death. He was frightened and swore to himself that he would not give a good look to the person who kidnapped Feng Weiming, but he didn't expect that his lover would be the kidnapper, and when his son was rescued, he had the attitude of making a big deal out of a trivial matter. Even Feng Weiming didn't care about it. What else could he do? Break up with Chen Fu because of this matter, then they will never see each other again? Chen Fu, who had a problem with his head, would probably die immediately for him to see. Mu Juking stared at the obedient and disturbed Chen Fu, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, not knowing what to do with him. How could he fall in love with such a person? Mu Juking said bitterly, you don't think of leaving the house for even half a step in the future? The purpose of going out was to kidnap his son, so it was better to be grounded from now on. Anyway, he was a dead house. Oh. Overjoyed to pass the test so easily, he could take any punishment, his lover said. Chen Fu clasped Mu Juking's hand, very obediently, and asked, will you stay at home more? Full of anticipation. Mu Juking, he really wanted to say no, but he was going to pull Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming into the Mu's overseas company. With the two of them around, he would not be as busy as before, and there would be ghosts. Chen Fu would happily attribute this to Mu Juking's kindness to him. It's really that Mu Juking was so angry that he was half dead, but he could do nothing to Chen Fu. Feng Weiming got into Mu Yuxi's car, and as soon as the rear fender was raised, Mu Yuxi pushed Feng Weiming down and kissed him on the seat. Feng Weiming was stunned by Mu Yuxi's rudeness, and when he reacted, he began to struggle hard. Mu Yuxi ignored him before he was angry. How dare Mu Yuxi treat him like this? Feng Weiming blushed with anger. He was not as strong as Mu Yuxi, and he was so suppressed that he couldn't move. So, he cruelly bit Mu Yuxi's lip. Mu Yuxi, that lunatic, didn't move at all. Blood flowed from his mouth, and the smell was overflowing, but he continued to press his lips, and even slapped him. Feng Weiming really wanted to strangle him, but inadvertently, a wipe of wetness ran across his face and landed on his lips. Feng Weiming tasted the salty taste before realizing that Mu Yuxi was crying. Before, he was exhausted looking for Mu Yuki, and then he was trapped by Mu Zhirong's disappearance. When he found out that he was gone, and his life and death were uncertain, Mu Yuxi's mood could be imagined. That's why he lost his composure after finding him, not at all like the usual calm and unhurried him. Feng Weiming's anger dissipated unknowingly, and his stiff and tense body softened. As soon as he softened, Mu Yuxi seemed to regain his sanity, and his movements began to relax. But he kept pressing on him, trapping him, as if confirming his existence, as if making sure he wouldn't disappear again. "You are so heavy," Feng Weiming complained. Mu Yuxi's reaction was to bury his face by his neck, without saying a word, as the warm breath blew on his skin. "Get up after going crazy, I haven't settled with you yet." Feng Weiming looked at the roof of the car and said lightly. "I'm sorry," Mu Yuxi said in a muffled voice, hugging him even tighter. Feng Weiming didn't bother to struggle, although his bones ached from being hugged by him. "Punish you. Mu Yuxi, punish me. You are not allowed to touch me for a year," Feng Weiming said. "I didn't hear anything." Mu Yuxi murmured. Finally willing to move, he straightened up slightly, facing Feng Weiming. He let him see his reddish eye sockets, and his still oozing bloody lips after being bitten by him. "I was so worried about you." Feng Weiming. When Mu Yuxi went crazy just now, Feng Weiming believed in these words. But at this moment, it was definitely to win sympathy and change the subject in order to make him forget what he just said. "Why don't you pursue it?" Mu Yuxi continued, showing the hatred in his eyes. "I hate him so much that I want to kill him, do you know?" Feng Weiming was speechless. Just now his biological father threatened him that he would kill his lover, and now his lover also said with a cruel face that he would kill his biological father. What kind of black humor was this? Moreover, Mu Yuxi's serious face was similar to Chen Fu's. Obviously he was not joking. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Feng Weiming's eyes sharpened, and he said coldly, "You dare to try to kill someone? Dare to touch someone? Tired of living?" Mu Yuxi flattened his mouth. Who was he doing this for? Feng Weiming had a headache. Why didn't he find that Mu Yuxi loved acting like a baby before? And where was his moral bottom line? Fighting back when you are hurt was a legitimate defense. If you really crossed that line by killing, it was impossible to turn back. Feng Weiming didn't want Mu Yuxi to stain his hands with blood for him. "I'm fine, don't get your hands dirty." Feng Weiming said lightly, "He is my biological father." Mu Yuxi was taken aback. What? He never dreamed that it was the answer. Feng Weiming also felt that the truth he learned from Chen Fu was like a bolt from the blue. If his character was not so indifferent, he would have jumped up earlier. He softly told Mu Yuxi the ins and outs of the matter. Mu Yuxi's face kept changing with Feng Weiming's narration. Because this truth was really tortuous and surprising? "So, what I've been trying to find out all this time, and it was him who was hiding behind Su Qingli and the others?" Mu Yuxi asked awkwardly. He spent so much effort and spent so many years trying to find out the faintly visible hand behind those people, but he didn't expect that this hand was so close to them, and it was also inextricably linked with the people around him. Feng Weiming nodded silently. Chen Fu's brilliance lied in the fact that he was never the one to take action. He didn't make any demands, but just handed out a knife. Whoever had evil thoughts and couldn't stand the temptation would take the knife in his hand and use it. And because of his obsession with Mu Juking, Chen Fu even passed the knife carelessly. Revenge against Mu's family was just a sliver of his obsession, the motivation for his survival after being disabled, because after falling in love with Mu Juking at first sight, the focus of his life became Mu Juking, and revenge just became a routine, which could not be brought to him. If those people went too far, he was afraid that Mu Juking would get angry if he found out that he was behind the scenes, so he even helped them. Chen Fu kidnapped him in order to persuade him to keep his secret secret. And because Mu Yuxi's years of open and unannounced visits finally touched his side, and he was noticed, so he wanted to tell Mu Yuxi to stop through Feng Weiming. Chen Fu was a seriously distorted, lawless and rebellious social element. However, Mu Juking was the only medicine that could suppress his condition, and it was also an absolutely effective special medicine. Chen Fu was even willing to give up revenge for Mu Juking, just asking Mu Juking to never know the truth so that he could continue to be with him. Mu Yuxi had mixed feelings in his heart. No wonder Su Qingli and others had such great destructive power in the previous life. It turned out that Chen Fu had always been behind the scenes. Feng Weiming inherited his mother's looks, but his father's mind. Fortunately, he did not experience the tragedies that Chen Fu experienced, and was raised by Mu Juking as if he was afraid of him being hurt since he was a child. He was arrogant and indifferent, but his thinking was not distorted and paranoid. Mu Yixi hesitated for a moment, but your mother, the matter of Mu's family did not cause too much harm after all, it was just a false alarm. In the final analysis, although the tragedy of Chen Fu's family was caused by Chen Fu's father, it was also related to the Mu family. Tit for tat, but the ending in this life was much better than the previous one. Mu Yixi hated Chen Fu more because he kidnapped Feng Weiming, which made him panic. But if Feng Weiming didn't want to pursue it, could Mu Yixi still yell at his biological father? It was just that Feng Yan was imprisoned by Chen Fu and died indirectly because of it. Could Feng Weiming really let go? Feng Weiming sighed, a little disappointed. I don't even remember at that time. His mother took him out and they were in an accident. Although he was protected by his mother and he was not injured, the fright he received also caused his personality to change, and he lost all his memory. When Mu Juking adopted him, he didn't intend to tell him his life experience at all at first. It wasn't until Mu Juking accidentally confided in him when he was 5 years old that he got to know that Mu Juking adopted him and treated him well because he loved his mother deeply. At that time, Feng Weiming thought that Mu Juking was coveting a married woman, so had been at odds with him for many years. Feng Weiming had very little impression of Feng Yan, and the crime against Feng Yan was committed by his own father. What could he do? Feng Weiming also had no feelings for Chen Fu, he cared more about Mu Juking. Mu Juking had entered his 40s this year, and he was alone until he got together with Chen Fu. He and Feng Yan hadn't even been together, but Feng Yan had left a deep impression on his heart, affecting him for the rest of his life. After going around, Mu Juking finally accepted Chen Fu and stayed with him. Feng Weiming had never seen Mu Juking show that kind of love-hate expression towards others. His adoptive father really liked Chen Fu. Feng Weiming couldn't imagine what Mu Juking and Chen Fu would become after knowing the truth. So, he couldn't say it. Seeing that Feng Weiming rarely showed a little helplessness, Mu Yixi pondered slightly, don't think too much. Who is third uncle? He and Chen Fu have known each other for many years. I don't believe he really didn't notice it at all. Mu Juking had been in charge of the overseas Mu family for many years, and he could straighten out such complicated relationships inside. In the overseas Mu family, he had one-sidedly suppressed others, and even Mu Zhirong couldn't please him. How could such a character really know nothing about his lover's situation? Feng Weiming had a fan filter for him and thus he saw his adoptive father as a fragile old bachelor. Mu Yuxi's words were like a blow to the head. Feng Weiming was shocked, and suddenly realized something. With Mu Juking's character, it was really impossible for him to fall for Chen Fu without knowing anything about it. Besides, looking at Chen Fu's useless appearance in front of Mu Juking who couldn't even tell a lie, how could he completely hide it from the shrewd Mu Juking? It was more likely that Mu Juking knew some, but not everything, and what he knew was enough for him to willingly indulge Chen Fu, for example, the matter of Feng Yan. After so many years, Mu Juking really valued a relationship that was too late to start this much? Feng Weiming was a little confused. The conclusion after deep thinking was a stronger intuition that could not be explained. So many things, it was rare for him to be confused. At least Feng Weiming believed that with Mu Juking's restraint, the possibility of Chen Fu continuing to make trouble behind the scenes would be infinitely reduced. Do you want to take revenge on Chen Fu? Feng Weiming asked Mu Yixi. The existence of Chen Fu used to be a thorn in Mu Yixi's heart. He knew that Mu Yixi had always wanted to find out the behind-the-scenes mastermind who was trying to harm the Mu family, so he spent a lot of energy dealing with his biological mother. Mu Yixi shook his head. Knowing that it was Chen Fu, and with Mu Juking's invisible guarantee that he would not do harm to others, he had untied the knot from his previous life. That was enough. Based on the world, the Mu family would never lack enemies. If Chen Fu was missing, there would still be a Li Fu and Zhang Fu. It was impossible for him to wipe out all the enemies. And these were headaches for Mu Zhirong, Mu Yuki, and others. He was going to live a new life. He did what he could, and he had no regrets so far. Next, he should live his own, brand new life. And after these things and almost losing Feng Weiming, Mu Yixi suddenly realized a problem. He looked at Feng Weiming, and said very seriously, Ming, I have found out that I love you. The disappearance of Feng Weiming was not publicized. Mu Yuki was worried about Feng Weiming with all his heart, and he was greatly relieved to see Mu Yixi bring him back safely. When Mu Yuki went up to meet him, he couldn't help hugging Feng Weiming. It's great that you're fine. Normally, he wouldn't dare to hug him, because Feng Weiming didn't like to have physical contact with people. No one dared to be presumptuous to him with a glance. And when he and Mu Yixi became lovers, even if Mu Yuki was straight, he had to avoid touching him. As expected, Feng Weiming only hugged him once, and then pushed him away. Just now, he let him hug because of his true feelings. Mu Yixi patted Mu Yuki on the shoulder and pulled him away from Feng Weiming without a trace. Brother, do you need to guard even against me? Mu Yuki noticed Mu Yixi's jealous behavior and looked at him speechlessly. It was one thing for him to hide himself, but it was another thing to see his brother really guard against him. Was he someone who could pry the corner of his brother's wall? Mu Yuki said with a glass heart that he was a little hurt. He felt that he was rejected by Mu Yixi. Before that, Mu Yixi treated him and Feng Weiming equally, but now he didn't pay attention to his younger brother. Mu Yixi didn't feel guilty about being exposed at all, and smiled. Just get used to it. I don't like people getting close to Ming. Mu Yuki stared at him unbearably. Mu Yixi didn't have this problem before. Why did Feng Weiming come back after disappearing for a while, and his brother became this type, all the while looking extremely lustful? Ming Ming, take care of my brother. Yuki couldn't help but say to Feng Weiming. Feng Weiming was not a weak and deceitful person. Could he really stand Yuxi's domineering behavior? Unexpectedly, Feng Weiming said lightly, I don't like people approaching me. There was no intention of blaming Yuxi in his tone. Yep, this couple? Yuki was rewarded by them? Yuki thought a little angrily. He realized pessimistically that his elder brother and his younger brother were completely taken away by the other party, leaving nothing to him. Sure enough, no matter how good brothers and sisters were when they were young, they would still belong to others after growing up. Yuxi and Feng Weiming saw that Yuki's face fell like an abandoned puppy for a moment and exchanged a look. Feng Weiming always felt that Yuki was very good at acting like a baby, and he usually treated him with setback education, so as to fight against him. But Yuxi couldn't bear it, so he would encourage and comfort his younger brother. However, Yuxi would go abroad soon, and when he was abroad, he would be beyond his reach. Yuki's soft heart should be taken away and they should let him be completely independent. There were quite a few people like Chen Fu who had bad intentions towards the Mu family. In the domestic arena, they would have to rely on Yuki in the future. In order to prevent Yuxi from softening his heart again, Feng Weiming asked, how is uncle? Yuki wiped his face and said seriously, he is recuperating at home, and he is fine. Go and see him when you are free. Weiming nodded, yeah. What about you? Me? Yuki's antenna didn't connect with Feng Weiming so tacitly. Yuxi mouthed to him, follow up. Yuki understood and sneered immediately, Su Qingli and the others have already been arrested. As for the Feng family, since they dare to attack, they should be prepared to be retaliated against. Speaking of this, Yuki was very annoyed, especially about the Su family. The Feng family was an opponent. In recent years, there had been constant undercurrents between the two families. It was foreseeable that they would tear their faces apart. For this reason, the Mu family had long been mentally prepared. But the Su family were the servants of the Mu family, they had always been known for their loyalty, and the Mu family didn't treat them as outsiders, so they didn't expect to be bitten back. Yes, Su Qingli father and grandparents did make a lot of contributions to the Mu family. But the Su family were originally slaves who sold themselves to the Mu family, and it was their duty to devote themselves to the master's family. For the sake of the Su family's loyalty, the Mu family kindly supported the Su family, which gave the Su family a chance to break away from slavery and develop and grow their family, but in fact, they had always treated each other with courtesy and valued the Su family as brothers in arms. Originally, the two families got along well. After all, only Tang Yanhua, Su Zhao, and Su Qingli were left in the Su family. The Mu family treated them like their own family members and never treated them badly. However, Su Qingli turned against her bones and calculated their family time and time again. She used to want to hurt Mu Yuxuan, but now she directly kidnapped Mu Zhirong, absurdly wanting to have a child to intervene in their family. Shameless to the extreme. What's even more exasperating was that Tang Yanhua and Su Zhao had received so much care from the Mu family, and they looked ashamed because of Su Qingli before, but now they had acted together with her. Tang Yanhua took advantage of her illness to open up the relationship with Mu's old house through Grandma Mu. After Su Zhao came back, he joined Mu's family as an inner spy, and Su Qingli contacted outsiders and cooperated with her mother and brother. The Su family completely trampled on the Mu family's trust in them. After the incident, Tang Yanhua repeated her old trick, dragging her heavy sick body to kneel in front of Grandma Mu, scaring Grandma Mu so much that she almost pleaded for them again. But this time, it was absolutely impossible to pass the level easily. In ordinary matters, Mu Jingwei would indulge his old wife, but Mu Zhirong was related to the foundation of the entire Mu family, and the Su family committed the biggest taboo by daring to touch him. Moreover, Su Qingli's mental state had already experienced irreversible problems. Letting go of a lunatic who harbored ill intentions towards Mu Zhirong was tantamount to letting go of a ticking time bomb. It was impossible for the Mu family to forgive Tang Yanhua generously because of Tang Yanhua's begging them. Even if Grandma Mu was so confused that she wanted to plead for an outsider, the old people of the Mu family would not pay any attention to her. Tang Yanhua calculated that they would not tell her the truth in order to care for Grandma Mu's weakening body, so she decided to deceive Grandma Mu first. Deep down in her heart, Tang Yanhua didn't respect her as much as she showed. She regarded Grandma Mu as an old woman who could be fooled easily. But Tang Yanhua obviously miscalculated the Mu family's daughter-in-law's ability to bear. After the behavior of the Su family exceeded the tolerance of the Mu family, Mu Jingwei personally told his wife what the Su family had done. Grandma Mu was hit hard. She regarded the Su family as relatives and cared about them. She never thought that they would act recklessly based on this, and even hurt her eldest son. After doing something that poked her heart, they even planned to trick her into pleading for them. Tang Yanhua knelt on the ground, begging her as she was dying. All Grandma Mu's intolerance turned into anger and disgust, and the majesty that belonged to Mu's mistress was released again after many years. Tang Yanhua knew something was going to go wrong when she saw Grandma Mu holding up her face like this. After many years, Grandma Mu's kindness and tenderness in her old age made her gradually forget her decisiveness in killing when she was young. Mu Jingwei created brilliance for the Mu family outside. and as his wife, Grandma Mu also lived through the wind and rain back then, but after living a comfortable life a long time, Tang Yanhua's courage was raised. But even if she could not do it for herself, she had to fight for a way out for her children. Her daughter fell in love with the person she shouldn't have and walked alone into the dark. The son was instigated by someone, and he had unreasonable thoughts about the master's family. Her pair of son and daughter forced her to this road. She tried her best to protect them, hoping to save their lives. Tang Yanhua's consciousness gradually blurred. She wanted to kowtow to Grandma Mu. She lowered her head and fell straight to the floor. Even when her blood spread, the two tall old people remained indifferent. Once the Mu family's heart was hardened, it became extremely hard. Tang Yanhua's threat of death did not shake Grandma Mu in the end. But this behavior itself had already made Grandma Mu sad. In order to keep out of sight, the Su family was directly cleared out of Ningxiang, and Mu Jingwei took Grandma Mu to Vancouver for vacation. Su Zhao and Su Qingli were dealt with by the dark forces of the Mu family. Mu Yuki didn't know what happened to them, but he would never see these two siblings again in his lifetime. As for the Feng family, when Feng Weiming and Mu Yuxi returned to Yulian Garden together, they happened to meet Zhong Ruijin, who had come to visit with a gift. The fact that Mu Yuki and Mu Zhirong were kidnapped successively did not spread except to some related people. At most, they received news that Mu Zhirong was accidentally injured and needed to stay at home to recuperate for a period of time. Because he wanted to rest, they usually refused people who came to visit. But relatives like Zhong Ruijin couldn't be stopped from coming. So, Mrs. Mu received her personally. The Feng family still had a fluke mentality so far. They only moved to kidnap Mu Yuki, and they did it with the help of a boss in the south, so they thought nobody might know anything. What's more, they won the South Island project, and it was the time when they were ready to show their strengths, and it was better not to have conflicts with the Muse. Therefore, Zhong Ruijin enthusiastically came to the door to test their attitude. Mrs. Mu's attitude towards her was no different from before. Their relationship had faded over the years, and it was impossible for Zhong Ruijin to ignore Mrs. Mu's cold face and continue pestering her, so it was impossible to tell whether Mrs. Mu knew what the Feng family had done. The Mu family dealt with the Su family, but temporarily stayed put on the Feng family. The Nandao project was a poisonous bait. If Feng Jiaochen swallows it, his muscles and bones would be hurt just around the corner. Mu Yuki had already led people to secretly pay attention to Feng's stock, and when the problem in South Island broke out, he would add more firewood to the matter to increase Feng's losses. Mrs. Mu waited to see what would happen to those who dared to hurt her husband and son. When it came to being quiet, she didn't lose to anyone. The two were talking lukewarmly, when Mu Yuki walked in with Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming. Three slender and young youths, handsome in appearance, outstanding in temperament, and each with their own characteristics, where no one could say a bad thing when they met. Mrs. Mu's polite eyes finally showed a little real joy. She focused on looking at Feng Weiming a few more times and was satisfied to see that he was intact. Even if she hadn't been told about some things, she could still guess with her clarity. Zhong Rui's hen's eyes flickered when she saw Mu Yuxi. Because of the collusion between Mu Yuxi, Hu Qin, and others, she was more familiar with Mu Yuxi than Mu Yuki and Feng Weiming. She was annoyed by Mrs. Mu's indifferent attitude, but she thought that Mu Yuxi should be able to provide some reliable information. "Hey, are you back?" Zhong Ruijin greeted with a smile. Her tone was intimate, and those who didn't know would think that she had a very good relationship with Mu Yuxi and the others. "Aunt Zhong, why are you here?" Mu Yuki also called out with a smile, as if seeing a close elder. Zhong Ruijin said, "Visit your father on behalf of your cousin's family." Mu Yuki said, "You have heart.n/o/bell/b/jn.c//om. Zhong Ruijin, which one of our two families is separate from the other? Why are you being polite?" Mu Yuki, "That's right, I also haven't seen Feng Kun for a long time. I heard that something good is coming for him." Zhong Rui's hen's smile froze. The marriage between Feng Kun and Wei Ankai was decided by Zhong Ruijin, and it was because of the background of Wei Dong, a Hong Kong businessman. But as time went by, Wei Ankai's temperament was gradually revealed, and Zhong Ruijin felt that she was stingy and a bit out of place, and her attitude towards this marriage was not as positive as before. Later, Hongda developed rapidly, which was inseparable from Mu Yuxi's ability. And Hu Qin and Wei Ankai were the only ones who could restrain Mu Yuxi, and Wei Ankai couldn't hold down Feng Kun, and she was also eaten to death by Feng Kun, which meant that Feng Kun was indirectly using Mu Zhirong's eldest son as a tool to make money. This greatly satisfied Zhong Ruijin. Some of Zhong Rui's hen's thoughts that were always hidden deep in her heart made her not object to the marriage with the Wei family in the end. Because Hu Qin and Wei Ankai, who were in constant contact with her, gave her the impression that he was easy to manipulate, so Zhong Ruijin unknowingly despised Mu Yuxi, feeling that the three mother and children were under her control. After Zhong Ruijin married into the Feng family, she was used to dealing with such affairs. She had a wide network of contacts and was even able to control her husband. She was even quite able to speak in Feng's affairs. This company was on the rise, and with the development of huge profits, it gradually tilted resources. Because of Wei Dong's shareholding in Hongda, Feng Kun and Wei Ankai's marriage was no longer just a matter of the two of them, but a matter of the two families, and it was impossible to tear it apart easily. Zhong Ruijin had her own plan. She and Feng Kun had 50% of Hongda's shares, which was enough but not absolute control. And Wei Dong had 40%, while Mu Yuxi had 10%, As long as Mu Yixi was willing to secretly sell 1% to them, Hongda would really change its surname to Feng. But if you want to move Mu Yixi, Hu Qin and Wei Ankai were the only ones. Hu Qin was older and had a lot of experience, so she was relatively not so easy to fool. Wei Ankai was young and ignorant, and she was devoted to Feng Kun, so it was perfect to attack her. So Feng Kun used the beauty trick on Wei Ankai. Feng Kun considered himself a master in the field of love, and even though his mother looked at his father closely, she treated him very indulgently, so even with Wei Ankai as his fiancé, he still did not change his romantic habits, thinking that he was the red flag at home, and the colorful flags fluttering outside were synonymous with something to be proud of. However, for the sake of profit, Feng Kun didn't mind restraining himself a bit for the time being to coax out the benefits from his fiancé first. The mother and son thought they were very smart, but they didn't think about how Hu Qin and Wei Ankai, a mother and daughter, had come from nothing to the present. How could they have no plans? Even a shrewd person like Mu Zhurong once fell under Hu Qin. They were short-sighted, but they were very firm about the real benefits that could be held in their hands. If it wasn't for Mu Yuxi's high means, they wouldn't be completely deceived by him, thinking that they really had Mu Yuxi in their palms. It was the wisest decision in their hearts to turn against Mu Yuxi and get the remaining 10% of the shares from him. Thus, Zhong Ruijin and Feng Kun wanted to coax them, and instead they used the shares to force them to hold a wedding, so that Wei Ankai could marry into Feng's family gracefully. Zhong Ruijin couldn't even say no, because at this time the Feng family had already obtained the South Island project, and it was the critical time to flex their muscles. They urgently needed to have better control over Hongda in their hands. Not to mention that Feng Kun and Wei Ankai were already engaged, even getting married immediately for this project was acceptable to the Feng family. The project couldn't afford to wait for Zhong Ruijin to delay with Hu Qin and others. So when the conditions of the Wei family were mentioned, this matter was no longer under Zhong Rui's control. This made Zhong Ruijin, who had always been strategizing, secretly hate the mother and daughter pair. The wedding was under preparation, and the news had already been released. Hu Qin and Wei Ankai raised their eyebrows, sweeping away the grievances they had suffered over the years. Wei Ankai relied on Feng Kun not being able to sweep her face at this time, and openly and aboveboardly attacked Feng Kun's confidants outside, as his wife. There was a lot of buzz because of this. Hu Qin and Wei Ankai had always followed this kind of crooked trend of crying and making troubles. They didn't think there was anything wrong with this kind of behavior of declaring sovereignty. Zhong Ruijin and Feng Kun, who were used to the good-faced style of the upper class, turned green and almost suffocated to death. They didn't know how many people were watching the Feng family's joke behind their backs. So now that someone congratulated Zhong Ruijin on this marriage, she felt like the other party was laughing at her. Especially the person who said it was Mu Yuki. The marriage of Mrs. Mu's two children, Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan, in the eyes of outsiders, was a representative of a golden boy and a jade girl, and with a well-matched family. Compared with Miss Bei's family, who was wealthy in the south, Wei Ankai chosen by Feng Kun was more than inferior. But Mu Yuki's expression was sincere, with a look of sincere congratulations, and Zhong Ruijin couldn't find an excuse to attack, so she could only say insincerely, "Yes, you and Feng Kun are good brothers who grew up together, you must go there when the wedding is held to help him." She still deliberately drew in the relationship between the two families. Before you really tear your face apart, it's always hello, hello, hello everyone. Mu Yuki smiled and said, "I'll let the secretary confirm my itinerary." Zhong Ruijin hit a nail and choked. She looked at Mrs. Mu, hoping that she would say something to ease the situation. After all, Mu Yuki's words were too blunt, almost impolite. But Mrs. Mu just listened with a faint smile, as if she didn't hear anything wrong. In a way she acquiesced to Mu Yuki's actions. Zhong Rui's heart skipped a beat. She wondered anxiously, did the Mu family know something? Long time no see, Ming. Did you come back with the third master this time? Zhong Ruijin tried another person. Mu Juking didn't come back to China very often. Was it because Mu Zhurong was injured this time? Feng Weiming had always been indifferent to others, even to the Mu family, let alone her as an outsider. Feng Weiming acted as if he didn't hear it, and the scene fell into an embarrassing silence. Zhong Rui's face could hardly hang on. Mu Yuxi said calmly, "He just came back, he's too tired." Zhong Ruijin glanced at him angrily. The three boys who lived in Mu's parents' house formed a small group in their social circle. No matter how they got along with each other, Mu Yuxi himself being so talented, but in the eyes of some famous ladies such as Zhong Ruijin, he was just an illegitimate child who couldn't get on the stage and should just be a follower for the children born legitimately. Although Feng Weiming also had problems with his status, his adoptive father, Mu Juking, was powerful and he treated Feng Weiming as his own son and like a pearl and treasure. She could not go to test Feng Weiming, who was notoriously difficult to deal with. The essence was to ask Mu Yuxi to answer for her and give her some useful information. In the past, they clearly had a good tacit understanding, and Mu Yuxi was also obedient. This time, not only did she stand in the cold, but the words he gave were so perfunctory. Had he reversed? She hadn't settled the account with him for secretly selling Hongda's shares to Wei Ankai yet. He had clearly agreed to sell them to them. If he hadn't spoken first, how could she and Feng Kun have fallen into such a passive state all of a sudden? Mu Yuxi looked back at her with a smile that was not a smile. Zhong Ruijin was slightly taken aback, and the alarm bells rang in her mind. What did he mean? Mrs. Mu was neither salty nor weak, and Mu Yixi was a little yin and yang, and even though Zhong Ruijin was so eloquent, she couldn't continue. After persisting for a while, she left full of doubts and apprehension, and pointed to Mu Yixi to send her off. Feng Weiming held Mu Yixi back, and Mu Yuki said, "Aunt Zhong, I'll see you off." Mu Yixi showed an expression of helplessness to Zhong Ruijin, which made her face darken with anger, and gave him a warning look vaguely, letting him know she won't let it go. "Walk slowly," Feng Weiming suddenly said coldly. Zhong Ruijin was taken aback and shivered when she saw Feng Weiming's emotionless eyes. When did she mess with this ancestor? As soon as Zhong Ruijin left, the atmosphere in the room suddenly relaxed. Mrs. Mu pulled Feng Weiming to the front and looked him over again. "Auntie, I'm fine," Feng Weiming said. Mrs. Mu sighed, "Be more careful in the future, you all. Zioxi, Zioki, you are brothers, take care of Mingming." Mu Yuxi and Mu Yuki nodded together. "Mom, we know." This time they had accidents one after another, alarming the entire Mu family. These years, the Mu family had been at ease for a long time and lacked some vigilance. After that, there was bound to be a big move to re-upgrade the security system. They themselves had also been greatly impacted, and they would no longer be so indifferent as before. Feng Weiming didn't say anything. He was the younger brother, and Mrs. Mu had always asked Mu Yuxi and Mu Yuki, who were elder brothers, to take care of him. Mrs. Mu said, "You guys, I'm at ease, go and see your father and uncle, he is very worried about you." Mu Yuxi nodded obediently. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. When they visited Mu Zhurong, Mu Yuxuan was being a filial daughter beside Mu Zhurong. Seeing the three older brothers, Mu Yuxuan was also very happy. She greeted them very cheerfully and pulled them to talk. She was so angry that she chased them and beat them before. Her fierce look had finally disappeared. The three brothers secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If their sister was angry or something, no matter how powerful they were outside, they had to stay away. Mu Zhurong looked at the three of them, young and promising, full of vigor, all of them should not be underestimated, and finally felt a feeling of the future belongs to them. He, Mu Yuki and Feng Weiming disappeared one after another in a short period of time, and the difference in Mu Yuxi's reaction to him and to his two younger brothers' disappearance vaguely showed something he had missed over the years. It was a pity that the matter was now a foregone conclusion. Neither he nor Mu Yuxi would take the initiative to repair their relationship. Even if they tried to repair it, it might not be effective. The only thing Mu Zhurong could do was to stop trying to hinder their relationship. Brotherhood affected their feelings. As for whether the result of this decision was good or bad, it was up to them to bear it. Mu Zhurong didn't care anymore. After meeting a lunatic and surviving near death, Mu Zhurong also overlooked some things. He now paid more attention to his relationship with Mrs. Mu. The children were Mrs. Mu's weakness, and he didn't want to make her sad. "You can take care of yourself." After leaving a meaningful sentence, Mu Zhurong waved his hand to signal them to leave. 3 months later, Mu Yuxi, who was officially entered into the Mu family tree and recorded under Mrs. Mu's name, completed the formalities and flew to France with Feng Weiming. It would be a brand new challenge that would meet them. Since Zhong Ruijin was run out by Mrs. Mu and others that day, she had been trying to contact Mu Yuxi. She needed exact news from inside Mu's house, but Mu Yuxi ignored her. Even if she used the names of Hu Qin and Wei Ankai, Mu Yuxi was extremely indifferent, perfunctory, and even hung up the phone rudely. Zhong Ruijin was anxious all day long, feeling that something was wrong, and she also questioned the plan of the South Island project because of this. Feng Kun was extremely annoyed by this. The grand development at the beginning was indeed inseparable from Mu Yuxi's credit, but now that he had taken over, he had also got a great opportunity. He even sacrificed his marriage to increase his leverage. As long as he did this project well, his achievements would definitely surpass Mu Yuxi's, the entire young generation of Mu's family, and Qin He. Mu Yuxuan would then regret choosing Qin He instead of him. He was so shrewd and capable, and his mother, who had always supported him unconditionally, was now denying everything he had done because of Mu Yuxi's attitude, which was intolerable and unbearable. He was coerced by his biological mother and younger sister to sell Hengda's shares. Of course he is not happy to see the huge benefits but not get a share. Now that he has left, what does he do? It is useless. What am I? Am I your son or is he your son? An unprecedented conflict broke out between Feng Kun and Zhong Ruijin could only compromise. She never thought that this compromise would become the thing she regretted the most in the rest of her life. After Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming arrived in France, the first thing Mu Juking took them to do was to worship at Feng Yan's grave. Feng Yan's life was short and full of twists and turns, but not many people really cared about her. She used to be a cinnabar mole in Mu Juking's heart, but unfortunately, the time they spent together was too short, and there was no time to love her deeply. Mu Juking was hit by the news that she has a husband, and slowly digested his feelings for her in his heart. After so many years, rather than saying that Mu Juking still loved her, it was better to say that he missed her as a special friend, because she gave him his adopted son Feng Weiming, who was like a treasure for him. The existence of Feng Weiming was why Mu Juking always remembered her. And after getting to know what Chen Fu did, Mu Juking felt even more guilty for Feng Yan. It was entirely because of him that Feng Yan was noticed and imprisoned by Chen Fu, a psychopath, and was even forced to give birth to Feng Weiming. It was a pity that when Mu Juking came to know the truth, he had already fallen in love with Chen Fu. He had fallen in love, and the duration was also extremely long. Feng Yan, who did not become his lover, made him remember her for so long. When it came to Chen Fu, he wanted to leave him countless times, but he still couldn't let him go. But at the same time, he couldn't let go of Feng Yan's guilt, and secretly hated Chen Fu's deeds for giving him an unmanageable burden. The death of his beloved adoptive son's biological mother had something to do with him and Chen Fu was Feng Weiming's biological father as well. Why was there such a mess? With Mu Juking's shrewdness and sophistication, how could Chen Fu have kept him in the dark? So he knew the truth very early, but he was tempted by Chen Fu, so he kept suppressing himself with strong self-control, preventing Chen Fu from fulfilling his wish, and making him feel jealous and sad because of his love Feng Yan every time. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. This situation of not being able to put aside all scruples and be together had lasted for 10 years. It was suffering for both Mu Juking and Chen Fu. Compared with Chen Fu, who was so inferior that he had never expected them to be together, Mu Juking's suffering was even worse. But this was Mu Juking's explanation to Feng Yan, even though the other party had passed away for many years. As for Chen Fu's small actions against the domestic Mu family, Mu Juking chose to stand on the sidelines. Firstly, the domestic Mu family and the overseas Mu family had always been in a relationship of competition and cooperation, and there were countless enemies both openly and secretly of both of them. Chen Fu didn't do too much. If Mu Zhurong couldn't bear this level of calculation, the domestic Mu family might as well go bankrupt. Secondly, Chen Fu's current psychotic appearance was indeed indirectly related to Mu's family. He had the ability to retaliate, and Mu Juking did not want to stop him. He even made good preparations for when he would reach out to Mu's overseas, so that he could fight back fiercely. He was looking forward to fighting Chen Fu. The man he had his eyes on was not a weak competitor, and he was willing to accept any challenge. It was a pity that Chen Fu's ruthlessness turned into cowardice when he met him, which made Mu Juking happy and angry at the same time, and his mood was very contradictory. Unexpectedly, the result of his laissez-faire attitude was that Chen Fu even hit on Feng Weiming's idea, so that the things that had basically been put down for so many years surfaced again. The trickiest thing was to face the fact that his adopted son knew the truth. If Feng Weiming couldn't forgive him in the end, Mu Juking really would have had the heart to kill Chen Fu. Or was this the real purpose of Chen Fu? His greatest anxiety and fear lied in Mu Juking's unforgettable Feng Yan, and that he loved him even though he had no blood relationship with Feng Weiming, his biological son. He was afraid that maybe he had always hoped that he and Feng Weiming could completely break up. However, Mu Juking's conspiracy theory met Chen Fu's humble and calm attitude of as long as you don't leave, I will die immediately if you leave. Mu Juking could torture him however he wanted, he didn't care. The only thing Chen Fu cared about was that Mu Juking not leave him. So Mu Juking asked Chen Fu to kneel in front of Feng Yan's tomb in front of Mu Yixi and Feng Weiming to repent. With his limb amputated below the knee, he couldn't kneel, but when Mu Juking asked him to kneel, he would kneel, not caring about his embarrassing posture at all. I'm sorry. The apology was also said. No matter Mu Juking or Mu Yixi and Feng Weiming, they could all hear his insincerity. Chen Fu was just fulfilling an order from his lover, nothing else. For such a person, even him kneeling was a blasphemy against the dead. There was no right or wrong in Chen Fu's conception, the right or wrong that Mu Juking believed in was his right or wrong. However, Mu Juking was not a moral gentleman, he had his own code of conduct. Besides that, he was also a person with both righteous and evil styles. On the contrary, after assuming Chen Fu's moral values, Mu Juking restrained him even more than before. For the two of them, it was not known whether them meeting each other was luck or misfortune. Looking at Chen Fu's virtue, Mu Juking was very breathless, but he knew that even if he reasoned with Chen Fu would not understand, he would not even pretend, and he would not feel guilty because of Feng Yan. And his motives were also impure. This was done just to show Feng Weiming, trying to make him feel relieved. He didn't dare to look at his adopted son's expression, and quietly winked at Mu Yixi. Mu Yixi's eyes never left Feng Weiming at all, he kept holding Feng Weiming's hand. He had no feelings for Chen Fu or Feng Yan. Chen Fu once kidnapped Feng Weiming, and his anger still lingered. But for Feng Weiming, one was his biological father and the other was his biological mother. The relationship between his close relatives who were really related to him by blood was so chaotic. Mu Yixi felt sad for Feng Weiming. Feng Weiming was expressionless from the moment he stepped into the cemetery. Mu Juking's embarrassment, Chen Fu's perfunctoriness, Mu Yixi's concern, Feng Weiming saw all of them. He looked at the name on the tombstone. Feng Yan didn't even leave a picture of herself smiling, and the epitaph just read, I left a gift to the world. The epitaph said his biological mother never regretted having him. Feng Weiming grew up without his mother's company, and never felt that anything was missing in his life. No matter how much feelings he had for Feng Yan, the fact that she was his mother would never change. Between mother and child, there was no need to feel guilty. Feng Weiming pulled Mu Yixi to kneel down, kowtowed 3 times according to domestic etiquette, and said lightly, Mother, he is my lover, Mu Yixi. I brought him to see you, he will take care of me, don't worry. Mu Yixi immediately expressed his loyalty, Mother, I will take care of Mingming, don't worry. Feng Weiming glared at him lightly and pulled him up again. Mu Yixi bent over thoughtfully and patted the grass off his pants. Seeing Mu Juking looking at him complicatedly, and Chen Fu still maintaining a 5-body posture, Feng Weiming said, "Father, go back." Don't think he couldn't see the reluctance that had begun to gather in Mu Juking's eyes towards Chen Fu. The disabled Chen Fu's body was already trembling slightly from the uncomfortable posture. Dad couldn't help it. Feng Weiming had a strange feeling of father getting married. He wondered if Mu Juking felt the same when he saw him and Mu Yixi together. His various dislikes towards Chen Fu were the same as Mu Juking's dislikes towards Mu Yixi. There would still be many opportunities to meet each other in the future. Feng Weiming's face was almost imperceptibly calm. "What's wrong?" Mu Yixi touched his face, and said in a low voice, "Angry? I'll help you avenge. Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities." Feng Weiming thought for a while, the corners of his lips curled slightly, and he tightened his hand, nodding, "Okay." Mrs. Mu didn't expect that after many years, she and Hu Qin would meet again under such circumstances. Under the watchful eyes of the prison guards, she was well dressed and sat gracefully, while Hu Qin, with iron shackles on his hands and feet, looking unkempt, was brought to her with a dull and slow expression, and made to sit down across from her on a long table. When Mrs. Mu's figure was reflected in Hu Qin's eyes, her eyes filled with hatred, and she suddenly wanted to pounce on Mrs. Mu. "Bitch! Bitch! You robbed my son! You robbed my son!" Before Hu Qin straightened up, the cops restrained her rudely, twisted her arms and pressed her face on the table. Wu Hu Qin tried her best to resist, but how could her strength match a well-trained man's? Mrs. Mu was very calm and composed from the beginning to the end, and Hu Qin's actions didn't even make her raise her eyebrows. "Hu Qin, if you begged me to come here just to say these things, then forgive me, I have to leave," Mrs. Mu said lightly. Back then, Mu Yixi was abused by Hu Qin's mother, Hu Li. When he was hospitalized, Hu Qin also made such a fuss, saying that she had robbed her son. After so many years, this woman still hadn't made any progress, even though she had fallen to this level. The South Island project encountered policy obstacles, the government order for standardization and rectification came down, and many officials were sacked, many of whom were bribed by the Feng family. The evidence of black box operations was exposed, and the Feng family and Hengda immediately fell into trouble. The nearly 10 billion yuan invested became a waste of time, and many people folded in, including Feng Kun's father Feng Quan and Feng Kun himself. Feng Quan was pushed out as the scapegoat by the Feng family, while Feng Kun couldn't be separated from the mess because of his status as Hengda's legal representative, so he fled abroad with the help of his mother Zhong Ruijin, and whether he could return to China in this life was a big question. Under such circumstances, no one in the Feng family could take care of Feng Kun's family. Zhong Ruijin and Feng Kun thought Wei Ankai, the newly appointed Mrs. Feng Xiao, did not exist at all. The Wei family was also unable to protect themselves and were implicated as well. But in the end, only Hu Qin, who was not surnamed Wei, was imprisoned. Before Feng Kun and Wei Ankai got married, Wei Dong transferred all 40% of Hengda's shares to Wei Anki's name, so the marriage between the Feng and Wei family could go smoothly, and Feng Kun and Wei Ankai became husband and wife. But on the eve of the wedding, Wei Ankai quietly transferred the shares to Hu Qin's name, on the grounds that she did not want the Feng family to obtain huge shares through her marriage. Hu Qin felt that Wei Ankai was much more filial, capable, and conscientious than Mu Yuxi. L.B//JNN. Unexpectedly, the South Island issue broke out. Wei Dong immediately took Wei Ankai away, leaving Hu Qin dumbfounded at the people escaping. Soon after, she was put in prison and faced various prosecutions. Only then did she get to know that she had been abandoned by her husband and daughter, who had long had some ominous premonitions. One moment she was still a popular lady in the social circle, the mother of Mrs. Feng Xiao, she exhaled and raised her eyebrows, and walked like a wind, but the next moment she was in jail, and was framed by her husband and daughter to become a prisoner. Hu Qin had experienced countless ups and downs in her life, and she was hard-hearted and selfish enough to be almost driven crazy by this reality. Not really crazy because she remembered that she also had a son who regarded her as her own and could be used at will. She asked everyone to contact Mu Yuxi for her. She claimed to be Mu Yuxi's biological mother, and she had evidence to prove that the two were mother and child. She also said that Mu Yuxi had important evidence about her case. Hu Qin was even smart enough to contact the media, intending to expose her relationship with the Mu family. But her every move was under Mu Yuxi's surveillance. Hu Qin's nonsense did not penetrate the prison in the slightest. The reporters who were encouraged by her were stopped early in the morning, but what was brought to Hu Qin was a lot of evidence that Mu Yuxi is definitely Hu Qin's son, including experience, including paternity tests, etc. Then the psychiatrist came to the prison to conduct a mental appraisal for Hu Qin and judged that she was overstimulated and had delusional symptoms. Further appraisal might be needed to confirm whether she needed to be locked up in a mental hospital. The reporter even contacted Mu Yuxi himself with supernatural powers. In front of Hu Qin, Mu Yuxi said without a trace of emotion on the phone, "I'm now abroad. Please don't let insignificant people disturb my life, otherwise, I will use legal means to protect my own interests." Hu Qin said, "Mu Yuxi, I am your mother." Mu Yuxi, "Sorry, I don't know you. Please don't do unnecessary things, otherwise, I will be very unhappy." The last sentence seemed to be said with a smile, but the cold, ruthless, and warning tone made Hu Qin stunned and shiver. She suddenly thought of the doctor who gave her a psychiatric appraisal and screamed, "It's you? It's you? That doctor?" Mu Yixi, it seems that this person's mental condition is really unstable. I don't think I need to talk about unnecessary things and continue to waste my time. Let's stop here, goodbye. After finishing speaking, he hung up the phone. Hu Qin's head turned at high speed, and Mu Yuxi's actions over the years went through her mind. She suddenly realized with unprecedented sobriety that it was very likely that Mu Yuxi had added fuel to the flames in the situation where they were in today. She was paralyzed. Was Mu Yuxi in her impression the real Mu Yuxi? Did she understand this son clearly? No, she didn't. She had long been deceived by his humility and forbearance, thinking that he really resented the unfair treatment he received in Mu's house, and instead longed for the family love she gave her. So she could rely on her identity as his biological mother to ask for anything from him. Even though they fell out because of Hungda's shares later, she didn't take it seriously, thinking that as long as she hooked her fingers, Mu Yuxi would obediently return to her and do her bidding, because apart from her and Wei Ankai, Mu Yuxi had no other loved ones. But was that really the case? How Hungda fell into the quagmire step by step, and what role Mu Yuxi played during this period, Hu Qin could see. They thought they had taken advantage of Mu Yuxi, but who would have thought that Mu Yuxi was doing it all on purpose? They fell, and it didn't seem to be of any benefit to Mu Yuxi, but to the Mu family, it solved many open and dark arrows in one go. For the sake of the Mu family, Mu Yuxi actually did this. The son who she always thought was in the palm of her hand had no feelings for her, and could be cold-blooded enough to slander her as a mental patient in order to prevent her from causing trouble. The impact on Hu Qin was even stronger than the joint betrayal of her husband and daughter. She hated it. She did not hate Mu Yuxi, but Mrs. Mu. She thought, if Mrs. Mu hadn't snatched Mu Yuxi away, if Mrs. Mu hadn't instigated him, how could Mu Yuxi treat her like this? He crawled out of her belly, and she was his biological mother? Back then, she shouldn't have handed Mu Yuxi over to her so quickly. She should have raised him for a while, made him mature, such that he only recognized her. Then, Hu Qin bit her finger and wrote Mu Yuxi on the wall with blood. Yuxi, you killed your biological mother, you will die badly. She threatened the prison guard with suicide and asked to see Mrs. Mu. When Mu Yuxi got to know of it, he just smiled lightly, and decided to lock her up in a mental hospital and seal her mouth according to the original plan. Hu Qin's existence was insignificant, but if she was allowed to mess around, the Mu family's face would not be good. Mu Yuxi didn't want Mrs. Mu to be contacted. He knew very well that Hu Qin would not really commit suicide. She was selfish and afraid of death, and everything she did was to climb up, even at the last moment. She would not give up on herself. Mrs. Mu got the news from somewhere, and she came before Mu Yuxi could do anything. Mu Yuxi didn't recognize this biological mother, but Mrs. Mu didn't want him to be stigmatized for killing his biological mother. She never understood, how could Hu Qin be so heartless as a mother? Over the years, Mu Yuxi and Hu Qin had been secretly in touch. Mrs. Mu knew about it, and she had no intention of stopping it. It was only natural for children to want to see their biological mother. Hu Qin didn't know the key, but Mrs. Mu believed that the children she had taught had their own judgment. But from Mu Yuki's mouth, she got to know that what Hu Qin after recognizing Mu Yuxi never treated him kindly, but as forced labor. Mrs. Mu felt sorry for Mu Yuxi. This eldest son had always been a kind-hearted and good boy who knew how to repay his debts. If others treated him kindly, he would return very much. He worked so hard to ease the relationship with his biological mother, even swallowed his anger and only wanted to give, but in the end, Hu Qin still used him recklessly. She couldn't bear to treat the child badly, but instead he suffered a lot of grievances at his biological mother's side. Mrs. Mu met Hu Qin's resentful gaze frankly. You lost Zioxi because you didn't cherish him. It wasn't me who robbed him, it was you who lost him. If it wasn't for you, Hu Qin couldn't listen at all and murmured like a dream. Why deceive yourself? I know you're not crazy. Mrs. Mu said, you have to blame yourself for what happened today, and you can't blame others. Zioxi has done his best to you, he won't take care of you anymore, and I won't let him, never mind. My son, I won't let others ruin it. Hu Qin's eyes cracked. You bitch, you don't. Shut up. Mrs. Mu said in a low voice, if you want to shut up completely, just keep talking. She didn't want to hear any foul language coming out of Hu Qin's mouth again. Hu Qin met her cold eyes and was shocked. She never thought that Mrs. Mu, a hypocritical woman in her opinion, could have such eyes. As if she was already a dead thing in her eyes, she was obedient, and had no second thoughts, making Mu Yuxi and other outstanding younger generations bow to her, feel filial and close to her. How could she just be a weak and deceitful woman? How could she be a pure soft-hearted and kind virgin mother? Hu Qin dared to provoke her again and again, but she didn't see her true face clearly. When she realized the difference between the two of them, Mrs. Mu wanted to crush her like an ant. Hu Qin knew very well that women's methods could be 100 times more brutal than men's and without bloodshed. Mrs. Mu could make her life worse than death. Hu Qin suddenly became frightened. You can take care of yourself. Mrs. Mu stood up gracefully and nodded to the prison guard. The guards opened the door and let her out. Mrs. Mu walked to the door, turned her head and said a last sentence to Hu Qin. The most correct thing you did in your life was to give birth to Zioxi. No matter how Hu Qin reacted, Mrs. Mu left this place. As soon as she arrived at the door, Mu Yuxi greeted her with a dusty face. Mom, when he heard the news that Mrs. Mu was going to see Hu Qin, he was so scared that he immediately flew back from France. Mrs. Mew said angrily, "Why are you coming back in such a hurry?" Yixi looked at her expression carefully, scratched his face and said nothing, pretending to be cute. Mrs. Mew touched his head as she did when he was a child. "Don't worry, I'm a mother, and mothers are very capable and can't suffer. Now that you're back, come home for dinner tonight, you know?" Yixi stretched out his hand to hold him. Then he walked towards the car and nodded obediently. "Of course. You came back, does Mingming know?" "He came back with me." "Yes, since you are together, everything must be discussed. Don't put yourself down and hurt each other's feelings. Let him come home for dinner as well. I'll ask Wang Ma to add his favorite dishes. Why does he get food added when he comes home, but I don't?" Yixi asked, pretending to be jealous. Mrs. Mew smiled and said, "Because Mom loves Mingming more." "Oh, Mom." At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Yixi packed his briefcase and put on his coat to get off work. Seeing him walk out of the office, Secretary Gao said calmly, "General Manager, don't forget to go to the exhibition tomorrow. I put the ticket on your desk. Have you seen it?" Yixi gave her a funny look, and joked, "Is it my brother's order again? Are you my secretary or my brother's secretary?" If it was an ordinary secretary, she would have been frightened by Yuki's words. It was absolutely inappropriate to take one person's salary and listen to another person's orders. But Secretary Gao didn't raise her eyelids, and said seriously, "Master, she said that once the young master is gone, you will become a caveman. So, I can't help but stare at you." Yuki was helpless and heartwarming. Yixi and Feng Weiming had been abroad for 10 years, and they didn't come back many times, but Yixi always kept one eye on Mrs. Mew, Yuki, and Yuxuan. Ever since Mu Zhurong had an accident and almost died at the hands of Su Qingli, his attachment to his career had become a little less than before. In recent years, seeing that Yuki was gradually able to take charge of his own affairs, he began to gradually let go of some of Mu's affairs, and took Mrs. Mew out for vacations from time to time. Yuxuan had a strong heart, and after marrying Qin He, she firmly held her husband in the palm of her hand. The couple were very happy and they had a son and a daughter. They lived happily together, and they didn't need others to worry about them at all. Only Yuki, who had been married to Bai Ying for 7 years because of a private agreement, so the two lived their own lives after marriage without interfering with each other and would only walk together when they needed to cooperate. Even when giving birth, the couple did not have physical contact, and the two parties produced sperm and eggs respectively, then used scientific means to produce a child through surrogacy. Moreover, they did not evade their responsibilities to raise the child, and both of them took turns taking care of them. Until a year ago when Bai Ying met her true love and filed for divorce, to which Yuki readily agreed, and in turn helped Bai Ying resist a lot of pressure from the Bai family. Yuki was not at all anxious to find a second spring after he became single again. It was as if since he had a son, everything was fulfilling, except for work and taking care of his son, he did nothing else. His son Mu Kaijun was also very close to him, but other people couldn't see him being single. Men from the Mu family rarely got divorced after getting married. This was one of the reasons why the Mu family's family style was so upright. Yuki's insistence on agreeing to divorce Bai Ying had angered many people. However, Yuki's support was the previous and current patriarch. His elder brother Yixi also had extraordinary influence overseas in the Mu family, and he was also fully supporting him. He himself was also outstanding and was set to become the next head of the Mu family. With such weight, there were indeed not many people in the family who dared to challenge him. At most they relied on their seniority to sell their old age and recite a few words. After the divorce, some people planned to let him marry the daughter of another family again, so as to bring benefits to the family again. But this time, Yuki no longer agreed to it. And those who had influence on him, such as Mrs. Mew, didn't want to force him at all, and she even blocked the pressure from Mu Zhurong for him. Yixi, on the other hand, couldn't see his life of being too innocent and ignorant. He felt that he had lived a monk-like life after divorce, so he paid attention to any suitable activities around him from time to time and ordered Secretary Gao to keep an eye on him and remind him to partake in such outside activity. Yuxi's exact words were, "You fall in love and get married or not, but you are not allowed to stay at home as an otaku all the time. You must live a healthy life." If he was not obedient, he would return to China in person to make Yuki obedient. Yuxi's taekwondo skills had not fallen, the strength of an 8th dan black belt was not a joke. Yuki listened to his brother the most since he was a child, and he was also used to being taken care of by his brother. Yuxi spoke for his own good, so Yuki had no choice but to obey. His complaint to Secretary Gao was a joke. Secretary Gao was a bit older than him, and he had nothing to say about her ability. She was willing to be his secretary and stare at these trivial matters, largely because of Yuxi's face. He did not go back to Yulian Garden since his family was not there. Instead Yuki returned to the apartment he bought, just like before. Yuxi had a house that belonged only to him, which could be used for him and Feng Weiming to live together. After the divorce, Yuki also created a small world for him and his son. His son Mu Kaijun was 6 years old this year, and it was his turn to live with his mother Bai Ying from yesterday. Yuki had sent him, his bodyguard and nanny to the plane. There was a clear contrast between the liveliness when there was a child and the coldness after the child had left. When Yuki returned to the apartment, he saw the cleanliness of the room, and missed the mess when his son was there. Maybe his brother was right, his life had become really boring this year. The next day, Miyuki put on casual clothes and sunglasses, and drove to the exhibition hall alone in a low-key manner. In fact, Secretary Gao gave him 2 tickets, but Miyuki didn't want to take anyone with him. It felt weird to bring a man, but he was afraid of being misunderstood by the other party if he took a woman. After all, even when he was married, he couldn't stop other people from coming up to him with various purposes to seduce him, let alone after he resumed being single after divorce. This time, the exhibition hall was holding a sculpture exhibition. Most of the exhibits were modern sculptures of different sizes and shapes, and the smooth and fine finished products were amazing. Miyuki was born in a family with first-class taste. He thought that this sculptor named Mo Xingzi could become famous both at home and abroad, and he really had the ability. His works were worth collecting. He stopped in front of a work called Confusion and walked quietly to it alone. How is it? Do you like it? As soon as the other party's peaceful and quiet voice came out, Miyuki suddenly turned his head to look over. Yenya's smiling face came into view. Time seemed to love Yenyu very much. Miyuki's face had grown mature and strong with age and experience, but Yenyu, who was several years older than him, was still the same, just like the last time Miyuki saw him. Looking at him, he felt relaxed and peaceful, and the years in between were forgotten. And this lightness could also represent indifference and hardness. Yenyu, after all, Miyuki hadn't seen him for 8 years. Since Miyuki got married, the two had tacitly disconnected. Long time no see, Xiaoqi, Yenyu said softly. His attitude was not like that of a friend who had lost contact with him for 8 years. He was naturally familiar with him as if the two were still close friends as they were many years ago. Miyuki found that he was also very calm, and his whole body was in a strangely peaceful state. He said, "Well, it's really been a long time. This is your exhibition? It's very good. After so many years, I finally achieved something," Yenyu said. Miyuki was a little surprised that Yenyu would say such utilitarian words. At first he learned sculpting and went to the mountains to practice, and almost became a monk. Afterwards, he settled down in a small shop to create, not for fame or profit at all. While being nameless also, he was safe and at ease. Unlike what he said now, it seemed that creation had a purpose. "How did your name become Mo Xingzi?" Miyuki asked. All right, he didn't need to have his own name, how could he change it to something like this? If Yenya's name was printed on the ticket, he would not have come. He deliberately avoided news of Yenyu for this many years. Otherwise, since Yenyu was the elder brother of his brother-in-law Jinhe, it would be strange that he didn't hear about Yenyu. "If I didn't call myself that name, would you come?" Yenyu seemed to see through his thoughts. Miyuki looked away in embarrassment, but immediately reacted and frowned at him. "What's the meaning?" he said as if it was for him. "Mo Xingzi, this is my confusion. I don't know whether I should do it or stop it." Yenyu looked at his work with his head tilted. Over the years, he had brought out all the emotions he had experienced in his 2 lives and poured them into his works. Those experiences made him stop no matter what he did in his life. He used Mo to tell himself not to think about it, to live his life peacefully, and not to do unnecessary things. But when things came to an end, he felt unwilling. No one knew how much impact Miyuki's marriage brought to Yenyu back then. The relationship between the two was established when they were young. Originally, Yenyu was interacting with Miyuki and others for Jinhe's sake, but later on, his friendship with Miyuki became deeper than anyone else. Miyuki had feelings for him that he shouldn't have had back then. Yenyu tried every means to dispel his thoughts but failed, and finally made it clear that the relationship between the two was no longer possible. At that time, Yenyu felt that he might have few special feelings for Miyuki, but it wasn't that kind of feeling. But after Miyuki alienated him, and moved step by step towards engagement and marriage, he felt uncomfortable, but because of all the things he had experienced, he rationally recognized the huge gap between them, and did not take any steps and just gave up. If you can't forget it, just escape and stay away. However, there was a bit of unwillingness that could not be ignored in his heart. Even though he was alive, life was like stagnant water. The only chance he had to try to live differently was given up by him. If one day, someone like Miyuki appeared, and he was moved again, would he still give up because of reality? Would that person also disappear because of his inaction? Yenyu couldn't accept it. He was not really as innocent as he appeared to be. Otherwise, he would not have experienced so many twists and turns in his previous life. When he worked hard and achieved success, and someone showed favor to him, Yenyu felt that his interest faded again. He couldn't be moved. The only one he had never forgotten was Miyuki. So, when he heard that Miyuki divorced, he came back. Yenyu thought, no matter what the result is, I have to fight for myself once. No regrets. Miyuki said, "You always knew what you wanted." He was so decisive when rejecting him back then. While he was young at that time, he really suffered a big blow, and he was in tears when he recalled it. But now he also knew that Yenya's decision back then was correct. Even if he had accepted him, they couldn't have been together forever. Yenyu was passive and did not like to fight, and it was impossible for him to completely disregard his responsibility for him. Yenyu was the one who refused, so that Miyuki would not have to be a villain in the future. Perhaps. Yenyu said, "Is there a work you like? I'll give it to you." Miyuki was taken aback, never expecting that the topic would suddenly jump to gift-giving. He was interested in buying 1 or 2 for collection, but why did he just give it to him? As far as he knew, Mo Xingji's works were very valuable, one piece at least cost millions. After the long-lost friend reunite, did they give such an expensive gift? What do you mean? Miyuki looked at Yenye's expression probingly. He was not the innocent little boy from back then. Yenyu seemed a little embarrassed. He hesitated for a moment, then said softly, Miyuki told me that if I pursue sincerely, maybe I still have a chance. Zyoki, do I still have a chance? Miyuki was dumbfounded. This Miyuki? Pursue? Chance? What Zyoki? Who was your little chi? What more chance do you want? Yenyu, Xiaoqi, I like you. Please give me a chance to pursue you. Boom. Miyuki's face turned pale. He stared at Yenyu in disbelief, then all the pretended calm was broken. Nov, L, B /JNN. This time, it was his turn to turn around and run away. Yenyu looked at his back and thought lightly, it seems that it will take time. But what he lacked least was patience. Before Feng Weiming and Miyuki got together, he knew that Miyuki was very good at attracting bees and butterflies. This was not surprising. In fact, both of them were very popular. Their family background was outstanding, and even the pickiest people couldn't pick out anything bad in their personality. With outstanding temperament, proper wisdom, while being tall, handsome, and rich, they were both excellent husband candidates. However, Feng Weiming put a lot of pressure on people. He was white and delicate, more beautiful than a woman, with a cold temperament, like a high-ranking prince, which made people feel that he could not be grasped. His admirers only dared to admire him secretly but dared not touch him or talk to him. Relatively speaking, Miyuki was much more approachable. His appearance was not that aggressive, his gentleness and consideration seemed to be at his fingertips, and he chuckled and whispered easily, immediately attracting countless mad bees and butterflies. However, he had superb skills, comforting left and right, and had thus trained his admirers to be submissive. He dared not make mistakes and people still thought that he was a very good person. And because Miyuki had never been with anyone, everyone always had a little hope for him in their hearts, and they refused to extinguish it. The president of the junior high school student union who was popular in Yan back then was still very charismatic. Those who followed him to the high school, even if they had a new student union president, still only recognized him as the only one, which showed his power. Later, Feng Weiming and Miyuki got together, but the relationship was not acceptable to outsiders. Miyuki was thus still entangled by many men and women. But with the previous behavior pattern, they did not go too far. At the same time, Miyuki was also a good-natured person. Although Feng Weiming behaved, I will not do such inelegant things as jealousy. I will not let those people go at all. But Miyuki still knew how to keep a distance, and not to let his admirers advance by even half a step. So, the two lived in peace. But after arriving in France, Feng Weiming found that the situation had changed. French culture was romantic and warm, not at all reserved and subtle. Miyuki was handsome and charming, gentle and considerate, personable, and spoke elegant and fluent authentic French, which was exactly the type of person that French people liked. Chairman Mu had brought his heartthrob qualities to France, thus attracting countless admirers without any effort. And these people were not the type who kept their feelings in heart. When they had a crush on someone, they would bravely confess, and even invite others to spend the spring night together, without the slightest reservation. Unlike the Oriental people, there were many French employees in the headquarters of Overseas Mu Company in France. When they first entered, Feng Weiming and Miyuki had some reservations, and they could not publicize their relationship as lovers, so they could not mess around in public. What was public and what was private. So in the face of their passionate confession, Miyuki just declined by saying that he had a close lover, which was unacceptable, but he did not specify who it was. In the Mu family here, he was a complete outsider, compared to Feng Weiming who had Miyuki's blatant escort, so no one dared to mess with him, thus his behavior naturally had to be much more low-key and gentler. This gave people a feeling that he didn't really have a lover, but just couldn't let go of himself because of various scruples, which made them feel sympathetic and distressing at the same time. So those who were rejected refused to give up and tried to find ways to make things easier for him. One of their big clients' beautiful daughters, Elena, even hid the unsigned contract behind her back, and said, Henry, Miyuki's English name, if you don't date me once, I won't give you the contract. Feng Weiming was also there at the time, and others couldn't see the change in his face, but Miyuki could feel his low pressure. If I agree to date you because of the contract, I'm afraid I'll not be the one you want to date. Miyuki said with a smile, beautiful Miss Elena, let the test end here. Henry, you are right, I really like you more now. Elena was able to come to such an important negotiating table. So, in fact, she could not be incompetent, but she had already been repeatedly rejected by Miyuki. Looking at his gentle smile, she realized that she did temporarily act inappropriately. The faces of the people present told her that the joke was not funny, but the words had already been spoken and she couldn't take them back for a while. Miyuki's decent and friendly answer just gave her a way to step down. Elena was full of gratitude, her heart felt hot, and she looked at Miyuki with even more affection. The meeting went better than expected and the contract was signed on looser terms. Miyuki and Feng Weiming walked out of the meeting room one after the other, and immediately saw Elena waiting aside. The other party looked at Miyuki with eager eyes. Feng Weiming's exquisite eyebrows and eyes sank almost imperceptibly, and a shadow suddenly shrouded his face. Mu Yuxi's face was very close to him, his breathing was clear and audible, and the familiar breath gently touched his skin. Normally, Feng Weiming would have pushed him away immediately, then stared at him coldly, and condemned him for his irrelevance of occasions. However, Mu Yuxi had never forced him, and had always been extremely obedient, until now. But now, Feng Weiming didn't want to push him away. Mu Yuxi didn't make too many movements, and when he was almost kissing Feng Weiming's lips, he backed away, and said with a smile, "You have something on your face." As he spoke, he reached out and brushed Feng Weiming's cheek. Feng Weiming looked at him in disbelief. Mu Yuxi smiled without any guilt. "I will make it clear to Miss Elena." Blinking at his lover, he walked towards Elena.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Elena's face was weird and ugly, because Feng Weiming and Mu Yuxi were approaching just now, and from her perspective, and it might be wrong, but what she seemed to have seen was that they were kissing. She had heard that Feng Weiming and Mu Yuxi were cousins, they grew up together and had a very good relationship, but lovers? Feng Weiming watched Mu Yuxi and Elena come face to face, then he did not know what Mu Yuxi said to her, but Elena's face changed from cloudy to sunny, revealing a charming smile. The two turned around and walked out together in front of him like this, and Mu Yuxi was also attentive and considerate enough to take the briefcase for Elena. Seen from the back, this pair of a tall man and a beautiful woman looked like a golden boy and jade girl one. Feng Weiming was expressionless. Oh, Louis, Feng Weiming's English name, Henry really decided to date Elena? Their colleague couldn't help asking curiously. Feng Weiming was unbelievably beautiful, but his personality was serious and cold, his IQ was extremely high, and his background was also tough. So, his colleagues subconsciously dared not make trouble with him. If it weren't for the surprise that Mu Yuxi was willing to get close to Elena, his colleagues would not have dared to gossip with Feng Weiming. Mu Yuxi was very popular in the company, with many admirers and countless scandals, but there was no real evidence for it. But it was not surprising when you thought about it. Elena was a beautiful woman with a good family background, passionate and bold yet gentle and sweet. She was the dream lover of many men. It was understandable that Mu Yuxi would choose her. Feng Weiming said flatly, "He can try it." What? The colleague thought he heard it wrong. "It's nothing. Are you very free?" Feng Weiming glanced at him indifferently, seeing the other person's whole body get covered with chills, he immediately turned around and returned to his post with hands and feet. For the first time he noticed, Louis was angry. Did Louis also like Elena? The colleagues excitedly felt that they might have caught on to the truth. Oh, such a wonderful plot where the cousins had fallen in love with the same woman. Brothers fight? Love triangle? You love me, I don't love you, I love him. I don't know whether he loved me or not, the bitter love that brought the cold Louis down from the throne. Feng Weiming didn't know that he had become the tragic male supporting character in a love triangle in the imagination of his colleagues. He was a little dissatisfied with his loss of control. He shouldn't have said something to his colleague that implied that he had a close relationship with Mu Yuxi. With him going out with a client, why should he make such a fuss? Obviously, Mu Yuxi violated the company's regulations and went out without permission, but now it was lunchtime, and with Mu Yuxi's work level, it was normal to go out with clients. Mu Yuxi was gone for the entire afternoon. He came back before getting off work to take Feng Weiming home. He received Feng Weiming, who had no emotion on his face, but looked almost displeased, and couldn't control his lips from curling into a smile for a while. The temperature in Feng Weiming's eyes suddenly dropped several degrees again. After getting in the car, Mu Yuxi said, "Don't be angry, I just had a meal with Elena, it's nothing." Feng Weiming, "I'm not angry." Mu Yuxi laughed, "You can scrape off frost from your face. I didn't expect your jealousy to be so strong, I didn't notice it before." Feng Weiming tilted his head and let out a dead light. "I don't eat vinegar." Mu Yuxi, "Really?" Feng Weiming nodded reservedly, "This is a business matter. You know that it's good to be clear about public and private matters." Mu Yuxi, "I understand, then I won't refuse Elena's invitation in the future. Their company has the intention to expand cooperation with us. If you don't mind, I have the confidence to take all their orders." Feng Weiming, They didn't have a deep foundation in the overseas Mu family, and they needed credit to gain a firm foothold. Mu Yuxi held his hand and said emotionally, "Obviously, you are so kind. You understand righteousness and are neat and generous. As long as the result is good, the process is not important, isn't it?" Feng Weiming felt a slight stock in his throat. Well, Mu Yuxi was very happy, and along the way, he enthusiastically praised Feng Weiming with all kinds of beautiful words and teased him to talk. But Feng Weiming's mouth seemed to be zipped up, and his face remained expressionless, without making a sound. When the car reached home, Mu Yuxi took Feng Weiming's hand in, and he said, "Before I had lunch with Elena, I helped you wipe off the stains on your face. She thought I was kissing you, so as soon as I walked over, she questioned me. I told her that I have something very important to ask her for help. Guess what it is?" Feng Weiming's air pressure became lower and lower. He had no interest in Mu Yuxi and Elena's process of getting along alone. He began to want to break away from Mu Yuxi, who was holding his hand. Regardless of his struggle, Yixi held his hand firmly, and continued with a relaxed tone. When I arrived at the restaurant, I said to her, I have decided to propose to my beloved, and I hope to give him an unforgettable marriage proposal. Elena, you are my friend, do you have any good suggestions? Feng Weiming paused. Yixi pushed open the door, revealing a newly furnished living room, velvet cushions, flowers, candles, balloons, ribbons and a sumptuous dinner. It was full of romantic atmosphere. Obviously, I don't want to be just colleagues with you in the company. I hope that no matter when and where, we will be the closest companions. Yixi looked at Feng Weiming affectionately, and said seriously, of course, occasionally, the closest enemy is also very interesting. Feng Weiming's eyes were slightly watery, and Yixi's next sentence quickly calmed his loss of mood, and then he showed a very real and beautiful smile. Yixi said softly, let's get married, wear rings of the same style, and tell others that we have masters, so they should stop being delusional, okay? Feng Weiming said firmly, okay. Feeling uncomfortable like today, he didn't want to go through it again. Yixi hugged and kissed him, thinking, Mingming thought he was a heartthrob, and countless people liked him wherever he went, but in fact, at least half of those so-called admirers were there for Mingming. Because they dared not get close to Mingming, they sought help from him who had a good relationship with Mingming and wanted to pursue him on a curve. He would never tell Mingming about such a fact. The French's courtship was too straightforward. If he really kept a distance from him in the company as Mingming said, he would have to vomit to death watching Mingming interact with others in the future. Elena rushed over in a daze, it was really useless. Yixi indulged in the intimacy with Feng Weiming contentedly. After getting married, he could finally let go of half of his heart. For the remaining half, he would continue to work hard. He must be the only one in Mingming's eyes forever.